Chapter 40, 601 Exploiting Desires. Do you know how I managed to put both a hostile pioneering fleet and a dangerous alien battleship on a collision course? Vess asked with a smile. The daughter that he carefully embraced with his armored hands furrowed her brows in thoughts. This was a rather advanced question, as Aurelia did not have access to all of the information. She needed to explain the full story. Nonetheless, she was clever enough to guess at his methods. The alien warship's priority is to remain hidden, she remarked. The best way to draw her out is to attack her, but that is liable to scare her into running away. Correct, my dear. The ship that we have codenamed the Tower of Babel is obviously not interested in fighting another battle after all she had gone through. Even if the Senatus prospecting fleet is relatively weak, it is still not wise for the aliens to stay any longer in a star system that is within the domain of human civilization. How have we been able to stop that from happening? By giving the aliens a reason to stay and fight, his daughter guessed. You planted something in the star system that will make sure of that, am I right? You are right, but anyone can come up with such a scheme. The important part is to prepare the right bait. You need to present something that is attractive enough to lure the Tower of Babel into abandoning her efforts to hide from prying eyes, but also construct a reasonable story around it to prevent our targets from developing too many doubts. Can you guess at what I have done to meet both of these criteria? Ugh. Can you tell me what we have used to play the Senatus prospecting fleet like a puppet on a string? Vess smiled and bent his head to plant a kiss on top of his daughter's head. It's fine if you can't figure it out yet. I didn't come up with this plan on my own. It took the combined efforts of myself, Minister Shedderin, Director Calabast, General Verl, Marshal Ariadne, and Master Benedict to come up with all of the necessary steps. He had come a long way since the start of his career. The addition of all of those talented leaders allowed him to avoid many potential disasters while grasping a lot more growth opportunities. He would have never been able to make it this far if he was still relying on himself. He wanted to make sure to drill this lesson into Aurelia's head. It was especially important for a designer baby that excelled in social skills to build an expansive network of subordinates and allies. Together, we managed to formulate a low-risk but also high-impact plan, he explained. Do you know what those words stand for? It means that our plan will benefit us a lot if it succeeds, but cost us nothing if it fails. This is the benefit of surrounding yourself with a lot of smart, competent, and most importantly, trustworthy people. Of course, it is hard to enact a clever scheme without sufficient strength and resources. His daughter nodded as she became more awed by her amazing father. What did you do exactly? That's not the question you should ask, Aurelia. If you want to understand our plan, you should first figure out the conditions of our targets. Let's begin with Autris Magrin's fleet, since a human pioneering group is much easier to understand. You should have done your homework on Senatus prospecting, so I expect you already have a basic understanding of its history and prominent figures. What does Mr. Autris Magrin wants the most? He wants to become more powerful than anyone else, Aurelia said as she drew from her memories. What does St. Neville Magrin want? That is an easy question. The ace pilot wants to make his own papa happy. That's right, Vess grinned. Normally, there is nothing with a child trying to please his father, but in this case our plan takes advantage of this. Tell me, Aurelia, what is Autris Magrin's greatest reliance? His son, naturally, she said in a slightly cultured accent that resembled that of her mother. St. Neville Magrin has become his greatest enabler. Without at least one loyal ace pilot at his disposal, the elder Magrin will not be able to become more powerful, especially when he is in the Red Ocean. MHMM. By that logic, this means that anything that can make St. Neville Magrin stronger and help him get closer to advancing to God Pilot is beneficial to Senatus prospecting. Now how do you think we have exploited this circumstance? Aurelia's eyes lit up as she finally understood the essence of the plan. You offered them a way to help their ace pilot become stronger. Uncle Lufa told me that he can help many Mech pilots get better. That surprised Vess a bit. You talk with Lufa? Uh-huh, the dark-haired girl nodded. I try to talk with all of our design spirits, Papa. They're so fun and interesting, but not all of them want to talk to me. Grandma sometimes visits me and pats my head. Helena is a funny aunt while Lufa is a nice uncle. He has taught Mana a lot on how she can use her powers in different ways. That is interesting. He felt a little disconcerted that his design spirits talked to Aurelia without him being present. He didn't exactly know what they were talking about and what their agendas might be. Still, as long as they didn't hold any malicious thoughts, he felt it was fine for his daughter to forge a good relationship with the design spirits. Vess shifted the topic back to the matter at hand. He gestured at the live feeds that showed what was happening in the Ramage repulsor system. In any case, we decided to take a risk and expose a glimpse of what Lufa was capable of in order to lure the Senatus prospecting fleet deeper into peril. The key here is to generate enough interest from the Magrins to proceed forward, but not go too far for fear of making the situation look too good to be true. Old dogs like Atris Magrin are especially sensitive towards traps. You can't really beat that, to be honest. Then, how did you manage to overcome it anyway, Papa? That is one of the more brilliant parts about my plan. Vess grinned. Calabast and Shedderin have been especially helpful in figuring this out. You see, the best way to override Atrin Magrin's considerable caution is to distract him with the hope of a powerful gain. Giving his son and the expert pilots under his command an opportunity to advance faster is enough of an incentive. Lufa didn't even need to expose his transcendence glow for long. Just teasing the Magrins for a few seconds is enough to drive them crazy. Why so short? There are 2 reasons, honey. First, the longer Lufa showed up in St. Neville's range, the greater the risk that the latter would figure out the truth. Don't underestimate the intuition of ace pilots. They are highly sensitive towards threats. The only way that Lufa hasn't directly triggered Neville's danger sense was to keep Lufa's role as benign as possible. I instructed him to be sincere about wanting to help the Mech pilots of Senatus prospecting break through their limits. Aurelia looked confused, and that works. Vess grinned. It works as long as there is enough separation. Lufa doesn't know the full plan, and I deliberately told him to keep his curiosity in check. This way, we can ensure that Lufa comes across as a benign influence to the likes of St. Neville Magrin. This was probably the most difficult part about the plan. Vess had to depend heavily on his theories and understanding of the intuition of high-ranking Mech pilots to configure an action plan that could successfully deceive their danger sense. His daughter looked impressed. She raised her little hands and clapped. Wow, you are so clever, Papa. I surely am. Vess grinned, even though a part of him suspected that his manipulative little girl was putting on a show. Anyway, the point I am trying to make here is that you can fool the most experienced vultures and the strongest ace pilots as long as you figure out their desires and exploit them to your advantage. Greed is a powerful motivator, and it can often make people set aside their doubts. Aurelia's eyes glittered like stars. Mech pilots all want to become stronger. None of them want to remain weak. That is right. There is nothing that attracts a Mech pilot more than an opportunity to become stronger. Even though St. Neville Magrin is already a lot more powerful than almost anyone else, even he has flaws where Lufa can help. His incredibly flawed upbringing under an awful father like Atris Magrin has probably left a lot of hidden dangers in his psyche. It is already impressive that he managed to advance to ace pilot in the first place. Then what about the aliens, Papa? She asked. What did you use to lure them out of the sun? Is it Lufa again? Vess shook his head. We thought about that, but we felt it was unlikely to work. Can you figure out the reason? His daughter frowned, but couldn't come up with an answer. I do not know, Papa. He sighed. That's okay, but you need to do better next time. When you grow older and assume more responsibilities, you cannot afford to miss important details that can affect the outcomes of your decisions, even when they are difficult to spot. You can gather experts and specialists by your side that can help you see more, but it is best to get good at this stuff yourself. Do you understand? Oralia nodded. I will not disappoint you, Papa. I will do better, I promise. That was Gloriana's influence again, no doubt. While Vess certainly wanted her to do better, she was still a young girl. Hey, don't be too bothered by what I said. You still have plenty of time to grow and learn. Anyway, the answer that I wanted you to find is species. A species? Yes, it might not be obvious to you anymore, but Lufa is a human design spirit. He is an angel. Vess shrugged. Close enough. What I am trying to say is that if Lufa shows up in front of a bunch of aliens, the latter will probably react as if they are under attack by humanity, which means that their chances of avoiding our trap is far greater than normal. That is exactly what I don't want to see. Do you know how I have managed to gather the interest of the aliens? You used a different design spirit. Which one? Oralia paused for a moment. It has to be a native one, so either the Titania or the Phase King. It has to be the latter. Why the latter? Vess grinned down at his girl. Because the native aliens envy the Phase whales. Everyone wants to become as powerful as these whales. If the Phase King shows up and disguises himself as a member of this powerful race, the aliens of that warship will go mad, because Phase whales can help them grow stronger. That's true more or less. You've learned, Oralia. The Phase King can play the same role for aliens as Lufa does for humans. This shows how life that originates from different galaxies value different roads to power. The indigenous aliens are obsessed with becoming gods by stuffing their bodies full of face water, and no one is better at doing so than the Phase whale race. What about you, Papa? Huh. The Phase King told me you have face water in your body as well, his girl stated as her innocent eyes looked up at him. Will Papa turn himself into a Phase whale? What? No. How did you get that idea? Hihihi, Oralia burst into giggles. Just kidding. Chapter 40, 602, Blinding Greed. Vess was right about one thing. The Magrins had become completely hooked. After getting a taste of the Transcendent's glow from a mysterious alien wreck, the Senatus prospecting fleet remained close to the mysterious site. A few starships spread out in order to find whether other valuable alien relics were floating around. More and more scientists and engineers had been transferred to the mysterious piece of ship debris. Each of them had been tasked with increasing their understanding of this separated ship section and figuring out how to get the latest alien artifact to reproduce the same effect that caused St. Neville Magrin to spike his resonance strength. The science teams tried to be as careful as possible. They did not dare to engage in any destructive investigation methods for fear of breaking the circumstances needed to make the alien artifact activate its special power again. Though a number of scientists wanted to move the alien wreckage further away from its current orbit to the brown dwarf star, others objected to this proposal for fear of breaking anything important. This caused the important wreck to remain in its current place, which meant that Autris Magrin became extremely reluctant to pull back his fleet to a safer and more comfortable distance from the brown dwarf star. As time passed by, St. Neville Magrin began to look back on what he had just experienced. The more he revisited that fleeting moment of discovery and exposure, the more he began to think about the more dubious aspects of this situation. He was not a suspicious person by nature, but it was the job of ace pilots to watch out for possible threats. St. Neville became increasingly more concerned as he reviewed his thoughts inside the cockpit of his active ace Mech. The source of this second event is not the alien beast goddess that I have communicated with earlier, he stated with a frown. He not only feels like a man to me, but he is also a lot less alien as well. That doesn't seem to match with the alien artifact. What is going on? Why is a single missing and damaged alien ship involved with two different powerful gods, one of which may be human? The possibility that the second god may be human could explain why Neville felt so stimulated at the time. He wondered whether the native aliens of the Red Ocean had managed to capture a human deity, and that the ship that produced this debris was involved in this extremely important affair. However, he lacked the sense that hinted to him that he had stumbled upon a major development that was critical to humanity. This told him that he may have been led astray. The problem was that he didn't have proof that supported or rejected this conclusion. St. Neville had far too little to go on, and that was concerning in itself. "Father," Neville spoke over the private communication channel, "have you ever thought that we are being plotted against?" Autris Magrin was quick to reply. "I did. It was the first thing I thought. I won't deny that it is possible, but so what? The 2 pieces of alien ship wreckage are completely authentic as far as my men can determine. The alien artifacts are priceless treasures. I have never heard or obtained anything that could do anything comparable. Even if we get nothing else, we can most likely earn a fortune from selling them to the right buyers." That was one of his strengths. He knew how to reach a large crowd of ill-informed buyers who had too much money on their hands, but not enough sense to know they were being scammed. St. Neville was okay with this. His father desperately needed the money, and the buyers always thought they got what they wanted. Mostly. However, Neville's concerns extended beyond profit. The situation looked more and more fishy in his opinion, and he wanted to know if his father recognized the same dangers. "I have been thinking about what the Golden Skull Alliance may have possibly been doing in the star system," he said. "The Larkinson clan is well known for selling mech that can influence people's moods and emotions. I think we have even seen some of them at a distance in the past, but I have never examined one in person. I've read the descriptions, though, and they seem to match." "What are you suggesting, son?" "We may be getting fooled by their glows. Maybe that is why the precious 2 contact events only lasted a short time. We didn't receive enough time to properly study their effects on people. If this is the case, then I suggest we pull back most of our fleet and prepare to evacuate this star system." St. Neville unknowingly strayed quite close to the truth. Just because he was known to be an unflinching follower and supporter of his father didn't mean he was stupid. Mech pilots who weren't clever or observant enough rarely made it as far as Neville. "Neville," Autris Magrin spoke, "you may be right, but you may also be wrong. Do you truly wish to give up on this small but promising chance to grasp greater strength because of your unfounded assertions?" "True strength can't be gained through shortcuts," Neville reflexively said. "That is not true. There are always opportunities that can help people do the unlikely and succeed. What is important is that they take the initiative to seek out these chances. Take God pilots, for example. Who among them has lived a normal life? If you read their biographies, you will always be able to detect instances where they could have obtained an enormous benefit that has helped them bridge the gap between senior ace pilot and God pilot. All other saints have fallen, but only this small minority managed to succeed. This tells me that ordinary ace pilots aren't able to advance on their own. They need help, and we may be on the cusp of obtaining it for yourself. I will not turn away from what may be the only possibility for you to make up for this gap. Carpe diem. Carpe diem might as well be the official motto of the Magrins. Neville would be lying if he said he wasn't tempted. While his concerns still remained valid in his opinion, the thought of missing out on a chance that could help him survive the dreaded Mech-body merger process was too painful for him to accept. Becoming his God pilot might not be his ultimate goal, but it would definitely help him fulfill it. Someone as strong-willed as a saint was more than willing to brave a few risks if that was what it took to complete his most important mission. He started to breathe heavier as he used the unrelenting sensors to look closer towards the alien ship wreckage that he was guarding. Did it truly hold the priceless chance that his father referred to? Was the alien artifact locked inside the debris truly capable of helping him grow stronger? His intuition didn't tell him no, so that was a reassuring sign. As Neville concentrated deeper, he felt that his father might be right after all. This ship wreckage might truly be able to facilitate his growth. He and his father's men, just had to figure out the right way to activate the earlier effect. Whether they needed to plug a new power source to an alien mechanism or tow the wreckage away from the brown dwarf star, Neville didn't know. All he knew was that he wasn't willing to give up so easily. Besides, his father spoke up again. Have you ever heard of a glow that can make Mech pilots advance without any effort? Something like that is too ridiculous to ever contemplate. No human technology can possibly produce such a miracle. It is too absurd to even consider. If the Larkinsons have mastered such an amazing glow, then they would have been able to field 10 times as many expert pilots and several ace pilots by now. There is no need for the Larkinsons to go out and explore this risky border region. St. Neville's concerns faded away. I suppose you are right as always, Father. That is why I am in charge and you are not. There is a place for caution, but I haven't managed to build my way up to this point by being timid. Remain on guard, but try to figure out how you can get the alien artifact to activate its power again. Will do, Father. That ended this particular inquiry. Though St. Neville still felt bothered to an extent, he obediently abided by the instructions of his father and busied himself with other matters. Time passed by without much change. The scientists still hadn't made any progress as Neville continued to keep an eye on the empty star system. The greatest threat he was taking into account was the Golden Skull Alliance, but even then the danger wasn't too great. Even if the enemy fleet returned to the Ramage repulsor system again, it wouldn't have been able to launch any attacks because they would have appeared far away from the Senatus prospecting fleet's current position. As the Unrelenting went on another circuit around the fleet to make sure that there were no hidden threats sneaking up on the ships under the ace pilot's protection, his intuition suddenly began to sense something amiss. Neville, Autris Magrin spoke in an excited tone. I don't know what our scientists have done, but they have briefly managed to activate the alien artifact once again. They did. What happened? If the Unrelenting hadn't gone on patrol, St. Neville would have been able to remain close enough to the second alien ship wreckage to sense what had happened. The effect is different from before. Autris Magrin became a bit less enthused. None of our people described that they felt closer to a breakthrough. Most of the scientists have told me that they felt a distinctly alien mind, while a few others also feels that this has something to do with face water. That does not make any sense. Neville grew confused. It was at this time that another development took place. The ace Mech stopped accelerating as the ace pilot frowned, as he began to sense something dangerous approaching from afar. He had no idea what had triggered his danger sense, but it was growing stronger by the second. He hit an emergency button on his cockpit. This activated an emergency alarm throughout the entire Senatus prospecting fleet. What is wrong, Neville? His father asked. Unlike before, Autris Magrin exhibited genuine concern and maybe even fear this time. He trusted that his son would never hit the alarm without good cause. I sense danger, and not the vague kind like I did before. Neville spoke in a tone that conveyed the gravity of the situation. It feels alien. It isn't coming from the wreck. It is approaching from a greater distance. Can you tell me where? Not yet, but it will show up soon enough. Autris Magrin did not procrastinate. He instructed the Mechs under his command to scramble en masse, while ordering the rest to prepare for a battle or a hasty retreat. The science teams stationed in the alien ship wreck all exited in a hurry, while a bunch of Mechs slowly dragged the alien ship debris into the cargo bay of the flagship of the fleet, the Seeker of Wealth. As soon as the wreckage was concerned, the fleet proceeded to accelerate towards the nearest Lagrange point, just in case it needed to run in a hurry. It wasn't until some of the fleet's sensors detected a large, high-energy object rising from the brown dwarf star itself that St. Neville finally figured out the reason why his sense of danger went haywire. That is an alien warship. An alien warship has just emerged out of that failed star. Wait, the newly emerged warship is heading straight in our direction. We are detecting multiple heat spikes. That battleship is preparing to open fire with her main gun batteries. How could we have missed such a powerful alien vessel? Chapter 40, 603 Messages. What is going on? Lord Pyrion yelled as he was being unceremoniously carried back to the alien battleship's cell block. Now that the fractured house of the collapsing star woke up and readied for combat, a Nuncer guard unceremoniously grabbed a hold of his body and brought him out of the circular audience chamber. The most undignified part about all of this was that the Nuncer guard carried him by biting the side of his shirt and lifting him up. It made him feel as if he was a naughty kitten who had to be carried back to his nest by his overprotective mom cat. I am a human. I can walk on my own. There is no reason for you to hold me like this. It hurts. Unfortunately for the first-class Scion, the armored guard remained completely unmoved by his pleas. Perhaps the Nuncer soldier's helmet didn't contain any translation modules that allowed him to interpret standard human language. You, Pyrion loosely pointed at the only other human he had met on this ship. Tell this blue cow that he should let me walk by myself. The robed and masked figure of Jugal Marin no longer assumed an extremely undignified cattle-like posture anymore. The proud cosmopolitan held his back upright, as if he had nothing to be ashamed about. At least he became more human again. I do not command authority on this home ship, Mr. Marin replied in his synthesized voice. The Trampler of Stars has instructed his men to return you to your cell, so that is what will happen. I suggest you remain as still as possible to make your journey more comfortable. At least that overgrown, four-legged tyrant kept him alive. Lord Pyrion might prefer to die like a human than persist as a slave to these filthy aliens, but that didn't mean he was eager to cut his life short. He didn't know what happened and why that strange alien relic prompted the Trampler of Stars to go berserk, but he was not stupid. He could make a few guesses. This was also one of the reasons why he was more willing to bide his time and see how this situation would unfold. Maybe rescue was on its way after all. It just took a lot longer than he thought for assistance to arrive. As his body continued to dangle below the powerful mouth of a Nuncer guard, he kept sending glances at Jugal Marin. Though the man's thick robes and solid mask pretty much made it impossible to read the man's body language, Pyrion tried to recall all of the lessons he learned about other people. It was harder for him to do so without the benefit of the perfect memory search and recall functions of his cranial implant, but he could still fall back to the endowments bestowed by his designer genes. Pyrion observed and mentally recorded many different variables. Despite all of the cosmopolitan's attempts to hide his body and form, the man's gait, reaction speed, posture, distancing, and so on could not be obscured. Of course, Pyrion had always taken into account that a skilled diplomat like Jugal Marin was a master at controlling his body and deceiving others through its purposeful manipulation. The first-class Scion couldn't rule out the possibility that the figure underneath the robe was a remote-controlled android, though it was rather unlikely that the Trampler of Stars would tolerate speaking to a robot construct rather than a flesh-and-blood human. Even then, there were still many ways for humans to alter their entire bodies after undergoing a short procedure. A man who possessed all of the associated functional reproductive organs could easily turn himself into a full woman after a single day. Though such procedures never truly amounted to full conversions, as long as someone was willing to pay enough money, they could afford faster and more thorough transformations. Other biological alterations, such as removing mass, increasing one's length, and adding more physical strength, could all be performed with ease as long as the technological facilities were advanced enough. This was why Pyrion couldn't necessarily trust any of the data that he had gathered on Jugal Marin. Cosmopolitans were one of the most hated and reviled groups of humanity. They even ranked below pirates and violators of the taboo against warships and weapons of mass destruction. This was because the deranged followers of the cosmopolitan movement directly threatened the survival and continuation of a proud, strong, and independent human civilization. Though Pyrrhion could trust almost nothing about what he observed from Jugal Marin, he still dared to make a few conclusions based on the time he spent with the Cosmopolitan. Mr. Marin appears to have isolated himself from human society for a long time. This was not a man who was fully in sync with modern humanity anymore. There were many small touches that suggested that he was a bit old-fashioned. This suggested that Marin was fairly old. The silver-masked man definitely conveyed himself as a member of an older generation than Pyrrhion, but not old to the point where the Cosmopolitan carried himself as a legendary figure who has experienced an entire age. Pyrrhion confidently guessed that Mr. Marin was between 100 and 175 years old. Anyone older was probably too high-ranked and valuable to go on a field assignment. The man was also truly a man underneath all of his disguises. Though Jugal Marin made an extensive effort to hide his true identity, Pyrrhion guessed that the Cosmopolitan still possessed enough pride in himself that he disdained altering his own body. This was a rather strange conclusion, as Pyrrhion had personally seen Mr. Marin utterly debasing himself in front of the Trampler of Stars, but that was the man's job. It was this particular conclusion that also allowed Pyrrhion to extrapolate Marin's possible origin. Of all of the humans he knew, who took great pride in maintaining their original human form, one group clearly stood out in this aspect. "You're a Terran, aren't you, Mr. Marin?" Pyrrhion abruptly spoke. Though the fractured house of the collapsing star became more active and busy, a well of silence had descended on their little group. Much to Pyrrhion's disappointment, the suspected Terran member of the Cosmopolitan movement declined to respond at all. It was as if the accusation fell into the depths of space without producing any further ripple effects. The silence lasted until they finally reached the cell block. After the Nuncer guard unceremoniously dropped the captive in the same cell that was devoid of anything aside from a typical Nuncer watering pool, the Cosmopolitan finally spoke again. "Sit tight and wait until this incident is taken care of. I cannot say when you will next have a chance to prove your worth to the Trampler of Stars, but he will only call you when he desires to see you. As you are not a particularly important captive in his mind, that may take weeks, months, or even years." That sounded outrageous to Lord Pyrrhion. The Scion could tolerate being belittled, but he could not accept being forgotten. That was a fate worse than death in his opinion. The younger man quickly scrambled back onto his feet. "Then do something about it. You can talk to him, right?" The robed figure didn't respond. The diplomat's posture conveyed so much distance and lack of sympathy that it seemed as if he cared nothing about his fellow humans. Perhaps Jugal Marin didn't represent every Cosmopolitan, but the fact that such an individual turned into such a monster to begin with caused Pyrrhion to develop an even greater contempt towards the Cosmopolitan movement. Pyrrhion decided to switch to another strategy. People often liked to boast about successes. He wondered whether Marin could resist the temptation. "Are your ploys to stop the Big Two from taking over the Red Ocean gaining any ground?" "They are," Marin freely replied. "No one can stop us from uplifting the local aliens. Even if many of them are not receptive to our appeals, there are still enlightened groups such as the Red Cabal that can look past our appearances and recognize our goodwill towards them." Under the lead of these cooperative alien groups, their entire societies are about to undergo an extensive metamorphosis which will allow them to unite and form a proper resistance against the Big Two's unjustified incursion into their territories. It can't possibly work. The MTA and CFA are too strong. As long as they transfer more warfleets through the Greater Beyonder Gate, no amount of uplifting will prevent the native aliens from getting crushed by superior numbers and firepower. The Cosmopolitan remained stoic. "We have accounted for that and more. Of all of the species we have studied, we understand humankind the most. We know its strengths, its weaknesses, its beliefs, and most importantly, its fault lines. We are hardly alone in our mission to free the human race from the hegemony of the Big Two. The Mechers and Fleeters have made many enemies, more than you will ever know. Together, we can topple the two giants. We only need to provide the catalyst that can trigger this inevitable rebellion. Pyrrhion took a step back as he looked at the cosmopolitan in fear. You're mad. You're utterly mad. In my viewpoint, you are the ones who are sick in your minds, Mr. Marin stated. The Mechers, the Fleeters, the Terrans, the Rubarthans, and almost every other member of human civilization has completely fallen into the trap of human supremacy. My fellow cosmopolitans and I are the only ones who are sane enough to recognize your collective insanity. Forgive us for our actions, but we recognize that only the most extreme shocks can wake you all up in the nightmare that you have embraced. With those final delusional words, Mr. Marin made a short bow before he excited the cell block. The silent Nuncer guard left as well, leaving Pyrrhion alone in his isolation once again. The Yorltavik scion let out a tired breath and sank onto the deck. He experienced too much in this brief period of time. From meeting a cosmopolitan for the first time to almost getting trampled by an overgrown quadruped alien warlord, Pyrrhion never imagined that his adventure would expose him to the darker side of reality. Just as Pyrrhion tried to revisit these moments to see whether he had missed anything, his left wrist began to sting. He idly scratched his wrist and tried to fall back into his thoughts. Ouch! His wrist stung harder. This was odd because there was no reason for him to feel this pain at this moment. Though Pyrrhion tried his best to remain nonchalant, he had actually become a lot more alert. As he tried to do his best to control his heartbeat and other physical indicators, his wrist started to sting multiple times. Though the pain was frustrating, he couldn't care about that at the moment. He paid close attention to the frequency and timing of these stings. It was old-fashioned Morse code. Pyrrhion had been forced to learn it when he was young in order to expand his means of transmitting and receiving covert messages. Though it was a primitive and not that sophisticated method of communication, there were times when simplicity was enough to do the job. This was exactly such a case. Pyrrhion guessed that whoever was communicating with him had slipped a tiny batch of nanomachines in the alien artifact that the aliens had retrieved and brought before the Trampler of Stars. That was the best moment for the nanomachines to depart from the recovered alien artifact and onto his body. The violent outburst from the Trampler of Stars even created the perfect opportunity for the nanomachines to move without tripping any alarms. Right now, Pyrrhion tried his best to contain his excitement and confusion as he translated the message. Lord Pyrrhion Yorltavik. Rescue effort underway, but may take time. If you want to live long enough to embrace freedom again, you must cooperate. This is mandatory. Pray to Helena, the daughter of death. This is not a joke. If you do not pray to our death goddess, you will die. You will die. You will die. If you want to live, believe in Helena and receive her grace. If you are sincere enough, we can communicate further. You will not be alone. Signed, Golden Skull Alliance. P.S. These nanomachines will self-destruct after repeating this message 5 times to reduce their chances of exposure. Chapter 40, 604 Pulmer Firepower. From the moment the unrelenting sensors detected the emergence of an alien battleship that stretched for 1.7 kilometers, St. Neville Magrin understood that he and his father had been utterly fooled. All of the events that took place so far made a lot more sense all of a sudden. The inexplicable actions of the Golden Skull Alliance also became a lot more logical. The Golden Skullers led us into a trap. For some reason or another, the Golden Skullers knew that a powerful alien warship had been hiding in the gases of the brown dwarf star. Like blind and ignorant fools, his father had unknowingly brought his fleet close to the location of the alien battleship. This meant that when the latter emerged from the top layer of gases of the brown dwarf star, they were positioned almost right on top of each other. It was impossible for this to be a coincidence. The second alien ship wreckage had been a piece of bait all along. Its main purpose had been to lure Senatus prospecting into the perfect kill zone of the newly emerged alien battleship. As St. Neville Magrin made all of these realizations in an instant, his battle-oriented mindset understood how exposed his father's fleet had become. The distance between the fleet and the newly emerged alien battleship was far enough that it would take Mech a lot of time to close the distance. Ranged Mechs would also find it difficult to hit a starship at such a large distance, especially if this alien vessel was capable of activating warp travel on an active battlefield. The chance that this advanced alien battleship could dictate the range of the engagement was high. In short, the thousands of Mechs fielded by the Senatus prospecting fleet could hardly play a role in this fight. Their offensive power was practically irrelevant in the face of such a powerful enemy. The most they could do was force the warship to expend more shots to eliminate the opposition. Not even the expert Mechs could make a meaningful difference. The disparity in combat power was simply too great. Although the analysts working for Senatus prospecting only had time to discern the basic details of the alien bogey, the preliminary data already showed that the specs of this warship had reached first-class standards. A single first-class multipurpose Mech could already inflict a serious blow against the fleet. A battleship could inflict much more damage. The enemy ship is about to open fire again. Disperse and take evasive maneuvers. Make sure to cover the Seeker of Wealth and buy time for her to evacuate this kill zone. After taking the time to charge up and lock onto its targets, a single gun battery installed on the hull of the alien warship unleashed its might. The triple-barreled Pulmer kinetic cannon battery fired 3 different kinetic rounds at slightly different angles. Even though the range was rather long for kinetic weapons, the modern transphasic armaments of the alien battleship were able to speed up their projectiles to an impressive degree, causing them to close in much faster than normal. Each of these projectiles happened to strike 3 different combat carriers with amazing power. If space could transmit sound, the surrounding area would have been bombarded with simultaneous thunderous impact noises. The heavy kinetic rounds that were roughly the size of Mechs, or larger, possessed incredible mass and power. The guns of the alien battleship fired them out with such great power that the energy shields and the hull plating of the affected vessels played no role at all. They easily folded as if they were made of paper. Hull plating and structural parts deformed and disintegrated at such great speeds that the vessels peeled open like flowers. Though the kinetic projectiles transferred a massive amount of destructive forces onto the combat carriers, they pushed forth with such great momentum that they actually drilled right through the hulls and continued to plunge deeper into space on ballistic courses. The battleship's main guns have overpenetrated. A weapons officer spoke with horror in his voice. Overpenetration. This was the clearest sign that the pioneering fleet had bitten off more than it could chew after encountering this powerful foe. If the main guns of the alien battleship possessed enough power to not only demolish entire combat carriers with a single round, but also have plenty of power to spare, then that meant that their effectiveness against capital ships was definitely just as threatening. As the wreckage and debris of the fallen combat carriers continued to spread across space, pain and loss affected the only ace pilot of the fleet. He could see and feel the thousands of bodies that had become utterly mangled and crushed after getting affected by the prodigious firepower of the alien vessel. This is too much. Neville had never witnessed brutality at this scale. The alien battleship was by far the most powerful alien warship that he had encountered in battle, and she was definitely showing that she was built to defeat other warships. Against this level of firepower, his father's fleet possessed no effective means to mitigate the incoming attacks. No matter whether it was a combat carrier or a fleet carrier, neither type of vessels had ever been designed with resisting battleship-grade attacks in mind. This is about to turn into a massacre. St. Neville Magrin could do little to prevent any of the 3 combat carriers from suffering a direct hit each, and that hurt him a lot. Even if he wasn't particularly close to the men and family members who served aboard these proud vessels, they were still comrades who he vowed to protect. The alien battleship is reorienting her guns. As far as we can tell, her secondary gun batteries are beginning to target our subcapital ships. What about her main guns? Autris Magrin personally asked. They are slower to move. Wait, it appears that her primary kinetic cannon batteries are turning to aim their muzzles at our capital ships. The Unrelenting had to take action. Even though the disparity between an ace Mech and a first-class alien battleship was still too large, it was impossible for St. Neville Magrin to cut and run, even though this was the most rational course of action to take. "Father," he roared over their private communication channel, "what is the progress of your evacuation?" "We have made no progress, son," Autris replied in a grave tone. "My flagship has tried to enter into warp travel numerous times with the help of her superdrive, but our engineers tell me that our proximity to the brown dwarf, star along with the strong warp interdiction field produced by the alien battleship, is making it impossible for us to speed away." "What?" When St. Neville attempted to activate the Unrelenting's powerful transphasic flight system, he could immediately feel a large amount of resistance from the surrounding space. It was as if he was now trying to move his body around while submerged in a pool of water instead of walking around in open air. Anything that wasn't strong enough to push back against the increased resistance would not be able to speed themselves up in real space. In other words, the various ships equipped with warp drives and superdrives were unable to jump out of the effective range of the enemy battleship fast enough. This was a major disadvantage. If the ships of the vulnerable pioneering fleet could all enter into warp travel, then they could easily split up and move in rapidly different directions, thereby making it infeasible for a single warship to prevent at least some of them from escaping with their hulls intact. However, the battleship's powerful warp interdiction capabilities prevented this from happening. Autris Magrin knew this, but still wanted to make sure he did not lose his entire fleet and Mech force. "Keep dispersing and accelerating as hard as possible. The range of the warp interdiction field has to be limited. As long as some of our ships can lure this battleship away from the remainder, the latter will eventually be able to warp away. Right now, we must all fight to evacuate as many of our people as possible." The leader of the fleet did not speak anything about covering the flight of the Seeker of Wealth. No ship was safe in the face of so much firepower. Autris Magrin was afraid that if he commanded all of the ships at his disposal to block the line of sight to his flagship, the alien ship would just fire a missile or something that circled around and smashed the vessel he was on in a single titanic blow. He judged that it was much better for every ship to disperse and look as indistinguishable to each other as possible. The plan worked more or less. The alien battleship didn't seem to be able to distinguish which human starships were more important than others. Her powerful kinetic gun batteries possessed a low firing rate, but each time they struck, they easily broke open the defenses of a fleet carrier and inflicted crippling internal damage to their hulls. The much more numerous combat carriers, on the other hand, began to get peppered by highly accurate transphasic laser beams. The Pulmers developed the most advanced warship-grade weapons in the Red Ocean. Their reputation for possessing the greatest firepower out of any alien race was not undeserved. While the primary armament of the alien battleship was purely designed to overcome the defenses of enemy battleships by relying on brute force and little else, the secondary armament possessed a lot more finesse. The alien battleship actually possessed significantly less secondary laser cannon batteries than normal, but their calibers were also greater as a result. This allowed the battleship's laser weapons to assist with taking down powerful battleships faster by employing their sustained precision to destroy critical surface modules or exploit narrow gaps in an opponent's defenses. Their power almost made them overkill when employed against combat carriers. Weapons designed to disable powerful battleship modules easily broke any energy shield in the way. Though the respectable hull plating of these smaller carriers were still respectable, they could hardly put up a serious resistance. Many combat carriers that were lucky enough to retain enough functionality began to collect an increasingly greater quantity of massive half-melted holes in their hulls. Our entire hangar bay is melted into slag. Our FTL drive has incurred too much heat damage. Repairing it will take at least 14 days. Half of the crew stationed aboard this ship have been vaporized or burned. There is nothing left of my immediate superior aside from leaving behind a pile of ashes. Death and suffering spread across the pioneering fleet at a rapid rate. Even though thousands of Mechs have already opened fire against the distant terror, the alien battleship deftly avoided most of the incoming fire by swimming through space like a playful fish with the help of her active warp drive. It's not fair. Why can the aliens activate their warp drives while we can't? Superior technology. That was it. While the Big Two mastered even more powerful tech, the indigenous alien races possessed a much greater institutional understanding of facewater technology. It would take far too long for humanity to close this crucial gap. Before that happened, humanity had to deal with situations where they met alien opponents who were clever enough to maximize this disparity. Neville gritted his teeth and tried his best to channel his fury at all of the losses into his machine. He began to resonate much stronger with his ace Mech. The boost in strength allowed him and the unrelenting to resist the active warp interdiction field with greater effectiveness than before. The ace pilot made an important decision. "I'm going in, Father." "Are you sure?" "This is the only way I can buy your ship time to evacuate," Neville rapidly explained as his ace Mech raced towards the distant enemy vessel. "I can't block the incoming attacks because they are just too powerful. The unrelenting isn't suited for defense. The only way I can contribute is to divert most of the firepower of the enemy vessel. Don't worry, Father. My chances of escaping are much higher." Autris Magrin sounded weary. "Fine. Just be sure to suspend your mission as soon as my flagship gets away. I do not want to lose you so soon. You still have a mission to complete." "I will make it back," St. Neville promised to both himself and his father. Chapter 40, 6:05, 218 seconds. As the Unrelenting utilized its superior mobility to rapidly close in on the alien battleship, St. Neville paid close attention to the state of his father's fleet. After getting caught by surprise, the different fleet carriers, combat carriers and support vessels had all turned around and tried their best to distance themselves from the advancing alien battleship. Since the latter could only travel in one direction at the same time, the human starships tried their best to shift their course to ensure they kept moving away from the powerful threat. Even so, carrier vessels still failed to escape the effective range of the warp interdiction field. St. Neville had heard that the aliens mastered powerful warp travel blocking capabilities in order to prevent their targets from escaping all of the time, but this was ridiculous. It was difficult to believe that an alien warship that was only 1.7 kilometers long was able to block warp travel to this extent. He soon figured out why the ships of his father's fleet failed to overcome the blockade. Their warp drives are too weak. Whether it was the warp drives mounted inside the more important ships of the fleet or the expensive superdrive installed inside the Seeker of Wealth, each of them were actually limited in strength. The strength of the warp bubbles they could produce around a starship was dependent on many factors, but energy, facewater, and distance were definitely the key variables. A first-class warp drive that used up a lot more energy or leveraged a larger quantity of facewater should have been able to wrench free from the alien battleship's blockade. It was too bad that Autris Magrin had opted to go for quantity instead of quality. Most of his starships were only equipped with relatively basic warp drives that could provide respectable speed boosts, but did not perform that well under these kinds of circumstances. The only possible exception was the Seeker of Wealth. Autris Magrin invested a lot more in the strength of his flagship, and her superdrive should be able to escape sooner under normal circumstances. This wasn't a normal circumstance, though. As the alien battleship kept advancing forward, it became clear that she was closing in on a specific human starship. The enemy battleship is on a direct intercept course to the Seeker of Wealth. The aliens have identified our flagship. How? It's not that difficult to determine. That was true. While Autris Magrin was content with equipping his starships with relatively ordinary parts and modules, he had concentrated a considerable amount of advanced technology onto the Seeker of Wealth. While that made the flagship a lot stronger and more adept at survival, it also turned it into an obvious priority target. "You will not have my father," St. Neville roared as his eyes went red. The thought of his father getting hunted down and butchered like a dog sent him over the edge. The Unrelenting's Saint Kingdom glowed brighter in orange, as Neville's desperation boosted his resonance strength to another record. The Ace hybrid Mech's long-ranged weapon systems weren't particularly powerful, but they could still pack a punch. Neville concentrated on the Unrelenting's shoulder-mounted Gauss cannons and fired a powerful pair of rounds that soared across space and struck one of the segmented energy shields of the alien vessel with great force. The attack failed to inflict any real damage. The alien battleship's forward energy shield had only 20% or so of its integrity at most, but the Orvan shield generator responsible for producing it had rapidly shifted it to the side. This allowed another Orvan shield generator to plug the gap with another fully intact energy shield. As the Unrelenting fired multiple rounds that were powerful enough to strip open the defenses of the Seeker of Wealth, St. Neville noted to his dismay that repeated hits only struck segmented energy shields that shifted away as soon as they incurred damage. This meant that it would take forever to overcome this powerful barrier. The only way to defeat this persistent energy-based defensive measure was to attack with a single overwhelming attack. It just so happened that the Unrelenting possessed a powerful means of attack. The Ace Mech gripped its lance tighter as Neville already decided to build up enough momentum to strike the alien battleship with the most powerful possible blow. "Help me calculate how much power I need to breach the alien battleship's energy shield defenses," Neville asked his staff that was stationed within the Seeker of Wealth. No ace pilot should have to rely completely on himself in battle. It was customary to provide lots of support in the rear. The right information could easily turn defeat into victory, and Neville already understood that he needed to make use of every possible advantage against an opponent as strong as the alien battleship. It only took a short moment for his staff to call up the information from a group of engineers and starship experts. "We have completed our calculations," a staff officer reported. "According to our estimates, the alien battleship can project 2 or possibly 3 layers of energy shields at most. We are certain about this conclusion because her hull is not large or broad enough to accommodate more capital ship-grade shield generators. If you want to punch through all 3 layers of energy shields in an instant, then you will need to accelerate at your maximum rate for at least 218 seconds in order to build up sufficient momentum. We recommend you add a few more seconds just to be sure. You should also mind that we have performed these calculations with the assumption that you will charge into the warship head-on. You will need to spend more time on building up your charge attack if you attack from the sides or rear." Understood. 218 seconds was a relatively short time as far as space battles went, but an ace Mech as fast as the Unrelenting could build up a horrible amount of momentum in that time. By the time the Ace Mech finally reached the alien battleship, it could easily destroy itself or incur heavy damage if St. Neville wasn't careful enough. The Unrelenting actually had to circle around in order to make sure it did not approach the alien battleship too soon. Neville tried his best to distract and put more pressure on the powerful enemy vessel by launching Gauss round after Gauss round at the metal monstrosity, but his target did not show any sign of taking the Ace Mech seriously. "Come on, you alien murderers." The ace pilot roared as his blood ran hotter than before. "Fire at me with your guns. My Gauss cannons are more powerful than that of any other Mech. My unrelenting will soon be ready to inflict a hammer blow on your defenses. If you don't attack me soon enough, it will be too late for you to stop my assault." Perhaps the aliens heard his cries, because some of the massive guns of the alien battleship started to shift their aim towards the approaching ace Mech. St. Neville easily sensed when a powerful primary kinetic gun battery was about to open fire. He jerked his unrelenting to the side with the help of her maneuvering thrusters and easily evaded the massive transphasic kinetic rounds that could overpenetrate combat carriers. Just because a warship cannon was enormous didn't mean it was the right tool for every job. The alien ship captain must have realized this as well, because the other kinetic gun batteries no longer bothered to track the fast and elusive unrelenting. Instead, the singular alien battleship no longer fired her comparatively weaker, but more nimble secondary laser cannons at the combat carriers, but instead began to fire a withering barrage of laser beams at the ace Mech. St. Neville had a much harder time with blocking and mitigating incoming attacks. The targeting systems of the alien battleship were top-notch and were able to reach a 30% hit rate, which was quite respectable at this distance. The unrelenting Saint Kingdom had to expend a considerable amount of strength to weaken and soften the transphasic laser beams that threatened to strike the ace Mech. Even then, whatever power the domain field hadn't been able to wear out eventually struck the round shield held by the ace Mech's other arm. The shield was incurring a horrible amount of damage. Though it was somewhat tolerable by ace Mech standards, St. Neville knew that he couldn't keep this up forever. As the seconds went by, more and more human ships succumbed to the overwhelming firepower of a single battleship. The powerful vessel only needed a single cannon to destroy a ship in a short amount of time. St. Neville could sense the massive and continuous loss of human life, but could do nothing about it aside from attracting as many laser beams as possible. The number of fleet carriers and combat carriers rapidly dropped. While their downfall didn't affect the Mechs in the field, the crews who served aboard them didn't even have time to hop into their escape pods due to how rapidly the hulls folded under fire. The worst part of it all was that the battleship hadn't even shown any noticeable drop in combat power. Her powerful transphasic energy shields possessed enough capacity and redundancy to resist the firepower of thousands of Mechs with ease. While the comparably tiny kinetic and energy attacks were definitely having an effect, their collective damage potential was simply too low, especially when hardly any of them were augmented with face water. The battleship's defenses essentially acted like an umbrella against the rain. This was why St. Neville knew it was crucial for him to wait until his unrelenting was ready to unleash a devastating charge attack. His Mech still wasn't fast enough to deal the necessary amount of damage, and that infuriated him. The longer he delayed, the more people got killed. As the distance between the alien battleship and the Seeker of Wealth rapidly started to shrink, the former activated another measure that expressly targeted the latter. The Seeker of Wealth actually started to slow down, despite the fact that her thrusters were burning hotter than ever. "Ah," Atris Magrin released a frustrated noise. "My people are telling me that my flagship is caught in some sort of spatial depression generated by the enemy ship. Why are the aliens so insistent on targeting my ship in particular?" That suddenly caused St. Neville to connect a few dots. "Father, I think these aliens aren't targeting us, but rather the ship wreckage that we have retrieved. I suggest you order your men to dump them out into space as quickly as possible so that we can divert their attention." That might work, but it may also be the only reason that the aliens have scruples about blowing up my flagship. The Seeker of Wealth will get intercepted by the alien battleship if this situation persists, Neville quickly told his father. "The spatial depression can even block shuttles and escape shuttles from moving away from your flagship. The only way to buy you a chance to make it out alive is if you give them what they seek." "You're right. In a situation of life and death, Autris Magrin did not hesitate and immediately made the correct decision. It took less than 30 seconds later for one of the cargo bay hatches of the Seeker of Wealth to slide open. 2 different pieces of alien ship wreckage were soon tossed into open space. For a moment, the battlefield entered into a brief lull. Many human soldiers hoped that the aliens would restrain their firepower now that their true goals became exposed. It seemed that even the alien ship wreckage agreed as the latest one that the pioneering fleet picked up earlier started to produce a shadow of a phase whale. However, the phase whale barely showed up to greet the incoming alien battleship before it broke apart. The alien artifact locked inside the broken wreck seemed to have lost all of its strength and turned into a regular piece of alien artwork. St. Neville widened his eyes as he realized how the aliens might interpret this sequence of events. No. Before he could put his unrelenting in the right path, one of the primary kinetic cannon batteries had shifted its aim towards the Seeker of Wealth and opened fire. The flagship bearing his father immediately suffered a massive blow. Chapter 4606, The Overachiever. Each of you are part of the future of our Magrin family. A vigorous and stern-faced man spoke in front of a lectern in front of a classroom. Dozens of young children obediently sat on their chairs as they had been taught and looked up to the speaker with varying degrees of love, respect, and adoration in their expressions. Neville Magrin was one of those children. He was almost indistinguishable from his other brothers and sisters. Though each of them were born from different mothers, they all shared the same father. They hardly ever saw their father in reality. Their mothers told them that he shouldered great burdens and had to work hard every day in order to complete a grand mission. Even if the children had no idea what all of that meant, the importance of what his father was doing had already been drilled into their minds before they grew old enough to understand human speech. I have high expectations for all of you. Autris Magrin continued his speech. The school that I have set up for you will teach you essential skills. Each of you will need to be good at something when you grow older because the galaxy we live in does not tolerate useless people. Becoming useless was one of the greatest sins in the Magrin family. Little Neville Magrin stiffened his back and resolved to work harder than everyone else to earn his father's personal recognition. The older kids told him that the ones that performed better received more attention from their father. In contrast, the ones that never amounted to everything usually got transferred away from the orbit of their father, so that he would never have to waste his time on failures. Autris continued his speech. Learning is a struggle. Becoming good at something requires a lot of dedication and hard work. Some will tell you that you will need talent to become good at something, but that only applies to a small number of professions such as Mech piloting. I do not believe that talent is relevant in everything else. Therefore, if you don't succeed, you have no one to blame but yourself. This was a harsh message, but the children had all heard this message many times. Their father tolerated no excuses from them. If they failed, it was their fault. Though their father could be harsh, he was also fair. Their mothers repeatedly emphasized this point. Each of you are lucky to be my children, Autris Magrin claimed. There are many children in this galaxy who have no parents, who don't have a roof over their heads, who have never felt the touch of love and aren't able to get into any decent schools. Compare that to yourselves. Here, you have everything you need. You have access to a good school that possesses all of the necessary learning facilities. You will receive a light set of augmentations that will help you keep up with your studies. I have even been generous enough to free plenty of hours in your weekly schedule. The Magrin children each knew they were enormously privileged. While they were a bit sheltered from society, they heard how many children grew up in poverty. Some literally had to live on the streets. Autris Magrin swept all of the children with his piercing gaze. Kids such as Neville felt as if they were exposed to the great responsibility that their father had always shouldered. The man's voice grew softer and more gentle. You are all sons and daughters of mine. My love for you is boundless, so I have made sure to give you enough playtime to let you be children. However, do not forget that children cannot rule the galaxy. Only the strongest and smartest grown-ups have earned the right to reign over everyone else. If you want to join me at the top, then do the best you can. Only you have the power to make yourself succeed. Excellence is within your reach, but you will need to work harder than everyone else to succeed. Make me proud, for Magrin. All of the children raised their fists, for Magrin. Little Neville Magrin became completely entranced by their father's strong voice and wise words. Many kids worked hard for a time, but they eventually fell back to their youthful impulses. Spending so many hours of studying ahead or understanding the lesson materials more thoroughly was utterly boring compared to playing with all of the games in the playrooms. Neville used to play with his toys as well, but ever since he met his father, he locked them into a lockbox that he had requested from his mother and resolved to never open them again. The box constantly tempted him. He had placed it on the foot of his bed, so he was constantly aware that it was close. His toy Mechs, his stuffed dolls, and his cool starship models always called him back and play like in the old days. Many times, he came to stand in front of his lockbox and came close to opening the lid. It took more and more effort to turn himself back each day. Each time he did, he felt saddened and pained for rejecting so much fun, but he constantly reminded himself that his father would always approve of his choice. The desire to earn the recognition of his father ultimately drove Neville forward. The lockbox became easier for him to ignore. As he grew older, he became less obsessed over playing with his toys. Part of it was because he outgrew them, but another part of it was because he found enjoyment in other ways. The approval shown by his mother, the admiration he attracted from his fellow brothers and sisters, and the accomplishment he felt for doing a good job all turned into his new sources of fun. Of course, Neville was hardly the only child in his class who worked harder than ever. There were numerous other children who constantly competed for first place. They all pressured each other into doing better, because they knew that if they slacked off even once, they would get further away from obtaining a chance to receive a compliment from their father. It wasn't until he became 10 years old that his life changed forever. From the moment the Magrin family learned of his genetic aptitude, his father summoned him and his mother. It was one of the most glorious moments of his long life. Even though Neville had attained much greater achievements since that time, he would never forget the pride and expectation his father directed to himself. A genetic aptitude of B is good, Autras said as he stroked his large and hard hand on Neville's head. Children with this aptitude can be considered talented in Mech piloting, but don't let that go to your head. Even A-grade potentates ended up becoming worthless because they thought their excellent talent was enough to replace hard work. If you want to be first, then work for it. Make me proud. I will, father, Neville politely said, though his little heart was burning with the desire to get another pat on his head. In his 10 years of life, he never experienced as much love from his father as this day. Neville threw himself into his training. The Magrin family hadn't been large enough to set up its own Mech academy back then, so Neville was forced to attend a public institution. It was hard at first. There were so many people around him who were so different from the Magrins he was familiar with. Their personalities diverged, and hardly any of his fellow Mech cadets trained as much as himself. Even so, he resisted the temptation to hang out with them or match their pace. He clung onto the motivation that allowed him to stop himself from opening his box of toys and pushed himself into both physical and mental training. With hard work came rewards. He earned higher grades and greater appreciation from his Mech instructors. That allowed him to take extra classes where he could receive personal tutoring from retired veterans who could teach a lot of materials that weren't necessarily included in the curriculum. By the time he graduated from the Mech Academy with distinction, he entered a long but successful career as a Mech pilot. It almost seemed natural for him to achieve successive breakthroughs, but only a few people understood how much he sacrificed in order to meet everyone's expectations. As more and more people in the Magrin family expected greatness from him, Neville always made sure to never slack off in his training. This was because, despite all of the people looking up to him, the increasingly more accomplished Mech pilot only truly cared about the opinion of a single individual. His father. Becoming an expert pilot, and especially an ace pilot, was enough to make a person feel fulfilled, but not Neville. This was because his father expected him to go much further. Whereas many other people thought that Neville would only amount to so much before he reached his limit, his father never believed that he had reached the end of his road. "You are only halfway on your journey," Autris Magrin gently said as he patted Neville on the back with great affection. "So don't celebrate before you have completed your marathon. You will need to work much harder from now on because the remainder of your route will be an uphill struggle." "Do you believe in me, father?" Autris' eyes stared hungrily at his grown son. "I do. Do you know why? It is because you are my flesh and blood. Not only that, but you also took after my lessons better than anyone else. No one has matched my drive and urgency to excel as well as you. That is why I know for certain that you have what it takes to become a god pilot." His father was the beginning and the end of his life. Though other people always reacted oddly when they found out how much St. Neville Magrin remained dependent on his father, he never saw this as a weakness. Instead, he saw this as his strength. He had earned everything in his life with the help of his father. As long as Autris Magrin remained a part of his life, St. Neville Magrin never had to worry about everything else. His only concern and responsibility was to become strong as possible so that he could help his father fulfill his great mission. For over 1.5 centuries, his father served as Neville Magrin's bedrock. The ace pilot never imagined a scenario where his father was no longer present in his life. This was because Autris Magrin was simply too strong, brilliant, and clever to fail. The man hardly looked older and still tackled all of his problems with the same level of energy and conviction as before. Though Autris inevitably made mistakes from time to time, he never allowed that to put him down for long. As Neville grew increasingly stronger, he felt gratified for being help his father tide over these difficulties with greater ease. He should have been doing so for his father once again today. "Father." St. Neville didn't know why a part of his mind recalled all of his cherished moments that he had spent with his father, but he had an ominous feeling about what he was experiencing. Past and present blended into each other as he remembered Autris Magrin when he was at his greatest and when he was at his most vulnerable. A much greater sense of urgency and pain burst in his heart, causing him to resonate a lot better with his unrelenting than before. However, his connection with his ace Mech also became a lot more unstable than any other point in his life. His ace Mech's Saint Kingdom began to wobble even as it glowed brighter, causing it to draw even more laser fire from the alien battleship. But Neville cared nothing about his own ordeals. He only paid attention to the well-being of a single person. "Father, talk to me, please. Are you still alive?" The lack of answer caused the dread in his heart to grow even stronger. Chapter 4607, A Good Father. From the moment the alien battleship emerged from the gas layers of the brown dwarf star, Neville should have realized that his father's fleet had no chance of defeating this powerful opponent. Instead of trying to save as much of the fleet as possible, he should have given up on most of his comrades and prioritized the safety of his father. If his father was transferred to a smaller and less conspicuous starship and rapidly moved away under the escort of the Unrelenting, then the chances of saving his father were much greater. In fact, if Autris Magrin was willing to sacrifice everything, then he could have transferred to the cockpit of the Unrelenting and allow the ace Mech to warp away from this star system. The journey to a safer destination would be long and uncomfortable, but at least his father would remain alive and protected by a powerful ace Mech. Now, all of those possibilities became moot, because the seeker of wealth instantly crumbled when she was struck by the main guns of the alien battleship. Though his father's fleet carrier and flagship hadn't instantly blown up after getting struck by a kinetic hammer strike. Pretty much every human on the ship sustained massive shocks. Thousands of bodies had already been pounded into mulch. Others screamed in pain as their bones broke despite the protection offered by their suits. "Father, what is your condition? Are you still alive?" It took 4 long seconds for Atras to speak over the private communication channel. "I am still alive for now," the old man wheezed in obvious pain. "The command center is the most protected compartment on my flagship, and my shield generator has blunted much of the blow. Even then, all of the people around me are dead." "You need to get out of there, Father. Let me turn around and take you away." "No," Atras Magrin barked. "Do not turn away. You are the only hope my fleet has left. I will not allow you to give up on your charge. Let alone our men, you will not be able to escape the alien battleship's pursuit if she is still fully operational. The only way to give our people a chance to escape is to inflict so much damage onto the enemy battleship that it can no longer interdict the warp drives of our ships." St. Neville Magrin understood this logic as well as his father, but he couldn't accept this course of action. The lives of his family members and the people employed by Senatus Prospecting were worth nothing to him. They may be his friends and colleagues during his daily life, but here on the battlefield they were completely worthless compared to his father. The forward acceleration of the Unrelenting already started to slow down as Neville started to think about how he could best pull his injured father from his flagship and bring him out of this accursed star system alive. "Let me..." "Shut up." Atras spoke in his most authoritative voice possible. It was the voice he used when he demanded absolute obedience from his children and his subordinates. "You have obeyed my instructions for your entire life. Do not ruin that unbroken record by spoiling it in my final moments." Neville's alarm grew even greater when he heard the fatalism in his father's tone. "You're still alive. Even if I can't pull you out myself, you can still count on the rest of our forces. As long as you are still breathing, we can still make a comeback." Atras coughed over the command channel. "It's too late for me. My flagship is ruined. The compartments and hallways around me are crushed and broken. Whatever spatial trap the alien battleship has applied to my crippled ship is not only preventing craft from launching out of the ruined hull, but is also preventing outside vehicles from getting inside. Even my personal teleporter is blocked. The seeker of wealth is isolated, my son. This vessel will be my coffin, but it doesn't have to be your funeral as well." "No," St. Neville Magrin boomed as his emotions hit another peak. "I won't accept this. Your approval is everything I have ever wanted. I haven't made you happy yet. I still need you to tell me that I did a good job once I have become a god pilot. I don't know what I will do if you are gone." Atras coughed as blood leaked from his mouth. "Every child has to grow up and live a life outside of the protection of his parents. My negligence in preparing you for this is my mistake. If I am fated today, don't compound my regret by following me into death. You still have a chance." "You're not dead yet, Father. I can still beat the alien battleship. Let me block the attacks of the enemy vessel and buy enough time for you to get away." "No, I forbid you from tanking the most powerful attacks launched by the alien craft. Your ace Mech can't cope with so much damage. Do not follow me into death." The ace pilot was in tears by now. He had never really imagined a life without his father guiding his actions. He felt so apprehensive about becoming alone that his mind became paralyzed at the thought of living in such a dreadful future. Ace pilots rarely experienced any distress anymore. But when the subject they cared about the most was at stake, even the most hardened and transcendent warriors could break down and cry. Many kilometers away from the Unrelenting, an old and broken man laid against the side of a torn bulkhead. The air in the command center had already been sucked away. The surrounding compartments were in a total mess. The only reason this space remained reasonably intact was because this crucial area had been reinforced thrice over. Even that had failed to stop the massive kinetic rounds fired by an actual battleship from transmitting so much shock that the officers and specialists had all been shattered or flattened to death. The sight of all of the broken bodies of his loyal descendants and workers had caused the infamous entrepreneurs to feel what it was like to be on the other side for once. It was so ironic. A winner like him, who did everything he could to climb his way up, had reached the bottom of his life. He had never failed as much as today. As his protective suit tried its best to prevent his injured and infirm body from deteriorating, his mind became a lot more sober than before. His grand ambition, his great mission, his ultimate goal, they were all out of his reach. Funnily enough, Autras Magrin no longer felt upset about that. He would have felt completely different back when he was in his prime, but now that he was facing the end of his life, he realized that his legacy was not as brilliant as he liked. If he was about to perish, then he did not wish to be remembered as a notorious vulture. He wanted human society to remember all of the good that he had done. The only gift to humanity that truly mattered was not his company, but the son that he had trained into an ace pilot. "Neville," he said as his voice grew weaker, "don't stop improving. Keep growing stronger. You are your father's son. The stronger you become, the more you will elevate my legacy. This is a way to keep my memory alive. So long as enough people remember me, that is enough. I will always be with you. Fight to your heart's content, but promise me that you will do your best to live on your own. Promise me, my son." "What are you saying?" "You are my heir. You are my greatest accomplishment. You are the only relative that I love the most. Do not ruin this by disobeying my instructions for the first time." Neville openly cried by this time. "Father, I can't. I don't know how to live on my own. I have never made my own decisions." "Don't be ridiculous," Autras barked. "You are an ace pilot. You're 170 years old now. Don't you think you are old enough to take charge for once? Besides, you do not have to do everything yourself. Most of my fleet will probably be ruined after today, but Senatus Prospecting still retains many more assets. From the moment the company confirms my death, ultimate ownership and authority will pass on to you. Almost everything I possess that is still intact will become your personal property." St. Neville grew dizzy at the thought of leading the company of his father. He didn't know a single thing about running a business. "I can't do this, Father. I will ruin everything that you have built." "Don't worry too much. Our other relatives shall follow your will and handle the work that you cannot do. Your strength is your most valuable asset. An ace pilot such as yourself will always be able to attract investment. I am not passing my remaining properties to you because I want you to build an empire. I am passing them on because you have a higher chance to get back on track and complete your advancement to God Pilot if you have a stronger foundation." "Father." "Live, my son. Leave a doomed father like myself behind. Don't die in this backwater star system. Don't let these aliens wipe out all of our men. Don't let the Golden Skull Alliance have the last laugh. Promise me that you will carry on, live your life, and evolve into a God Pilot. Promise me, my son." "This is an order, son." "I promise," St. Neville cried out in grief. "I promise, Father. I will make you proud beyond your death. I will complete the mission that you have given me. I will build the empire that you have always wanted to build. I will avenge your death and bring total ruination to the culprits who were responsible for driving you to a dead end." Autras Magrin's reddened eyes widened when he heard these vows. "You idiot boy, don't get consumed by vengeance. What happened is no one's fault but my own. I should have controlled my greed. If I didn't order my fleet to shadow the Golden Skull Alliance, if I didn't lose my caution after trying so hard to secure a shortcut for your advancement, I wouldn't have doomed myself." Before they could speak any further, the alien battleship decided to fire another powerful volley to finish off the pioneering fleet's flagship. "Father," Neville cried out in alarm. "Fight, my son. Fight for yourself, not for me. You still have a chance to escape. Do not let our adversaries benefit from your downfall. Becoming the strongest Mech pilot is the greatest way you can defy their expectations. You can do anything once you become a god. Maybe, You can even bring me back to life." It was at this moment that one of the Pulmer primary kinetic cannon battery opened fire. The triangular arrangement of muzzles each fired massive transphasic projectiles that rapidly crossed from one end to the other end of the battlefield. Once they struck the broken and crippled flagship, the Seeker of Wealth burst entirely. There was no way her remaining defenses could keep the ship together. Countless broken and deformed parts sprayed in every direction, thereby ruling out any possibility for Autris Magrin or anyone else stationed on the ship to survive this devastating blow. Fangathir. From the moment the Seeker of Wealth burst apart, St. Neville Magrin knew that the life of his father and greatest dependents had come to an end. Fangathir. The Saint Kingdom surrounding the Unrelenting turned from orange to red as dark and negative emotions completely overwhelmed his mood. Grief, rage, regret, and other unsavory emotions completely overwhelmed his psyche to the point where there was nothing else in his mind. The Unrelenting seemed to echo his emotional outburst. It too seemed to grieve the loss of the man who commissioned its creation. The ace pilot and ace Mech became so overwhelmed by their loss that they harmonized and resonated with each other in a much more profound manner than in the past. The reddened Saint Kingdom, centered around the Unrelenting, started to balloon in size. Not only that, but the power of true resonance became much greater and more focused. The Saint Kingdom was no longer shaped like a normal sphere. It lengthened and gained definition to the point where it had turned into a gigantic glowing figure. The extraordinary manifestation that had reached a titanic size had taken the shape of Autris Magrin. My father is still alive. Chapter 4608, The Power of Gods. Everyone who paid attention to this battle became shocked when they saw what happened to the Unrelenting. The surviving members of Autris Magrin's pioneering fleet, the aliens who were serving aboard the alien battleship, and the Golden Skull Alliance who were observing the unfolding massacre from a distance, all became slack-jawed. Aurelia grew confused as she saw the powerful Mech beginning to project a giant humanoid figure. "What is happening, Papa?" Her father, who had been teaching her a lesson on manipulation, struggled to accept the reality transmitted by the observation devices planted in the Ramage repulsor system. He first suspected that Senatus Prospecting managed to hack them all. It was much more believable if the current footage was falsified. However, he knew in his heart that the live feeds were all working fine. None of them were close enough to get affected by any interference. They were so well hidden that it was impossible for a single party to sniff out all of them in a short amount of time. Vess had no choice but to accept the fact that St. Neville Magrin had reached a state that few Mech pilots ever got to experience. The enemy ace pilot has entered into a special state of mind, honey. St. Neville Magrin has attained the legendary state of unity of man and machine. This is already scary enough if he is piloting a normal Mech or an expert Mech. If an ace pilot is able to reach this state with an ace Mech, then the amount of strength he wields is unreal. How? Humans have unlimited potential, my dear. You and I are constantly growing stronger. If we can do it, so can others. Each and every person can transform their spirit or willpower through exceptional means, thereby allowing them to summon much greater strength than anyone can imagine. Those who are able to succeed in this are the people who we truly need to pay attention to. They can be our greatest allies if they are on our side, but they can also become our most deadly enemies if they are on the opposite side. Aurelia became more and more awed as she was able to gain a faint glimpse of the immense power that St. Neville managed to produce. Is he as strong as a god pilot, Papa? No, Vess spoke with certainty. God pilots are much more astonishing than that. The Tower of Babel wouldn't even be able to remain intact if that was the case. St. Neville has come close, though. The gap between his current state and his next rank has shrunk so much that... H.M. Aurelia turned her cute little head at her father. If my suspicions are correct, then St. Neville has gained a much clearer idea on what he is working towards. The difficulty of becoming a god pilot should be much less for him than usual. That alarmed Vess a lot. Normally, he celebrated any event that allowed another god pilot to rise from the ranks of humanity. The problem was that he did not want this to happen to one of his enemies. It would be an absolute disaster if a new god pilot came into power who possessed an irreconcilable grudge against the Golden Skull Alliance. Vess knew exactly what drove St. Neville Magrin to this extent, and he clearly understood that he and his allies were primarily responsible for allowing this sequence of events to come into pass. It was even an explicit part of his action plan. Though he and his helpers were able to account for many possibilities, none of them thought that the most unlikeliest of events would actually take place. Vess loosely estimated that the chance that St. Neville Magrin might undergo a massive transformative boost in power was 0.1% or less. That was already a generous estimate. Reaching the state of unity of man and machine required the Mech pilot to meet many strict criteria. Otherwise, it should have been a much more frequent occurrence on the battlefield. As Vess tried to figure out where he miscalculated, the furious and empowered ace pilot didn't care about the magic of unity of man and machine. All he cared about was that his father was still with him, if not in body, then in spirit. St. Neville felt he could do anything as long as Autris was still by his side. "Father, you're still alive. Let us combine our strengths and crush this alien warship. No one is allowed to take away your life." With the unflinching belief that his father was supporting him beyond his death, St. Neville Magrin summoned more power and directed his supercharged ace mech to accelerate even faster towards the alien battleship. He no longer cared about waiting for at least 218 seconds anymore. He instinctively knew that he already gained the power to breach the alien battleship's defenses. The Unrelenting abruptly sped up by several times. This was such a massive speed boost that even the aliens crewing the only warship on the battlefield grew alarmed. What was especially dazzling was that the gigantic true resonance manifestation of Autris Magrin became more solid and condensed. It was as if St. Neville's strong memories of his father were amplifying his current state of unity of man and machine. The aliens weren't stupid. They had fought against human forces long enough to develop a good understanding of the powerful and diverse means of the foreign invaders. They had all learned that whenever something big was glowing with power, they were all about to have a really bad time. The alien battleship no longer fired her guns at different starships anymore. The Senatus prospecting fleet had already disintegrated for the most part. Almost every fleet carrier had succumbed, while the amount of surviving combat carriers had dropped by half. Instead of wasting her firepower on finishing off these trivial targets, it was a lot more important to stop this gigantic growing human god from getting close. Every single primary, secondary, and territory gun battery turned their powerful gun muzzles towards the approaching ace mech. The slow but powerful primary kinetic cannons opened fire whenever they were able to do so, but before the powerful city-destroying rounds escaped the muzzles, the ace mech already evaded to the side. St. Neville Magrin's reaction speed had reached such an insane level that his actions were indistinguishable from precognition. The Unrelenting even managed to evade many direct laser attack impacts. Even as dozens of secondary laser cannons tried their best to weave an inescapable net around the Unrelenting, the powerful ace mech zipped around as if it was a light skirmisher instead of a medium hybrid mech. Though the Unrelenting wasn't able to bend reality far enough to evade every incoming laser beam, the near-solid energy manifestation of Autris Magrin easily sapped their strength. The Unrelenting was unstoppable in this state. It was as if Autris Magrin himself was doing his best to protect his son from further harm. This belief seemed to empower St. Neville even further. His scorching hot eyes concentrated solely on the battleship that was responsible for almost killing his cherished father. As the ace mech braced its lance, the manifestation of Autris Magrin lifted up its finger. The lance and Autris Magrin's arm were completely aligned. Both of them were united by a single purpose. As the Unrelenting quickly closed in on the alien battleship, it started to enter into much more turbulent space. It turned out that the alien battleship had shifted her spatial trap into a zone in front of the threatening Ace Mech. However, the effect was far from matching the might of Neville's burning fury. The Ace pilot didn't even feel the additional resistance. The unrelenting transphasic flight system was still accelerating the Ace Mech at an impossible rate. By the time the Unrelenting was about to collide against the shielded bow of the alien battleship, Neville became unprecedentedly focused. "My father commands you to break, so break." An incredibly powerful explosion erupted from the front of the battleship upon impact. The Ace Mech, along with its massive solidified Saint Kingdom, collided against the bow of the vessel with such great speed and momentum that the energies released upon impact had reached cataclysmic levels. No one except St. Neville Magrin could track what was happening during this extraordinary interval of time. Only St. Neville could clearly feel that his father had punched his finger through not 3, but 6 Orvan-segmented energy shields. It turned out that the analysts employed by Autris Magrin had underestimated the technology of the alien battleship. If the Unrelenting had charged the enemy vessel in its previous state, then it would have been stopped at the 4th layer. All of that was moot now, that the Unrelenting had reached a completely different state. The spear of the Ace Mech hadn't even touched any obstacles by the time that the giant glowing finger had destroyed every energy shield in its path. St. Neville barely had any time to process this massive result before the finger struck the hull of the alien battleship. The bow was the strongest and most heavily armored section of the alien vessel. Layers of Gugger systems, Armalite DTTF-4 hull plating, provided a lot of physical protection against both warship attacks and Ace Mech attacks. Yet when the giant finger poked into the nose of the alien ship, it managed to punch through all of those layers with unerring power. The finger went deeper and deeper, even as the surrounding compartment all sustained heavy damage. Though the remaining limbs of the giant energy manifestation turned out to be more illusionary in nature, St. Neville Magrin's amplified Saint Kingdom still crushed many ship components and pulverized the bodies of many alien crew members at closer ranges. The Ace Mech drilled several hundred meters into the center of the alien battleship. Not only did this devastating charge demolish a lot of essential offensive and defensive ship systems, but it also demolished many important compartments where officers and other essential crew members were stationed. Over a third of all of the systems of the alien battleship immediately became inoperable because of this devastating charge attack. At the end of the charge, the giant energy finger rapidly lost cohesion. Even the unity of man and machine was not able to generate an endless amount of power. Eventually, the shaped Saint Kingdom lost so much substance that the physical lance of the Unrelenting was forced to punch through the remaining core compartments of the battleship. Once the Ace Mech finally lost all of its momentum, a brief pause ensued even as secondary explosions and other catastrophic phenomena engulfed the front half of the alien battleship. Even though her rear half still remained functional for the most part, there was no doubt that the Unrenting had partially crippled her in just a single charge. St. Neville wasn't done. He wanted to do more than cripple the alien battleship. He wanted to destroy her utterly, and there was no better way to do that than to rampage through her insides, where none of her warship-grade gun batteries could target his Ace Mech directly. However, just as the powerful Ace Mech tossed away its ruined lance and lifted up its destructive warhammer, a powerful missile appeared out of nowhere and collided against the Unrelenting with such great force that the Ace Mech almost bounced out of the hole it had made. The strange missile hadn't exploded upon impact. After a brief pause, it burst forward once again and somehow kicked the Ace Mech out of the hull of the alien battleship with so much power that a shockwave rippled through the surrounding space and shattered a decent chunk of the surrounding hull sections. "Who dares?" Saint Neville roared, as he tried his best to force his Saint Kingdom to maintain its humanoid shape. A single small shape emerged from the same hole. The missile turned out to be a surprisingly small, armored alien individual. Somehow, the alien was powerful enough to resist the might of an ace Mech. The Trampler of Stars could no longer command the battle from the seat of his power. The fabric of space rippled around the powerful Nuncer warlord as the Trampler of Stars channeled the power of face water coursing through his veins. The humans weren't the only ones who were capable of deploying gods on the battlefield. The Trampler of Stars was determined to show these insolent foreign invaders how he came to be called this way his fellow aliens. Chapter 4609, Individual Power. When the Big Two completed their centuries-long preparation and openly invaded the Red Ocean with great momentum, the human war fleets largely encountered little resistance at first. Part of that had to do with the starting point of their invasion. The Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance hadn't built the crucial gateway between the galaxies in the middle of the star system, but instead opted to place it in the periphery. The concentration of resources was much lower here, which meant that the major alien races of the Red Ocean did not have a high presence in this neighborhood. The warships they utilized in the surrounding regions were second-line assets at best, and were far from matching the highest standards of their respective civilizations. It took a lot of time before the aliens recognized the full threat of these extragalactic invaders, but what could they do? Many of their most powerful war fleets were stationed much further inside the Red Ocean. The various alien races needed a lot of time to mobilize their best assets to the expanding front lines. Therefore, the MTA and CFA warfleets largely encountered little threat when they pummeled the local resistance. It wasn't until they started to encounter strange anomalies that they began to experience more serious setbacks. The phase whales were the most troublesome opponents to fight against. Their sizable bodies, along with their excellent mastery of face water, granted them much greater power and versatility than other combatants. The depth of their spatial abilities allowed them to come up with the right answers to many problems on the battlefield. Though humanity already knew what to expect from the phase whales more or less, the fact that special individuals from other alien races were able to imitate the horrible strength and powers of phase whales to a degree was an unpleasant surprise. Previously, the people assigned to study alien society never really took the native gods that seriously. They learned that these powerful super warriors were obsessed with injecting face water into their bodies in an attempt to imitate the most powerful phase whales, but they didn't understand how that allowed these delusional individuals to gain an unreasonable amount of power. These native gods sounded similar to high-ranking Mech pilots who didn't need to borrow the power of Mechs at first, but they rarely fought in any battles, which meant that information about their combat prowess was scarce and tainted with superstitious beliefs. The so-called gods among the Nuncers, Orvans, and other prominent intelligent alien races all assumed important leadership positions in their respective societies. They occupied key positions such as heads of states, high council members, military generals, chief scientists, and so on. They rarely condescended to serve as mere soldiers or champions who could be ordered around at will. It was because of the difference in how humanity and the native aliens treated their most combat-capable champions that led to a bias against the beings who paraded themselves around as if they were actual deities. Too many humans assumed that they were merely alien leaders who made use of special augmentations to puff themselves up. It made for a convenient excuse to build a cult around themselves, which was a cheap and easy way to entrench their popular support and secure their power base. A lot of Mechers and fleeters became surprised once these supposed statesmen, members of parliament and chief scientists began to show up on the battlefield so that they could brawl against human Mechs and warships with their own bodies. Of course, the soldiers and officers of the Big Two were only briefly caught off guard. Many of these gods fought by relying on whatever face water augmentations they incorporated in their bodies. The cultural beliefs and customs surrounding their existence made it unacceptable for them to employ excessive technological gear such as mechs. After all, if these all-powerful gods needed to rely on mechs or even stronger technological weapons to defeat their opponents, how could they be any better from the mortals they profess to rule over? The awe and dignity of gods had to be maintained at all cost. Practically, every indigenous alien civilization of the Red Ocean had come to a consensus on this issue. As such, these face-water addicts got so full of themselves that they overestimated their importance in battle against the humans. While many of these alien gods were able to exhibit absolute superiority in any infantry-level fight, they were mostly unable to maintain the upper hand when fighting against decent human mechs and warships. Humanity had developed a lot more solutions against small but powerful combat units. No matter whether it was first-class multipurpose mechs or a delusional alien god who learned a few face-water tricks, they were all the same to humanity. It wasn't until the Big Two started to slaughter many of these arrogant alien gods in droves that the indigenous alien civilizations truly understood that they were facing collective extinction. Most alien gods didn't actually amount to much. The proportion of native powerhouses that could give human ace mechs and warships a run for their money were rare, mostly due to the escalating difficulty of integrating face water into their bodies. The Trampler of Stars could be classified as a middle-tier native god. He was clearly stronger and more prestigious than the younger and more inexperienced members of his exclusive group. He wouldn't have gained such a domineering title and assumed leadership over prototype warships that incorporated a blend of powerful human and alien tech. However, he still fell short of the real powerhouses, who often grasped the real reins of power of their respective civilizations. The owner of the fractured house of the collapsing star began to gain a new respect for human ace mechs after testing out the power of the machine in front of his body. The previous two collisions had given the Nuncer warlord a much better. The ace mechs fielded by the Mech Trade Association were so astonishingly strong that not even the Trampler of Stars dared to challenge them in single combat. The ace mechs fielded by second-class human pioneers were much worse in this regard, but that didn't mean they were trivial to defeat. "What is your name?" The Trampler of Stars transmitted his inquiry to the opposing machine. Though the alien had asked this question in his native language, he had opted to allow his translation suite to convert his words into human speech this time. The powerful human warrior who was piloting the ace mech deserved much more respect in his opinion. The Trampler of Stars could already feel that the enemy ace pilot was incomparably strong compared to that sniveling human brat that he interrogated some time earlier. It was unfortunate for the alien warlord that St. Neville Magrin was not interested in a chat. The man was still bereft with grief and rage, and he was quite aware that his temporary explosion of power was already starting to fade. He needed to finish off the damaged battleship and complete his revenge against the aliens before he was unable to sustain the state of unity of man and machine any longer. "Get out of the way," he roared as his ace mech began to attack the battleship yet again. The shoulder-mounted Gauss cannons fired a salvo of transphasic resonance-empowered Gauss rounds that inflicted a thunderous hammer blow against the heavily damaged bow sections of the alien battleship. Thousands of tons worth of hull structure shattered and broke apart from the enormous kinetic impacts produced by the seemingly casual attacks. That wasn't all. Before the Trampler of Stars could charge forward and bounce the unrelenting further away from the damaged battleship, the ace mech quickly lifted up its wrists and engulfed an enormous area in front of it with twin sprays of hot flames. The flamethrowers not only caused the Trampler of Stars to disappear from sight, but also melted and engulfed all of the damaged but reasonably intact hull sections of the front half of the battleship. However, before St. Neville could bring his ace mech back into the hole, So that the Mech could burn the battleship from the inside, powerful face water fluctuations began to ripple in front before an enormous shockwave blasted the Unrelenting backwards. It was as if the fabric of space had wobbled and rippled in a way that whipped the Ace Mech backwards. Not only did the powerful spatial shockwaves repel the Ace Mech, they also shattered the cohesion of the resonance-enhanced flames, causing them to be unable to burn the battleship any further. The Trampler of Stars came into view again. His heavy armor barely looked scorched at all. Stronger and more obvious spatial barriers surrounded his body, granting him greater protection against external attacks. The alien warlord was angry now. He no longer attempted to communicate with St. Neville any further, but instead started his follow-up move. The alien god floating in front of his home ship reared up his body before crashing his forehoofs onto an invisible surface in empty space. The incomprehensible crash produced a massive spatial shockwave that radiated forward and struck the Unrelenting. St. Neville immediately felt uncomfortable as his Ace Mech struggled to resist this spatial attack. The Unrelenting's humanoid-shaped Saint Kingdom managed to bleed away most of the damaging effects, but it had lost a lot more cohesion as a consequence. Seeing that it became a lot more difficult for St. Neville to keep his father by his side, he grew more urgent than ever. "Fine, then. If you want to get physical, then so will I," Neville roared. The Unrelenting fired another salvo of powerful Gauss rounds at the battleship. Though the Trampler of Stars disrupted the trajectory of the projectiles by rippling the surrounding space, the attacks still managed to inflict glancing blows on the partially crippled battleship. The more damage the fractured house of the collapsing star sustained, the longer it took to make her travel worthy again. The Trampler of Stars shot forward while rearing up his body in an attempt to crash his powerful hoofs against the frame of the Ace Mech. The Unrelenting did not try to evade the incoming attack, but instead tried to meet it by lifting up its warhammer in preparation for a thunderous blow. Just as the hoofs of the alien warlord soared down with the force of a crashing warship, the Unrelenting quickly lifted up its round shield at an angle while trying to bring its hammer down onto the head of the alien god. A huge explosion of power erupted from their positions as their attacks released a lot of different energies. Two smaller shapes bounced away from each other as if they were marbles. The Unrelenting sustained no obvious damage, but its Saint Kingdom had obviously become a lot more frazzled. The Trampler of Stars also didn't seem to suffer any obvious damage, as he had been able to rely on his powerful spatial shields to mitigate or deflect much of the damage of the hammer blow. The two opponents only paused for a brief amount of time before they charged at each other once again. This time, the Unrelenting attempted to soften up its alien opponent by firing its Gauss cannons at its target. The Trampler of Stars performed a strange spatial technique that bent the space in front of him, causing the projectiles to curve away from his small form. At least, that was supposed to happen. What actually happened was that the reality-defying properties of true resonance allowed the Gauss rounds to resist the spatial warping effect just enough to strike the alien god's spatial shields. The hammer strike that followed after that struck the alien warlord considerably harder than before. Still, the Trampler of Stars also managed to bounce the Unrelenting backs by lowering its head and colliding it against the Ace Mech's chest area like a battering ram. The defenses of both combatants sustained a lot of damage, but neither of them were willing to back down. Whoever managed to exhaust the defenses of the other first would gain a massive advantage in this duel. Chapter 46, 10 Limits of Force. As the crew of the half-ruined alien battleship desperately conducted damage control activities in an attempt to stop her from collapsing any further, an important duel took place just in front. The Trampler of Stars used his own godblood-infused body to challenge the human Ace Mech that sought to finish the job. After a few exchanges of blows, it became clear that the two possessed distinct strengths and weaknesses. The Nuncer warlord showed unflinching courage and great endurance against his larger and more destructive opponent. His spatial barriers were uncommonly strong, and he excelled at shaking and destabilizing wide swaths of space around his body. What was particularly admirable about the Nuncer warlord was that he fought as if he could fight all day. The Trampler of Stars was like an inexhaustible engine of destruction that could continually generate one shockwave after another, without showing any signs of flagging. Unfortunately, the Trampler of Stars did not excel in launching concentrated attacks. This made it difficult for the Nuncer powerhouse to punch through the Ace Mech's Saint Kingdom and pierce through the powerful armor system of the enemy machine. The Unrelenting, on the other hand, was a much more focused war machine. Its shoulder-mounted Gauss cannons could exert a decent amount of pressure onto the alien god and inflict severe structural damage on the less armored portions of the alien battleship. Its hammer strikes were even more destructive. While St. Neville Magrin was still plumbing the depths of his potential by sustaining the state of unity of man and machine with his ace pilot, the Unrelenting's warhammer steadily broke down the strong spatial shields that safeguarded the alien warlord's life. However, the Unrelenting's unreasonable level of performance could not be sustained. This was most evident when its Saint Kingdom had started to shrink and lose more and more cohesion. Every time it was struck by a spatial shockwave attack, it lost more and more strength. This was highly concerning for the humans who depended on the protection of the heir of their great leader. Not only was St. Neville Magrin unable to sustain the state of unity of man and machine much longer, but he was unable to make any further progress in finishing off the alien battleship. The front half of the alien craft might be ruined to the point that much of it was crippled, but her rear half retained a remarkable degree of functionality. Her segmented energy shields easily resisted the damage inflicted by the surviving mechs of the human pioneering fleet. Her intact and relatively unaffected gun batteries continued to pound the remaining human carrier vessels with great power. The fact that the battleship was able to perform so well despite receiving such a heavy blow was a testament to the design and the construction quality of the hybrid alien vessel. Not all was well, though. Many intact sections of the ship lost a lot of power or control, causing many different functions to weaken or become inactive entirely. The systems responsible for generating a powerful and far-reaching warp interdiction field had weakened to an extent, allowing many human starships that had traveled far away enough to enter into warp travel again. Some of them fled immediately, while others waited to pick up as many mechs and mech pilots as they could. Seeing the surviving fleet carriers and combat carriers escaping the effective range of the damaged alien battlefield was a relief to St. Neville Magrin. As the heat of his fury began to fade, and as exhaustion increasingly settled into his mind and body, his Unrelenting started to experience greater pressure from its immediate opponent. Even when St. Neville tried his best to keep his Unrelenting at an angle where the damaged alien battleship couldn't fire her gun batteries at his ace mech, the Trampler of Stars constantly tried to push his machine into kill zones. The more time passed by, the harder it became to prevent the Unrelenting from being shot at by the surviving secondary laser cannon batteries. St. Neville, a surviving mech officer of the remnant pioneering fleet, transmitted to the faltering ace mech, "You need to leave right away. You have done enough for us. We anticipate that the damage sustained by the alien battleship will prevent it from entering into warp travel and chasing after the few ships that we have left. There is no need for you to risk your life any further. Please fall back before it is too late." "I am not done yet," St. Neville hissed as his hatred against the alien warlord and his damaged battleship exceeded his desire for self-preservation. "I am not leaving this job unfinished. This is my best chance to finish off this alien ship and take revenge for what they did to my father. Your father did not want you to throw away your life in vain. We need you, Saint. Our ranks are in a mess, and none of us have anything close to the prestige of your father. You are his only recognized heir." You are the only son of his that can suppress the monkeys that are jumping around and keep our fleet and organization together. Think about it, Neville. Your father invested over 2 centuries of his life to build his empire. All of his hard work will collapse if you continue to risk your life and get buried in this inconsequential star system. Forgive me for saying so, sir, but protecting his legacy is more important than giving in to mindless rage. St. Neville sobered up a bit after hearing this. His father had told him to prioritize his survival and the survival of the fleet, but it was hard for him to obey these instructions when the unthinkable happened. As his ace Mech futilely tried to circle around the alien battleship, only for the small but hardy alien warlord to charge and collide against the machine to push it back, Neville became increasingly more frustrated at his lack of progress. Aside from the initial heavy charge attack, the Unrelenting failed to cripple the alien battleship any further. In fact, the opposite was taking place. As the alien damage control teams steadily put out fires and repaired damaged systems, the battleship showed signs of revival. Her segmented energy shields started to gain more cohesion and integrity than the opposite. Her warp drives were being repaired and readjusted as fast as possible so that she could regain her mobility. The alien vessel even started to launch her modest complement of starfighters. Despite his aggressive and tyrannical reputation, the Trampler of Stars was not a mindless beast. He patiently focused on displacing and exhausting the enemy machine, as opposed to breaching its formidable defenses. He clearly understood that the human ace Mech in front of him could not sustain its peak performance for long. The alien god was more than willing to stall the Unrelenting and wait until it had lost steam before going on the attack. When St. Neville Magrin could no longer maintain the unity of man and machine, he felt a lot more drained than usual. This was one of the downsides of entering this extraordinary state. Its power was incredible, but all of the energy had to come from somewhere. Right now, Neville had severely overdrafted his strength. His willpower was normally strong and incredibly resilient, but now that he had fought at a level of strength that could rival that of a senior ace pilot, his entire head was buzzing with excessive strain. The Unrelenting kept getting pushed back more and more by the Trampler of Stars. Seeing that it was impossible for St. Neville to complete a part of his quest for vengeance today, the ace pilot let out a disgusted noise and decisively turned his machine around. The ace Mech's transphasic resonance-empowered flight system easily allowed the powerful machine to distance itself from its immediate adversaries. The Trampler of Stars did not race after the retreating ace Mech. He instead hovered in front of his damaged ship and remained on guard in case this was a trick. Ultimately, the two sides diverged from each other. Neither side were willing to perpetuate this battle any further due to the heavy damage that they had sustained. Only a fraction of the Senatus prospecting fleet was left, and many of the ships that had fled during the panic were scattered all across the star system. The fractured house of the collapsing star, on the other hand, was under no condition to pursue any of the fleeing human vessels. Though she could still put up a decent fight, if she started to run down individual human carrier vessels, that would only exacerbate the damage. As the flames of battle started to fade, the masterminds who caused these two parties to collide in the first place were reasonably pleased at this outcome. Vess had many reasons to be happy. First, the Golden Skull Alliance managed to exact heavy punishment onto a vulture fleet. Even if it was impossible for the Larkinsons, glory seekers, and crossers to admit their responsibility for this scheme, plenty of smart people would be able to figure out the truth. Once that happened, a lot of opportunists who held malicious intentions towards the expeditionary fleet should withhold their greed. Hardly any other vulture fleet would dare to challenge a tough and aggressive opponent. Second, the alien battleship codenamed the Tower of Babel had sustained enough damage to cripple her, but not enough to destroy her entirely. Though Vess was disappointed that the rear half of the Tower of Babel held out remarkably well against the Unrelenting's brief assault, She was much less overpowering than before. The most important question in his mind was whether Lord Pirian Yorl-Tavik managed to survive this turbulent battle. "Is our target still alive and well?" Vess asked as he concentrated his mind onto Ilvain. The design spirit responded with a single affirmative impression. "Thanks. It is nice to know that all of my efforts so far haven't been in vain." The confirmation suggested that Lord Pirian Yorl-Tavik was being held in the rear half of the battleship. From the perspective of the alien crew members, the human captive resided somewhere in the lower decks. The upper decks were mostly gone or heavily damaged, but many of the most essential ship systems were located below. Vess became a lot more inclined to turn the expeditionary fleet around and jump straight back into the ramage repulsor system to complete his objective. The alien battleship was probably at her most vulnerable condition at this time. He would be a fool if he failed to take advantage of this crucial window of opportunity. The Golden Skull Alliance just needed to be wary of the intact gun batteries of the enemy battleship. The remaining primary kinetic cannons and the secondary laser cannons could destroy a lot of starships if they happened to get close enough. Vess quickly contacted General Verl. "We need to finish off the Tower of Babel as quickly as possible." "We are already on it, sir. We will need to employ all of our advantages, as it will not be easy for us to minimize the damage. We also need to act as soon as possible, as the greatest priority of the Tower of Babel is to leave human-occupied space before she is hunted down by a more powerful human force." I understand. Keep studying the condition of the Tower of Babel. If you don't have enough confidence to pull off a clean attack, then maybe we can reconsider. I do not want our fleet to suffer the same degree of damage as the Vulture fleet. The gains won't outweigh the losses if that happens." General Verl smiled. "There is no reason to throw away the lives of a lot of good soldiers. We can still live without completing our mission." The following days were crucial. The Golden Skull Alliance needed to pounce as quickly as possible in order to take advantage of Senatus Prospecting's hard work. Chapter 46. 11 Information Asymmetry. Vess finally waved his arm and switched off the live feeds that showed the aftermath of the battle. There was no point in observing what was taking place in the ramage repulsor system any further. Neither side was willing to launch any further attacks, and Vess had other people in his employ that could analyze the current condition of the damaged alien battleship. He needed to get ready to hold a number of emergency meetings to get ready for an upcoming warship assault. Before that happened, he wanted to make sure to hammer home a point in his daughter's mind. "Aurelia." "Yes, Papa." "What is your take on this battle?" Vess asked. "What stands out to you? You will earn bonus points if you voice opinions that I have yet to address." His little girl frowned in thought. She was so cute when she was doing her best to impress her parents. Aurelia became so eager to meet her father's expectations that even Mana halted her current studies. The companion spirit's semi-independent personality not only provided Aurelia with another thinking track, but also allowed her to view a situation from a slightly different perspective compared to herself. Even if Mana wasn't a real cat, she still resembled one close enough. As Aurelia and Mana both spent a minute in thought, they finally came up with a few notable observations. "What happened today is really sad for both sides," his older daughter mentioned. "Many of their people have died, and they also lost a lot of assets. The people of Senatus Prospecting should be the saddest of the two, since they have lost their flagship and leader." Vess slightly shook his head. "You are mentioning obvious facts. You might as well say that stars are hot." Aurelia smirked. "I'm not finished yet, Papa. What I am actually trying to say is that our fleet hasn't suffered any losses throughout this battle. Senatus Prospecting and the Tower of Babel did exactly what we wanted them to do. They fought against each other and forgot about our involvement." He became a bit more satisfied when she mentioned this angle. "That's correct. We took advantage of a fundamental condition to force our two enemies to turn their weapons against each other. Are you smart enough to figure it out, sweetie?" Her daughter scrunched her face. She looked troubled as she couldn't figure out how she could please her father. She eventually gave up and stared at Vess with her adorable eyes. "Please tell me the answer." Vess chuckled. "Very well. This is a rather advanced concept that you will only be able to understand when you grow older. The key words are information asymmetry. Do you know what that means? You should already know the meaning of information, but what does asymmetry mean?" I learned in my math classes that asymmetry is the opposite of symmetry. Two sides aren't equal. It is as if one of my ears is larger than the other. Yup, now how does that tie into information? I think it means that one side has more information than the other, Aurelia concluded. In our situation, our side knows the most. We knew about the existence and location of the Tower of Babel, whereas Senatus Prospecting remained clueless. Neither of our adversaries figured out that they were being baited by us until it was too late. Heh, Vess amusingly grinned. The asymmetry still exists. If I am correct, the aliens haven't even figured out that they were fooled. I just lured the Tower of Babel out of the brown dwarf star. After that, I made it seem as if the Senatus Prospecting fleet destroyed a connection to a powerful phase whale by blowing up the bait. The aliens predictably went mad and laid all of the blame at the feet of the humans directly in front of them. They might not even know about the existence and the proximity of our own fleet. That will help if you want to attack them, the little girl cleverly remarked. Vess nodded. Ah, I see you've caught that important detail. You are correct. Our goal is to rescue a human prisoner that is trapped on the damaged alien vessel. The battle that just concluded a moment ago hasn't changed that. This means that it is still important to maintain a significant information advantage over the other party. We don't want the surviving aliens to know we are coming and prepare for our upcoming attack in advance. Won't the survivors of Senatus Prospecting tell the aliens what truly happened? Our other enemies know about us and must have figured out that we are responsible. It will be much harder for us to attack the Tower of Babel if the alien soldiers learn about us in advance. Vess nodded. You are technically correct, but the aliens may not be receptive to a message from an enemy that managed to cripple the front half of their proud battleship. Besides, it might not even matter anymore if we cannot exploit the information asymmetry between us and the aliens. Do you know why? Because the aliens have lost too much. Correct, but what I really wanted to hear is that we have an overwhelming strength advantage over our opponent, he told her. Strength makes everything easier. An unbeatable opponent suddenly becomes vulnerable if you have the strength to overpower your adversary. You don't have to resort to risky, convoluted schemes like the one we just pulled off. We can just knock on the doors of the aliens and smash them apart. His daughter made another remark. This is what you wanted from the start. You wanted to attack the Tower of Babel, but you did not have the required strength. You had to rely on another attack method to soften up the enemy. Vess smirked again. That is correct. That ties into another trick that I am fond of using. You see, we managed to advance our interests without paying any real price. Instead, one of our enemies had inadvertently taken the initiative to pay the price in our stead. That is the delicate art of making others pay for your benefits. Many of the most powerful and successful organizations have excelled in this art. If our clan wants to join their ranks one day, it is essential for us to master the associated methods. Ooh. Remember, Aurelia, it is not really impressive to use our own army to defeat an enemy army. This is because we will always incur serious damage in battle. If this happens often enough, our forces will become so damaged that we cannot protect ourselves anymore. A true victory should look like this. Instead of dispatching Mechs and Mech pilots, we instead made clever use of trickery and our unique advantages to win a battle. This is the most ideal way to solve our problems. We should only contemplate a frontal battle when we have exhausted all other alternatives. He didn't think this way at first, but after he continued to learn from the likes of General Verl, Minister Shedderin, and Director Calabast, he had wisened up. The stakes had become too high for him to be as gung-ho about resorting to violence as before. The idea that he wanted to impress in his daughter's mind was that the Larkinson clan had already lost if it needed to resort to a fight to fulfill its goals. He left his oldest daughter with those thoughts. She needed to internalize these lessons before he was ready to teach her more. A few hours later, Vess received an action plan that the leaders of the Golden Skull Alliance had formulated in the past few hours. In truth, their staff already prepared the basic frameworks of several different plans. Once the damaged state of the Tower of Babel became clear, the planners were able to take the most appropriate plan and adjust its parameters to the current situation. Vess expected that General Verl and the others would decide on two different courses of actions. The Golden Skull Alliance could either launch a general assault on the Tower of Babel, or send in an infiltration team that could rescue Lord Pyrian Yoraltavik as quietly as possible while the aliens were distracted with repairing their vessel. He became surprised when General Verl presented a different plan that combined the steps of several other plans. This, Vess hesitated. "We need to strike while the iron is hot," General Verl's projection responded. The man looked as if he was in a hurry. "It is safest for us to wait until we wait for all of our starships to cycle their FTL drives, but there is no need for us to wait so many hours. Even if we bring all of our mechs back to the Ramage repulsor system, they won't be able to play a meaningful role. All we will do is to expose them to the terrifying guns of a battleship that has retained at least half of her combat power." This had become abundantly clear in the previous battle. The ranged mechs of the Senatus prospecting fleet constantly fired their weapons against the Tower of Babel, only for the formidable alien battleship to shrug off the damage. The transphasic energy shields were simply too powerful. Even when the Unrelenting managed to break open the front half of the Tower of Babel, the combined firepower of thousands of distant mechs failed to inflict significantly more structural damage. This was because the exposed hull of the hybrid alien battleship was simply too tough and massive. She was as durable as a space fortress and could absorb a lot of damage before she lost all of her functionality. When Vess considered how many mechs would get shredded by the unreasonable firepower of the damaged battleship, he reluctantly agreed with the general. "Okay, say you're correct about this. Is the alternative necessarily better, though? The decision to transfer a single ace mech, our expert mechs, our Valkyrie mechs, and our Diva contingent on starships with redundant FTL drives is just as risky, if not more. I can understand the need to rush them back to the Ramage repulsor system without any delay, but they will be on their own once they have arrived. Speed is crucial for this operation," General Verl emphasized. "Numerous experts, such as Chief Shipwright Vivian Tsai, have warned us that the alien crews are performing emergency repairs at an alarming pace. They have access to advanced tech that is massively speeding up the pace in which they are able to restore many ship systems that can still be saved. The sooner we strike, the less guns and energy shields we have to face. We can also prevent the Tower of Babel from restoring enough mobility to avoid a confrontation." The man made a few good points. Vess found it difficult to refute the need for haste. He still felt incredibly worried about the fate of the troops assigned to this blitz attack. "Are you sure that this is enough?" "Numbers are meaningless when challenging an opponent of this scale," Verl stated. "We need quality, not quantity. To be more precise, we only need the Mars, the Amaranto, and the Promethea to neutralize the enemy battleship. The other expert mechs can draw away more fire and provide us with a greater buffer in case an accident takes place. Why bring along the mech of the Penitent Sisters and the Glory Seekers if that is the case?" Vess critically asked. "They will suffer enormous casualties before they can get close enough to launch their battle formation attacks. Distance never really mattered that much in the mech battles of the past. Most enemy mech forces weren't able to inflict effective damage onto the Valkyrie mechs at extreme ranges. Warships were different. They possessed an unparalleled ability to shred large quantities of small craft at range. There weren't any convenient asteroid belts or planets in the vicinity of the Tower of Babel's current location that could cover the approach of the Valkyrie Mechs. We do not intend to rely on the Valkyrie Mechs to finish off the alien battleship, sir. As I have mentioned before, the Mars and our expert Mechs should be able to contain and degrade the Tower of Babel's offensive systems and propulsion systems by themselves. The reason why we want to have the option to launch a death battle formation attack is to prevent the desperate aliens from killing Lord Pyrion Yorultavik. By wiping out most of the surviving alien crew ahead of time, the chances are great that any survivors will be concerned with more acute problems. None of them should have any ideas about executing their only human prisoner. That made a lot of sense. Vess did not want to go through all of this effort only to return empty-handed. Sure, it was already a massive accomplishment if the Golden Skull Alliance was able to capture a unique alien warship that incorporated a blend of advanced technologies from different races. He had no doubt that the MTA was willing to award a handsome sum of MTA merits to gain possession of the Tower of Babel. However, Vess was not short on MTA merits these days. What he truly needed at this stage was friends in high places. Lord Pyrion Yorultavik was his best ticket to forge a solid friendship with an influential first-class clan. Chapter 46, 12 Blitz Planning. Once the Golden Skull Alliance settled for launching a daring rapid assault on the alien battleship, the Alliance partners quickly prepared for the journey back to the Ramage repulsor system. Most of the ships of the expeditionary fleet weren't able to turn around and transition into FTL travel in an instant. They only possessed a single FTL drive which had to cool down and complete their mandatory cycling process before they were safe to activate again. Only a part of the vessels possessed redundant FTL drives. Fortunately, fleet carriers generally came with 2 FTL drives in their standard configurations, as their military roles required them to move quickly if necessary. The more time they wasted in real space, the longer it took to reach their destinations. Since the plan called for bringing in at least 3,000 Mechs, most of which consisted of the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark Roman II and its many variants, the Golden Skull Alliance needed to dispatch at least several fleet carriers, which included Wild Torch, the Feminine Grace, the Antonio Cross. The planners of the upcoming Blitz operation purposefully decided against sending out the larger and more heavily armored fleet carriers, such as the Gorgonean, the Hemington Cross, the Indigo Tremor, and the brand-new Vengeance of the Hegemony. Instead, they intended to stuff the remaining Valkyrie Mechs into the combat carriers that happened to be luxurious enough to be outfitted with a redundant FTL drive. Our greatest priority is speed, Chief Minister Abigail Evern told Vess over a comm call. If we want our rapid strike force to reach the Tower of Babel as soon as possible, we cannot afford to bring a single slow ship along. The pace of the strike force will be constrained by its slowest element, so adding a single elephant is enough to slow down a pack of cheetahs. Though she was mostly engaged with leading the clan as a whole these days, that didn't mean she lost her expertise in starships and naval combat. She could still help the Larkinson clan a lot in naval affairs. I understand that, but is it worth it to rush towards the battlefield with a bunch of flimsy carriers? Aside from the Wild Torch, all of the other vessels on the list weren't designed to endure a lot of attacks. Their hull plating is thin, and they aren't equipped with a lot of shield generators. Whether we send in a slim and fragile vessel, such as the Antonio Cross, or a large and heavy behemoth, like the Vengeance of the Hegemony, makes no difference against our current opposition. The former Commodore of the Penitent Sister responded with a rueful smile. It only takes 2 salvos from a single primary kinetic cannon battery to destroy the Seeker of Wealth. If even a higher-end battle-oriented fleet carrier cannot withstand 6 heavy kinetic rounds from the Tower of Babel, no second-class fleet carrier can do any better. Vess sobered up when he recalled how easily the alien battleship destroyed fleet carrier after fleet carrier in the earlier battle. Senatus Prospecting lost almost its entire complement of capital ships in so little time. Okay, I understand why we shouldn't bring our bigger ships. What makes you think our smaller and faster carriers will do any better? The effective range of the Tower of Babel is not unlimited, especially now that she has incurred heavy damage. The chief minister smiled. There are many practical constraints, sir. As long as our carriers remain far away enough, it becomes much harder to track and land accurate shots with the primary gun batteries of the Tower of Babel. We just need to deploy our Mechs early and have them approach the alien battleship under their own power for the final leg of the journey. Vess understood what she was talking about. When ships were thousands of kilometers away, it became exponentially more difficult to nail a target with a gun. Just a minute's shift in angle or position was enough to make an attack miss by hundreds of meters. The problem was much greater in the case of projectile weapons, as it took precious time for their physical output to reach their intended targets. The small delay was enough for faster and more maneuverable units, such as Mechs and warships, to evade any incoming attacks. Landing a successful hit often came down to luck rather than skill. What about the Tower of Babel's secondary laser cannon batteries? Vess critically asked. Those primary gun batteries are obviously designed to achieve naval firepower superiority at short to medium ranges, so they're not as effective at longer ranges. In order to compensate for this shortcoming, the designers of this warship have cleverly paired her with smaller and nimbler laser cannons. These guns might not be able to destroy a fleet carrier in 6 shots, but they can still wear down our more fragile fleet carriers with highly accurate fire. The effective range of those warship-grade laser cannons was incredible. Even if many of the laser cannons incurred varying degrees of damage and misalignments, that made it a lot more difficult for them to maintain a concentrated beam at extreme ranges, Vess did not dare to gamble on this matter. However, the planners already formulated a countermeasure. Those laser cannons are accurate, all right, but can they land their shots on ships that are traveling at relativistic speeds? Chief Minister Abigail grinned. If we maneuver around the star system and slingshot our strike force around the brown dwarf star, we can approach the Tower of Babel at relative speeds that make it a lot harder for the enemy battleship to destroy any of our ships. This is the only way we can protect our fleet carriers and combat carriers from getting downed in open space. Relativity screwed up a lot of battles in space. When both sides traveled at wildly different speeds, it became a struggle to calculate where to aim a weapon so that its output struck a ship that would be at that specific coordinate in an indeterminate time in the future. There were so many extreme variables at play that not even the best processors could ensure a single hit. While Vess understood how his strike force could take advantage of this phenomenon to prevent themselves from getting demolished in an instant, there was one enormous downside to this maneuver. If we do this, any Mechs that launch from those carriers will also travel at relativistic speeds. They will essentially launch an extremely fast flyby past the Tower of Babel. Their contact time will be measured in milliseconds. That is what we are going for, sir. We do not intend to swing our ships and Mechs past the alien battleship at blinding speeds. We only need to build up sufficient speed to preserve our carriers and give our Valkyrie Mech a chance to close in on the Tower of Babel without exposing them in open space for long. Have you noticed that each time a group of Mechs launch a battle formation attack, their powerful energy attacks propagate forward at speeds relative to the Mechs in question? If our Penitent Sister and Glory Seeker Mechs travel forward at significant fractions of the speed of light, it will be impossible for their targets to evade the incredibly fast death wave attacks. That won't be as effective as you wish. Vess shook his head. The death energy will just sweep through the hull of the Tower of Babel without giving it any time to exert its effects. This means that our Mechs can't move too fast if they want to launch an effective death energy battle formation attack. Abigail Evans' expression turned a little more serious. We already suspected that and have taken this possibility into account. We will need to perform a lot of complex maneuvers in space in order to plan out the right speeds, trajectories, and acceleration profiles given all of the constraints we are working with. We are still in the process of calculating our solutions, but we will have it done by the time our strike force returns to the Ramage repulsor system. Even though Vess was able to process a lot more calculations than before, even he didn't look forward to this cumbersome task. Well, at least we are in a position to plan all of these complicated maneuvers in advance, Vess remarked. It is always better to be fully prepared when entering into battle. We probably won't be able to take the Tower of Babel by surprise this time, but the aliens should know little about our performance while we know more about their battleship. There was still enough information asymmetry for the Golden Skull Alliance to exploit. Vess would have been a lot more reluctant to commence this assault if the aliens knew exactly what was coming. They continued to discuss a few more details about the Blitz operation. One of the most crucial aspects of the plan was that if they wanted the Valkyrie Mechs to do their jobs, the Mars, along with support from ranged expert Mechs, needed to distract the Tower of Babel as much as possible. We speculate that the Tower of Babel's mobility systems are at least partially intact and in working condition, Abigail explained. It will become a lot harder for us to complete our mission if the alien battleship will not remain in place. Our high-ranking Mechs must do their best to cripple the mobility of the Tower of Babel and ideally knock out as many gun batteries as possible. This will help our Valkyrie Mechs get in range and successfully launch their battle formation attacks without getting destroyed or being left behind. Vess looked troubled. They will have a hard fight on their hands if that is the case. No matter what kind of opposition they will face, they must tackle the situation mostly by themselves. That is yet another reason why we need to move quickly. The longer we delay, the more the Tower of Babel has restored her combat effectiveness. We already know that the ship can repel or defeat an ace Mech when she is in her prime. The addition of a powerful alien protector makes it even more difficult to inflict serious damage. All of this required a lot of planning and forethought. Fortunately, St. Neville Magrin had already breached the Tower of Babel before, so the Golden Skull Alliance only had to take advantage of this vulnerability to deal material damage to the partially crippled vessel. Still, this was the best the Golden Skull Alliance could come up with on short notice. When Vess became satisfied with what he heard, he ended the call and talked to numerous other leaders and advisors. He had many different questions about the operation, and he wasn't fully reassured by the answers. We highly advise against sending the Spirit of Bentheim with our elite strike force, General Verl told Vess. A factory ship might be useful to have around in the aftermath of a successful battle, but she is not that useful in the upcoming engagement. Her value is too great for us to expose her to needless danger. I highly suggest you keep your flagship in our main fleet so that we do not have to worry about protecting her over every other priority. Fine. As the plan rapidly came into shape, the expeditionary fleet finally arrived in the neighboring star system. A huge amount of Mechs, supplies, and personnel needed to be shuffled in hurry in order to get everything in the right place. Thousands of Mech technicians and other support personnel were already preparing to pack and move a lot of supplies at a record pace. It would probably take at least an hour to complete this incredibly complicated logistical nightmare. There was too little time to make optimal use of every available space, but time was of the essence. As soon as the expeditionary fleet transitioned back into real space, the hastily planned organizational frenzy commenced. Move, move, move. Get those Mech out as quickly as possible. There is a shuttle congestion at the Antonio Cross. Chapter 46, 13 The Antonio Cross. Many people scrambled to transfer the right Mechs and goods to the right carrier vessels. Long queues of Mechs, shuttles, and transports formed in front of the hangar bays of ships, such as the Wild Torch and the Antonio Cross. The bots and personnel assigned to the relevant ships all had to work at punishing speeds in order to complete their tasks as quickly as possible. Haste became so crucial that people even started to resort to tossing out unnecessary goods into open space. The shuttles and transports could always pick them up later. As all of these exchanges took place, Vess became embroiled in another argument as he was about to transfer to one of the ships of the strike force. "Waz, don't go, Papa," Marvane cried as he clung onto the leg of the unending regalia. "I don't want you gone." Meanwhile, Andrast burst into tears as she clung onto the other leg. "You're so mean, Papa. You promised to take me with you. I don't want to be left behind. I want to see the aliens get killed up close." Vess looked down with an exasperated expression. It wasn't easy being a father, especially to a bunch of precocious children. At least Aurelia was well-behaved enough to avoid joining her siblings. Her suited form stood neatly beside her mother. She showed no intention to join her father on a dangerous mission. "What are you doing, Vess?" Gloriana spoke with an irked expression. "This is a military operation, and your presence will not change anything. There is no need for you to accompany the strike force. You can easily preside over the battle and provide advice by remote. Why are you so eager to make the stupid decision and put your entire life on the edge of destruction? What if you have miscalculated the strength of the Tower of Babel? What if the battleship manages to land a lucky hit on the starship you are stationed on? Do you know how devastating it will be if our clan loses its patriarch and head designer? What about our children? Are you so eager to make them grow up without their father?" She made a lot of good points. Though Vess did not agree with her assertion that he could not contribute to the battle in any way, he could see how the risks far outweighed the benefits. Vess was cognizant enough that he was acting like an adrenaline junkie again. He couldn't give in to his desire to get close to the action and gain lots of inspiration from witnessing the death and destruction that was about to ensue. Despite knowing that the Tower of Babel was still strong enough to destroy a large fleet with her intact gun batteries, Vess did not flinch in the face of danger. What nobody knew was that Vess recently acquired a backup option in case he died. He had made sure to hide his cyborg cat incarnation deep inside the spirit of Bentheim. This meant that once his real body died, a part of him would still live on in his living divine artifact. Of course, this was hardly an ideal option, as Vess would lose much of the elements that defined him. If his mother was any indication, he would have to spend a lot of time rebuilding and regaining what he had lost. Even so, it was better than nothing. "It'll be fine, honey. Our fleet will maintain high relative speeds throughout the operation so that the damaged alien battleship won't be able to land any shots. You know as well as I do that you are relying on far too many assumptions." The two continued to argue a bit. As usual, Vess remained unmoved by Gloriana's arguments. His wife understood him well enough that further nagging wouldn't accomplish anything. "Fine then," Gloriana threw up her arms. "Go play with the big boys then. I will continue to stay behind and watch over our children that you are leaving behind." He sighed. "Come on now, honey. I am not abandoning them. I am just going on a brief work trip." He eventually managed to placate his family. He kissed his wife on the lips only for her to cross her arms and turn her head away. He had better luck with his kids. He bent down his armored body and kissed Aurelia on the head. "I hope you will continue your studies and absorb everything you need to know to catch up to your first-class peers. I won't be here for the following days, so try your best to watch over your younger sister and brother in my stead, okay?" Aurelia nodded. "I will, Papa." He kissed Andra's head next. "I want to go with you and kill the aliens," his red-haired daughter petulantly demanded. Vess carefully raised her arm and patted his energetic daughter's back. "I know you are eager to participate in a fight, but you're too young to get involved in all of this grown-up stuff. Only soldiers get to participate in our upcoming operation, and you are far from being one. Just wait until you have completed your studies at an academy before you make this request." His words bummed her out, but Gloriana pulled back the overeager girl before she could make any further outrageous remarks. "Marvane," Vess spoke as he turned and planted a kiss on the head of his youngest child. I will only be gone for a short time. Listen to your mother and make sure you keep up with your studies, all right? If you want to have fun, you can play with Mechanos, your sisters, or any of your other toys. Don't worry too much. Okay, Papa. Once he bid farewell to his family, he called up Lucky and boarded his shuttle. It will be just you and me again, old buddy. Vess whispered to his gem cat as they both settled in for a short journey. Meow, Lucky yawned in boredom. The main reason why the cat agreed to come along was because the Tower of Babel consisted of a huge amount of valuable exotics. It would probably take many years for the gem cat to devour the entire vessel. Though Vess would never allow Lucky to gobble up the alien warship in her entirety, he didn't mind it if the cat took a few nibbles here and there. The ship possessed so much mass that hardly anyone would notice if a few parts went missing. The shuttle soon arrived at its destination. When Vess stepped out of the vehicle, he became enchanted by the sight of lots of activity. The hangar bays of the Antonio Cross were much smaller and more cramped than the ones of the flagship of the Cross clan. This reflected the extreme divergence in their roles. The Hemington Cross was originally designed to be a large and prestigious symbol of a clan that used to be a part of the Garland Empire. She was only ever meant to operate in the center of large and well-defended fleets. The Antonio Cross was the opposite in this regard. The Mech capacity of this thin and relatively fragile fleet carrier only amounted to a paltry 240 Mechs, but she was by far the fastest and most maneuverable capital ship in the expeditionary fleet. She was well suited for exploration missions and other expeditionary activities. Her formidable acceleration and her relatively abundant support suites ensured that she could not only travel quickly, but also remain self-sufficient for months, if not years. Still, the Antonio Cross rarely had a good opportunity to make use of her advantages. As long as she remained shackled to the main fleet, she could never go too far and gallop across the stars. The Blitz operation changed much of that. Though she was still accompanied by a number of other fast carrier vessels, her excellent mobility caused her to play a much more crucial role than other starships. "Welcome aboard the Antonio Cross," Master Benedict Cortez said as he approached the new arrivals. "We have already prepared sufficient quarters for you and your men, though I am afraid that our workshops are not available." "It's okay, Master Benedict. I don't think I need to do any tinkering. Our mechs are already in good condition, so they don't need extensive adjustments to participate in the upcoming operation. Your living mechs are starting to arrive." Both Vess and Master Benedict turned and saw that a small procession of expert mechs entered the busy hangar bay. Numerous Valkyrie mechs and shuttles had to move out of the way in order to provide enough room for the new mechs. A lot of personnel in the vicinity interrupted their work as they became affected by the glows of so many living mechs. As familiar machines such as the Dark Zephyr, the Amaranto, and the Minerva settled into their assigned berths, groups of recently transferred Larkinson maintenance crews attended to them in order to make sure their frames were in order. "Did you bring one of your mounted wargear loadouts for the Everett Shanger?" Master Benedict asked. Vess shook his head. "Not this time. The Everett Shanger is assigned to lead the Penitent Sister battle formation, so he won't remain in the rear like our other ranged expert mechs. The firepower bestowed by the City Breaker isn't enough to punch through the defenses of the Tower of Babel. Instead, all of that additional bulk will only slow him down and make it easier for him to get blasted by the massive guns of the alien battleship." The Master Mech designer threw an odd look at his younger colleague. "Your mechs have gendered pronouns now." "Ah, that is a recent development," Vess chuckled. "My living mechs don't really care that much whether you address them as it or something else. They accept their identity as machines, but they have also started to take after their users, many of whom are distinctly men or women." Master Benedict gazed at the Larkinson expert mechs with a more critical eye. "I can see why this has become the case, but not every mech pilot will be eager to call a living mech this way. It will be challenging for most people to determine the gender of every mech, especially since they are rarely designed with this distinction in mind. I highly advise you to adjust your Mech designs so that people have an easier way to determine whether they are looking at a male or female Mech. That was good advice. Vess should have thought about it earlier. I will work on it, though I don't think it is worthwhile to make too many radical changes to a Mech design. Well, I will think about it later. He shrugged. Where is the Mars? It's been a while since I last saw our most powerful collaboration work. We have transferred the Mars to one of the workshops of this ship. I am in the process of applying specific tweaks and modifications to better prepare the Ace Mech for a confrontation against our upcoming alien opponents. Fighting a battleship demands a different approach, and we also have to take that oddly powerful Nuncer god into account. Vess immediately frowned. I don't think that creature deserves to be called a god. Using this loaded word will also cause us to fear this opponent more than we should. Benedict didn't look like he cared all that much. We can call him a Phase Lord if you prefer to use more neutral terminology. Phase Lord is one of the most commonly used alternatives to the life forms that have transcended their physical limitations by integrating face water into their bodies. That can work. Vess liked this term a lot more. It conveyed the proper amount of information and power without going overboard. It also didn't carry any unnecessary associations related to faith and belief. He supposed that he could be classified as a Phase Lord as well. But so far, he was unable to replicate any of the impressive powers demonstrated by the powerful Nuncer that protected the Tower of Babel. Perhaps that might change if he managed to get a piece of the alien Phase Lord. Chapter 46, 14 Marginal Roles. Once the ships assigned to the Rapid Strike Force loaded up everything they needed, the fleet carriers and combat carriers quickly entered into FTL travel once again. Only little more than an hour had passed since they just exited from the higher dimensions. Even the fastest scout vessels of the Golden Skull Alliance needed around 3 hours to cycle their small-scale FTL drives. Though Vess and numerous other people felt slightly uncomfortable about skipping the opportunity to rest their bodies in real space, they were easily able to tough it out and keep going. Of course, Vess wouldn't be as confident if he and everyone continuously traveled around for several years. Certain people had been driven insane by this. FTL sickness was a very real phenomenon and was the biggest reason why most people preferred to rest in real space for a period of time. As Vess and many other Larkinson guests settled into their new berths, they did not remain idle. The hastily organized blitz operation demanded a lot from the participants. The expert pilots incurred the greatest risks as they had to expose themselves to the fury of an enemy battleship while lacking the defenses to withstand a direct impact. Vess initially thought that the expert pilots of the clan would show more reluctance to this dubious operation, but it turned out that he was worrying about them in vain. From what I have learned, we only need to maintain our distance, stay on the move, and keep our mechs in front of the battleship as much as possible, Venerable Rosa Orphan said. Besides, our melee expert mechs won't be able to play much of a role aside from applying pressure with borrowed mech rifles. We're not allowed to get close until we receive confirmation that the enemy ship has lost most of her guns. That's correct, Vess confirmed. The only other instance where we are willing to send your expert mechs in is when we have completely disabled the ship system that is responsible for generating a wide area warp interdiction field. We haven't completely figured out where it is located, whether it has any backups, and how much strength it has retained. The existence of this feature is one of the key reasons behind the enormous losses suffered by Senatus prospecting. Pretty much every Larkinson expert mech possessed warp travel capabilities. As long as they had enough time to get up to speed, the expert mechs could easily keep themselves out of the firing angles of the most threatening guns of the alien battleship. However, if the Tower of Babel ever solidified the surrounding space, no machine aside from an ace mech was able to break through the blockade. So we have to wait until Reginald, Stark, and Isabel have dealt enough damage. Venerable Orphan frowned. In short, yes. The Amaranto and the Promethea don't have the firepower to penetrate the battleship's energy shields. I'm not too sure whether the Mars can do any better, but if it isn't able to summon a lot of burst power like the Unrelenting, I don't think it will have a good time. Vess smirked. That is one of the reasons why we are in a hurry. There is a giant vulnerability in the front of the alien battleship. Our ship experts have closely analyzed the state of the heavily damaged vessel and have tentatively confirmed that her energy shield coverage is much weaker at the front. We can see signs of this from the live feeds of the battleship by observing how the alien repair crews are hurrying to install additional energy shield generators at the undamaged sections in the middle of her hull. These emergency modifications are anything but simple. It takes a lot of wiring and other structural work in order to install the enormous shield generators and supply enough energy to keep them going. We need to strike before the aliens complete this crucial reinforcement plan. As far as the analysts could tell, the Tower of Babel possessed a lot of redundant energy shield generators. Though the ones installed at the front half of the hull were all trashed, it was easy enough to pull out a handful integrated in the rear and reposition them in a more forward position. All of this meant that until the aliens completed these essential repairs, the Tower of Babel was in her most vulnerable state yet. Her front side still represented a massive hole in her defenses, while her rear was covered by significantly less transphasic segmented energy shields than before. However, that didn't mean that a large amount of regular Mechs could take her down. The Mars had to play a leading role in this operation. Vess answered a few more questions and made sure that his expert pilots understood what he expected from his champions. Never underestimate the Tower of Babel. She might not be the largest battleship fielded by the aliens, but she is absolutely special. The fact that she has incorporated tech from multiple different races shows that she is most definitely a product of an elite organization. There is no harm in maintaining your distance and stick to taking pot shots at her hull. The more you stress her defenses, the better. The melee expert pilots all looked upset, but what could they do? The only way they could put an actual dent in a functional first-class battleship was to pilot a first-class expert Mech themselves. Venerable Davia Stark raised her hand. I have a question. Ask. Will my instrument of doom be able to penetrate the enemy ship's energy shields? I've already made a few calculations based on both solid data and a few guesses. Vess replied in a professional tone. The instrument of doom has no hope of punching through a single layer. Its raw power is great when employed against Mechs, but it is equivalent to the power of the main gun of a small warship. That is not enough to threaten a battleship that is expressly designed to fight against other battleship-grade opponents. What if I have the blessing of the Phase King? Venerable Stark asked. This was the key question, and would directly determine how easily the strike force could take down the Tower of Babel. I think, Vess quickly recalled the numbers, I think it will be possible for the Instrument of Doom at its full power to punch through one of the alien battleship's segmented energy shields. A single layer, in other words. This is normally good news, but Orvan-style energy shields are often deployed in multiple layers. It won't really help if you invest a lot of effort to overcome one layer only to get stopped by the next layer. Venerable Stark frowned. Is there any way to increase the power of my expert Mech and cannon any further? Not in the short term. Vess shook his head. The only way I can comprehensively improve the power of your expert Mech is to incorporate first-class materials and technology in your Mech. That is prohibitively expensive to say the least, and might also get us in trouble if I go too far. Everyone looked disappointed when they heard this. Though they could rely on the Mars to do the heavy lifting, none of them were the kind of warriors who were willing to be marginalized in a battle. I suppose I will need to coordinate with Patriarch Reginald Cross, Venerable Stark thoughtfully said. If the Mars can break a layer, my Amaranto will have a better chance at overcoming the defenses of our main target. What about my Promethea? Venerable Isabel Coton looked a bit lost and out of place. My expert mech lacks the penetration power of the Amaranto. My damage output is primarily effective when I am able to land my attacks onto the structure of a target. Energy shields are my nemesis. If not for my recently mastered explosion technique, I doubt I am able to deal any significant damage to an energy shield. Vess turned to the other ranged expert mech pilot. I am confident that the Tower of Babel will present a vulnerability sooner or later. You just need to be patient enough. As long as you have gained a window of opportunity, you will be able to play a huge role in weakening the battleship. I need you to concentrate your damage output on the turrets and gun batteries as much as possible. One of the advantages of your specialty is that you only need to strike a warship module a single time to burn down a significant chunk of mass. If the enemy vessel is able to rapidly restore or reposition her existing energy shields, as we suspect, then the window of opportunity will last for an exceedingly short time. The material damage that you can deal on the enemy vessel will therefore exceed that of the Mars. The Promethea was essentially built for this job. Though it was possible to equip the Mars with advanced weapon modules that could produce a similar effect, it would detract from Ace Hybrid Mech's absolute firepower. After he settled down the two crucial ranged expert Mech pilots, he turned to Venerable Iman Ingvar. I will be counting on you as well. The Grey Lotus is one of the few weapons in our arsenal that can mostly bypass energy shields. As long as the Tower of Babel isn't protected by too many layers, your little pistol should be able to kill a fair amount of alien crew members. Casella's brother blinked. About that, sir. Shouldn't a weapon as important as the Grey Lotus be wielded by a more important expert mech? Don't get me wrong. I like the gun and what it can do, but my Blade Chaser Mark Roman II is a melee expert mech. I always feel it is better to pass it on to the Evertshanger, or a real ranged expert mech. Vess could understand why Iman felt he didn't deserve to wield the weapon. I don't intend to assign this relic weapon to your expert mech forever, he told Iman. However, it is in the right place right now. A real ranged expert mechs can already count on their current armaments. It is better to pair the Grey Lotus with a melee expert mech like your Blade Chaser Mark Roman II. You're a pretty decent shot among melee specialists, and you have already trained with it for several months. It is the height of foolishness to reassign the gun to another expert mech on the eve of another operation. Can you at least make it bigger so that it can do more against a battleship? That's impossible. I am lacking a key material. For now, it is best if the Grey Lotus retains its current size. The expert pilots no longer had any questions. They all gained a decent idea on what they should do. While the operation itself was quite convoluted, there was no need for the pilots to understand the complicated maneuvers. They just needed to help the Mars take down the Tower of Babel. With everything that we are throwing at the alien battleship, will Lord Pyrion be able to make it out of the upcoming battle alive? Venerable Vincent Rickland skeptically asked. Because it sounds to me that we are throwing so much firepower at the ship that nothing is able to come out unscathed. If the Mars doesn't demolish anything outright, the Amaranto will drill a hole into it. If the Amaranto hasn't destroyed anything, the Promethea will burn it all down. If there is anything left intact, then when the Penitent Sisters and the Glory Seekers unleash their deadly battle formation attacks, the entire hull will turn into a ghost ship. The other expert pilots also shared Vincent's doubts. The Tower of Babel was certainly strong, but the upcoming operation could easily inflict so much damage that nothing recognizable would be left by the time the attack was over. This is why everyone needs to obey the instructions of Central Command. Vess told them all. We have a large number of analysts and other smart people at our disposal that will constantly be studying every important aspect about the enemy vessel. Their highest responsibility is to identify the location of the cell where Lord Pyrion is held. We think he is stowed somewhere in their lower decks, so don't worry that a surface attack will accidentally kill him. You should primarily focus your firepower on destroying the enemy battleship's external weapon modules. The Tower of Babel will be completely at our mercy if we have neutralized the majority of her guns. In short, there were multiple ways to complete their objective. Vess did not entirely want to put all of his hopes on the high-ranking Mechs or the battle formation attacks to finish off the Tower of Babel by themselves. It was much safer and more prudent to spread his bets and prepare a few contingency plans. He even thought about stuffing Lucky into a Diva stealth shuttle and having him infiltrate the alien battleship when she was distracted by all of the Mechs. Perhaps it was time for his cat to don his misfortune harness once again. Chapter 46, 15 Upgrades to the Mars. Out of all of the combat assets employed for the Blitz operation, no Mech played a more crucial role than the Mars. As the only ace Mech of the Golden Skull Alliance, its strategic and material value exceeded that of all of the expert Mechs put together. In fact, the Mars was more valuable than several fleet carriers put together. Vess could even make an argument that all of the ships of the Golden Skull Alliance weren't as valuable as a single combination of an ace Mech and a Mech pilot. This was because a functional ace Mech could defeat entire pioneering fleets on their own, particularly if the latter did not enjoy the protection of an ace Mech itself. In the past, ace Mechs at least required the support of a carrier vessel in order to transport it to the battlefield and back, but even that rule was no longer mandatory. Although the Mars was not expressly designed to engage in interstellar travel, it could travel to another star system in an emergency. The speed and efficiency was awfully low, though. The Pulsar V-1 was mainly designed to function as a battlefield-oriented transphasic flight system. This meant that it was good at making a Mech move rapidly in short to medium ranges, but was not the best at longer cruises. Warp drives were also around 10 times slower than FTL drives when it came to star hopping, so it might take an ace Mech several months to reach a destination. We don't need the Mars to engage in superluminal travel, Master Benedict Cortez told Vess as both Mech designers stood before the powerful ace Mech in question. It only has to remain fast enough to outspeed the tracking of the Tower of Babel's primary and secondary gun batteries and the rotation of her hull. It also helps if the Mars can outrun the pursuit of the alien phase lord that previously protected the alien battleship against the unrelenting. Vess looked up at the Mars. He could just see the elements of the Pulsar V-1 sticking out of the back of the Masterwork ace Mech. It looked different than before. It received additional elements that bulked up its construction and likely boosted its performance parameters. "What did you do to the flight system?" he asked. Benedict pressed his lips. "Reginald has requested us to find a way to make his ace Mech faster. Personally, I am of the opinion that the configuration of the Mars is already optimal, but its pilot does not agree, so I had little choice but to take additional time off my schedule to make the requested changes. Perhaps an ordinary Mech pilot might not be able to force a master Mech designer to implement changes to a Mech, but an ace pilot was a different story, especially when he also happened to be the leader of the clan that owned everything." "So the Pulsar V-1 is stronger now, Master," Vess guessed. "Correct. I worked together with the Godwin Institution to develop a more powerful version of its original product. Together, we came up with a variant called the Pulsar V-1He. The He stands for high energy, as the additional structures added to the base version significantly increases the forward acceleration of the flight system in exchange for consuming substantially more energy. The Pulsar V-1He is a hungry beast, and the main reason why I agreed to its inclusion is because I managed to improve my original energy bridge system to compensate for the increased energy consumption." Vess nodded in understanding. In short, the Mars became a lot faster, but also became a lot more energy inefficient in the process. Improving the original energy bridge system, which essentially exploited the skull of a dead expert pilot to extract more energy from somewhere, prevented the ace Mech from running dry too soon. "I assume that's not the only upgrade, right?" the younger Mech designer remarked as he sensed another significant change in the flight system. "Ah, you are sharp if you managed to deduce that little detail." The Godwin Institution also helped with designing a way to integrate more face water into the flight system. The Pulsvar V1 originally came with 400 grams of face water, but the Pulsvar V1, he now has 600 grams of face water. That doesn't mean that the Mars can move 50% faster than before, but any incremental speed boost is helpful. Now that Vess had gained a much greater understanding of face water, he realized how impressive that sounded. While it was easy to stuff more face water into a relatively small object like a Mech, it became exponentially more difficult to keep it all stable. Significant concentrations of face water had a tendency to mess up the surrounding space. Expensive measures needed to be taken in order to suppress their spatial fluctuations and prevent the Mech in question from tearing itself apart. If this factor didn't play a role, then Master Benedict and the Godwin Institution could have easily stuffed several kilograms of face water into the transphasic flight system. In fact, they could still choose to do so, but they haven't because most of the face water quota was already taken up by the Abassi's armor. One of the reasons why the Mars performed so well in its duel against the Neo Amadeus was because 11 kilograms of face water stuffed into the Abassi's armor allowed the Ace hybrid Mech to withstand a lot of punishing blows. There was no way that Master Benedict was willing to compromise the excellent defenses of the Mars in exchange for a bit more speed. Survival mattered the most. The previous Cross clan had gone from heaven to hell in a single go after Lord Hemington Cross met an untimely demise. A repeat of that outcome had to be avoided at all cost. Once Master Benedict filled Vess in on the changes to the flight system, they moved closer to the Mech itself and discussed the other tweaks made to the Ace Mech. High-ranking expert Mechs always remained in development. Perhaps Master Benedict didn't work on the Mars non-stop, but he should definitely get back to its design from time to time in order to optimize its design, apply incremental improvements, and replace outdated parts with newer versions that just became available. Vess learned a lot from this tour. Though he had taken part in the original design process, he no longer remained up to date on the state of the Mars. His wife received much more information than him because the Mars also incorporated her God-body solution. Though many of the changes were rather incremental in nature, Vess could see what they represented. The Mars was alive in more ways than one. Not only had it turned into a spiritual incarnation of its ace pilot, its physical configuration was constantly evolving by design. What was happening to the Mars was a mirror to what happened to a powerful human like himself. Vess gained part of his strength through advancing through the ranks, but he also derived a lot of help from purpose-built augmentations, such as his cranial implant. Both kinds of improvements were essential to him. They complemented each other and allowed him to produce astonishing works that couldn't be made by baseline humans. After gaining a decent understanding of all of the improvements of the Mars, he estimated that its overall performance had roughly risen by at least 12%. Though the changes to its flight system had made it a lot faster, that was only valid when it was traveling in straight or gently curving lines. All of the additional parts added to the Mars had increased its mass. In addition, once it was moving at high relative speeds, it became a lot harder for the machine to make radical changes in direction. This compromised its dogfighting capabilities. Fortunately, the Mars was about to fight against a battleship. Raw speed was more important than greater agility. Vess and Master Benedict hovered closer to the shoulders of the Ace hybrid Mech. The modular slots that allowed the shoulders to mount any compatible weapons systems were currently empty, but that was bound to change soon. "What weapons will you mount on the shoulders this time?" Vess curiously asked. "Will you put in a pair of Gauss cannons?" Master Benedict smirked. "Not this time. We have already seen from the Unrelenting that Gauss cannons generally do not achieve great results when fighting against the transphasic energy shields employed by the native aliens." It is better to mount a different weapon system onto the shoulders so that the Mars has access to additional solutions that cannot be matched by its fixed loadout. That made Vess curious. Are you going for a pair of flamethrowers? I recall that the Unrelenting's own wrist-mounted flamethrowers managed to blind the alien phase lord to an extent. This can help with allowing the Mars to distance itself from this annoying opponent. We thought about that, but we rejected this option. We have a much better and more appropriate option in mind. After a lot of thought, we have decided to mount it with a pair of missile launchers. Vess widened his eyes. There is little point in equipping the Mars with modular missile launchers unless their payload is significantly more useful than a pair of regular weapons. Let me guess. Are you making use of special missiles this time? That is correct. Good guess. Master Benedict smirked. You see, we aren't the only humans who are struggling to defeat powerful alien warships that are protected by multiple layers of strong transphasic energy shields. Most pioneering fleets simply do not have the firepower to overcome such defenses. The demand for weapons that can effectively break or bypass all of these energy-based defenses have grown stronger, and the market has finally begun to give us answers. Let me show you what we have recently acquired. The master Mech designer led Vess away from the Mars and towards one of the secure storerooms where a lot of powerful ordnance was being stored. After entering a new compartment, Master Benedict stopped before a highly secure and robust crate that was marked with lots of warnings, as well as the logos of several companies and brand names. The master Mech designer had to input a secure code before he could open the crate. A single dangerous missile rested inside. As soon as Vess studied it, he immediately sensed a lot of danger. His face water affinity allowed him to detect the substance, and right now it told him that the warhead contained a significant concentration of the material. How much face water is stuffed inside this missile? This is a storm surge missile, an experimental missile product developed by Amace Energy Armaments, the same company that made the Arceus system. Master Benedict explained as he gently caressed the surface of the high-end ordnance. It was solely developed to provide parties, such as us, an easy and relatively low-barrier means of overloading strong transphasic energy shields. It is already powerful on its own, but it will truly shine when it is empowered by resonance. Hence, it is mainly meant to be used by expert mechs and ace mechs. You didn't answer my question, Master. Oh, I apologize. I try my best not to think too much on what it costs to procure a batch of missiles. The warhead of a single storm surge missile is laced with 363 grams of face water. However, due to a convention that I am sure you are familiar with, our clan had to pay 726 grams of face water in order to commission a missile from Amace Energy Armaments. We also had to pay 15,000 MTA credits on top of that to cover the cost of the high-grade exotics needed to amplify the destructive power of the missile and make sure its volatile elements are contained until the time is right. Vess stared at Master Benedict with a shocked expression. A single storm surge missile was worth as much as a Mech regiment, if not more. In fact, Vess could have built enough Mechs to double the numbers of his elite nullifier battalion with this much money and resources. Damn, how many will the Mars equip on its upcoming mission? Benedict sighed. Only 2, one for each launcher. I would love to add in more, but the Mars cannot carry so much face water equipment. Amace Energy Armaments also haven't been able to supply us with anything. The product is still experimental in nature, so mass production is far away. I see. Well, it's better than nothing. I'm a lot more confident in our ability to breach the defenses of the Tower of Babel if we have access to this new trump card. Chapter 46, 16 Its Free Real Estate. Although the new Storm Surge missile was an extravagant expenditure to the Cross clan, it could easily be worth its weight in face water when employed in the right situations. This was why the Cross clan did not have the high cost of face water and MTA credits. In any case, the clan had earned a lot of both as of late, so it could easily cover the high expenses. The same could not be said for many other pioneering organizations. Even if a pioneer was lucky enough to obtain a single kilogram of face water, much of that would definitely be used to upgrade an expert Mech with more enduring transphasic parts. Using so much face water on a consumable product was out of the question to these parties. However, if the Cross clan was willing to invest in them, so could the Larkinson clan. Now that Vess thought about it, acquiring a batch of storm surge missiles was truly an excellent way to make up for the painful lack of shield-breaking capabilities. Though none of the Larkinson expert Mechs currently made use of missile launchers, the modules were so easy to work with that he could mount them on pretty much any decent machine. The Evertshanger was most readily able to accommodate them due to its stellar flexibility. Still, Vess knew that the full potential of a storm surge missile could only be attained when it was paired with an ace Mech. The true resonance amplification at the ace Mech level was much more substantial than at the expert Mech level. If the Mars was able to break an entire segmented energy shield with a single storm surge missile, a typical expert Mech might need several more to produce the same results. Though Vess and the Larkinson clan were willing to cover the cost of using them in a crucial life and death battle, it was unsustainable to employ them in every battle against an alien warship. Vess much preferred to spend his time, money, and resources on developing more cost-efficient weapon solutions, such as the Instrument of Doom. Even though that weapon also demanded a hefty amount of face water to fabricate, once it was finished, it no longer demanded any further resources unless it sustained heavy damage. This was why Mech designers generally treated missile launchers as lazy weapons. They were relatively easy to design and easy to scale up their power, but they were also prohibitively more expensive to use in the long term. Anyone who wanted to obtain more powerful missiles just had to stuff more expensive materials into their construction. Their users just had to be ready to open up their wallets and pay a hefty sum each time they were used. As a Mech designer, Vess vastly preferred to improve the rifles and cannons of the Larkinson army so that his troops could defeat alien warships by relying on their own intrinsic power. However, that was not a realistic option in the short term. It might be necessary to stock up on storm surge missiles or similar products to tide over the clan in the next couple of years. Vess already thought about asking Emace Energy Armaments if they could make a grenade version of their new product. The Dark Zephyr could make excellent use of them to force his way through energy shields and get close enough to prevent a warship's gun batteries from repelling the expert Mech. Time passed by. As Vess immersed himself by learning about the properties of the storm surge missile, the rapid strike force did not take long before it re-entered the star system that it had just left. We're back again. The Golden Skull Alliance hastily departed the star system not too long ago, but a huge number of changes had occurred since that time. A destructive battle took place between another pioneering fleet and a hidden alien battleship. The sensor systems of numerous ships, such as the Antonio Cross, easily registered the large and expansive debris field orbiting the brown dwarf star. Once, much of that debris consisted of fully functional fleet carriers and combat carriers. The destruction of so many valuable human starships represented a painful loss to any pioneering organization. It was not easy to compensate for such a great loss, particularly when the demand of starships still exceeded supply. To think that we managed to destroy almost an entire pioneering fleet through subterfuge and trickery, Master Benedict said as he stood next to Vess as they looked out of the observation windows of the Antonio Cross. Not even the fact that Senaris Prospecting has an ace Mech at its disposal has saved its fleet and its founder from meeting an unfortunate end. The master Mech designer had a lot of mixed feelings about what happened. The events reminded him of his own past circumstances. "Do you regret what we have done?" Vess asked. "Not really." Master Benedict shook his head. "I am realistic enough about our situation to acknowledge that we have attained a good outcome. We have weakened both of our potential adversaries at little cost to ourselves. What more can we ask for?" I am merely lamenting that we live in a reality where we cannot stick to open and above-board measures to solve our problems. If we are not willing to resort to dishonorable acts, someone else will apply them to us. We are all forced to treat so many groups as hostiles in this dwarf galaxy. Well, they should have known what to expect by coming here. The Red Ocean is a galaxy of opportunities. Greed can make a lot of people irrational to the point where they are willing to stab their own parents in the back. Atris Magrin received the punishment he deserved. It was either us or them. That became obvious as soon as his vulture fleet started to stalk our own fleet. Vess sympathized with Master Benedict's regrets, but that did not mean he was about to stop. Now that he had a taste of the power of subterfuge, he intended to turn it into a core strength of the Larkinson clan. If the Larkinson clan wasn't willing to become a predator, then it would eventually fall prey to similar threats. Our strike force will split up soon. Master Benedict changed the topic. The following period will be dangerous for us. The Antonio Cross will have to rely on her own capabilities to evade the Tower of Babel's attacks. I know. I didn't opt to ride on this ship if I wasn't confident about her ability to stay alive. Hopefully, the Mars can do a good job at occupying the battleship's attention. It didn't take much time before the Antonio Cross split away from the rest of the strike force. The other ships, such as the Wild Torch and the Feminine Grace, had to follow a separate route that swung around the brown dwarf star. Although it was not really possible to take advantage of a gravity assist on a stellar object that sat in the center of a star system, it was still useful to do this to prevent the alien battleship from getting a direct line of sight to the strike force. Once the other fleet carriers and combat carriers swung into view of the Tower of Babel, they should be moving fast enough to make themselves difficult to hit. Not only that, the ships would also be able to disgorge their Valkyrie mechs at the same speeds, allowing the Penitent Sisters and the Glory Seeker units to approach the Tower of Babel without taking an eternity to cross through open space. The Golden Skull Alliance had precisely calculated all of the maneuvers needed to pull everything off at the right timing. The Valkyrie mechs couldn't approach too early or too late. They also had to move fast enough to survive the journey, but not any faster lest they risked becoming irrelevant. Vess had pulled up the technical reports multiple times, but he quickly put them away after a short moment. Even his formidable capacity to process complex calculations struggled to keep up with all of the calculations. It was quite exciting to see the forces move according to design. The star system was quite simple and did not contain any anomalies or too many stellar objects, so the ships did not have to take too many variables into account when they moved closer to the brown dwarf star. The only downside was that the trajectories of the human vessels were so obvious that the aliens aboard the Tower of Babel should definitely notice what was taking place by this time. Has the battleship made any moves? We have detected plenty of additional activity. Our preliminary judgment is that the alien repair crews are scrambling to prepare the ship for battle on short notice. We can observe many sections that have been opened up or partially disassembled in order to facilitate deeper and more extensive emergency repairs. Numerous damaged gun batteries are in this state as well, and it will take a significant amount of time to put them back together again. In other words, we caught them with their pants down. That is an apt description of the current state of the aliens. What is better is that it will take at least a couple of days for them to pull their pants up to their waists again. We need to hurry and commence before that happens. The increased vulnerability of the Tower of Babel was another big reason why the Golden Skull Alliance wanted to move so quickly. The aliens had gambled on the possibility that no further attacks were forthcoming in the short term, so their crews initiated more deeper repairs in order to make their vessel more space-worthy in a week or so. It would have worked out if the aliens could actually complete their jobs, but Vess and the others spoiled that plan. According to the plan, the Antonio Cross would get closer first so that she could deploy the Mars and all of the expert mechs first. All of the expert mechs, stationed aboard the slender and fast fleet carrier, briefly gathered together before they were about to deploy. They shared drinks, made shameless boasts, and egged each other on. Though not everyone looked forward to this upcoming engagement, they tried to make the best of it, as it was necessary for all of them to learn how to cope with warships. "I'm tired of playing second fiddle every time we fight against warships," Venerable Vincent complained to Vess during this pre-launch party. "Can't you upgrade our mechs so that we can fight them on our own terms for once? My Seaman isn't designed to cower in the rear. We need to fight at the front." Vess tried to give his pilots a reassuring smile. "I am already thinking about that. Our clan won't have anything ready in the short term, but I predict our situation will be a lot better in a year." "What will be different then?" "Think about what we are about to face. By most standards, the Tower of Babel is a first-class battleship. This means that her hull is loaded with tech and materials that only first-classers can afford. The entire vessel is a moving treasure mine." Everyone became a lot more impressed once they recalled this fact. Vess grinned at his pilots. Normally, attacking a first-class warship head-on is out of the question, but this is different. Now that a vulture fleet has softened her up, the Tower of Babel is weaker than she has ever been. She can no longer exert the combat power that is commensurate to a ship of her value. This means that we don't have to put in as much effort to take her down. Once we do, I can promise you that our clan will quickly salvage enough strong and powerful first-class materials from her hull to develop an entire suit of upgraded mech equipment for your expert mechs. Making use of better materials was the easiest and most straightforward way to boost the performance of mechs. Vess thought that it would be even better if the Larkinson clan was able to harvest many tons of high-quality materials without limit. This was a much cheaper alternative to spending millions of MTA credits to obtain small batches on the open market. It's practically free real estate, as long as we eliminate her protectors. Chapter 46, 17 No Damage. What Vess had neglected to mention to his expert pilots was the situation was way more complicated than they thought. The Mech Trade Association maintained a rather strict separation between second-class mechs and first-class mechs, especially in the Red Ocean, where everything could easily get mixed. Before pioneers gained their privileged status from the Big Two, they had to sign a set of agreements that subjected them to additional rules. One of the more troublesome ones to Vess was that pioneers were not allowed to employ mechs that exceeded their class. A third-class pioneer couldn't save a lot of money and invest in a squad of second-class mechs, which they could use to bully their peers. The same applied to second-class pioneers, who were not allowed to invest in a first-class mech that was powerful enough to demolish an entire second-class mech regiment. Of course, no one prohibited first-class pioneers from fielding inferior mechs against other first-class pioneers. They could do what they wanted as long as they didn't bully second-raters and third-raters. Though rules like these already existed in the old galaxy, they were more informal and relaxed over there. The Mech Trade Association likely tightened the reins in the new frontier because the region was much smaller and more compressed. Vess suspected that one of the more important intentions behind this rule was to prevent third-class and second-class expert pilots from getting killed with ease by ordinary mech pilots that piloted vastly superior mechs. The mechers consistently put a lot of effort into protecting high-ranking mech pilots against unreasonable challenges as much as possible. Skill was important, but once the differences in performance became too great, no amount of human power could bridge the enormous gap. Of course, while the Big Two could enforce this rule against any human pioneers, they held no jurisdiction over the indigenous aliens. It was solely the responsibility of the pioneers themselves if they entered into battle against a first-class alien warship. Fortunately for Vess, the Big Two was thoughtful enough to carve out small exceptions. Second-class pioneers such as Vess were allowed to field second-class mech that incorporated a relatively small proportion of first-class tech and materials. The latter was only limited to 10% of the total mass of the mech in question. Vess could do a lot with this allowance. It probably wasn't realistic to clad a second-class Mech with expensive first-class armor plating, but it should be easy enough to equip it with a serviceable first-class weapon. Additionally, every Pioneer was only allowed to equip up to 1% of their total Mechs with overpowered equipment. This was enough. The additional power of a small amount of first-class weapons was what the Larkinson army needed the most at this junction. As long as his troops gained the ability to overpower strong energy shields, they would be able to destroy a powerful warship the conventional way. All we need is to take down the Tower of Babel. Right now, the strike force was about to initiate an action that many people would call mad. Even a damaged warship still had a lot of teeth. "Are you ready, Reginald?" "I was ready hours ago, Benedict," the ace pilot replied in an impatient tone. "Is it finally time for me to launch?" "Let us check the connection to the external energy pack." "All right. The module is firmly attached to the rear of the Mars. Remember the plan. Once you deploy into space, don't hesitate to accelerate and enter into warp travel and initiate combat at full power. I suggest you use up the spare energy reserves as fast as possible so that you can detach the pack when you are done. You will need all of the mobility that you can get once you get close." "You don't need to remind me. I'm not that stupid." Master Benedict knew that. Reginald's real problem was not that he was lacking in intelligence, but that he allowed his desires to override his good judgment far too many times. Once Reginald received the necessary reminders, he finally received permission to launch into space. The powerful dark, red-coated ace Mech entered into open space, as if it was a champion about to perform in an arena. The ace Mech made for a substantially more heroic sight than the unrelenting. Its circle-patterned armor plating, its segmented shoulder plating, its human-masked face, and the vertical crest on its head all made the machine look like an ancient warrior that had undergone an extreme round of modernization. If that wasn't enough, the ace Mech also projected a cape that fluttered behind its back, as if wind was blowing through space. Vess rolled his eyes. "Move already." Once Reginald satisfied his vanity by posing his ace Mech in front of his men, the Mars finally blasted forward and proceeded to warp towards the Tower of Babel. There was still a lot of distance between the Antonio Cross and the alien battleship. The reason why the plan called for deploying the Mars early was because they needed the ace Mech to test and verify the combat effectiveness of the Tower of Babel. The ace Mech probably didn't possess the firepower to overcome the defenses of the alien vessel. Perhaps its new storm surge missiles might help, but it was better to save them until additional help arrived. What Vess and the others were confident in was that the Mars was likely capable of holding on for a long time. The ace Mech's energy reserves were abundant despite its relatively high consumption, and its Saint Kingdom, along with its Abassi's armor, provided a generous buffer against mistakes. The only wildcard as far as the Golden Skull Alliance was concerned was the alien phase lord that repelled the Unrelenting a few days ago. But the analysts speculated that this potent combatant was not good at ranged combat. It took quite a bit of time for the Mars to get close enough to start pestering the Tower of Babel. The Pulsar V-1 He flight system was putting its enhancements to good use by helping the ace Mech reach its destination faster. As the Mars used up the additional energy provided by its detachable energy pack, the distant alien battleship had yet to take any offensive actions. That would change soon enough. Both sides were waiting until they got close enough to launch attacks that had a reasonable chance of actually hitting their intended targets. Vess joined Master Benedict in the command center of the Antonio Cross and sat behind a spare workstation. He pulled up the telemetry of the Mars and saw that it was running cooler than it should considering how much energy it was expending. He hadn't heard anything about upgrades to the ace Mech's heat management system, so he chalked up this anomaly to Patriarch Reginald's willpower baptism. The Mars already bathed in his glory long enough to apply a fair amount of unreasonable and unexplainable upgrades to the machine. Vess had learned early on to accept these changes without kicking a fuss. Trying to find explanations, how Mechs performed a lot better was a gigantic waste of time. He was much more interested in the condition of the alien battleship at this moment. Once he pulled up the data on the damaged vessel, he could see that a number of powerful gun turrets had already swung in the direction of the incoming threat. Has her hull moved in any way? Not yet, sir. We expect the aliens to alter her orientation so that most of her gun batteries can angle their muzzles towards the Mars. Will they? Vess looked curious. If the aliens do this, then they will be exposing the main thrusters to the Mars. It is only a vulnerability if our ace Mech can overcome the energy shields, protecting the rear half of the vessel. In other words, if the Tower of Babel turned around so that she presented her rear to the greatest threat, then that was an indication that her front still presented an enormous gap in her defenses. It did not take long before everyone had an answer. The enemy battleship is turning. This was good news. What Vess and everyone else was afraid of was that the Tower of Babel had restored enough of her defenses to make her almost impervious to damage in every direction. If any imbalance had occurred, then that suggested that a hole in the defenses truly existed. This was the greatest benefit that St. Neville Magrin and the Unrelenting had provided to the Golden Skull Alliance. Of course, Neville not only lost most of his starships and personnel, but also the father he looked up to and idolized the most. But what did that have to do with Vess? He was glad that Senatus Prospecting had put in enough effort to prevent the Golden Skull Alliance from returning to this star system in vain. Once a bit of time had passed, the Mars finally came close enough where it could begin to open fire on the enemy vessel. The same could not be said for the Tower of Babel. Most of her intact gun batteries were so large, slow, and unwieldy that they were unlikely to strike a small and fast-moving target like an ace Mech that was still in warp travel. Reginald was at least cognizant enough to begin to vary and angle the direction of the Mars. He studied his target carefully before he decided to pull the trigger. I am opening fire. The Arceus system's integrated energy weapon modules launched the opening strike of this battle. Although it was considerably more difficult to land a shot with positron beams as opposed to laser beams, that rule didn't apply under the current circumstances because the Tower of Babel remained mostly stationary. As such, 9 potent resonance-empowered positron beams rapidly crossed the distance and struck the rear of the enemy battleship in a relatively tight grouping. None of the beams fired at an extreme range missed the mark, though Reginald hadn't been able to ensure that they concentrated their power onto the same segmented energy shield. Much to Reginald's disappointment, the opening strike of the Mars failed to bypass or break a single transphasic energy shield. The alien shielding technology is too annoying, Patriarch Reginald growled in frustration. That did not stop the Mars from launching repeated attacks. The ace Mech had enough energy to spare, so it might as well begin with wearing down the Tower of Babel's first line of defense. As the Mars continued to propel forward, it began to circle around as if it wanted to strike the most vulnerable side of the alien battleship. The aliens weren't about to let that happen, and continued to change the orientation of the hull so that the ship always presented her strongest side to the enemy. The battleship did not let herself get beat up for nothing. After a moderate delay, she finally opened fire with all of her formidable guns that she could bring to bear. The Mars rapidly evaded to the side moments before a large net of enormous kinetic projectiles and hot laser beams could strike its position. Though the aliens had been rather clever about weaving a net of attacks to reduce the effectiveness of evasive maneuvers, the distance was still far too great to make the net tight enough. How are you holding up, Reginald? Ha 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 ha, the ace pilot laughed as he started to enjoy this fight. The guns of this battleship have no chance at all of striking my ace Mech at this range. If that is the case, then try to maintain your distance and keep peppering the Tower of Babel with long-range attacks. Please wait until our expert mechs have entered into combat range before doing anything else. I can do that, though I make no promises, Reginald said. The first phase of the battle had begun. Both the Mars and the Tower of Babel continued to attack each other without attaining any meaningful results. The Mars, under the excellent control of Patriarch Reginald, relied on evasion, while the alien battleship relied on her excellent defenses to avoid damage. While it made for a visually stunning sight, it had little meaning so long as neither side made any progress. That probably wouldn't last. Once the Mars was done with testing the capabilities of the Tower of Babel, the next phase would definitely produce more intense results. Vess observed the damaged alien battleship closely. Come on, show me your secrets so that we can take down faster. Chapter 46, 18 Angry Aliens. The two units exchanging fire with each other couldn't be any more different from each other. One side, the Golden Skull Alliance deployed the Mars, its famed and battle-tested masterwork Ace Mech. What impressed the native aliens the most about Ace Mechs was that they packed a huge amount of power in a machine that hardly outmassed a starfighter. Though the aliens were not entirely unfamiliar with the concept of extraordinary warriors, their gods mostly relied on their intrinsic face-water-infused bodies to imitate the powers of the phase whale race. While there were certainly phase lords who managed to grow incredibly strong through this route, the difficulty of reaching it was unimaginable. Ace pilots may be far weaker by themselves, but once they paired up with a compatible Ace Mech, the resulting combination produced an amazing degree of synergy. Right now, this became abundantly clear, as the Mars amply proved that it could hold its own against the Tower of Babel. No matter how many of her intact and operational gun batteries the alien battleship brought to bear against the Ace Mech, none of them had yet to land a solid strike. The Mars wasn't making it easy for the alien AIs or gunners to land their shots. Patriarch Reginald possessed a keen intuition for danger and could often predict when his position was about to become extremely dangerous. By the time the large but ponderous warship cannons unleashed their firepower, the annoyingly small Ace Mech had already completed its evasive maneuvers. The command center of the Antonio Cross turned into a hive of activity, and many different crossers kept track of what was taking place. Some of the men kept a close watch on the Tower of Babel, while others supported Patriarch Reginald by providing highly relevant data and suggestions. As the various elements of the Rapid Strike Force continued to obey their maneuvering instructions, Vess started to worry about whether the aliens would continue to bother with attacking an elusive target. One of the key components of this daring plan was to force the enemy battleship to train most of her firepower onto the Mars. While Vess didn't want to see the most important mech of the Golden Skull Alliance get struck by heavy kinetic round that was powerful enough to annihilate a city district, he didn't want the aliens to get too discouraged either. He turned to Master Benedict. Once our expert mechs enter into battle, the Mars needs to do more to retain the attention of the enemy battleship. The Master Mech designer was no novice when it came to mech combat. He designed mechs for many more years. That automatically meant that he understood the flow of battle much deeper as well. We are aware of this concern. The accomplished mech designer responded with a calm and collected voice. Reginald will bring his Mars closer soon. The aliens will not be able to ignore the threat of our Ace Mech, especially when our best machine begins to concentrate its ranged output onto the segmented energy shields that have previously absorbed damage. That was a good way to make the aliens feel threatened. One of the reasons why the Tower of Babel could withstand the attacks of the Mars so easily was because it could dynamically move its segmented energy shields around. Will the Mars get close enough to circle around the damaged front half of the battleship? That is up to Reginald's discretion. It depends on whether the enemy Phase Lord will pursue the Mars. We believe that the Phase Lord that has shown up in the previous battle cannot effectively attack and range. The only way for this alien powerhouse to fight against the Mars is to get closer. But if he moves too far away from the Tower of Babel, he will make his ship vulnerable against close assaults by other units. So far, the Phase Lord that presumably belonged to the Nuncer race had yet to make an appearance, but that would change sooner or later. The existence of this powerful combatant imposed a lot of restrictions on the Golden Skull Alliance. Perhaps the Phase Lord might not be able to beat ace mechs in direct combat, but the same could not be said for expert mechs. This was why Vess wasn't eager to send his melee expert mechs, such as the Riot and the Seaman, forward for the time being. "Sir, the Mars is moving closer." Letting the Mars move closer changed the dynamic of the ongoing firefight. The Mars was better able to angle around the hull of the alien battleship. At the same time, the Tower of Babel's primary armaments needed to adjust their firing angles faster. While her secondary laser cannon batteries could still keep up, her much larger and slower primary kinetic cannon batteries struggled a lot more at this point. This problem would only become greater if the Mars got any closer, but that would likely draw out the enemy Phase Lord as well. "Ha ha ha, you still can't hit me." Reginald exulted in the enemy's continued lack of ability to inflict effective damage against his ace mech. "Ah, are you trying to shut down my warp bubble? Fat chance." Vess called up a new data screen that showed that the Tower of Babel had activated her warp interdiction field. A wide area of space around the battleship became more solid, making it harder for warp drives and similar equipment to form warp bubbles that were necessary to make objects move faster. The strength of the warp interdiction field has weakened by about 2/3, and its energy levels are constantly fluctuating. Master Benedict remarked as he studied the same data. "That is good news." We expected the enemy battleship to retain most of this capability, but the damage to the intact rear half of the hull is more extensive than we thought. The warp interdiction field was probably strong enough to block the warping capabilities of most mechs and starships, but ace mechs were different. Patriarch Reginald's sheer willpower was enough to smack this field and prevent it from affecting his machine. This was what made high-ranking mech pilots so special and valuable. No matter what kind of exotic or destructive measures an enemy could come up with, extraordinary mech pilots could always fend off the negative effects. The universal nature of their resistance against negative effects allowed them to fight against many, many different alien civilizations without needing to make too many adjustments. The Arceus system continued to pound the segmented energy shields of the Tower of Babel without showing any significant signs of stress. Vess was surprised by how well the integrated energy weapons held up during intensive use. The amount of energy and heat running through their compact structures was astounding and could easily melt the metals used to build ordinary mechs. However, the Mars continued to exhibit robust performance, though he could clearly tell that the effective damage output from the energy weapons was not as great as before. Vess knew why that was the case. Patriarch Reginald's willpower baptism had fully overridden the effects bestowed by one of Lucky's precious gems. "What a waste," he whispered under his breath. He recalled that the Rage of IF gem amplified the damage of all energy weapons by 50%. This was one of the best offensive performance boosts that Vess had ever gotten his hands on up until this point. Not even the Amaranto obtained a benefit of this magnitude from its own gem. Bastet's affection only amplified the damage of the expert rifleman mech by 20%. If Vess could do it all over again, he would refrain from integrating a powerful and nearly irreplaceable gem into the Mars. He should have resorted to a less useful one instead. At least Reginald is partially able to reproduce its effects. The damage output of the Mars hadn't dropped to a massive extent. The Arceus system was just a bit weaker than normal, because Reginald also invested a lot of effort into fortifying his expert mech's robustness and staying power. The battle continued to progress like this, until the expert mechs deploying from the Antonio Cross were finally ready to take part in the fight. This was a dangerous moment for the Rapid Strike Force. The Mars might be able to shrug off the battleship's attacks as if they were nothing, but the same couldn't be said for everything else. The expert Mechs therefore lingered at an extreme distance from the enemy battleship. Ordinary ranged Mechs wouldn't even be able to fight effectively at this range because their weapons would miss most of their shots. However, Mechs such as the Amaranto and the Promethea were much more precise due to their higher quality designs. When paired with skilled expert pilots, they should reluctantly be able to land their shots on a large and relatively stationary battleship. The biggest risk was getting hit by the Tower of Babel's formidable armaments, but the expert Mech should be able to evade most attacks at this distance. Vess immediately shifted his attention to the most powerful ranged Mech at his disposal. The Amarantho did not prepare to open fire by herself. Instead, the expert marksman Mech approached the Amphi's Mark Roman II and took shelter behind its formidable bulk and tower shield. I miss the shield of Samur, Vess sighed. The former masterwork expert Space Knight was designed to seamlessly combine with the Amaranto to form a cohesive combination unit. That wasn't possible with the Amphis, so the cross-clan's defensive expert Mech could only provide partial cover to the Amaranto. It would have to do. The powerful Amaranto, piloted by a mid-tier expert pilot, started to glow. Her impressive instrument of doom began to accumulate more power even as the Phase King began to bless the oversized Mech cannon. More and more power began to well around the Amaranto. A lot of nearby expert pilots detected a growing threat from the expert Mech. Even when she wasn't aiming her weapon's massive muzzle at any friendlies, the instrument of doom still made for an intimidating sight. Despite the dramatic light show and spike in energy emissions, the distant Tower of Babel seemed to take no notice of what was taking place. This was not a surprise, as a casual attack from the Mars far exceeded the power level of the Amaranto with her new weapon. Fire. A blindingly bright disruptor beam that was at least wide as half a Mech rapidly soared from one end to the other end of the battlefield. The sensors of the Antonio Cross had preemptively hardened themselves in anticipation of this outburst of power. As the lengthy beam finally struck the Tower of Babel from the side, one of her segmented energy shields incurred a significant amount of damage. The energy level of that specific segmented energy shield has dropped by around 22%. That wasn't all. Much to the surprise of many people, the potent blessing of the Phase King actually enabled a part of Disruptor Beam to phase through the first layer of energy shields and strike the second layer. Even if the damage to the second layer was negligible, it showed that the penetration power of the Amaranto and the Instrument of Doom exceeded that of the Mars. We are detecting a response from the enemy battleship. 3 of her secondary laser cannon batteries are aiming in the direction of our ship. I think we have made the aliens angry. Commence evasive maneuvers. Don't hold anything back. It didn't take long before a salvo of powerful laser beams filled up the space around the Antonio Cross. The fast and nimble fleet carrier had already changed her orientation so that she presented only a minimal silhouette to the Tower of Babel. That, along with irregular movements, helped the capital ship avoid incurring any damage. However, the warship's laser cannons did not need to wait too long until they were ready to fire again. The Antonio Cross was still in as much trouble as before. Chapter 46, 19 First-Class Damage Sponge. The aliens crewing the enemy battleship were previously content to ignore the other human Mechs and starships in the star system. They recognized that an ace Mech was by far the greatest threat a human pioneer could deploy on the battlefield. As long as they could take down the Mars, the rest of the human Mech force posed no threat. However, a part of that calculus changed once the other human units proved that they could pose a more substantial threat to the alien vessel. This was why the aliens showed a greater willingness to redirect a part of their formidable firepower towards the Antonio Cross and her complement of expert pilots. Incoming. This time, one of the powerful laser beams managed to get lucky enough to inflict a glancing blow on the Cross-Clan's fleet carrier. One of her energy shields managed to block most of the blow, but it did not come without a cost. One of our shield generators has been overloaded. Our engineers report that it will take at least 44 minutes to replace the blown parts and bring her back to operation. Turn our ship around, and don't expose the same section towards the enemy battleship again. The Antonio Cross experienced a few close shaves, but the Tower of Babel quickly gave up on striking the fleet carrier. The latter proved to be a lot more difficult to hit than other fleet carriers on account of her slender and relatively mobile profile. Perhaps the aliens didn't mind if they could strike down a human fleet carrier with ease, but that wasn't the case at this moment. Taking down a human fleet carrier only provided marginal help to the aliens, as it did not directly impact the combat effectiveness of Mechs already in the field. At most, taking down the Antonio Cross would damage the morale of the Mech pilots and prevent the Mechs in the field from replenishing their spent supplies. No one intended for this battle to drag on to this extent. Despite the amount of Mechs that the Golden Skull Alliance had brought to bear, Vess and the others did not think that they would be able to win a battle of attrition. Even with only half of her hull left intact, the Tower of Babel was a typical battleship that could fight for several days if her crew managed everything well. "We are not wearing the Tower of Babel down fast enough," Vess frowned. "The Mars needs to circle around and attack the front half of the vessel. The enemy battleship is making that harder by continually turning her rear side to our ace Mech. Then I guess we will have to rely on our expert Mechs to put pressure on the enemy vessel's weak point." The alien commander wasn't stupid. The front sections of the damaged battleship represented a massive weak point. A Mech as powerful as the Mars could easily finish what the Unrelenting started in a prior battle. This was why the alien crew did their best to utilize the strained maneuvering thrusters of the Tower of Babel to keep up with Patriarch Reginald's attempts to outflank the damaged vessel. Reginald became increasingly more annoyed at this. The distance between the Mars and the Tower of Babel was far enough that the ace Mech had to traverse a lot of distance in order to change its angle towards the enemy vessel. "I need to get closer. Please wait before you approach any further. We do not know how effectively you can occupy the attention of the enemy battleship if you get entangled by the alien phase lord. Please follow the plan and make sure that the enemy battleship exposes her weak side to our expert Mechs." Patriarch Reginald struggled for a moment. The plan demanded that he coordinate his actions with other Mechs in order to maximize their chances of defeating the battleship, but that clashed with his personal desire to challenge the enemy phase lord. Although he could earn plenty of glory by contributing to the downfall of an alien warship, he would earn a lot more renown if he was able to defeat one of the famed gods of the indigenous aliens in single combat. "I will maintain the current distance for now," Reginald eventually squeezed between his teeth. "You better produce enough results. If we aren't making any progress, then I am going in so that I can do the job myself." The Cross clan was used to this, but Vess did not look particularly good at the moment. Fortunately, the plan accounted for Reginald's willfulness. He was at least predictable in that aspect. As the Mars continued to circle around the battlefield, the alien battleship eventually exposed her ruined front side to the group of expert Mechs. Finally, we get to damage something more solid this time. The ranged attacks launched by the expert Mechs were no longer blocked by energy shields this time. Instead, the energy beams all struck the ruined and abandoned hull sections that comprise the front half of the vessel. Many chunks of hull structure melted or got vaporized when struck by the resonance-empowered energy beams of Mechs, such as the Minerva. The expert command Mech looked a lot lonelier than usual this time. She worked best when she exerted her power over large formations of regular Mechs, but it was deemed too risky to do so this time. The expert Mechs may be capable of evading most of the long-ranged fire of the enemy battleship, but the regular mechs might not be able to match this capability. As such, the Minerva continued to fire her Irvan Luminar crystal rifle, while applying her single empowered resonating ability onto the Blade Chaser Mark Roman II. Piloted by Commander Kaesela Ingvar's brother, the Blade Chaser Mark Roman II once again fought in a manner that went against his own nature by carefully firing the Grey Lotus pistol at the distant battleship. Venerable Iman Ingvar and the Blade Chaser Mark Roman II had to put a lot more effort into landing their shots. Neither of them excelled in long-ranged combat, so they had to concentrate extra hard to allow the Grey Lotus ominous energy beams to strike the enemy vessel's hull. "You're doing it wrong again, brother. You need to steady your mech further." Fortunately, Iman received the support of her sister this time. As her command-oriented power continued to meld with Iman's true resonance, the two were able to combine their forces and bring out the best of both. However, as their shots continually struck the damaged forward hull of the distant battleship, Iman did not sense any of the satisfaction that he landing any effective hits. Helena hadn't harvested any souls with the death energy that she generously donated to the Grey Lotus up to this point. "The front half of the enemy battleship isn't manned at all," Iman Ingvar reported his observations. "I've been firing my gun at many different angles and positions, but none of them have done anything to pass through a bunch of empty compartments." The other expert pilots reported their own findings. "Our attacks are merely degrading the structural elements that the aliens have already condemned," Commander Kaesela Ingvar succinctly reported. "The hull sections that we are able to strike at this angle are unpowered and isolated from the intact sections of the enemy battleship. The aliens have essentially turned the derelict portions of the hull into a giant damage sponge, a first-class damage sponge." A lot of faces turned ugly after they made this realization. The aliens had thought ahead and did not do their utmost to cut down the front half that had been ruined by the Unrelenting's massive charge a few days ago. Instead, the clever bastards had kept all of the deadweight attached in the event they needed all of this mass to function as an enormous buffer. Vess glanced towards the Amaranto. The expert rifleman Mech fully charged her instrument of doom before opening fire with a blindingly bright positron beam. Out of the 3 beam types the instrument of doom could select, the positron beam inflicted the greatest damage onto material objects. The annihilation of particles along with the immense heat released from the reactions never failed to destroy a lot of structural elements. Yet when the gigantic penetrating positron beams of the most offense-oriented expert Mech on the battlefield struck the hull sections, they produced lackluster results. The damage was not light. Despite the excellent material quality of the battleship, much of her powerful physical defenses were concentrated on her outer layers. Her energy shields along with the thick Armalite DTTF-4 outer hull plating were able to resist a lot of damage. The former was no longer present, while the latter was full of holes and cracks. The interior of the Tower of Babel was a lot softer in comparison. It should have been easy enough for expert mechs, such as the Amaranto, to squeeze their ranged attacks through the more vulnerable sections of the battleship's hull. However, that meant that every attack had to chew through hundreds of meters of bulkheads, abandoned ship parts, and other miscellaneous junk. The results looked dramatic. The front half of the battleship looked like a fortress that was being broken down piece by piece. The Amaranto was able to produce the greatest amount of damage with every strike, but her instrument of doom possessed an agonizingly slow firing rate. Venerable Stark also no longer called upon the Phase King's blessing. Additional penetration power did not actually increase the amount of damage inflicted onto the ship. It only spread out the instrument of doom's damage output over a wider area. The other expert mechs couldn't inflict as much damage despite wielding faster-firing rifles. The damage output of these weapons was much lower, particularly if they happened to be spare equipment that weren't particularly attuned to any specific machine. Melee expert mechs such as the First Sword, the Riot, and the Seaman looked exceptionally sad as they listlessly fired their loaned luminar crystal rifles at the exposed hull of the enemy battleship. The Mechs and their pilots were at least good enough to hit the ship most of the time, but they weren't always able to land repeated shots in the same areas, which made it harder for them to concentrate their fire and penetrate any deeper. The only way for them to unleash their formidable close combat potential was to get close, but that was deemed too risky for the time being. The only other ranged expert Mech that was doing well aside from the Amaranto was the Promethea. Compared to the bombastic upfront power exhibited by the Amaranto and her latest weapon, the Promethea did not attract that much attention at first. Every positron beam fired by her Ignitrone Luminar crystal rifle did not particularly damage a huge amount of hull structure. The damage upon impact was quite mediocre, to be honest, and the Ignitrone did not even possess any notable penetration properties. However, each and every monotonous strike from the Promethea left behind a strange purple flame. The oddly persistent fires mostly represented an extension of Venerable Isabel Cotin's true resonance and willpower, so they did not exactly behave like normal flames. The strangest part about these purple flames was that they pretty much burned every piece of solid matter they came across. It did not matter how tough or fire-resistant the alloys were. As long as the flames caught on, it undoubtedly burned and produced heat. At first, the amount of flames was negligible, but as the minutes passed by, they started to become a little more serious. Before everyone knew it, dozens of exposed compartments and hull sections had become engulfed in a firestorm. Vess became ecstatic at the sight. "Can you spread your flames any further, Isabel?" "I can't, sir. I am already doing the best I can, but I am stretching my limits at this moment. I won't be able to keep this up much longer either." "It's already enough as long as you can hold on for a couple more minutes," Vess replied. He wasn't satisfied with this answer. The Promethea was the only expert Mech that was making this attempt worthwhile, but that would all stop once Venerable Isabel exhausted her willpower. Chapter 46, 20 Low Intimacy. The Amaranto and the Promethea were both expert rifleman Mechs, but fought in completely different ways. The former was the classic marksman Mech that sat back far in the rear and took down high-priority opponents by targeting their weak points. Normally, that worked out great because every Mech or starship possessed a weak point. Whether that was a hole in the outer surface, a joint with much less armor cover, or the rear of a starship where the thrusters were dangerously exposed, there was often a way for the Amaranto to turn a battle around by crippling a powerful opponent with one dazzling precision strike. The expert rifleman Mech was not omnipotent, though. If that was the case, then the Golden Skull Alliance would have defeated its previous opponents with much greater ease. The greatest hindrances that impeded the Amaranto were energy-based defenses and lots of junk in the way. Right now, Venerable Stark found herself in a less than enviable position, as much of the potent firepower of the Instrument of Doom kept destroying abandoned hull structures, as opposed to more useful ship elements. Venerable Isabel Cotin and the Promethea actually faced the same problem, but there was a crucial difference. Vess had expressly conceived the Promethea as a ranged expert Mech that could take down an entire warship by herself. Though Vess hadn't actually expected the Promethea to confront an armed capital ship of this caliber so soon, that did not detract from the fact that she was in her element at this time. More hull structure did not necessarily represent more hindrances that prevented Venerable Isabel from completing her objectives. Instead, when affected by her fire-oriented true resonance, the enormous structure began to get engulfed by increasingly more expansive flames. The Promethea's damage output produced a much more impressive visual spectacle than that of other high-end Mechs. This was especially the case when the expert Mech had a sufficiently large enough canvas for Venerable Isabel to express her power. The ship is actually on fire. This is impossible. How can a single expert Mech produce so much damage? The hull is constantly heating up and melting as we speak. Solid alloys that have incredibly melting points are turning into molten slag with each passing second. Not only were the flames spread by the Promethea softening up the hull on a large scale, but they also made it easier for the other expert mechs to inflict greater damage to the formerly solid structure. When Vess looked at the data related to the effects produced by the flames, he saw that they were not that exaggerated. Venerable Isabel Cotin still possessed limits, and her flames found it particularly difficult to burn through more solid first-class materials. Oh, they were burning all right, but the speed in which they did so was incredibly slow. However, that did not matter that much as the inner hull incorporated lots of softer metals and materials that burned a lot easier. The result of all of this was that the purple flames began to reach deeper and deeper towards the middle of the alien battleship. This was an alarming outcome, and one that most definitely spooked the alien crew. The alien battleship is redirecting some of her gun batteries. They are about to fire on the Promethea. Careful, Isabel. Vess didn't need to worry. Venerable Isabel had took into account that her Promethea would become a priority target after she single-handedly began to torch the Tower of Babel. The expert mech was far enough from the alien battleship to exacerbate any minor mistakes in aim. It did not escape the attention of the Golden Scullers that the Tower of Babel's formidable warship-grade cannons exhibited much poorer accuracy than before. Even if the Antonio Cross and her complement of expert mechs stayed much further away than the doomed starships of Senatus Prospecting, it was rather strange that the warship had not produced any better results than a few rare glancing blows. The laser cannons have become misaligned. Master Benedict made an educated guess. When the Unrelenting charged straight into the forward half of the enemy battleship, the Ace Mech applied a massive amount of force during its charge. This not only resulted in a great amount of direct damage, but also warped and deformed large sections of the hull, including the rear half that mostly appears to be intact. Vess raised his eyebrow. Shouldn't warships be more resistant to the negative effects of hull warping? They are dedicated combat units, after all. They are designed to withstand enormous blows and keep going. Ordinarily, you are correct, but this is a special case. The full charge of the Unrelenting under the influence of unity of man and machine was a sight to behold. The Ace Mech managed to charge deeper into the throat of the battleship than anyone could have imagined. It is exactly because St. Neville Magrin managed to deliver a strike so deep into the center of the hull that the rear half got affected. Aside from that, the aliens aren't doing their abused battleship any favors by making any movements. There is so much dead weight attached to the vessel that it will only make the hull warp even more. In short, all of the gun batteries had become askew and urgently needed to be straightened out again. This was anything but simple unless the entire vessel was made out of smart metal. A full recalibration of all of the armaments could easily take months. All of this was good news to the Golden Skull Alliance. Vess worried less about the alien vessel producing any significant casualties. The Promethea could still do more, though. While the expert ranged mech was inflicting a lot of damage, not all of it mattered. There were simply too many alloys to burn through. Is there a way to stoke the fire? Vess wondered. He briefly glanced at the list of assets on the battlefield before he developed an idea on how he could strengthen the Promethea. He opened a new communication channel to one of his masterwork expert mechs. Caesella. Yes, Patriarch. Isabel and her Promethea could use an additional boost. Can you empower them with your Minerva? We've tried in the past, but it is not easy, Caesella replied. Expert pilots and expert mechs generally do not wish to develop a dependence on outside help. My brother is different because we are close siblings, but I do not share the same intimate bond with Isabel. The Ingvar siblings might not be Geminis, but they could probably join their notorious family if Caesella embraced their unorthodox lifestyle. Try again this time. Maybe the situation wasn't right previously. Isabel is struggling a lot at the moment, so she should be much more receptive towards your assistance this time. This was just a guess from Vess, but it was worth a try. The Minerva briefly interrupted her attempts to poke more holes into the battleship and approached the Promethea. The two female expert pilots talked privately to each other before the Sentinel commander cautiously extended her power to venerable Isabel. For a moment, the Promethea became more turbulent. The expert Mech instinctively interpreted the extension of Commander Casella's true resonance as an invasion of her territory. The two expert Mechs weren't harmonizing. It wasn't for lack of trying. Venerable Isabel Cotin and Commander Casella Ingvar both agreed with this measure, and their living expert Mechs were more than willing to cooperate. Yet why weren't they making any progress? As Vess observed the two Mechs with a critical eye, he saw that intent was far from sufficient to allow Casella to lend her power to another expert pilot. Expert pilots are too exclusionary to external influences. That is both an advantage and a disadvantage. In this case, the trust and intimacy between the two female expert pilots aren't strong enough to overcome their inherent resistance. It reminded Vess of certain games where two different characters needed to level up their friendship in order to get a substantial buff to their battle strength. It might sound like a silly concept, but it actually existed in reality. The Gemini family was a giant poster child of the power of intimacy. Clearly, the ties between random Larkinson expert pilots did not meet the high threshold. The fact that the two Mech pilots belonged to the same clan and fought for the same people was not sufficient. "Forget about it," he transmitted to the two. "It was worth a try, but we can't waste too much time and effort on this when we are in the middle of a battle. Focus on doing what you can on your own. The battleship is showing signs of greater activity." There was no way the aliens were willing to go on as usual, as a part of their proud warship was on fire. In ancient times, fire was one of the greatest threats of ocean-faring vessels. That hadn't changed now that ships roamed the stars. It just became a lot harder for them to catch fire due to the lack of highly flammable materials and other circumstances. However, if a starship did manage to catch fire for some reason, then that was most certainly a reason to panic. "We're detecting powerful spatial fluctuations," a sensor officer reported. "What is the ship doing now?" The readings match the patterns produced by the enemy Phase Lord. The god in charge of the alien battleship had finally decided to make an appearance. If the powerful vessel had no more readily available means left to repel the enemies at hand, then the Phase Lord had to make an appearance before the flames reached the intact portions of the ship. Vess zoomed in on the live feed that showed the Phase Lord emerging from a hatch on the side of the alien vessel. Nuncers were generally larger and more massive than humans, but the Phase Lord looked even greater than that, especially when he was wearing a thick suit of armor. Not everyone was aware that Phase Lords were actually much bigger than they appeared. As long as a significant proportion of their blood was replaced by face water, their physical bodies actually became a lot bigger. They just looked the same, because a lot of weird spatial manipulation took place that shrunk the insides of their bodies. Vess wasn't able to guess the true size and mass of the alien Phase Lord. He could only vaguely guess that the Phase Lord was substantially more powerful than himself and his cyborg cat. This was a true powerhouse. Whereas Vess had to resort to cheap tricks, the Nuncer Phase Lord likely had to get to this point through hard word and taking risks. Who is the Phase Lord going to fight? That was the important question. Would the alien god choose to entangle the Mars and prevent it from exerting any further pressure on the battleship's defenses? The alien Phase Lord is moving away from the Mars. He is heading in our direction. He has already formed a warp bubble and will reach our position in a few minutes. Vess and a lot of crew members aboard the Antonio Cross started to get a lot more concerned. They couldn't imagine how much destruction the Phase Lord could wreak if he got close to their vulnerable fleet carrier. Should we request Patriarch Reginald to intercept the enemy Phase Lord? No, the Mars must continue to keep the Tower of Babel occupied. Trust in our expert Mechs. We have more than a dozen of them at our disposal. A powerful champion was on the way. No one truly knew how well the expert Mechs deployed from the Antonio Cross would fare against an unusual alien menace. What complicated the situation was that no one had a clear idea on how to gauge the strength and combat effectiveness of alien gods. Direct comparisons were extremely difficult to make due to a lack of data. The only way to know for certain whether the expert Mechs could hold their own was to see them in action. At least our melee expert pilots are useful now, Vess remarked. Chapter 46, 21 Confronting a Phase Lord. The enemy phase Lord finally made an appearance. Of all of the possible enemy combatants that the rapid strike force could face, the mysterious entity that most certainly enjoyed a high status on the enemy battleship represented a wild card. Humanity had yet to gain a good understanding of the abilities and combat power of these indigenous gods. They rarely displayed their prowess on the battlefield, and if they did, they mostly fought against the well-prepared and overpowering units of the Big Two. From what Vess and other people could tell from the archival footage that the MTA had seen fit to release, many of these alien powerhouses mastered specific and unusual tricks. Just like Mechs, a lot of phase lords spent their time, effort, and resources to excel in one specific application of face water manipulation, rather than spread themselves thin and become mediocre in the end. After studying the prior footage of the Nuncer phase lord in action, the Golden Skull Alliance learned that the alien that was rapidly advancing towards the Antonio Cross excelled in generating area of effect attacks. In addition to that, the phase lord also appeared to be extremely tough, as he was able to generate powerful spatial barriers around his body. If the phase lord was tough enough to repel the attacks from an ace Mechs, then the expert Mechs of the Larkinson clan had little chance to inflict real damage onto his actual body. This presented numerous difficulties to the rapid strike force. The phase lord had made an excellent tactical choice by opting to chase after the distant expert Mechs. The aliens had yet to make any significant progress in taking down their latest human adversaries, and urgently needed to produce any win in order to keep up their morale. "This bastard is trying to kill off the small fry first," Vess called. If the phase lord hadn't been able to overcome the defenses of the Unrelenting in a short amount of time, he wouldn't have been able to overrun the Mars either. This was why he was most likely looking forward to engulfing the human expert Mechs and accompanying fleet carrier with his devastating shockwaves. "We can't allow the phase lord to get close to the Antonio Cross. Our expert Mechs must block him from producing spacequakes that can shatter the hull of our fleet carrier." "Should we recall the Mars?" "No, we still need Patriarch Reginald to pester and entangle the enemy battleship. Tell him to be ready to provide us with remote support if requested. Now that the phase lord is away, the Tower of Babel has become vulnerable at closer ranges. This is the perfect opportunity for the Mars to get close." That was a good point. As soon as Reginald figured out that the ship's most powerful individual protector had left his original post, the ace pilot became a lot more excited and no longer felt as constrained as before. "You ship is mine now, ha-ha-ha." The Mars no longer circled around the Tower of Babel at medium range, but flew closer with the certainty that the enemy vessel's ungainly gun batteries could not do anything to repel the incoming threat. When the distance between the ace Mech and the half-ruined battleship shrunk, it became a lot easier for the Mars to circle around and outflank the vessel. No matter how fast the Tower of Babel's maneuvering thrusters tried to spin around her hull, there was no way to prevent the Mars from targeting the ruined and vulnerable front of half of the ship. Already, large parts of the abandoned sections of the hull had already caught fire, but when the Mars struck these damaged sections with the resonance-empowered positron beams of the Arceus system, a lot of weakened and vulnerable structural parts broke down at a rapid pace. Broken and molten Debris constantly burst out from the damaged hull as the Reginald and the Mars eagerly engaged in destruction at a wide scale. However, before the Mars could rampage even further, the alien vessel made a desperate move. The enemy battleship has activated her main thrusters. Her maneuvering thrusters are stabilizing her orientation. The enemy vessel, has just set a course that leads straight back to the brown dwarf star. What? The condition of the alien battleship was not great, to say the least. Even if Vess ignored the ruined and derelict front half of the hull, the rear half was not in a good condition either. There were clear cracks, deformations, and other marks of damage. Not only that, her segmented energy shield coverage had mostly become a lot less effective. This was crucial because those very same transphasic energy shields were responsible for protecting the hull against the dangerous environmental effects of entering the outer atmosphere of the brown dwarf star. Vess could understand the decision made by the aliens. Given that the Mars was making better progress than ever in targeting the weak points of their battleship, it was a lot better to take their chances with the brown dwarf star. At least the damage inflicted by the failed star was relatively gentle and uniform. Damn it, the ship wasn't supposed to retreat to this safe harbor so early, Vess cursed. The penitent sisters and the glory seekers need to hurry up and arrive sooner. Their Valkyrie mechs can't approach the Tower of Babel anymore. Of the ship has moved too close to the brown dwarf star. The Mars might be powerful and robust enough to endure the pressures of the failed star at close range, but Vess knew quite well that most regular mechs simply weren't designed to operate within gas giants, especially one that was bigger than usual. Our second element has received our message and has begun to accelerate in order to launch the battle formation attack in time. According to our calculations, it is not too late, as the enemy battleship needs to traverse a considerable distance before she can take shelter in the brown dwarf star again. Speed was of the essence. It would be even better if the expert mech contingent could lend a hand as well, but they needed to address the more immediate threat first. By now, the expert mechs had all reorganized themselves to prepare for their upcoming fight against the powerful alien menace. Vess deeply hoped that this battle would not turn into a repeat of the Golden Skull Alliance's past encounter against St. Ylla-Majorca and the Olympus Mons. Back then, the disparity in absolute power was so great that no expert mech stood a chance of defeating a single, isolated ace mech. Everyone knew that it wouldn't be easy to defeat the enemy Phase Lord. Vess personally thought that their side might have to resort to special measures in order to gain an edge. What made the Phase Lord exceptionally difficult to deal with was his penchant for producing large shockwaves in space. This directly made it a lot more troublesome for the melee expert mechs to gang up on the Phase Lord. After a brief argument, the expert pilots eventually decided that it was best to confront the Phase Lord up close with 2 melee expert mechs at a time. The rest had to maintain their distance and do their best to contribute to the fight by firing their spare rifles at the Phase Lord. The most durable melee expert mech stepped up first. Venerable Linda Cross, Venerable Rosa Orphan. Vess transmitted to the 2 expert pilots who shouldered the greatest burden. We are not asking much from you. Just hold on as long as possible while doing your best to drag the Phase Lord's heels. We will constantly monitor the condition of your expert mechs and warn you to pull back before it is too late. It is crucially important that you do not linger for too long. Hey, my riot is not a baby. Stop treating it like one. No stinking alien will get through my defenses. We will see. The Phase Lord advanced quite quickly. If there was one thing the indigenous aliens were good at, it was exploiting the potential of face water. Their efficiency and mastery over the use of this crucial exotic was still leagues ahead of any human applications. As such, the expert pilots did not have too much time to prepare before the enemy powerhouse finally came close enough to initiate a confrontation. The first ones to attack were the ranged expert mechs. The Amaranto struck first by launching a resonance-empowered laser beam from her instrument of doom. Just as expected, the probing attack struck a powerful spatial shield and failed to make the Phase Lord flinch. The other ranged expert Mechs attacked shortly afterwards, as their expert pilots grew more confident in their ability to hit a small but fast-moving target. The Minerva's Irven Luminar crystal rifle induced much less strain on the Phase Lord's powerful spatial barrier. The Promethea's Ignitrone Luminar crystal rifle was just as ineffective with its initial shots. Venerable Isabel Cotin's true resonance was only capable of burning solid matter. Energy shields weren't substantial enough for her flames to catch on, so her expert Mech was not able to leverage its specialty in the slightest. It wasn't until Venerable Isabel applied a special technique based on the Alphery core detonation code that the Promethea finally started to discomfort the Phase Lord a bit more. Each energy beam that struck the Phase Lord's spatial barrier produced a powerful localized explosion. Though the damage of these explosive strikes still didn't come close enough to matching the firepower of an ace Mech, they always produced bright, blinding blasts that briefly impaired the vision of the Phase Lord. Though the powerful alien champion most certainly possessed other means of observation, it was still useful to impair his eyes. Keep it up, Isabel. Try to time your attacks so that you can deprive the Phase Lord of his sight during a crucial move or attack. Understood, sir. Whether this would help depended on how well the Phase Lord was able to sense his surroundings with other senses. He's coming. As the Phase Lord was about to collide against the expert Mechs that had been positioned forward, the Amphi's Mark Roman II braced its tower shield and prepared to meet an incoming charge. The expert Mech glowed as Venerable Linda Cross tried to leverage her true resonance to increase the mass of her expert medium space knight and increase its resistance towards heavy blows. Careful! A powerful spatial shockwave expanded from the former coordinates of the Amphi's Mark Roman II, as the defensive machine had become the first to endure the brunt of the Phase Lord's power. Venerable Linda did not dare to meet the charging Phase Lord head-on, and had instead opted to angle her tower shield at the last moment. While this decreased the blocking efficiency of the Amphi's Mark Roman II, it prevented the Space Knight from getting crumpled by the overwhelming momentum of the enemy powerhouse. As it was, the Amphi's Mark Roman II endured a heavy blow that deformed its tower shield and damaged the rest of its frame before causing it to bounce away, while remaining reasonably intact. The Phase Lord, on the other hand, not only lost a lot of forward momentum, but has also deflected off the angled tower shield so that his trajectory no longer led straight to the Antonio Cross. Instead, the Phase Lord's abrupt course change caused the alien to soar right in the direction of the riot, which had been waiting to launch a piercing blow with his spear. "Come on, old pal," Venerable Rosa Orphan encouraged her expert Mech. "Let's show this nuncer how we party." Though the Phase Lord attempted to launch an attack against the riot, numerous ranged attacks, including the blinding explosion produced by the Promethea, interrupted his rhythm. This gave the riot enough room to avoid getting struck by the Phase Lord's body, while thrusting his spear forward to launch a piercing, resonance-empowered strike. Pierce! The glowing spear tip struck the same spatial barrier that had blocked the previous attacks and proceeded no further. The riot's attack had been foiled. Ah, damn it. What does it take to peel off your shell? Chapter 46, 22, The Need for Transphasic Armor. After the enemy Phase Lord tried and failed to get rid of the entanglement of the expert Mechs, the Nuncer eventually figured out that his human adversaries would not allow him to wreck the Antonio Cross straightaway. If the alien champion wanted to destroy the crucial human fleet carrier, he first needed to deal with the expert Mechs that were doing their best to inhibit his actions. The alien stared hatefully at the Antonio Cross that was continuing to boost away from the immediate danger zone. No matter what, the relatively mobile but fragile fleet carrier could not afford to get affected by the Phase Lord's spatial shockwaves. Keep firing at the alien. There has to be a limit to his spatial barriers. Fighting against a phase lord is just like fighting a phase whale, but our adversary is smaller this time. Fortunately, the Golden Skull Alliance already possessed valuable experiences in fighting a phase whale beforehand. Though the unclean whale found at the Palace of Shame was hardly a representative example of his kind, he was still similar enough to give every participant of the Battle of the Borean Belt a good idea on the characteristics of this enemy type. Phase whales and phase lords generally fought by relying on their strong biological bodies and their strong face water manipulation abilities. Their ability to attack at range was generally poor, but their combat effectiveness was incredible as the range became smaller. Their staying power was also considerable as long as their face water concentration surpassed an important threshold. At that time, their actual bodies had become so large that they could accommodate a lot of powerful and productive organs. The compression of space produced by their inherent abilities helped to prevent all of this bulk from transforming the phase lords into giant astral beasts. This is like hitting a wall. How much does it take to push this alien back? Venerable Orphan complained as her riot continually struck the spatial barrier of the phase lord. Even if this fellow's spatial barrier is unreasonably strong, his own tiny body should have bounced away from now. Why isn't it happening? The Amphis Mark Roman II tried to help the riot out by throwing out its signature chainsword. From the moment this chained weapon flew out and struck the phase lord, the alien powerhouse hardly seemed to notice the momentous blow. The alien withstood a heavy blow that could have bounced away any expert medium Mech, especially after Master Benedict almost completely overhauled the original Amphis a few years ago. For the phase lord to behave as if he got struck by a harmless kitten was a disappointing result. Though the riot and the Amphis Mark Roman II ultimately failed to pose a serious threat against the phase lord, the alien was under no such restriction. Careful, the nuncer is rearing up again. The quadruped alien clearly didn't care that he was openly telegraphing his moves. The phase lord shrugged off every incoming attack with ease while making his forehoofs descend upon an invisible surface. The release of his accumulated energy produced a spatial shockwave that rippled through the surrounding area. While the expanding shockwaves quickly weakened to the point where they posed little threat against the distant ranged expert Mechs, the two machines that were closer suffered much more damage. The riot and the Amphis Mark Roman II both reinforced their resonance shields, which helped a lot with absorbing the damage. However, the nature of the spacequake meant that it affected space instead of the objects occupying it. This meant that the expert pilots found it extremely difficult to block the harmful ripple effects as they eventually tried to attack the machines from within. The qualities of true resonance managed to block the harm produced by the insidious attacks, but not completely. Compared to ace pilots whose resonance strengths allowed them to project full-sized Saint Kingdoms, the resonance shields of expert pilots were much poorer in terms of defense. Vess almost jumped when he saw how much internal damage the riot had incurred. Though the expert spearman Mech had at least managed to retreat far away enough to prevent greater damage, repairing all of the damaged and misaligned parts was bound to be a hellish job. Not only had the Mechs incurred a bit of internal damage, but the bodies of the pilots themselves became affected to a degree. "Ah, I am beginning to feel sick," Venerable Orphan spoke as she did her best to prevent the contents of her stomach from spilling out of her mouth. "I'm also starting to get a headache." "Be more careful about tanking those spatial shockwaves up close," Vess warned the expert pilots. "They can pass through all of the defenses of your machines and affect your bodies to an extent. Make sure to pay attention to the condition of your heads. Your brains are the most crucial parts of your body. If anything goes wrong, the man-machine connection that is crucial to controlling your expert Mechs may become impaired." That news caused a lot of distress among the expert pilots. There was no worse way to retire from Mech pilot than suffering too much brain damage. Even though expert pilots developed much more resilient brains as a result of their evolution, they still weren't as strong and remarkable as the brains of ace pilots. As such, each time these expert pilots become affected by a powerful spatial shockwave, they essentially risk getting crippled in a personal capacity. It's similar to a death energy battle formation attack, Vess uttered with concern. It's an attack method that is incredibly good at bypassing conventional defensive measures. Our expert pilots are able to hang on for the time being, but if that space quake hits our ship up close, most of the crew probably won't be able to survive. In other words, this was an unblockable attack that could devastate entire fleets under the right circumstances. As Vess became engrossed with all kinds of doom scenarios, Master Benedict began to gather more data. He pulled up a few charts and studied the data before he provided his own insights. The alien Phase Lord's area attacks can be blocked, but we need the right resources to do so, the older Mech designer stated. I have looked up the damage incurred by the two closest expert pilots, and it turns out that Venerable Linda Cross did not receive as much damage as Venerable Rosa Orphan. That's because Linda is piloting a defensive Mech. That is true, but that is not enough of an explanation. Both the Riot and the Amphis Mark Roman II are medium Mechs, and the latter is not that much more massive or tougher than the former, Benedict retorted. I have studied the data and performed a few calculations. According to my preliminary conclusions, the key reason why Venerable Linda was not as affected was because her expert Mech is clad with much thicker transphasic armor plating. Vess went still for a moment. The explanation made a lot of sense. He felt fortunate that he had sent the Riot first as opposed to a more vulnerable expert Mech such as the Dark Zephyr or the First Sword. Although the defenses of the two machines were not weak, their greatest shortcoming in the new frontier was that their armor systems were based on unending alloy instead of increasingly more common transphasic materials. Unending alloy offered a unique combination of benefits, but they did not offer the strong protection against spatial attacks like other alloys that had been infused with face water. Vess already intended to replace the armor systems of his more outdated Mechs with quality transphasic alternatives. This incident caused this initiative to shoot up in priority. Be careful, Orphan. I don't think it is permissible for you to get struck by a spatial shockwave again. The X-Trans armor system might be able to provide partial protection to your Mech and body, but the layer is too thin. I know, Venerable Orphan grumbled. I will make sure to run back faster as soon as this alien begins to rear his body again. The recent realizations messed up the battle plan, forcing the human combatants to make adjustments. The ranged expert Mechs were fine for the most part, but the melee expert Mechs had to pay a lot more attention. As soon as the Phase Lord tired of trying to bash his armored head against the resonance shields of the expert Mechs in front of him, he began to make a familiar move while accumulating a lot of energy. He's rearing up again. Get away. You don't need to tell me that again. I'm out of here. The Amphis and the Riot quickly aborted their attempted attacks and flew away as fast as they could. Ultimately, the Phase Lord managed to produce another thunderous spatial shockwave. The spacequake is larger and more powerful than the last one. The Phase Lord's attacks weren't static. He apparently exerted significantly more power than before and caused the resulting spacequake to channel significantly more damage at longer ranges. Fortunately, the two closest expert Mechs had run away sooner, thereby causing them to become less exposed. The Amphis was slower, but managed to endure the shockwave attacks a lot better. Her defensive configuration and stronger resonance shield adequately resisted the effects of the spacequake and only produced minor internal damage. The Riot managed to get a bit further, but mobility was not his strong suit. The expert Mech's relatively thin X-Trans armor systems tried to mitigate as much of the incoming shockwave, but ultimately came up short. The expert Mech jerked and momentarily interrupted his flight, as the internal damage produced by the second spatial shockwave compounded the internal damage he had incurred just a moment earlier. The riot seemed to scream in pain as many components and subcomponents glitched or malfunctioned. Not only that, but Venerable Rosa Orphan incurred such a shockwave that she momentarily lost control of her body as well. Her helmet automatically opened up a gap to allow her to vomit out the contents of her unsettled stomach without hindrance. Fortunately for the expert pilot, the housekeeping systems of the sophisticated cockpit of the riot still remained in working conditions. A special gravitic field came to life that easily captured the foul biological matter and gently siphoned it all away, thereby keeping the cockpit clean and hygienic. I don't think I can stay in the fight any longer, Venerable Orphan wearily said as she coughed a few times. Don't worry, Vess immediately responded. Don't worry about anything else and keep retreating. The Antonio Cross is ready to receive your expert, Mech. The riot is not in a good shape at the moment. You'll fix him, right? He's my best battle buddy. Vess seriously nodded. I will promise that I will work on upgrading the defenses of your riot so that you can fight against your future opponents with greater confidence. Perhaps the materials that we can salvage from the Tower of Babel will help with that. Let's hope we can win this battle. You have contributed enough. We know what the Phase Lord is capable of thanks to your help. As the riot and the Amphis Mark Roman II pulled back, the next batch of melee expert Mechs flew forward. It's my turn now, Venerable Vincent excitedly said as he showed little fear of getting brains scrambled by the Phase Lord's confounding face water manipulation abilities. It's been too long since I last punched an alien with my fists. Vess had much better hopes for the Seaman. His armor system was mainly made up of Tesmas, which stood for Transphasic Energized Smart Metal Armor System. With 5 kilograms dispersed throughout the Seaman's transformable exterior, Venerable Vincent should be able to withstand a few more spacequakes than Venerable Orphan. The Blade Chaser Mark Roman II surged forward while wielding both a sword and a pistol. Unlike the Seaman, the Blade Chaser Mark Roman II glowed a lot brighter, signifying that Commander Casella already channeled her power into her brother's expert Mech. Let's hope these two fellows are able to do a better job. Vess crossed his arms in expectation. Chapter 46, 23 One Against Many. Come on, break already. From the moment the Seaman's turn came up, Venerable Vincent drove his expert Mech straight at the deceptively small Phase Lord and started to unleash a flurry of punches at his target. None of the punches seemed to bother the Phase Lord that much. The armored Nuncer's spatial barrier resisted every impact from the oversized fists of the Seaman with as much ease as with any attack. Kicking made no difference either. What about this then? The advantage of a brawler Mech was that they were more flexible and versatile in their movements than other Mech types. Venerable Vincent took advantage of that by commanding his machine to embrace the Phase Lord with his arms in an attempt to hold or wrestle the alien powerhouse into submission. What actually happened was that the Seaman could only hold onto the spherical spatial barrier at best. The move did nothing to prevent the Phase Lord from rearing up his body in another attempt to shake the surrounding fabric of space with a powerful shockwave. Get back, Vincent. Don't resist this shockwave when you are as close as you can be. Retreat before it is too late. You don't have to tell me. Vincent squeaked as his Seaman rapidly let go and distanced himself from the threatening alien opponent. However, when the Seaman already put several kilometers between himself and the Phase Lord, the latter did not go through with his power move and instead pointed a single hoof at the fleeing Seaman as if to mock Vincent's panicked response. Vincent's face grew red with shame. Don't mess with me, you bastard. The Seaman immediately turned around and went back to wailing the Phase Lord's spatial barrier with repeated punches again. Though the previous incident did not seem like a big deal, many other people grew concerned at the implications. The alien is not a simple brute, Vess remarked. He is a high-ranking individual in his own society, and I think his combat acumen is not low. This is not a nerd who happens to possess great personal power. This is a fighter who is at home on the battlefield. According to the sources, all kinds of alien individuals could become phase lords. From military leaders to pacifist statesmen, each of them pursued the same path to godhood, making it difficult to distinguish whether they could make good use of their capabilities. As the Seaman was ineffectually trying to punch through the phase lord's spatial barrier, the other melee expert Mech did not stay idle. The blade chaser Mark Roman II weaved between the ranged attacks of the other expert Mechs and flew close enough to charge at the phase lord's rear with the tip of his sword. Since the expert Mech had managed to build up a bit of speed, the piercing power of this thrust attack was considerable. Yet despite putting the entire weight of the charging behind it, the sword utterly failed to make a single dent in the spatial barrier. This was a sword that Cadiz had specifically developed for venerable Iman Ingvar, and was considerably sharper than most bladed weapons. Not only that, but the blade chaser Mark Roman II not only relied on the true resonance generated with venerable Iman Ingvar to power up his charge attack, but also borrowed a considerable amount of juice from Commander Kaisela Ingvar as well. Unfortunately for the two Ingvars, their combined strength failed to meet the exceedingly high threshold of overcoming exceedingly resilient defenses of the Phase Lord. The only damage produced by this failed attempt to break open the Phase Lord was the destruction of the sword wielded by the blade chaser Mark Roman II. Iman's expert Mech originally wielded two swords, so he was not out of the fight yet. The blade chaser Mark Roman II already drew out his second sword, but did not circle around to commence another attack right away. Instead, Iman and Kaisela decided to fire the Grey Lotus at the resilient Phase Lord. As the heirloom weapon became charged with Helena's death energy, it started to spit out gray beams empowered by resonance at the brave and powerful alien adversary. Different from many other attacks, the gray energy beam did not get blocked in its entirety. Though much of the power behind the energy beam did end up getting stopped, a small part of it successfully phased through the thin but absurdly powerful spatial barrier. Once the remnant energy beam managed to overcome the most difficult obstacle, it proceeded to sink straight through the Phase Lord's oversized suit of armor and strike his naked body. Though several people like Vess initially had high hopes of this surgical death energy attack, the beam appeared to have entered into a dark and bottomless hole. The Phase Lord did not even twitch his body when struck by this exotic attack type. Master Benedict shook his head at the sight. The conventional components of the energy beam will get blocked. Only the more esoteric component can pass through, but its power is rather lackluster by itself. It may be possible to kill a dozen people in a row, but a Phase Lord is an entirely different sort of organism. Their actual body mass is enormous, and they are strong in other ways as well. The blade chaser Mark Roman II needs to fire that special gun at least several hundred times in order to seriously threaten the Phase Lord's life. That took way too much time and energy. Though venerable Iman Ingvar did not get discouraged and continued to fire the Grey Lotus whenever possible, the Phase Lord was not about to sit still and allow himself to get poked by these death energy needles all day. Careful, the Phase Lord is rearing up his body again. The Seaman and the blade chaser Mark Roman II did not delay in turning around and moved as far away as possible, but it turned out that the Phase Lord pranked them all again. Wait, Vess called as he looked at the graphs showing the spatial fluctuations generated by the enemy powerhouse. The Phase Lord is performing a different technique. 2 different coordinates of space are beginning to fluctuate. Wait, he's gone. The Phase Lord teleported. In one moment, he was fairly far away from everyone else. In the next moment, the Phase Lord had teleported to a location that was close to the Minerva. The Nuncer identified our command unit and is attempting to take down the Minerva. The Minerva had been boosting the blade chaser Mark Roman II all of this time, so the command-oriented expert Mech had put down its guard to an extent. Not only that, But the Minerva also maintained its distance from other friendly expert mechs in an attempt to prevent any area attack from affecting multiple of them at once. While that meant that the Phase Lord could not easily attack multiple vulnerable expert mechs at once, it did allow him to confront Commander Kaesela Ingvar's expert mech by himself. "Sister," Iman called as his blade chaser Mark Roman II gained a desperate boost in speed. "Hang on, I'm coming." The Minerva was caught off guard, and Kaesela's reaction became delayed by the need to pull her power back from the blade chaser Mark Roman II. In the meantime, the Phase Lord had already closed the remaining distance and attempted to gore through the Minerva's fragile torso with his armored head. A dark gold resonance shield prevented the Phase Lord from succeeding in this action, but the power of the attack combined with the lower defensive capabilities of the Minerva meant that it broke soon afterwards. "The Minerva is exposed. Don't let her get hit again." Commander Kaesela Ingvar did not engage in any heroics. The Minerva did not pull out a backup knife so that she could dance with the Phase Lord. Instead, the expert command mech wisely tried to back off, while making sure to exert a little pressure by firing her luminar crystal weapon at the advancing opponent. The Minerva quickly detached the long gun barrel from the Irven in order to transform her into a lighter and more manageable submachine gun. Soon enough, the shortened Irven spit out a staccato of rapid-fire laser beams at the Phase Lord. Though the Nuncer powerhouse experienced a bit of hindrance from all of the light flashing straight into his helmet's optical sensors, the Phase Lord continued to close the distance with the help of the more powerful warp bubble that he was able to generate around his body. "Sister," Iman roared as he felt that his sister was much closer to death than before. There had never been any time where he wished that his expert mech possessed more speed than now. But no matter how fast his blade chaser Mark Roman II moved, he couldn't beat a member of a race who had been playing around with face water long before the human race became civilized. Though the blade chaser Mark Roman II and the seamen weren't fast or close enough to make it in time, there were two expert mechs that did manage to make it to the Phase Lord in time to inhibit his actions. The Canavis Mark Roman II, piloted by Venerable Imaris Cross, happened to arrive first. However, the expert light skirmisher might as well resemble a fly, because it utterly lacked the power to affect the Phase Lord in any way. Its daggers bounced off the spatial barrier in complete disregard of the threat, and the power of the weapons empowered by the true resonance generated by a seasoned veteran. "I can't do anything," Venerable Imaris Cross complained. "Then get out of the way." A second light mech closed in shortly afterwards, even as the Canavis Mark Roman II retreated from the unstoppable enemy. Unlike the Cross clan's expert light skirmisher, the one fielded by the Larkinson clan possessed a bit of extra gear in order to cope against powerful opponents, particularly ones that could not be fought in a normal manner. The Dark Zephyr did not bother to draw out his unending alloy knives. Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson knew that they would be utterly useless when employed against a spatial barrier of this magnitude. Instead, the expert mech drew out a pair of grenades from a couple of his bandoliers and tossed them towards the Phase Lord right away. For good measure, the Dark Zephyr drew out another pair of grenades and tossed them right afterwards. The Phase Lord actually slowed down and took the initiative to reinforce his spatial barrier as the first two grenades came close. This appeared to be a prudent decision, as the transphasic grenades exploded a short distance away, engulfing the Phase Lord's position with face water-enriched blasts. Though the Phase Lord seemed to take these blows in stride, his advance had slowed, granting the Minerva a significantly greater reprieve. The second pair of transphasic grenades arrived soon afterwards and peppered the disoriented alien god with identical blasts. The grenades produced a greater effect on the Phase Lord than any other measure employed so far. "I wish those had storm surge payloads," Vess lamented. He had been too much of a cheapskate when he equipped the Dark Zephyr with a set of decent, but ultimately inadequate transphasic grenades. Our current measures are not enough, Master Benedict warned. We need to employ our trump cards in order to neutralize this threat. The enemy phase lord cannot be allowed to threaten our units any further. Vess firmly nodded. Agreed. In response to this, the Amaranto began to fully charge her instrument of doom while calling upon the blessing of the phase king. This was an exhausting process for both the expert Mech and her pilot. They had already drawn upon the power of the phase king many times before when they bombarded the enemy battleship, but they could still squeeze more shots if they put more effort. However, as the phase king began to infuse the instrument of doom with his unique presence, the phase lord abruptly stopped his pursuit. The powerful alien completely forgot about the Minerva and turned his main optical sensors towards the increasingly brighter Amaranto. For a moment, the area seemed to stagnate. Then, a spontaneous spatial shockwave erupted from the phase lord. Much to the surprise of every human, an alien sound transmitted over many different communication channels. Yuyuayua. Ooh, I think we made the cow angry. Watch out, Stark. The phase lord is charging straight in your direction. The phase lord advanced at a considerably faster pace than before. He posed such an acute threat towards the Amaranto that Stark did not delay any further and pulled the trigger. A blindingly bright resonance-empowered energy beam struck the phase lord head-on. Chapter 46, 24 Cultural Misunderstandings. During the initial test of the Instrument of Doom, its full-powered blast managed to pierce through 16 or so asteroids before it could penetrate no further. Though the test was anything but rigorous due to the considerable variations between asteroids, it was still a clear sign that the penetration power of this weapon was unreal. However, nothing came for free. The Phase King had to cooperate with Venerable Stark, and the Amaranto to channel a considerable part of his energy to the attack. Doing it once or twice was not a big deal, but the more the design spirit had to exert his power, the more strain everyone incurred. Design spirits existed in a different realm and were not meant to affect the material realm to such an exaggerated degree. Though the Instrument of Doom had become an interface that allowed the Phase King to exert his powers in different ways, it did not change the fact that he was operating out of the confines of his own reality. The Amaranto, meanwhile, had to struggle to control and withstand the additional power provided by the Phase King. The expert Mech had not been designed to wield the enormous power of the Instrument of Doom, and already incurred a small amount of internal damage as a consequence. As for Venerable Stark, she constantly had to exercise her mind and will to control and direct all of the forces at her disposal. Each time she called upon the Phase King, she had to leverage her force of will and true resonance to give the design spirit greater room to operate in the material realm. When Vess studied the operation of blessed weapons, such as the Instrument of Doom and the Grey Lotus, he concluded that they weren't actually that powerful when utilized by mundane Mech pilots. The two guns were first-generation products that possessed significant flaws and shortcomings. The greatest deficiency was that they lacked a fully functional channel that bridged the gap between the imaginary realm and the material realm. The design spirits that resided in the former could not channel their energies freely to the latter. For now, true resonance generated between expert pilots and expert mechs provided a barely functional bridge between the two realms, but this was not an optimal solution. Vess needed to invent a more permanent channel in a similar vein to Master Benedict's signature and dex system. This was the only way to allow his blessed weapons to operate without requiring the cheating power of a high-ranking Mech pilot. This was an avenue of future research that Vess was more than willing to embark upon if time permitted. However, that was a matter for the future. At this time, Venerable Stark had no choice but to help the Phase King bridge the gap between the imaginary realm and the material realm by leveraging her formidable willpower. She did so with considerable effectiveness. When Vess glanced at the resonance meter for the Amaranto, He could see that the expert rifleman Mech's true resonance peaked at 39.1 lavers. That was deep in the territory of a mid-tier expert pilot. Venerable Stark's growth had always been stellar due to her strong conviction and her incredible fortune for being paired with a masterwork expert Mech. As long as Davia Stark's resonance strength reached 40 lavers, then the Larkinson clan would gain its first official high-tier expert pilot. However, this was an artificial distinction. The laver scale was mostly arbitrary, and the thresholds that defined low-tier, medium-tier, and high-tier expert pilots were also arbitrary for the most part. For all intents and purposes, Venerable Stark damage output had already reached the standard of a high-tier expert pilot, especially when her expert Mech had access to powerful firearms such as the Instrument of Vengeance and the Instrument of Doom. This was why Vess had high expectations for the powerful shot that the Amaranto just unleashed against the Phase Lord. Yet as the explosion of energies settled down so that many different sensors could observe the aftermath of the blessed attack, Vess and many others grew disappointed at the result. Is that it? That is not what I expected. The good news was that the Instrument of Doom was capable of punching through the Phase Lord's unreasonably strong spatial barrier. Unlike the battleship he launched from, the alien powerhouse was only capable of maintaining a single layer at a time. As long as any attack managed to get through, it was free to inflict damage onto a more solid target. That was what the Amaranto's latest attack had managed to do. The assistance of the Phase King played a crucial role in helping the powerful energy beam attack drill through the powerful spatial barrier through a combination of skill and power. Yet despite all of this effort, the exceptional suit of armor worn by the Phase Lord managed to fend off what little managed to squeeze through. Although the armor incurred enough damage to weaken its ability to fend off another attack, it was not quite the result that Vess desired. Even if this attack managed to punch through the armor, the Nuncer's physical body is comparable to a biomech in terms of size and resilience. The Phase Lord reacted as if he was taken aback by the effectiveness of the attack. The powerful alien had previously sparred against the Unrelenting for a brief amount of time. Venerable Neville Magrin had just come off his best state at that time, but even he failed to overcome the Phase Lord's armor. Patriarch Reginald and the Mars probably wouldn't have been able to do any better. The reason why a weaker Mech managed to outperform the two ace Mechs in this aspect was due to the interference of the Phase King. Different from every other variable, the Phase King was technically a native. Not only was he derived from an artificial species that had lived with face water for over 1 million years, but the formidable design spirit recently absorbed the vast majority of the unclean whale's remnant spirituality. The Phase King couldn't be more familiar with native face water manipulation methods. Even if his formidable knowledge and instinctual understanding weren't entirely systematic, the design spirit's face water affinity was so great that he was by far the best at overcoming powerful spatial defenses. Venerable Stark clearly recognized this advantage and already readied her Amaranto for another shot. The expert Mech, along with its oversized energy cannon, began to glow again. The manifestation of the Phase King seemed to dance around the formidable weapon as if he was caressing it like a lover. However, the hostile alien god was anything but pleased with the sight. After getting struck by an astonishingly penetrating attack, the enemy made his displeasure known in a much clearer manner than before. "Sir, we're picking up another transmission from the enemy Phase Lord. This time, the alien has translated his words in human standard language." That certainly caught the attention of Vess and Master Benedict. The two Mech designers curiously listened to what the alien wanted to say. Master Benedict, along with several other people, immediately turned to Vess. Should I respond? Well, you do have a way with words, especially when it comes to toying with people's beliefs. Benedict quickly responded. You may as well give it a try, Vess. It would be best if you can negotiate a deal with the enemy, but that is unlikely to succeed. Therefore, try to unbalance the Phase Lord as much as possible. The more irrational he becomes, the more he is prone to making a mistake. Okay. Vess transmitted his response on the same open channels utilized by his adversary. This is Patriarch Vess Larkinson, journeyman Mech designer and leader of the Larkinson clan. Vess spoke in his official tone, though he doubted that the powerful Nuncer could appreciate this nuance. I am the human you are referring to. The phase whale that you are witnessing is our friend and ally. Do you have a problem with that, Mr. Trampler? The Phase Lord had resumed his struggle, by now as he wasn't stupid enough to suspend hostilities, while he was in the middle of the battlefield. The powerful alien no longer bothered to chase after the fleeing Minerva. Compared to taking down the command Mech, the Nuncer much preferred to confront the Amaranto, as it was the only expert Mech that had managed to breach his defenses. That wasn't the only reason why the Phase Lord wanted to chase after the Amaranto. The angry alien strongly expressed his dissatisfaction with another translated message. Gods must never submit to humans. This galaxy is not your home. Vess blinked when he heard the reason why the Phase Lord became so aggressive all of a sudden. Did you enslave a phase whale, Vess? No, this is a misunderstanding. Vess defended himself. The Phase King is not an enslaved phase whale. He's not really a member of this species to begin with. I have formed a mutually beneficial agreement with the design spirit. If he wasn't willing to cooperate with us, then he would have never empowered the instrument of doom. Sure, the Larkinsons originally killed him to begin with, but the Phase King eventually got over it. The design spirit enjoyed his new life a lot better now that he became exposed to the wider cosmos. He also occupied himself by building his own private kingdom in his own corner in the imaginary realm. In short, Vess did not coerce the Phase King into using his powers to the benefit of the Larkinson clan. Such deals tended to be rather suboptimal to Vess, as the collaborator rarely did his best under these circumstances. It was too bad that the Phase Lord didn't see it that way. In the powerful Nuncer's mindset, no phase whale willingly lent his power to the destructive human invaders that were in the process of devouring their home galaxy. This was such an inconceivable idea that the only viable explanation was that the evil humans were exploiting an unwilling phase whale. The Amaranto fired another fully charged shot as a response. This time, the Phase Lord made sure to turn his body around so that the incoming shot did not target the same damaged section of his suit of armor. It was a pity that the instrument of doom did not contain any opticonium. This was the resonating exotic that was responsible for allowing the instrument of vengeance to bend its energy beams. Even so, the second ultra-penetrating shot managed to punch through the Phase Lord's spatial barrier a bit better. The Phase Lord's armor incurred significantly greater damage this time. Parts of the alien powerhouse's body had become exposed. Damn it, he's rearing up again. The Phase Lord performed this classic movement again, but nobody blindly assumed that he was about to unleash an omnidirectional spatial shockwave. Vess closely observed the sensor readings and saw that the Phase Lord did not repeat his previous techniques. Careful, the Phase Lord is attempting to pull off another technique this time. What is he doing, sir? I don't know, but we'll find out in the coming seconds. Once the Phase Lord accumulated enough energy, the Nuncer's armored forehoofs struck the space in front, producing a terrifying spatial fissure that rapidly cracked forward as if it was creating a tear in the fabric of space. It turned out that the Phase Lord did possess a means to attack at range, because the spatial fissure followed an irregular path that led straight towards the Amaranto. Venerable Stark aborted her next attack attempt and tried to push the Amaranto away from the path of the growing fissure, but the unusual attack method continued to track towards the retreating expert Mech. Chapter 46, 25 Collective Effort. As the spatial fissure continued to tear through the fabric of space, it was clearly gaining on the fleeing Amaranto. The expert rifleman Mech never excelled in speed to begin with, and she was also weighed down by the considerable mass of the instrument of doom. "I will have to toss aside my energy cannon if this doesn't end," Venerable Davia Stark warned. That would certainly help with freeing up the Amaranto's speed, but no one knew what would happen after that. If the Fisher went on to destroy the instrument of doom, the rapid strike force might lose its only chance of punching through the Phase Lord's near-impervious spatial barrier. In order to preserve this essential capacity, the rapid strike force needed to relieve the Amaranto's predicament. Vess looked at the live feed, centered on the Phase Lord, and noticed a crucial detail. The enemy Phase Lord has become stationary. He is not making any further movements. Concentrate all of your attacks on him. Do not let up on the pressure. Many expert mechs had already begun to do so. Other powerful ranged mechs, such as the Minerva, the Promethea, and the Star Dancer Mark Roman II, implicitly coordinated with each other and concentrated all of their attacks on a precise point in the spatial barrier that was right in front of the alien opponent's damaged armor sections. "No defense is unassailable," Venerable Brutus Wadden spoke as his expert mech did not produce any noticeable results up until this point. "Activate your strongest attacks. The alien isn't moving or taking any other actions to mitigate the damage, so this is our greatest chance." The ranged mechs in question all started to glow brighter as their pilots charged up to launch more powerful attacks. More machines joined the fray as well. Melee expert mechs such as the Dark Zephyr and the First Sword ignored their vulnerability against spacequakes and boldly surged forward in order to add their might to the ongoing offensive. As the various power attacks struck the Phase Lord, the alien looked visibly more discomfited. "I don't believe you can ignore my shots anymore." Venerable Iman Ingvar spoke as the Blade Chaser Mark Roman II continuously fired his Grey Lotus at the same spot from the same angle. The death energy phasing through the spatial barrier and striking the Phase Lord's body directly started to produce clear differences at this time. Portions of the alien's external body began to fade and necrotize as Helena's power did its job. If that wasn't enough, the melee expert melee mechs finally unleashed their own power moves. The first one to arrive came from the Seaman. The expert mech charged forward with as much momentum as he could build while rearing up his increasingly brighter first. Vincent Punch. The resulting impact produced a significantly greater result than Vincent's last one. The stressed spatial barrier destabilized a bit further, but still managed to hold up to this point. The Dark Zephyr followed up next. Though the light skirmisher did not look as if he could exert anything close to the raw power of a brawler mech like the Seaman, it possessed a lot more finesse and precision. The Larkinson clan's iconic expert light skirmisher advanced in a different manner than before. Previously, the machine prioritized speed over anything else. This time, Venerable Tusa entered his shadow dance mode, causing his expert mech to become a lot more deadlier and graceful than before. Once the Dark Zephyr danced his way to the unmoving Phase Lord, the expert light skirmisher stabbed out both of his shadow-empowered knives at once as he completed his mysterious sequence. The finale. This time, the spatial barrier briefly showed a few cracks after getting struck by the Dark Zephyr's oddly lethal attack, but they quickly disappeared as the Phase Lord's formidable strength proved to be superior in the end. "The alien is showing weakness. We can do it. We need one more blow to break the spatial barrier." The continuous succession of heavy, concentrated attacks not only weakened the integrity of this powerful defensive measure, but also slowed down its recovery rate. The latter was the most crucial part. The attacking side just needed to launch one more powerful strike to prevent all of the prior strikes from going to waste. Venerable Desi waited for this moment. She and her First Sword both shared a lot of frustration about their continued inability to fight against the more powerful indigenous threats of the Red Ocean. In one battle after another, the expert swordsman mech either had to play second fiddle or be forced to take up a paltry ranged support role. The first sword was never designed to cheer on other mechs. She was designed to be the ultimate swordsman mech, and one that could leverage the skill of her expert pilot to defeat all opponents, no matter how strong or confounding they may be. This was the ethos of the Sword Maidens, and it was one that Venerable Deci and her battle partner were determined to pursue. Unlike other expert pilots, Venerable Deci had no desire to wait until the Larkinson clan's mech designers upgraded her expert mech again. The first sword was hardly the strongest or the most cutting-edge expert mech of the Larkinsony army anymore, but Venerable Deci deeply understood her expert mech and how to control the machine to an extremely fine degree. Not only that, but she had also put a lot more effort into training and improving her fighting style than any of the other expert pilots. That was not to say that her colleagues and peers were weak. They all possessed their own strengths, but it was undeniable that many of them had developed a high dependence on the tech at their disposal. Venerable Deci was the only active expert pilot who fully embraced traditional swordsmanship. She embraced its somewhat archaic and cumbersome customs and regularly exchanged insights with other powerful swordmasters. One of the problems that they became increasingly more concerned about was the challenge of breaking through the powerful defenses often employed by the native aliens. The Heavensword Association had already sent out multiple batches of pioneers to the Red Ocean, and some of them found that their vaunted swordsman mechs attained less than desirable results in confrontations against alien forces. Whether it was the spatial barriers projected by organic powerhouses or the more ubiquitous transphasic energy shields produced by highly advanced generators, many sword styles that had proven to be effective in the past no longer became as reliable as before. Many sword styles in use today had been adapted to mech combat. Their creators and contributors never paid much attention to the need to employ them against face-water-based defenses. All of that changed in recent years. The various swordmasters working on these collective projects freely pooled their efforts together in order to work for the common benefit of the Heavensword Association and all traditional swordsmen. It was an impressive development, and one that started to produce several useful results due to the involvement of so many powerful warriors. Venerable Deci might not have been able to contribute much to this great endeavor, but she and Caddies were able to absorb all of the new insights. Armed with lots of new theories, the two powerful sword maidens collaborated on supplementing their sword styles so that they would have a way to breach through the energy shields of a powerful warship in the future. Although the Phase Lord was not exactly the opponent that Venerable Deci had in mind when she created her latest sword technique, she had little doubt that her upcoming attack would be just as effective. As the first sword surged closer, the expert swordsman Mech lifted up her decapitator and began to infuse it with true resonance. The long, sharp, and heavy greatsword did not glow as brilliantly as other weapons, but it radiated a degree of lethality that was much more contained than usual. Venerable Deci and the first sword did not try to empower the decapitator's next strike by themselves, though. Aware that this might be the only opportunity for her to launch a power attack onto her opponent, Deci did not hesitate to call for help from the lead designer of First Sword. "Caddies, I know, I've been observing the battle from remote. Let me give you a hand." Despite being separated by a couple of light years, Caddies remained as up-to-date on the situation on the battlefield as the Rapid Strike Force. She not only understood Venerable Deci's predicament, but also shared her goal in trying to prove that melee mechs had not become obsolete in this new and different galaxy. "Sharpie, it's time to shine." "Sharp, sharp." Just like Vess, Caddies possessed an active connection to all of her masterworks. This came in exceptionally this time, as Caddies somehow managed to transfer her companion's spirit from the Bloodsinger, which she carried onto her person to the decapitator that was currently held by the first sword. As soon as a part of Caddies' extraordinary power entered the much larger blade, The decapitator's sharp edge glinted with additional power. "Respect," Dissy called out. Not many people were aware that Vess actually bestowed venerable Dissy with her own companion spirit. The swordsman Mech specialist rarely showed respect off and mostly spent her time cultivating her own strength. However, that didn't mean that respect was useless to her. Not only did the great sword-shaped spirit serve as the basis of the battle formations of the Sword Maidens, she also got along really well with Sharpie. As soon as Rispa entered the decapitator's conceptual space, the humanoid-looking Sharpie grasped the spiritual greatsword and held it aloft as if she was a champion swordswoman. Sharp, sharp, sharp. The companion spirits of Venerable Dissy and Kedis did not conflict with each other. Instead, their different powers resonated with each other, allowing them to exert greater strength than if they were on their own. The two sword maidens shared a common history. They also worked together so extensively that their close cooperation already approached the standard of the Gemini family. They truly saw each other as sisters in heart, if not in blood. Once the decapitator was almost bursting with power, the first sword finally reached the Phase Lord and unleashed a slash that was followed by a glittering wake of stars. Phase Breaker. The first sword smoothly flew away as the expert Mech completed her most magnificent sword technique to this date. Though the Phase Breaker was not as piercing as the Sword of Lydia or as overwhelming as the Blade Storm, the extraordinary sword move possessed its own charm. This became evident when the glowing river of stars struck the spatial barrier an instant after the decapitator's enormous blade moved past. As the glittering points of light struck the translucent surface, the spatial barrier did not begin to crack. Instead, it seemed to melt as if a thin wall of ice had just been struck with many different flames. The Phase Lord reacted violently to this unexpected attack. The powerful alien interrupted the spatial fissure that he had been extending through space and hastily performed a short but instant displacement technique to evade the next round of attacks. Vess and many other people did not expect the first sword to make such a massive difference. It was almost too late. The first sword's attack had saved the Amaranto. This was because the spatial fissure had reached the expert rifleman Mech and tore a deep cut into one of her legs. If the spatial fissure persisted any longer, then Venerable Stark might have been forced to eject the cockpit in order to preserve her life. Attack the Phase Lord. Now is the time. Now that the alien god temporarily lost his spatial barrier for some reason, no one wanted to give him the opportunity to restore it again. One energy beam after another struck the Phase Lord's body with unerring accuracy. Pieces of armor quickly disintegrated and completely exposed the alien to the full fury of many different expert Mechs. However, before the vulnerable alien endured any more hits, his body abruptly started to grow in size. What is happening? The Phase Lord is unveiling his true body. A considerably more powerful presence radiated onto the battlefield as a nuncer that was the size of a Corvette-class starship had come into shape. Chapter 46, 26 Storms. The Phase Lords appeared to have no choice but to expose his real body. He was much larger than he initially appeared. Upon reaching a size that was comparable to a typical Corvette, the giant nuncer thankfully did not grow any bigger. He already made for an intimidating sight, though. Even if this so-called trampler of stars did not match the scale of mighty battleships such as the Tower of Babel, it was still rather scary to witness his true body. If he was already strong and difficult to deal with when he was in his miniature form, how much worse would he be when he was in his full form? Vess had no doubt that the Phase Lord became a lot more dangerous after this transformation. He could clearly feel how the immense power of the Trampler of Stars became a lot less constrained. Though the alien still had trouble with reforming his vital spatial barrier, his physical body resisted the incoming attacks with a level of durability that matched the toughness of first-class biomechs. Every single part of the Phase Lord's body was naturally reinforced with face water, some parts more than others. Though the giant Nuncer was most certainly accumulating a steady amount of damage, all of that seemed a bit pale compared to the immense bulk and inherent resilience of his body. The Phase Lord looked incredibly furious. He had been tormented by these expert mechs far too long. The powerful alien had lost the ability to transmit a message with the disintegration of his suit of armor. But the Phase Lord needed no words to convey the absolute animosity he held towards the human machines, particularly the Amaranto and the First Sword. However, just as the Trampler of Stars was about to initiate the second round of combat, the alien sensed something amiss and turned around. While the Phase Lord had been fighting against the expert mech launched from the Antonio Cross, the Mars and the alien battleship concentrated on their own dance. The Mars initially held an advantage and managed to inflict a lot of damage onto the ruined front half of the Tower of Stars. Already weakened by prior attacks as well as the flames spread by the Promethea, the Mars came like a wrecking ball and not only opened fire with its Arceus system, but also came even close so that it could shred more materials with its shotgun. Each blast from the shotgun poked a lot of new holes in a wider expanse of the hull. When the Mars flew even closer and began to chop at the hull with its transphasic axe, it started to make brisk progress towards the more intact parts of the alien battleship. However, everything changed once the Mars neared the crucial threshold. Just as Patriarch Reginald was ready to destroy more meaningful ship compartments, he sensed an acute threat and quickly pulled his Mars back out before a powerful series of explosions engulfed a part of the Tower of Stars. It turned out that the aliens had already planted explosives that allowed them to detach the derelict half of their battleship. The violent explosions destroyed so many structural parts at once that the battleship essentially snapped in half. No one cared about the burning and utterly ruined half of the hybrid alien vessel. What mattered was the intact rear half, which had lost a lot of deadweight all of a sudden. Though the balance of the remnant was completely different, it was undeniable that the ship had also become a lot smaller and lighter all of a sudden. The separation of so much deadweight allowed the shortened battleship to regain the initiative in the fight and radically speed up her movements as well as fill up the gap in her defenses. When the Mars next attempted to attack the most vulnerable side of the shortened battleship, the powerful positron beams fired by the Arceus system struck one of the segmented energy shields produced by a generator that the aliens had moved to this side in an emergency. Even if it looked as if the vulnerable side was only covered by a single layer or 2 layers of energy shields at best, this was still a lot more than what the Mars could ordinarily punch through. Normally, that was enough to deny Patriarch Reginald Cross and the Mars the satisfaction of ripping the alien battleship apart, but this time was different. Reginald had already primed the special packages loaded inside the shoulder-mounted missile launchers of his ace mech. It only took a single thought to launch both missiles in quick succession. One of the new experimental Storm Surge missiles flew ahead of the other and crossed the short distance until it exploded against the segmented energy shield. Instead of producing a conventional explosive blast, a violent electrical storm came to life, scrambling and overpowering the transphasic energy shield with much greater effectiveness than ordinary EMP attacks. As the face-water-enhanced storm faded, so did the energy shield. The generator responsible for projecting it had completely overloaded. The second Storm Surge missile advanced much slower, but that allowed it to strike the second segmented energy shield with the same electrical fury as before. Just as the second layer disappeared, the Mars quickly charged through the momentary gap before the aliens had any chance of plugging it with another set of segmented energy shields. I'm inside now. Patriarch Reginald had lots of reasons to feel ecstatic. There was a huge difference between staying on one side of an energy shield and the other side of an energy shield. Even though the Tower of Babel's formidable array of Orvan energy shields were still operational, none of them could hinder the Ace hybrid mech any further, as the Mars had moved well past their minimum projection range. Those storm surge missiles were worth their weight in face water. Expensive as they may be, the value these experimental products provided far exceeded the loss of a couple of kilograms of face water and a heap of money. This was because as long as Reginald successfully took down the alien battleship, the Golden Skull Alliance was bound to salvage materials worth far in excess of what the Cross clan spent. The Mars immediately took advantage of its superior positioning by firing all of its integrated energy weapons at several different primary gun batteries. Several extremely powerful resonance-empowered positron beams struck the thick and wide bases of several massive kinetic cannon turrets. Though the human-developed first-class armor resisted the attacks to an admirable degree, they could withstand repeated attacks from the Arceus system. The Mars had already fought for a while and outputted a lot of energy in the process, but its energy reserves were still relatively healthy thanks to the use of an extra energy pack. The Tower of Babel did not allow the Ace Mech to attack her most powerful cannons with impunity. Numerous defensive systems designed to repel starfighters and other close-ranged threats came online. Hundreds of tertiary batteries had already been opening fire onto the Mars for a while now. The small but rapid-firing laser cannons, fletchette cannons, and interceptor missiles did little but induce more strain onto the Ace Mech's Saint Kingdom. What was different now was that the Mars had come close enough for the Tower of Babel to deploy strange rods with holes along their length. It soon became obvious what these rods were meant to do as powerful currents coursed through their structures. Soon enough, incredibly powerful electrical bolts launched from the rods and struck the Mars with much greater violence than any other attack it had endured. The bolts struck the Mars so quickly that the Ace Mech could not evade them at such a close range. Powered by the gigantic reactors of the alien battleship, these electrical bolts struck the Saint Kingdom of the Mars with ruinous power, causing it to destabilize at an alarming rate. However, it was not as if the Mars had no choice but to passively endure the attacks. "Begone!" Patriarch Reginald roared as his Mars lifted up its transphasic shotgun and opened fire on one cluster of power rods. The resonance-empowered pellets unleashed by this weapon instantly scythed the power rods at many different points, causing the rods to quickly collapse and tear themselves asunder as they no longer possessed the physical integrity to control the powerful currents. The Mars also utilized its Arceus system to cut off the rods that were further away, causing them to snap in half without any suspense. It only took a few more seconds for all of the electrical rods within range to be wiped off this side of the battleship's hull. Though the small but annoying tertiary guns kept firing at the Mars on a continuous basis, Patriarch Reginald was too lazy to eliminate them. He directed his Mars to continue its assault on the surviving primary kinetic cannon batteries, and just managed to eliminate a few more before he suddenly sensed the arrival of yet another potent threat. Reginald wasn't arrogant enough to disregard this threat. He suspended the next attack and quickly commanded the Mars to evade. The Ace Mech was more maneuverable than before, so it did not entirely make it out of the trajectory of a small but incredibly powerful plasma bolt. In the end, the domain field of the Mars resisted much of the damage before the remainder of the belt only managed to scorch the leg of the Ace Mech. Reginald became a lot warier, though, as he tried to guess what sort of threat may be powerful enough to launch that kind of attack. He knew that the battleship was large enough to host a small contingent of starfighters. What he expected to see was the appearance of a powerful starfighter that was able to match the performance of a first-class multipurpose mech. What Reginald didn't expect to see today was the emergence of a genuine human first-class multipurpose mech. He could scarcely believe what the sensor systems of his machine were feeding back to his mind. The mech that emerged from one of the vehicle-sized hatches of the Tower of Babel was undeniably human without doubt. Its shape was classically humanoid and did not resemble that of a nuncer, a pulmar, or a phase whale. Its material composition appeared to be made out of relatively standard first-class alloys. Though Reginald himself did not understand much about these materials, Master Benedict, who had been paying attention to what was happening over here, quickly informed the ace pilot that the alloys were not native products. This was because they blended locally sourced exotics with materials imported from the Milky Way galaxy. Master Benedict was able to gather a lot of other clues. From the design of the first-class Mech to the exposed weapon systems of the machine, everything about this newcomer was marked with an undeniable human brand. Reginald could even feel that the Mech pilot inside the cockpit of the impressive machine was human as well. Yet why did this Mech deploy in support of the aliens? "Who are you?" Reginald aggressively queried over an open communication channel. "Identify yourself." The response from the first-class multipurpose Mech was to fire at the Mars with a combination of integrated weapons. A powerful plasma bolt as well as a more exotic attack method that came in the form of strange gravitic balls struck the Saint Kingdom of the Mars, weakening it further to a substantial degree. Reginald shook in his cockpit. What he saw today broke his faith in humanity. To see a member of his race fall to this extent was a traumatic sight to the ace pilot. You traitor." The Mars exploded with power. Its Arceus system fired a full salvo straight at the first-class Mech, only for the traitor machine to resist the powerful with a transphasic energy shield that was strong enough to resist this astonishing blow. Reginald did not know who or what the first-class Mech was standing for, but it didn't particularly matter. This was because every human traitor deserved his contempt. Die, traitor. Chapter 46, 27 Two powerful Mechs. Two powerful Mechs dueled against each other above the hull of a half-ruined alien battleship. One side was the Mars, an ace hybrid Mech that not only pushed the limits of second-class tech and materials, but also amplified the extraordinary qualities of its powerful Mech pilot. The union between ace pilot and ace Mech was high, allowing the latter to exert considerably more combat power than normal. On the other side was an unnamed first-class multipurpose Mech. Though the machine was unquestionably human in origin, neither its design nor markings gave the Golden Skull Alliance any clue where it came from. Its Mech pilot was also skilled enough to control a machine of this caliber, but did not possess any notable skills that could help with deciphering his origin. The two Mechs came from two different worlds as far as everyone was concerned. They had little in common and were never seriously designed to clash against each other. However, the circumstances did not permit any other outcome. So long that the Golden Skull Alliance wanted to rescue Lord Pyrian Yorl-Tavik, the Mars needed to gain the upper hand in this battle. As for the humans who sided with the aliens, they must have their own reasons for saving the alien ship from defeat. As the two machines danced around each other while exchanging blows with their ranged weapons, Patriarch Reginald became surprised at how well the other machine held up against the assault. It was unacceptable for a human traitor to be piloting a Mech this good. Die already. Each time the Mars opened fire with its Arceus system, the first-class multipurpose easily resisted the attacks with its uncommonly compact and powerful transphasic energy shield. Each time the enemy machine employed a variety of integrated plasma weapons, gravitic weapons, and more, the Saint Kingdom of the Mars suffered significant blows and reduced its capacity to absorb further damage. "This bastard is still alive," Patriarch Reginald angrily roared. "Why is everyone prancing around with unbreakable energy shields these days? What does it take to beat this machine?" "There is a broad spectrum of first-class multipurpose Mechs," Master Benedict quickly replied over a private communication channel. "Your Mars can definitely crush the weaker ones with ease, but your current adversary is several tiers above that. This first-class Mech is on par with the best Terran or Rubarthan standard Mechs. It still falls short of matching the performance of an MTA Mech, but the gap is not that great. The Mech pilot also appears to be on par with a Mech pilot from a first-rate superstate. His genetic aptitude should at least be A, and he has a full set of augmentations that significantly boosts his cognitive facilities. What does that mean? It means that the enemy machine can keep up with your Mars despite not being an ace Mech itself. It also means that the enemy Mech pilot may not be as good as you, but his reaction speed and other basic performance parameters are barely good enough to keep up with your maneuvers. You are fighting against an opponent that is close to the pinnacle of what standard Mechs can offer in this Mech generation. So it's like fighting against a Terran or a Rubarthan Mech, that's it. Reginald questioned as he continually tried to figure out the weaknesses of his current adversary. You can say that, Benedict replied. First-class multipurpose Mechs generally hold an advantage in ranged combat. Battles of this nature tend to depend more on the hard performance of your Mechs rather than the skills and abilities of the Mech pilots. My suggestion is to get up close and overwhelm the pilot and Mech with your ferocity. If the Mech isn't specifically designed to fight against high-ranking Mechs, then it shouldn't be able to prevent your Saint Kingdom from affecting the enemy Mech pilot. That may be the key to defeating your opponent in the most efficient possible manner. That was a good suggestion. The greatest advantage that ace pilots possessed over everyone else was the powerful domain fields that they could project around themselves. Saint Kingdoms were one of the few phenomena that could bypass almost every conventional barrier. The Mars immediately moved into action. Its projected cape left a bright red tail behind its passage as the machine flew straight towards the first-class multipurpose Mech while opening fire with its transphasic shotgun. Though the shotgun blast did not debilitate the highly advanced machine, the Mech that sided with the aliens met the incoming charge by fortifying its energy shield, while at the same time generating some sort of gravitic singularity in front. Though the Mars could take this attack, Reginald was wary of moving headlong into this exotic attack. He therefore directed his ace Mech to circle around before hacking at the first-class multipurpose Mech from another angle. Yet before the Mars could crash its transphasic axe onto the first-class Mech's energy shield, the latter opened up yet another gun port and launched out a physical net that was made of extremely tough materials. It only took an instant for Reginald to judge that his Mars wouldn't be able to cut the net with a single chop of his axe. Although his ace Mech could still shred the net through other means, that took up a bit too much time and effort for his liking. The Mars evaded the net as best as possible, though its recent changes had made it worse in this aspect. The ace Mech was forced to use the flat side of its axe as a tool to push the net aside before it could reach the first-class Mech itself. "Break for me already," Reginald roared as his Mars unleashed a shotgun blast at short range, while at the same time lashing out at its target with a kick. The energy shield resisted the attacks just as well as before, but Reginald knew that it was impossible for the first-class Mech to last forever. The Mars unleashed its Arceus system at the first-class Mech at close range, hammering its strained energy shield with the full force of 9 resonance-empowered positron beams. However, the first-class Mech did not remain passive at this time. By relying on its energy shield to block any interruptions, a pair of hot and burning plasma swords extended from the arms of the high-tech machine. These plasma swords struck at the Mars with energy levels that surpassed the original plasma sword of the late Neo Amadeus. While the newly unveiled weapons did not benefit from any true resonance amplification, they didn't need it as the extremely powerful energies fueling their active states was devastating in itself. "You don't deserve to wield those weapons," Reginald accused as his Mars deftly avoided the plasma swords whenever possible. The emergence of the plasma swords constrained the Mars at close range, but not by much. This was because there was a huge difference in skill. The pilot of the first-class multipurpose Mech was definitely qualified to control such a powerful machine, but he was still subject to many human limitations. Reginald had moved beyond that point. He had undergone 2 major transformations, which meant that his skills, his instincts, his combat acumen, and more were far superior to that of any standard Mech pilot, even first-raters who enjoyed the best growth environment. There were many qualities that money simply couldn't buy. When the pilot of the first-class Mech cavorted with aliens or like-minded traitors, Reginald had been struggling to fight to save himself and his clan from extinction. Even before that point, he had thrown himself in battle every chance he got. He fought for glory and for the honor of his clan. He braved death more times than he could count and vanquished over opponents who enjoyed more advantages than himself. He had earned his way up to ace pilot, and that made him different than this treacherous coward who would rather consort with aliens than to help humanity prosper. As his Mars continued to tangle with the plasma sword-wielding machine, Reginald's Saint Kingdom passed straight through the transphasic energy shield and directly affected both the enemy Mech and the enemy Mech pilot. Although the two were surprisingly able to resist the worst of Reginald's influence, that did not mean that they were immune to domineering Saint Kingdom. Don't think you can mess with the pilot of a first-class Mech as easily as that of a second-class Mech, Master Benedict reminded Reginald. Every first-class Mech is equipped with a first-class neural interface. There are many reasons why first-class neural interfaces are better than its lesser versions. Chief among them is offering greater safety and security. Not only do they allow Mech pilots to get away with more without risking brain damage, they also fortify the man-machine connection that effectively enables both the Mech and Mech pilot to resist adverse metaphysical effects to a greater degree. Can you translate that to normal people's words, Mech designer? Your Saint Kingdom is less effective against a first-class Mech. But it still works, right? Barely. Patriarch Reginald grinned as his ace Mech just evaded another plasma sword strike. That's enough. The Mars hardly let up the pace. It continued to maneuver closely around the first-class Mech in an attempt to flank it or force it to utilize its plasma swords in a more clumsy manner. The ace Mech never stopped attacking. It exerted constant pressure by attacking with its Arceus system, its transphasic shotgun and transphasic axe in quick succession and on rotation. Even if the Mars did not have the variety of attack methods of its current adversary, it was already enough to do the job. The poor battleship underneath, the brawling machines, suffered almost just as much from all of the fighting. Each time the Mars or the first-class Mech evade an attack, the chances were great that the hull would bear the brunt of damage. Patriarch Reginald deliberately took advantage of his by attacking at higher angles, thereby making sure that every missed shot would land on the hull of the Tower of Babel. Although the first-class Mech tried its best to discourage Reginald from destroying their playground, it was exceedingly difficult to control an enemy ace pilot in battle. Traitor, nothing will stop me from tearing apart your precious alien ship. Why do you call yourself a human when you have sold your soul to aliens? The pathetic alien races of the Red Ocean don't deserve your help. What are you doing here? Since when must humanity consort with the weak? Are your parents proud of you? Is this what you truly wanted to do with your life? Tell me, pilot. It didn't matter whether the first-class multipurpose Mech had shut down all communications. The Mech pilot sitting in the cockpit could not escape Reginald's questioning as his Saint Kingdom directly allowed him to shout into his enemy ears. Over and over, Reginald pressed upon the mind of the Mech pilot. Even if the unknown traitor enjoyed a lot of protection from his active connection with a powerful first-class multipurpose Mech, there was no changing the fact that the metal pressure was taking a toll. First-class multipurpose Mechs were extremely difficult to control by nature. They incorporated so many different functions and demanded so much more attention that their pilots needed to perform to a much higher standard all of the time. This became a lot harder now that Reginald purposely utilized his Saint Kingdom to attack the mentality of his adversary. The first-class Mech began to make mistakes. It only took a single moment of inattention for the Mars to take brutal advantage of the hole and launch extra devastating attacks onto the energy shield of the machine. Still, despite all of this progress, the Saint Kingdom of the Mars was growing increasingly more feeble after trying to mitigate a lot of plasma attacks and other forms of attack. Neither side could keep this up for long. Eventually, a change had to occur in order to break this unwelcome stalemate. Reginald just received a notification of what was about to happen. The Penitent Sisters and the Glory Seekers are just swinging around the corner of the brown dwarf star. Keep holding back the first-class Mech and make sure you destroy as many primary and secondary gun batteries as possible. Chapter 46, 28 Mine Now. In the command center of the Antonio Cross, many people started to get impressed by the duel between the Mars and the mysterious first-class multipurpose Mech. Vess and several other people had already sent a message to the MTA in order to warn them about the appearance of human traitors. They had no idea how the Mechers would respond to this news, but it was bound to rile them up given how much stronger the aliens had become due to human collusion. As Vess began to pay more attention to how well the first-class multipurpose Mech was keeping up with the Mars, he began to imagine how powerful the MTA must be. Their numbers were incredible, and they were able to field an incredible amount of Mechs that performed just as well as the mystery Mech that fought to protect the alien battleship. Mechs like these are quite numerous, but they aren't as common as you think, Master Benedict told him after the older man noticed his fellow colleague's fascination. Think about what it takes to equip a Mech with a highly miniaturized shield generator that is able to project a transphasic energy shield of this magnitude. It must cost hundreds of millions of MTA credits. Its performance is just too incredible considering that it is resisting as much damage as a fully fledged warship. Benedict scoffed. I wouldn't be surprised if its actual cost is over 1 billion MTA credits, especially if it is an experimental piece of cutting-edge high technology. The greatest limitation of high technology like this is materials. It takes extremely potent high-grade exotics to produce this extremely difficult technical feat. Do you think that the supply of these exceedingly high-performing materials is abundant? I am guessing not, Vess replied. To be fair, many exotics can be found in many different locations. They are not exactly scarce per se. The real issue is that the demand far exceeds the available supply. Take a key material such as face water, for instance. I estimate that the transphasic energy shield of that first-class Mech can only be produced by a shield generator that has incorporated at least 3 kilograms of face water. I see what you mean, Vess replied. It is easy enough for a typical first-rate state to equip one elite Mech with this shield generator model. The state can even scrounge up enough available face water to equip a squad of Mechs with this extravagance. Any further than that, and the state will have to sacrifice other projects that also have an urgent need for face water. Master Benedict nodded. That is correct. Face water is an exotic that has wide applications in many different fields and sectors. That makes it so that the available supply of face water can run out extremely quickly. Do you see why the MTA has implemented many measures to collect as much of this substance as possible? The Mechers have the ability to harvest it themselves, but if they want to build more Mech of this high standard, they will quickly run out of their reserves, and that just applies to face water. I see. Vess was not completely ignorant of the state of first-class Mechs. Though he did not spend too much time on studying them in order to avoid getting afflicted by tech envy, he already understood that the amount of Mechs relative to the population was much less. The cost of building Mechs and raising Mech pilots had become so much more expensive that most states tended to focus on quality rather than quantity. Material constraints probably played a role in limiting the absolute numbers of first-class Mechs as well. With hard limits on how much face water and other rare materials could be obtained, it was better to concentrate them on a smaller group of top-performing Mechs rather than a larger group of middling machines. This caused Vess to develop interesting questions about the origin of the mystery Mech and its pilot. Where does this Mech hail from? Vess wondered. We might never know, Master Benedict shrugged. I have been studying the design of the Mech for several minutes, but I have yet to find any identifying features that can pin down where it was built and who worked on it. The Mech was deliberately designed with deniability in mind. Its design is so devoid of eccentricities that many possible first-class Mech designers could have designed such a Mech. I believe that even the shield generator is based on more generic principles despite performing so well. It relies more on the raw power of face water and other high-value materials than on any exquisite tech or methods that can be traced to a specific developer. Anyone who was good enough to design such a strong first-class Mech most definitely possessed the skill to prevent it from getting traced. Vess could speak from personal experience in this regard. While it may be a lot harder to avoid leaving any identifying markers with a more powerful Mech design, a master Mech designer should easily be able to cope with this challenge. As the Mars and the first-class multipurpose Mech continued to wear down each other's defenses, another development took place that finally pushed the battle into another phase. The fleet carriers and combat carriers that had previously split ways with the Antonio Cross finally managed to turn around the brown dwarf star. The flotilla of carriers came at an excellent time. While the enemy battleship had not yet lost all of its formidable cannons, the Mars successfully wrecked the most threatening primary kinetic cannon batteries, as well as a decent amount of secondary laser cannon batteries. Even if the Mars no longer destroyed any additional guns, the high relative velocities of the flotilla relative to the Tower of Babel meant that it became exceedingly difficult to shoot down the fast-moving ships on approach. This was a much better scenario than what the Golden Skull Alliance originally planned for. Vess and the others originally assumed that the alien battleship would be able to retain her full complement of warship-grade armaments. However, now that the Mars had slipped inside the main defensive perimeter of the Tower of Babel, this huge threat no longer became such a big deal. That was not to say that the enemy did not try to prepare to meet the incoming wave of threats. Several high-quality starfighters deployed from the same hangar bay the first-class multipurpose Mechs had emerged. But before they could go anywhere, a salvo of resonance-empowered positron beams easily shot them down before they could begin their defensive mission. Though the Mars had to endure a few more attacks from the first-class multipurpose Mech in order to intercept the alien starfighters in time, Reginald found it was well worth the price. Ha 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 ha, no one is going anywhere when I am around. Don't think about running away. The approach of the penitent sisters and the glory seekers boosted his confidence and depressed the morale of his opponents. He already found that the enemy Mech pilot's efficiency had dropped. Are you scared now? Reginald asked as he utilized his Saint Kingdom to gain a better read on his opponent. Our Mechs might not mean much to you, but we have beaten alien warships before. This half-ruined ship that you are trying to defend is already marked for death. You would stand a better chance of accomplishing something meaningful by running away while you still have the chance. I might be persuaded to let you go if you turn your Mech around and get the hell out of this star system. Patriarch Reginald grew disappointed when the traitor pilot did not take the bait. It would have been so nice if the pilot gave in to the pressure and lost the courage to persist against the Mars. Reginald was confident that he would be able to contain the fleeing first-class Mech somehow. The first-class multipurpose Mech started to show off more nasty tricks. For example, the Mech launched a small spread of missiles that actually contained highly illegal fusion warheads. The sudden launch of these potent missiles at short range might have caused many Mechs to suffer, but the Mars and its pilot were different. As soon as the missiles escaped from their hidden launchers, Patriarch Reginald's Saint Kingdom acted on them with no restraint. Unlike the frame of the first-class Mech, the missiles weren't directly connected to the Mech pilot. They had wholly detached themselves from the machine they came from and operated through self-contained AIs and algorithms. Normally, that wasn't really important, but that just happened to give Reginald an opportunity to exert his unique strength. Every ace pilot possessed a strong ability or specialty. It was what defined them at this stage and also paved their way to their possible ascension to God pilot. St. Yilla Majorca was able to bludgeon her targets with much greater physical force than her mech could produce. St. Jeremiah Gage was far more powerful when he fought with swords. St. Gelmer Osenring could produce massive, expanding shockwaves with every kinetic strike from his ace-heavy artillery mech. St. Marissa Lewandowski was able to obscure her ace-light skirmisher and the surrounding environment by turning her saint kingdom into an obscuring domain that blinded everyone and everything inside. Given all of these powerful tricks, Patriarch Reginald's own domain should have been just as powerful or useful, but he never really had an opportunity to show what he was capable of in previous battles. This time was different, because he finally met an opponent who was stupid enough to launch missiles at the Mars. Ha ha ha, are these yours? Well, tough luck because they are mine. The missiles had already entered the range of Reginald's expansive Saint Kingdom, so he was able to leverage his formidable willpower to forcibly take control over the missiles. He had no idea how it actually worked, but it wasn't important. Patriarch Reginald was an ace pilot that naturally sought to dominate his adversaries, and his extraordinary willpower reflected this obsession. Though the missiles were actually quite challenging for Reginald to subvert due to their sophisticated security measures and extensive precautions, his willpower ran through everything that stood in its way and finally managed to take over control before they could get close to the Mars. The 4 hijacked missiles only soared without direction for a moment before they shifted their trajectories to their new targets. One of them turned around and flew right back at the first-class multipurpose Mech, while the other 3 spread out and attempted to strike the hull of the alien battleship at 3 different points. The Tower of Babel somehow detected the danger she was in quite soon. Her tertiary gun batteries redirected their fire to intercept the missiles, managing to down just one of them before it was too late. The first-class multipurpose Mech succeeded in shooting down another missile. The remaining 2 missiles already struck their targets before it could do anything more. 2 powerful explosions engulfed different points of the alien battleship's hull. The fusion warheads were of limited power, but their might was so concentrated that by the time they had expended all of their power, the Tower of Babel gained 2 new holes on her structure. The performance of the alien battleship dropped even further, making it much more difficult for this formidable vessel to stop the advance of the incoming Mech troops. As the aliens and the human traders came under heavy pressure, the latest arrivals rapidly closed in from the distance. Soon enough, several thousand Mech deployed in space. Given that they launched from carriers that were already moving extremely quickly in space, the machines themselves were also approaching the Tower of Babel at high speed. Almost all of the Mechs looked alike. The Penitent Sisters preferred to field the base form of the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark Roman II, as the original model maintained the strongest connection to Helena. The Glory Seekers tended to field more specialized and varied variants of the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark Roman II, so their machines were not entirely uniform. The most powerful among them were the 2 expert Mech versions that the Larkinson clan had especially designed for the Handmaidens of Death. Alongside these 2 Glory Seeker expert Mechs, the Penitent Sisters also brought forth a champion. Venerable Joshua, once again, found himself taking up the responsibility to lead a troop of radical female Mech pilots once again. The initiative is all yours, Legion Commander Valerie Chansey transmitted to Joshua from one of the carrier vessels. Our sisters will put their faith in the Daughter of Death and you. Good luck and kill as many aliens as you can. Make sure you get the timing right. You don't need to remind me, Commander, Joshua tersely replied. Chapter 46, 29 Begging for Life. Venerable Joshua had mixed feelings about his mission. He did not have much sympathy for the aliens. The Tower of Babel crushed Lord Pirian Yorultavik's pioneering fleet a few months ago, thereby depriving lots of innocent humans of their lives. After that, the alien battleship immediately opened fire on Otris Magrin's pioneering fleet. Even if no one working for the notorious Vulture were exactly innocent themselves, the aliens could have chosen to turn around and flee without facing much resistance. Instead, the alien commanders in charge of the Tower of Babel chose to perpetuate the cycle of violence and almost wiped out the forces of Senatus prospecting entirely. Whether the aliens of the battleship deserved mercy or not was no longer a question that Joshua was willing to consider. He was a human, and he needed to stand up for his own race. It would have been much easier for him to reject his current task if his adversaries were much more reasonable. Is this the actual state of the cosmos? Is there no other way to put a halt to this unending cycle of violence? Don't be such a pussy, Joshua, his living expert Mech replied. A battlefield is no place for you to daydream or contemplate deep philosophical questions. It's time for you to add another pile of skulls to your long and extensive kill list. Hey, don't attribute all of the enemies killed by the battle formation attacks to my name. I am only helping Helena do her job. That is all. It isn't as if I have killed all of those people myself. Regardless of what Joshua thought about his matter, his expert Mech was right. He needed to set aside his confusion and lead the penitent sister battle formation once again. He truly wanted to be doing something else, such as fighting against the enemy Phase Lord alongside the rest of his colleagues. Still, until the penitent sisters produced an expert pilot of their own, who was able to pilot an expert Mech variant of the Valkyrie line, the Larkinson clan had no one else to turn to but Joshua and his Evertshanger. The young father found this responsibility to be increasingly more distasteful. The killing was far too industrialized for his liking. It did not match the romance of Mech that drew many children to this profession in the first place. Look on the bright side, Joshua. Killing these aliens will earn US a lot of credit from the MTA. Stopping these human traitors from spreading more secrets is an even greater contribution to humanity. This will help US advance our political goals. You're right, I guess. The Evertshanger was no longer just a third-order living Mech. He had recently become the first Grandmaster of the Anima Order. Though the newly established order did not have much time to get anything done, the Evertshanger already formulated several long-term plans. Trying to get on the good side of the Mechers would be helpful if they ever found out that living Mechs had started to organize underneath everyone's noses. The expert hero Mech was even more eager to kill all of the occupants of the alien battleship than Joshua for that reason. Just like a true hero, the Evertshanger needed to step up and set an example for his fellow living Mechs. As the Valkyrie Mechs of the Penitent Sisters and the Glory Seekers started to enter into formation without encountering any significant opposition from the aliens, possibly the only innocent individual on the enemy ship was wondering what was going on outside. "Hello, is there anyone there?" the human captive called out from his empty and isolated cell. "At least come and give me food. It's been days since I last saw a nutrient pack." Lord Pirian looked a lot more lethargic than before. His body laid limp next to the Nuncer watering pool because he would just waste a lot of energy if he made any unnecessary movements. Though he periodically called out for food, only to remind his captors that he still existed, no one had come in the past few days. It all started when the hull of the fractured house of the collapsing star shook so badly that Pirian thought that the ship was about to fall apart. Though that hadn't happened, Pirian quickly deduced that the alien ship must have suffered a heavy blow because his captives no longer bothered to patrol this cell complex. For a time, Lord Pirian thought that Helena had taken action, and that he needed to pray to this daughter of death in order to save his life. He felt ashamed at how eagerly he fell to knees and clasped his hands in order to beg for mercy and protection. Hardly anything had happened. The ship still remained operational more or less, and Pirian was still stuck in the same damn cell. The only change was that the usual Nuncer guards had disappeared. He first celebrated the departure of these intimidating guards, but that quickly changed a half-day later when none of them returned to toss a nutrient pack in his cell. By the time another half-day passed, Pyrion was willing to devour the nutrient pack without removing its slime-covered wrapping. At this time, the scion of the Yorultavik clan had suffered so much neglect in captivity that he was practically traumatized by this experience. Never in his entire life had he experienced a time where more than 8 hours had passed since he last filled his stomach. Whether it was breakfast, lunch, dinner, or snacks, he always possessed the confidence that his attendants and servants would provide him with an opportunity to fill his stomach and enjoy a varied gastronomic experience in the process. Nowadays, Lord Pyrion had become so hungry that he was even willing to eat the grass, or whatever alien food the Nuncers consumed. What is going on out there? It wasn't until the starship started to shake once again that Lord Pyrion felt a lot more hopeful. Any change was good in his eyes. At least, that was what he thought before a major explosion shook the hull and rattled the cell block to the point where Pyrion thought that the ceiling would collapse on his head. Is it time now? Lord Pyrion had a feeling that this second attack was more serious. Even though he felt humiliated for praying to Helena without anything serious happening, he did not dare to neglect the warning he received almost a week ago. The mistake of getting it wrong was too great. He reluctantly moved his body out of its energy-saving mode and pulled up his body just enough for him to enter his praying position once again. Helena, if you exist, please spare me. I have already gone through enough suffering to last me a lifetime. Please spare this humble soul from your impending wrath. If you save me from dying in this awful cell on this awful alien ship, I will promise you that I will convert to your faith. No, I will do even better than that. I will build an enormous temple in your honor and make sure that other people in this dwarf galaxy will learn of your splendor. Please, O merciful daughter of death, save me from this torment and deprivation so that I can go back to civilization and never have to face a stinking alien again in my lifetime. He was never going to go back to this stupid and ill-thought venture again. The frontier was too dangerous for the likes of himself. As Lord Pyrion prayed to Helena as sincerely as possible, another human on the ship was feeling a lot less secure. Jugal Marin experienced a turbulent time in the last few days. Whereas Lord Pyrion had been completely forgotten by everyone, the aliens did not forget about their human collaborator at all. They even accused him of enabling the attack that crippled the fractured house of the collapsing star to occur. I am not in the same group as the humans that attacked your fine and magnificent home ship. The representative of the cosmopolitan movement had to plea in native Nuncer language while utterly prostrating himself before the trampler of stars. As we have explained many times in the past, the human race is divided into many factions and groups. I am completely opposed to the pioneers that this fleet belonged to. I will arrange a greater transfer of technology and resources if you wish to obtain proof of my sincerity. It took a lot of begging and convincing to maintain their current cooperation. Though Mr. Marin had to make a lot more concessions than he was willing to make, it was not that difficult for the cosmopolitan movement to increase the amount of assistance it provided to the aliens. In fact, this turn of events worked out quite well for Marin, as the goal of the cosmopolitans was to bolster the strength of the native aliens to begin with. The more tech and resources the Red Cabal received, the greater its chances of stopping the Big Two's relentless invasion in its tracks. Everything changed for the better until a second human force arrived in the star system. It became evident that these newcomers were much more prepared to fight against the fractured house of the collapsing star. The disturbing effectiveness of the second force even caused Jugal Marin to become suspicious. When he recalled what happened in the past week, he managed to tie all of the clues together and deduce that the fractured house of the collapsing star was caught in a conspiracy. The problem was that he wasn't the only one on the ship who could figure this out. The smartest and more thoughtful aliens made the same connections. Huhiye! A Nuncer high officer roared as he bent down his head and snatched Jugal Marin by his voluminous purple robes. The alien officer lifted up the human's body and flung it towards the bulkhead of the alien bridge. The cosmopolitans are not at fault, he repeated in native Nuncer language once again. This is not the time to indulge in your unfounded suspicions. I have just accessed my archive stored in my implant and identified the human threat that we are fighting against. We are in great danger. Do not underestimate these adversaries. Those second-class mechs that are rapidly advancing towards our ship are far more dangerous than you can imagine. You need to warp away from this star system as best you can before it is too late. The furious Nuncer officer did not listen to him. Instead, the quadruped alien stomped over to Marin's fallen position and picked him up by his robe yet again so that he could fling the puny human against another bulkhead. I am being serious. Contact your housemaster. Allow me to speak to him and impress the importance of evading the attack that I know is coming. There is no time for that. Look, those mechs have come a lot closer while we have been wasting our time. Activate whatever warp drives if any of them are still functional. If not, command everyone to abandon your home ship so that we still have a chance to survive the impending slaughter. The aliens didn't believe him. For all of his notable communication skills, the Nuncers and the other species crewing the starship had completely lost all of their trust of humans. No, you fools, it is too late. The Mech are right on top of us. Look, one of humanity's gods has already appeared. The aliens on the bridge initially dismissed the threat of the weak standard Mechs, thinking that the starfighter-like machines were no different from the ones fielded by Senatus prospecting. That quickly changed when not just one, but several manifestations of a young woman in gray appeared over the rapidly approaching formations of Mechs. As the three near-identical manifestations came closer, the alien officers just started to panic and issue emergency orders to the crew. But by that time, the infamous battle formations of the Golden Skull Alliance had already sent out 3 different waves of death at rapid speed. Though the aliens didn't know it, Jugal Marin knew without a doubt that there was no time to respond. The only action he could do was fall to his knees and prostrate in front of the rapidly advancing waves of death. The cosmopolitan did what he was always good at. He pleaded and begged the incoming threat to spare his life. Human goddess, forgive this humble human soul, spare my life, and I shall become your eternal slave and devotee. Before he could continue his prayer, 3 waves of deaths successively coursed through the length of the crippled alien battleship. Chapter 46, 30 Meanings of Death. When the Penitent Sister and Glory Seeker Mechs advanced towards the alien battleship at blazing fast speeds, their pilots all became of one mind. Each female Mech pilot earnestly wished to call down the wrath of Helena and snuff out the lives of the alien crew members who stood in the way of the Golden Skull Alliance. This was not the first time the Penitent Sisters and the Glory Seekers called upon the power of one of their gods. Each time they took part in a battle formation attack, they felt incredibly honored and privileged to become connected to one of the greatest women alive. Their faith became more invigorated as their small and limited minds touched upon a much greater and vaster consciousness. No matter the differences and distances between the two, whenever a battle formation took effect, both God and human became connected by a bond that became a life-changing experience for the latter. The power disparity between the two was so great that the Mech pilots who came into touch with the Daughter of Death retained a tiny fraction of the vast death energy that Helena brought to bear. No one was more in tune with the female-designed spirit than the handmaidens of death. Aside from Venerable Brutus Wadden, Venerable Olivia Remise and Iana Ballantyne had become the faces of the Glory Seekers. Along with the increasing number of female expert pilots that broke through as they served in the Hex army, the handmaidens of death had become the apostles of a young but spirited death goddess. Both women took their responsibilities extremely seriously. They were utterly unlike Venerable Joshua, who only led the penitent sister battle formation on a part-time basis. What displeased Venerable Remise and Venerable Ballantine the most was that their previous efforts always paled in comparison to that of the young Larkinson hero. Each time Joshua took charge of any battle formation, the resulting output gained life, allowing Joshua to effectively control the destructive energies by remote. This was an incredibly useful and versatile modifier that vastly enabled these kinds of attacks to be more effective. For example, Joshua could turn around the death energy wave attack or enable it to thread through the thickest Mech formations. Even though the handmaidens of death were much more devoted to Helena, they did not possess the vibrant vitality of the golden boy of the Larkinson clan. How could they ever do the daughter of death justice and channel her lethal splendor in a more effective manner? The two Glory Seeker expert pilots prayed in front of their own expert Mechs. As living machines that possessed a direct connection to Helena, they functioned as the best altars to their goddess. Unlike many of the gods that humans revered throughout the Milky Way and the Red Ocean, Helena actually answered their prayers. She did not do so through cryptic phenomena or drug-fueled hallucinations either. Instead, as long as there was a legitimate totem in the vicinity, she chose to manifest in front of those devoted to herself. "I have heard your prayers," Helena spoke one day as her gray-robed form manifested in front of the two devoted expert pilots. "I'm getting rather tired of hearing you beat yourselves up all of the time, so I decided to come and set matters straight." "My lady." "Your worship." Helena made a cutting motion with her arms. "You don't need to bother with all of that bowing and scraping. Serving the Glory Seekers and protecting my idiot younger brother is all of the service that I need." That is what we are struggling with, milady." Venerable Olivia Remus humbly spoke as her altered black hair quivered due to her nerves. "We lack guidance in how to better channel your great and awesome power." She may be a confident expert pilot in front of others, but only Helena could turn her back into a mortal. Venerable Iana Ballantine nodded as well. Her hair used to be in a different color, but she had dyed it black in honor of the woman she pledged to serve with her life. "Each time the people in our fleet speak of battle formations, they think of the one that is tied to you. Yet when they are asked to speak about who can produce the best results, they do not speak of us, but rather of a Larkinson." "What is the problem with that?" Helena asked with a coy smile on her expression. "We do not have any ill will towards Venerable Joshua Larkinson, but he's not a hexer nor a woman." Venerable Ballantine spoke. "We can see that we can do more to help you spread your might on the battlefield, but we do not have the faintest clue how to accomplish this. We have asked for advice from numerous people, including Venerable Joshua himself, but none of their words have helped." "I am not surprised," Helena responded in her slightly echoing and ethereal voice. "Everyone is different. Expert pilots are different as well. Joshua is about as opposite from you as you can find. What works for him does not work for you. He is actually much further ahead in exploring and figuring out the uses of his unique strengths than you. He can do what he has done before because he is good at cooperating with others, particularly Mechs and design spirits. The two of you cannot match him in this area, so you shouldn't use him as a model." That piece of news disappointed the two expert pilots. Helena smiled at the two lost expert pilots. "Don't look so glum. It is not as if you are any worse. Everyone has their talents, and the two of you happen to match my element. The only reason why you haven't been able to do anything yet is because you haven't properly decided how you wish to leverage your power." "What do you mean by that, milady?" "You spend too much time on looking up to me and not enough time on looking at yourselves," the design spirit replied. "The two of you are demigods already. While I am honored by your devotion, you should develop your own personal strengths as well. Don't try to imitate me. Be different. Think deeply on how you wish to fight and defeat your opponent and focus on developing yourself to realize it. For example, Joshua decided to make cooperation the core of his fighting style, while Brutus treats the battlefield as a dancing floor. The two Hexer expert pilots already gained a better idea on what they needed to do. They just had to figure out a way to distinguish themselves so that they could develop their own advantages in battle. "I understand what you mean now, milady," Venerable Ballantyne gratefully said. "However, it is difficult for me to imagine how we can apply the power of death in our own way. It is a force that kills, nothing more. How can we apply it differently?" "There are hardly any other high-ranking Mech pilots that we know of that we can use for inspiration." Helena chuckled and removed the death lotus from her hair. She changed the spiritual artifact into a pistol and tossed it in the air as if it was a toy. Death is a fundamental concept that is part of the root of reality. Its versatility is far beyond what you can imagine. Don't just look at the literal meaning of this concept. Try and look at its symbolic meaning as well. Death can represent an ending of something brilliant, the heat death of this universe, the passing of an entire race, or the disappearance of culture. Anyway, there are many more meanings that I have not bothered to mention, but you should have a good idea by now. Think about what meaning of death speaks to you the most and commit yourself to exploring it to the limit and beyond. That is what expert pilots like you should be doing. Her insightful words had led to a lot of soul searching for the handmaidens of death. Though the two women were still at the beginning stages of their individual explorations, they had already produced a few results that signified their future development directions. As such, when the fast-moving Valkyrie Mech formations finally channeled the power of Helena onto the battlefield, 3 distinctly different death energy waves engulfed the heavily damaged alien battleship in quick succession. The first wave came from the Penitent Sisters. The ominous gray energy wave, tinged with a corona of green, not only accurately engulfed the entire cross-section of the fractured house of the collapsing star, but also slowed down as best as possible so that it could prolong its contact with all of the life forms inside the hull. Though it had been extremely difficult for Venerable Joshua to slow down the fast-moving death energy wave, he managed to slow it down by at least 50%, so that it ultimately acted on the aliens to a stronger degree than usual. Many weaker aliens collapsed in an instant. There were actually relatively few of them aboard the ship, as only the elites of the Red Cabal had been assigned to the fractured house of the collapsing star. These aliens collapsed silently, as their bodies still remained operational, but whatever consciousness they possessed had been snuffed out by the power of death. The stronger aliens managed to hold out a lot better against these waves, especially when they were still passing through relatively quickly. Surprisingly enough, most of the Nuncer and Pulmer crew members managed to persist at a remarkably high rate. Their races were considerably different from each other, but they both happened to share strong minds and willpower. The Nuncers possessed a strong collective spirit, and they tended to perform better when they were gathered alongside other Nuncers. Since the crew members serving under the Trampler of Stars were mostly members of his herd, there were always Nuncers gathered into groups. Each of them drew a lot of strength and reassurance from each other, allowing them to barely resist the first couple of death energy waves. The Pulmers might not be so capable of drawing strength from each other, but they were actually individually stronger in mind. They had to be because of the diminutive size of their ball-like bodies. Many of them were incredibly clever and adept with technology, and they relied on their formidable accumulation to cling to their own lives and resist the energies that sought to deprive them of their souls. However, these hardy Nuncers and Pulmers did not face a single rapidly passing battle formation attack. There were also other waves that were nearly identical. One of the waves came from the Glory Seeker battle formation, led by Venerable Olivia Remise. During her own exploration of death, she decided to branch out and explore how the power of death could affect machines as well as life. Even technology can die. As such, when the energy wave passed through the hull of the alien battleship, the aliens who were still alive not only had to endure another brutal test, but the various parts and ship systems around them also began to glitch. Most of the tech of the brand-new battleship was hardy and robust, so relatively few systems malfunctioned due to the efforts of venerable Remise. She needed to become a lot stronger if she wanted to affect a ship of this caliber. Venerable Iana Ballantyne managed to produce a slightly more pronounced effect. Whereas Venerable Remise focused on killing electronics and other machinery, Venerable Ballantyne decided to complement that by killing the bodies as well as the souls of individual lives. After all, there were still individuals out there that possessed remarkably strong minds who could resist the power of death head-on. If the glory seekers ever encountered such an opponent, then their greatest strength would become invalid. Venerable Ballantyne did not accept this, and sought to expand the versatility of her death power by focusing on killing the body cells. At least an opponent who was strong in mind but weak in body would still suffer. This was exactly what ended the lives of the most resilient officers among the Nuncers and Pulmers. Each of them were veterans in their own right, and managed to survive the successive death energy waves that had snuffed the vast majority of the crew. Yet when the energy wave infused by the domain of Venerable Ballantyne passed through the hull of the alien battleship, their bodies all became so weak and sapped with energy that many of them could no longer support themselves. The Pulmers especially had it bad, as their ball-like bodies were simply not as strong as that of many other races. When their bodies faltered, their spirits no longer possessed a solid base, causing them to become a lot more vulnerable. In the end, no matter what tricks the aliens relied upon to resist the extraordinary attacks, all of them failed in one way or another. This was exactly what the Golden Skull Alliance wanted to accomplish. The power of death had engulfed the fractured house of the collapsing star so thoroughly that only a few individuals were left alive at the end. One of them happened to be locked in a cell for days on end. I'm still alive, Lord Pyrion wondered in utter bewilderment. Chapter 46, 31 Human Resistance. Lord Pyrion had a strong premonition that he was about to die. He didn't know why he suddenly felt that way, but his fears prompted him to put more strength in his prayers to this mysterious Helena. "Oh, daughter of death, if you truly exist, please shelter me in your generous bosom and protect me from the ravages of death. If this alien vessel is about to blow up, then I ask you to keep this cell block in one piece so that I will be able to survive in the end. If I do manage to make it out, I will make sure to pray to you each and every standard day, so that I will always be reminded of the grace that you have bestowed to me in my hour of greatest need." As Pyrion sped up his words as if that would increase his appeal to a greater deity, his cell suddenly became engulfed by an ominous, semi-transparent wave of energy that sparked so much alarm inside of him that he almost felt as if his soul was to separate from his body. What is happening?" The first-class Scion barely had any time to process what had happened before his cell became engulfed by another energy wave. Not again. A third one followed in an instant that caused his deactivated implants to quiver. When will this stop? And a fourth one caused his body to feel a little bit more hungry and devoid of energy than before. "Please kill me now. No, wait. I didn't mean that. Save me, Helena." Thankfully for the poor human captive, no further death waves engulfed the alien battleship. Lord Pyrion finally collapsed onto the deck as what had taken place finally appeared to be over. I'm alive, ha 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 ha. I am still alive." As the first raider celebrated his survival from a force that was too powerful for him to comprehend, another human individual happened to survive this ordeal as well. When the initial wave of death energy coursed through the bridge of the alien vessel, Jugal Marin personally saw how many of aliens crewing the various stations became profoundly affected by a phenomena that he had only faintly read about in one of his past daily status updates. As a diplomat and a liaison who constantly had to work alongside aliens, information was extremely crucial to his job. The Cosmopolitan periodically received a condensed news digest that he was rapidly able to process to reduce the possibility of getting caught off guard by a recent development. He absorbed news related to many different subjects, and considering that the ship he was on currently resided in a turbulent border region, he requested a large amount of news about the happenings in the surrounding areas. The battle that took place in the Borean system was just one of many fights that took place in the border region. It only merited a few paragraphs at most, and only made a single reference to a method of attack that ostensibly wiped out the crews of entire warships. Jugal Marin recalled that he was only mildly surprised at this feat. He noted down the name of the pioneering organizations responsible for producing this feat, but otherwise moved on to processing more important news. His excellent augmented memory allowed him to identify the attacking force and recall what they had famed for doing just a month or so prior. This was why he was the only person aboard the alien ship who had an inkling of what was coming. It turned out that this force was more terrible than he initially imagined. He truly understood now how this energy attack could snuff out all life inside a starship. Jugal Marin knew that trying to resist it by force was pointless to him, so he did the only thing he was capable of and essentially begged the source of this power to spare his life. As a part of himself felt as if he was brushing against an immensely lethal force, he pleaded so much that he could think of nothing else but make promises that he couldn't even recall. Half of the bodies on the bridge collapsed. The rest jerked back as if they were struck on the head. Yuhawas. Uwihwa. Kriyawenwai. Various alien wails escaped the throats of the aliens who surprised the death energy wave. Each of them suffered so badly that they felt a pain in the innermost part of themselves that could not be remedied by any medicines or treatment. Yet just as these hardier Nuncers and Pulmers managed to cling onto their lives, several more waves coursed through the bridge in quick succession. With each subsequent pass, the amount of aliens who managed to stay alive decreased to an alarming degree. By the time the final wave had passed through the hull of the alien vessel, no one on the bridge was alive except for a single human who had prostrated himself onto the deck in utter submission to the greater power that had reaped so many souls. Jugal Marin's body shook in utter fear, but the cosmopolitan did not dare to raise his body and assume that the crisis had passed. He and Lord Pirian Yoraltavik happened to be among the exceedingly small group of individuals who managed to survive the successive waves of death. Yet they were not the only humans who endured this great test. Unlike them, there was also a third human who became affected by some of the waves of death, and it just so happened to be the Mech pilot of the first-class multipurpose Mech that had been fighting against the Mars. The Mech pilot had to exert his full concentration on the fight in order to keep up with the powerful second-class ace Mech, so he was unable to respond in time when one of the death energy waves was about to pass through his machine. Unlike the Mars that could rely on its formidable Saint Kingdom to shield Patriarch Reginald from this threat, the Mech pilot of a highly advanced first-class Mech enjoyed no such protection. In fact, Reginald even took the initiative to distance himself from his opponent and retract his Saint Kingdom as much as possible to ensure that he did not inadvertently save his opponent. While he wanted to defeat the enemy Mech through his own strength, he felt that the Mech with a disgustingly strong transphasic energy shield might choose to run before it could be beaten. Rather than let this powerful first-class Mech escape his grasp, Reginald would rather allow his allies to claim the honor of defeating the first-class opponent of the Golden Skull Alliance. A part of the ace pilot was also curious whether the trump card of the Penitent Sisters and the Glory Seekers would work against the pilots of first-class multipurpose Mechs. He learned that their neural interfaces were much more special and provided a lot more protection against different effects. Though the death energy wave unleashed by the Penitent Sister battle formation did not spill beyond the hull of the alien battleship, the other waves released by the Glory Seekers did manage to wash through the first-class Mech. Just as the Golden Skullers had anticipated, the transphasic energy shield and transphasic armor system failed to block this esoteric attack. Not even the first raiders had developed any tech that could specifically defend against this phenomenon. As the first wave passed through the first-class Mech, the machine did not actually glitch and stutter, as was the case with the alien battleship. The first-class Mech was much more resilient, as it should be considering that it was built to endure the rigors of battle. The second wave produced a stronger effect. Though it did not affect the frame of the expensive, it nonetheless targeted both weaknesses of the human Mech pilot at once. On one hand, the pilot's battered spirit received another serious blow. On the other hand, his physical body grew weaker and less energetic. Amazingly enough, this double whammy did not kill the first-class Mech pilot outright, but the incredibly skilled and talented soldier had to rely on the utmost of his top-class augmentations and training to keep his body and soul together. Not only that, but he had to draw on whatever support his first-class multipurpose Mech could give him in order to give him the resilience to hang on to his life. However, he managed to survive in the end. Though the first-class pilot felt utterly drained in the end, he still managed to survive an attack that was lethal to the vast majority of humans. Don't get distracted. The first-class Mech suffered an astonishingly heavy series of blows when the Mars charged up and attacked with all of its available weapons in quick succession. The weakened first-class pilot came under greater suppression as soon as the Saint Kingdom of the Mars pressed on him again. First, the Ace Mech struck the first-class Mech with all of the integrated energy weapons of the Arceus system. The transphasic energy shield, which had resisted many attacks, already began to show more serious flaws. Second, the Mars fired its transphasic shotgun at the first-class Mech. Instead of firing out a spray of pellets, the weapon instead launched a solid, heavy slug that thundered against the unstable energy shield with the force of a hammer. Third, the Mars swung its transphasic axe straight at the area of the energy shield that had already endured a lot of stress. When the weapon finally struck the energy barrier, the latter exploded as it finally couldn't withstand the fury of an Ace Mech any longer. No. The exposed first-class multipurpose Mech automatically initiated a series of defensive moves at this time. The Mech not only activated a powerful set of boosters that pushed the machine backwards, but also burst out a huge amount of smoke, heat, sensor-blocking particles, and more junk in order to prevent any follow-up attacks from striking the machine. On top of that, the sophisticated Mech also began to activate its minidrive, so that it could warp out of this extremely dangerous area as soon as possible. Did I say you could leave, traitor? Yet before the first-class multipurpose Mech could get much further, a large axe spun forward like a wheel and struck the machine in the back with unerring accuracy. While the resonance-empowered axe did not manage to penetrate the tough rear armor of the powerful machine, it did manage to strike and inflict serious damage onto the flight system and minidrive mounted on the back. The first-class multipurpose Mech's mobility became impaired. The Mars flew past the obscuring cloud and engaged its Arceus system once again, striking several weak points on the exposed and damaged rear. This time, the resonance-empowered positron beams inflicted real damage onto the first-class Mech. Not only did the attacks damage or disable numerous rear weapon ports, but they also took out a few maneuvering thrusters, which further impaired the expensive machine's mobility. The approaching Ace hybrid Mech had already put away its shotgun this time. It now held its whale-cutting saber, which Reginald considered to be the most fitting weapon to hack apart a first-class multipurpose Mech. Die, traitor. At this time, there was little his opponent could do. The first-class Mech could no longer run away while its Mech pilot had become unprecedentedly weak. 1. The glowing heavy saber chopped off a forearm at the relatively weak elbow joint. 2. The Mars spun around and made an identical chop that cut off the other forearm. 3. This time, the Ace Mech utilized its momentum to hack its sharp and heavy saber through a foreleg. 4. Another foreleg spun away into open space. Though the first-class multipurpose Mech still had more than enough intact modules to put up a bit of resistance, its Mech pilot no longer had the confidence to persist in the fight. The pilot gritted his teeth. If he was a lesser man with weaker convictions, then he would have offered his surrender to his adversary. He was stronger than that, though. It only took a split second for the weak and weary Mech pilot to settle on his course of action. For a pluralistic society, the man weakly roared while raising his fist. The highly advanced power reactor of the first-class multipurpose Mech self-destructed, engulfing the entire machine and the immediate surroundings with destructive energies that far exceeded any of its prior attacks. The Mars barely avoided falling victim to this blast, as Reginald sensed the threat in advance and managed to pull back in the nick of time. The treacherous first-class Mech had fallen. Chapter 46, 32 First-Class Superiority. After the rapid strike force had successfully neutralized the alien battleship, as well as the human first-class Mech that attempted to defend her, the battle was pretty much over at this point. The only active combatant remaining in the fight was the powerful Phase Lord that had fought a hard battle against the expert Mechs deployed from the Antonio Cross. The Trampler of Stars had paid close attention to what had befallen his homeship and became utterly appalled at what had happened to his ship. Hardly anyone on his ship was left alive. No matter how many times he tried to make contact with his subordinates aboard the vessel, no one responded to him anymore. The vessel had practically turned into a ghost ship by this point. Even if a small quantity of special alien life forms managed to resist the successive blows that could not be blocked through conventional means, they no longer had the numbers to mount an effective resistance. The ship was gone. Yuahawa, the Trampler of Stars, roared through space while crashing his forehoofs. A devastating space quake spread from his massive true body. Due to his drastic change in size, the shockwave generated by the Nuncer Phase Lord spread across a greater area. None of the expert Mechs in the vicinity wanted to get caught up in the destructive spatial area attack, so they quickly retreated in order to minimize the harm they endured. Yet just after the spacequake had run its course, without inflicting too much internal damage to the closest expert Mechs, the Trampler of Stars did not throw himself at the human forces in order to avenge the alien fallen. Instead, the Nuncer Phase Lord had taken the time to perform an emergency technique that caused him to form a powerful warp bubble around his massive body. In order to ensure that nothing could interrupt this desperate move, the Trampler of Stars went as far as burning up his own body mass to generate enough energy. The newly formed warp bubble not only distorted the path of a lot of incoming attacks that were savaging his body, but it also allowed the alien god to quickly distance himself from the human Mech force. He's trying to make a getaway. Stop this alien. We can't. We don't have the means to interdict his warp travel. Ranged expert Mech such as the Amaranto, the Promethea, the Minerva, and the Star Dancer Mark Roman II all poured as much damage onto the fleeing Phase Lord as possible, but none of their efforts yielded any significant results. The abnormally powerful warp bubble remained extremely resilient, and whatever attacks managed to strike the massive body of the Phase Lord only produced flesh wounds at best. Eventually, the Phase Lord managed to accelerate so quickly that he quickly escaped the range of most expert Mechs. Forget about it, Vess sighed as he spoke over a communication channel. Phase Lords are highly adept at manipulating face water, and their ability to mimic the processes of a warp drive are quite excellent. None of the Mechs and starships that we have brought possess the means to stop this fellow from running away. He doubted whether the recently acquired gravity net module installed on the Spirit of Bentheim could stop the Phase Lord from escaping. The alien powerhouse possessed so much face water in his body that he could resist a lot of different measures to prevent his retreat. This was especially the case when he resorted to an extreme measure like burning up his own body. Still, Vess had no complaints. The other expert pilots might be bummed that they failed to defeat a formidable opponent that they had all struggled against, but defeating the Phase Lord was never the main objective of the Rapid Strike Force. Vess only truly cared about rescuing Lord Pyrion Yorl-Tavik from the clutches of these mysterious aliens. Neutralizing the alien battleship was an incredibly nice bonus, and one that would doubtlessly grant his clan incredible profits. But it was just icing on the cake as far as he was concerned. He could always find a way to gather face water and resources elsewhere, but it was much harder to obtain the favor of an established first-class power. Vess concentrated his mind for a moment. Helena, did you manage to come across Lord Pyrion Yorl-Tavik when your power swept through the hull of the alien battleship? Have you managed to keep him alive during the process? His sister did not choose to manifest herself in front of him this time. She merely conveyed her words directly to his mind. I came across a few humans. One of them was definitely an enemy, so I tried my best to kill him for you. It was a lot harder for me to do so than I thought. He's anything but average, and for some reason his connection with his Mech provided him with a surprisingly strong form of mental protection. I never encountered so much resistance when my power swept through other Mechs in the past. Vess did not look particularly surprised by this news. I suspected that this might be the case. First-class Mechs make use of first-class neural interfaces, which are better in every way. I always wondered how the MTA alongside the CFA managed to defeat a certain powerful cult a few hundred years ago. The Mechers must have been able to muster an extremely effective countermeasure in order to render the most effective means of the cult invalid. Your inability to kill the pilot of a first-class Mech explains it. Spiritual entities such as yourself aren't all-powerful after all. At a certain point, Mechs become so strong that they can truly challenge all kinds of powerful opponents. There were good reasons why the Five Scrolls Compact hated Mech so much. Supposedly, God Mechs were so overwhelmingly powerful in battle that they could resist everything that dark gods and spiritual sorcerers could throw at the Apex machines. However, Vess seriously doubted that there were many God Mechs and God pilots 4 centuries ago. How was the MTA able to spank the Five Scrolls Compact so hard that it became an equal partner to the CFA? If first-class Mechs were able to help their Mech pilots resist the harmful effects of metaphysical attacks, such as death energy battle formations, then that made a lot of sense. This is not a fair matchup, Helena petulantly retorted in his mind. If a first-class Mech showed up in the Nyxian Gap, then I have 100 different ways to make the Mech pilot miserable. I'm too far from my home ground over here. Do you know how difficult it is to channel my power and energies through the minds of those weak Mech pilots? They can pray to me all they want, but that doesn't change the fact that pushing my power through them is like pushing my body through several thousand tiny straws. That was certainly a colorful analogy. Vess understood what she was saying. It was just too difficult for design spirits to affect the material realm. I will find a way to improve battle formations in the future so that design spirits such as yourself can more effectively intervene on the battlefield. Vess mentally replied. Back to my question, have you managed to find and spare Lord Pyrion? He's kind of the reason why I bothered to take so many risks. About that, Vess became wary. What is it, Helena? Don't tell me you failed to preserve his life. No, it's not that, little brother, she replied. I actually came across 2 different humans that were both pleading with me to spare their lives. I found their pleas to be rather cute, actually, but I did not manage to remain in contact long enough to figure out which of the 2 I am supposed to spare. What did you do? I decided to spare them both. Oh, do you know whether one of them was a captive or a collaborator on the alien ship? I don't know. They were located in 2 different parts of the ship. One of them was surrounded by aliens while the other was on his own. I think the former may be another person, but I couldn't say for sure. Who knows whether the alien officers invited Lord Pyrion to them in order to squeeze information out of him. Both of them are fine as far as I know, but you should better hurry up and find out the truth yourself. Ah, you're right. Thank you for your help, Helena. I will repay this favor later. You better not forget your promise. After Helena planted a mental kiss onto Vess' mind, her presence faded away. By this time, the rest of the elite strike force had already taken the next steps. Expert Mechs fall back to the Antonio Cross and stand by to resupply in batches. Remain on guard in case the enemy phase lord returns or hostile reinforcements arrive. Penitent sisters, glory seekers, turn around and converge on the alien battleship. Help the Mars secure the exterior of the vessel and make sure that no surviving alien or automated defense program can pose a threat to our assets. Also make sure to secure a route for Diva. The Hexer commandos will be leading the effort to extract our primary mission objective from the enemy vessel. All of these moves would take a fair amount of time to execute. The Mechs and ships that had just flown past the Tower of Babel were still moving away at a rapid speed and needed to spend a lot of time to gradually reverse their travel direction. That left the Patriarch Reginald and the Mars on their own for the time being. Fortunately, the Ace Mech was more than capable of taking care of itself. Reginald even asked if it was okay to destroy the remaining surviving weapon batteries just in case they could go active again. This was a difficult decision, as leaving as much of the ship intact was possible would preserve more value. Vess and Master Benedict briefly exchanged glances before the latter issued a response. You should proceed to destroy the gun batteries that I am in the process of pointing out. You do not need to strike them with your most powerful attacks. Just target the modules or sections that I have highlighted for you on the command net. You can keep the remainder intact, as they cannot target anything that is situated outside of their firing angles. Will do. Patriarch Reginald no longer felt excited anymore, so he mechanically completed this essential chore. The Tower of Babel was slowly rendered harmless. Even if a batch of surviving crew members could take over control of all of her intact ship systems, they no longer possessed the ability to fend off the rapid strike force. The only way the aliens could ruin this outcome was if they killed Lord Pyrion Yoraltavik or initiated a self-destruct sequence. Hurry up, please. We need to put boots on this ship as soon as possible. The longer she remains outside of our control, the greater the chance that uncontrollable factors will come into play. Though the delay was agonizingly long for Vess, he eventually sighed in relief as the first Diva vehicles managed to dock alongside the damaged and diminished alien battleship. Diva commandos, wearing a variety of different armor and equipment, rapidly made their way inside the alien vessel through one of her many gaps. More troops were on their way to speed up the takeover process. When Vess patched into one of the feeds of the helmets of the Diva commandos, he and many other people fell silent as they observed the actual situation of the ship. So many bodies. Only a short time had passed, but already the Diva squad moved past hundreds of inert alien bodies. The ship had turned eerily silent now that so much of the crew had entered into a permanent state of sleep. Chapter 46, 33 Serious Enemy. The second battle of Ramage Repulsor had come to a conclusion. Unlike the first battle, which was fought between Autris Magrin's Vulture fleet and the hybrid alien battleship, the second battle ended in a decisive victory for the human side. By exploiting the advantages accrued during the first battle, as well as favorable information asymmetry, the masterminds who engineered the Tower of Babel's downfall succeeded in attaining their desired outcome. Certainly, not everything was optimal. A few unanticipated surprises, such as the appearance of a powerful phase lord and the emergence of a human first-class multipurpose mech, tested the fault tolerance of the rapid strike force. Nonetheless, the Golden Scullers managed to prevail against these difficulties. Not only did they come under the possession of a crippled, but surprisingly intact rear half of a modern alien battleship, they also managed to preserve the bodies of tens of thousands of alien crew members. While it was a pity that none of them possessed any consciousness anymore, the fact that their bodies remained in excellent condition, despite losing all resistance, was incredibly valuable in itself. Vess had already contacted the MTA on what the Golden Skull Alliance managed to do and what it had managed to obtain. Master Vero Goldstein of the survivalist faction initially did not display any exaggerated reactions. The MTA's formidable war fleets already possessed the capability to capture any alien warship as long as the organization was willing to pay a price. "We are familiar with the unusual ship that you have captured." The bald and caped MTA master spoke over a reasonably secure channel. "Our forces have fought against the alien faction known as the Red Cabal multiple times. This multi-species gathering has accrued a great amount of influence among the native alien communities. There are strong indications that it will soon become the leading force of resistance against our invasion. Any ship that is built by them is therefore a valuable source of intelligence. We are especially interested to know if her data banks are still intact." Vess smiled back. "We only managed to retain the rear half of the alien battleship, so I cannot say if we have managed to preserve all of her data storage facilities. I do have good news, though. The engineers that we have sent to secure the vessel from within have encountered several compartments that appear to hold a lot of data. Our data specialists have examined the devices, but have refrained from touching anything for fear of triggering a self-destruct command." Master Goldstein grew a little bit more enthused. "We would like you to connect your specialists to one of our alien technology acquisition teams that I will be referring to you. Our own experts are much more familiar with alien technology and can help your troops maintain the stability and integrity of the captured ship to the greatest extent possible. We believe it is unlikely for the aliens to implement strict checks against capture that will lead to self-destruction in the near term, but it is best to verify the actual condition of the vessel." Okay, there is more. When Vess spoke about the presence of human traders, Master Goldstein's mood and expression completely changed. Previously, Vess always thought that the MTA master was rather plain but direct. The man clearly wanted to deal with his business in a clean and efficient manner. Yet when he heard that a first-class multipurpose Mech showed up and displayed enough strength to fend off a second-class ace Mech like the Mars, the Mecher became completely affronted. "This is unacceptable," the man snarled as his eyes burned with hatred. "The traders among our people have hindered us far too much. Not only have they slowed our advance, but they have also reduced the technology disparity between us and the aliens, thereby contributing to greater losses than we should otherwise incur. We have a standing bounty for all proven traitors that anyone has managed to kill or capture. Can you confirm that you have encountered at least 2 possible human traitors?" Vess expected the MTA to show more interest in the traitors, but not to this extent. It appeared that this was a greater deal than he initially expected. "Not much time has passed since the battle has ended. We have brought plenty of infantry along, but the intact portions of the alien ship are so expansive that it will take a lot of time to search through every nook and cranny. It doesn't help that our men don't understand how to operate anything on the alien ship. We only recently managed to figure out how to open the hatches without needing to breach the hatches. That is not an issue. We will send you an information packet that will help your boarding parties operate elementary functions of the Red Cabal vessel," Master Goldstein said. "Please elaborate on what you found about the human traitors." "Well, one of them is a traitor, without any doubt. The pilot of the first-class multipurpose Mech is the most skilled normal Mech pilot that our ace pilot has ever fought against. It is too bad that the traitor has opted to die for his cause rather than surrender himself to custody. He self-destructed his expensive Mech, so nothing of him is left intact. We only have burnt and scattered shards of his machine." That wasn't entirely true. The salvage teams had also managed to pick up the relatively intact forearms and forelegs of the first-class multipurpose Mech that the Mars managed to amputate. The limbs apparently hadn't been rigged to blow, so they were still safe and sound for the time being. Whether Master Goldstein knew about this little detail was not certain. Vess hoped that the Mechers became so preoccupied with major issues that they would overlook certain indiscretions. Those first-class Mech limbs weren't the only loot that Vess wanted abscond with. The entire ship was filled with treasures, and it would be an enormous pity if the Golden Skull Alliance transferred all of this booty over to the Greedy Association. Fortunately, Goldstein didn't call Vess out on his little trick. "Very well. I would like your forces to gather as many of these remains as possible. We can track down where the materials are sourced and may even be able to deduce where the Mech has been fabricated. If we are lucky enough biological traces of the traitor may be left to narrow down his identity and background. Our salvage parties are still picking up the shards as we speak. What is the state of the other traitor?" Vess turned a little more hesitant. That is a little bit more complicated. We have found 2 living humans on the ship. One of them is a missing first-class pioneer that we sought to rescue. We are still in the process of verifying his identity, but all of the inspections performed so far have yielded a positive result. It is the other man that we are not entirely certain about. Describe the situation of this second individual. Our advanced troops managed to find him alive on the bridge or command center of the alien vessel. He does not appear to be restrained, but it is uncertain whether he is an alien collaborator or merely another captive that has been granted parole. Our interrogators in the field have attempted to figure out who he is, but he is extremely resistant to such measures. The man is filled with first-class augmentations, including a few unusual biological alterations, though we cannot understand much of their purpose. Master Goldstein leaned forward. "Send me the data that you have collected on this individual. Please include footage of the initial encounter between your troops and this person." Vess did so and waited for the MTA master to process the new information. It did not take long before Master Goldstein became outraged again. "I recognize his garb," the man spoke in an acrid tone. "The scans that you have collected on his augmentations also align with what we know of one of our greatest enemies. No ordinary human is willing to modify his body so that he can contort his body to imitate a quadruped alien, and neither is he willing to alter his vocal cords so that he can fluently speak at least 73 different alien languages." Do you know who he is, Master?" Vess carefully asked. "Shem, there is no harm in telling you. I am 97.3% certain that he is a cosmopolitan." Vess widened his eyes. "A cosmopolitan, really?" Cosmopolitans were practically extinct in human space. While Vess heard that pockets of them managed to survive outside human space, they were so rare that no one really talked about them anymore. The relics of the past were supposed to be completely irrelevant to human civilization in modern times. To see one of these relics of the past reappear in front of him was a considerable surprise. Goldstein's projection paced back and forth. "There are many traders among humans, and they can hail from any part of our great society. We have caught Terrans and Rubarthans trading human high technology for containers filled with face water. We have come across abducted Mech designers who have taught their craft to their alien captors in order to retain their lives. We have even tracked down third-class pioneers who have chosen to function as couriers in an increasingly more pervasive black market that spans both sides of the conflict in the Red Ocean. This was pretty natural. So many different people poured into the new frontier that lots of bad apples managed to pass through as well. These greedy people were unable to resist the incredible profits of trading with the aliens. After all, as far as business went, the indigenous alien civilizations of the Red Ocean suffered so many defeats at the hands of the Big Two's formidable mechs and warships that the natives no longer blindly believed in their own strength. Just like humanity back in the Age of Stars, the indigenous aliens fully recognized that they were inferior and sought to close the gap as best as possible by acquiring lots of tech and material from their greatest enemy. As such, a market had formed where the indigenous aliens turned into desperate consumers that were more than willing to pay sky-high prices in order to obtain strategic goods that could help them gain parity against the relentless forces of the Big Two. Even Vess had moments where he felt tempted to take part in the illicit trade between the races. He knew better, though. Every pioneer was monitored by the Big Two one way or another. Aside from that, Vess and his clan were scrutinized even more due to his close ties to the survivalist faction and the transhumanist faction. There was no way he could trade with the aliens and get away with it. He would be much better off if he continued to abide by the rules set by the association. Cosmopolitans are different from those aforementioned traders, right? Vess asked. Master Goldstein nodded. Correct. There are plenty of motives to consort with aliens, but most incidents are rooted in selfishness. The people committing treason do not have an overarching agenda beyond enriching themselves. What is truly insidious is if they are betraying humanity for a greater cause. Cosmopolitans are traitors of the worst order because they cannot be reasoned with. They cling to their xenophilic ideology so strongly that they cannot accept a reality where humanity reigns supreme by itself, rather than share space with a number of allied alien races. Many generations of cosmopolitans have undergone successive indoctrination that their ideology has no longer become a rational intellectual movement, but rather a pervasive religion that is set on steering our civilization in the wrong direction. Vess became spooked as he heard this. He knew the cosmopolitans were bad, but hearing about how far they were willing to go to make humans live alongside aliens was frightening. There was nothing scarier to Vess than misguided faith. Chapter 46, 34 Failsafes. Vess continued to report on the state of the captured human prisoner. When our troopers initially found the suspected cosmopolitan on the alien bridge, his mental state was poor. He did not resist capture and continued to mumble to himself as we transferred him over to one of my ships. That is odd, Master Goldstein frowned. Cosmopolitans generally do not allow themselves to be captured alive. As true believers of a forbidden cause, they would rather deny us of any benefits than bargain for their lives. The pilot of the first-class multipurpose Mech is an example of that. For this suspected diplomat to allow himself to get caught by your men is highly unusual, though not unprecedented. What is his current state? We currently have an entire team of doctors and security officers keeping watch over him, Vess replied. We have tried to interrogate him, but we did not apply any heavy interrogation techniques for fear of triggering a failsafe. We also decided not to tamper with his implants or force him to undergo an artificial sleep cycle. Master Goldstein nodded in approval. Your precautions are adequate and wise. Every cosmopolitan is known to carry multiple failsafes. The higher their rank and the more vital their responsibilities, the greater their precautions. You should connect your team that is watching over him with one of our counterintelligence agents right away. If too much time has passed without the cosmopolitan making small actions, his cranial implant may decide that he is compromised and will detonate an explosive. This is only one of several possibilities that I have deduced based on the scans that you have transmitted. Prominent and important first-raters had to carry these kinds of failsafes by necessity. Not doing so would make it far too attractive to kidnap them and force them to cough up lots of sensitive information. However, few went as far as planting a small explosive inside their own heads. If any glitch occurred, or if anyone hacked the self-destruct function, the unlucky victim had no way of salvaging his life. Vess would never allow himself to make himself vulnerable to this nightmare scenario. Okay, please send me the details. It took a bit of time to make the arrangements. Once Master Goldstein became assured that the Golden Scullers received proper guidance on how to preserve their gains as much as possible, the man made an announcement. I originally planned to divert one of our nearby ships to your current star systems, but the importance of your findings merit a more significant response. I will personally make my way to SDDD 4343 XAER, 232,666,410, so that I can inspect your gains and determine your compensation by myself. That was a surprise to Vess. He knew that the capture of such a significant alien battleship would have attracted the Mechers to him, but for one of the confidantes of the polymath to make his way over in person was a clear signal that this was a big deal. We will await your arrival, Vess promised, even as he planned to accelerate any private looting activities before the MTA came and took away the rest. When do you expect to arrive at this star system? I will be slightly delayed, as I must pass through several destinations. I must also arrange the personnel and ships to establish extensive control over the site. I estimate it will take no later than 36 standard hours to arrive at your location. I see. Fret not, young Mech designer. Master Goldstein smiled. We have not disregarded your recent contributions. Your actions, though fueled by selfish motives, nonetheless align with our goals. That makes you far better than the rats who can only scurry in the dark due to their continual failings. The Mech Trade Association is always fair, and you and your allies shall receive the compensation you deserve. This is also a convenient opportunity to settle the rewards of defeating an alien pirate base and neutralizing an aberrant member of the phase whale species. The Golden Skull Alliance had been waiting for that. Vess figured that he would only get to settle all of that when his fleet left the turbulent border region, but now that Master Goldstein was coming, he could easily handle this matter himself, given the authority that he possessed. That was good. The chance that Vess would receive a better reward was much higher now that he had made successive contributions. As much as a part of Vess felt annoyed that he was being trained to become a dog of the association, he didn't mind it too much as long as he received sufficient compensation. Both sides took what they needed from each other. Vess couldn't ask for more since his bargaining power was still poor compared to the vast MTA. After concluding the call, Vess returned to the command center and immediately issued a series of orders. He wanted his men to speed up the search and salvaging process. The main expeditionary fleet was already on its way back to the Ramage repulsor system as well. Once Spirit of Bentheim, along with hundreds of other ships, arrived, Vess would not lack for manpower to investigate and extract as much value as he could reasonably get away with in a span of 36 hours. This is going to be tough, he frowned. If his salvage teams disregarded everything, they could break the ship apart from the inside and steal everything of great strategic and practical value. For example, his men could cut away entire power generators, shield generators, intact warship gun batteries, and many more powerful technological products. The alien battleship was freshly built and was in peak condition only a few months ago. Though the successive battles she had been a part of had taken a toll on her systems, many of her intact tech were still good enough that the Larkinsons could install on their own ships. When Vess thought about mounting a set of Orvan segmented shield generators on his flagship, he already began to salivate at the thought. No. He vigorously shook his head. The chances that he could get away with this was low. Master Goldstein already made it clear that the MTA wanted the ship to be as whole as possible to maximize the amount of intelligence that could be derived from her hull. Besides, using stolen alien products was an excellent way to introduce vulnerabilities on his own ships. Without reverse engineering all of the tech, the chances that they could be disabled through a hidden backdoor was too great. As such, Vess had to resist the urge to order his men to treat the captured alien battleship as a free and unrestricted junkyard. It should still be okay if we skim off a bit of face water and other spare materials. There is also a lot of debris floating in space that the MTA won't care too much about. The salvage teams needed to be clever in deciding what to salvage. They had to gather loot that was worthwhile enough to take, but not important enough to make the Mechers jealous. It was difficult. The decision to leave most of the face water reserves found inside the Tower of Babel was especially painful to Vess. But what could he do? He was at least confident that the MTA would award him with more MTA merits for giving up such a substantial face-water bounty. Once he handled all of the necessary affairs, Vess was free to tour his latest acquisitions. There was much that he wanted to examine in person before the MTA arrived to lay claim to most of the loot, so Vess became eager to make the most of his time. He already gave Lucky permission to move to the alien battleship so that he could fill up his belly with valuable and yummy first-class exotics. Vess wanted to step aboard the ship himself so that he could get a better feel and understanding of this odd, multiracial battleship, but he first needed to check up on a couple of guests. He took a trip down to the infirmary of the Antonio Cross. A single patient laid quietly on a bed while a bunch of advanced machines worked on his body. A group of doctors monitored the proceedings and issued various commands to the machines. "How is our latest guest doing?" "He is alive and in decent condition," the head doctor replied. "The aliens did not deliberately mistreat Lord Pyrion while he was in captivity. He was fed with first-class nutrient packs every day, and that has provided him with all of the nutrition he needed to maintain his health and much of his fitness. His implants are disabled, and we do not dare to reactivate them for fear of creating health complications. The Uraltavic clan can deal with this problem once we hand him over. His condition will not worsen while those implants remain dormant." Vess smiled and lightened up. "That is a relief. We don't want this fellow to die while he is in our custody. That is a worse outcome than not rescuing him at all. Can I have a chat with a fellow?" "Our guest is currently resting, but not asleep. Please allow us to complete this round of examinations first. You can talk to him afterwards, though we recommend that you keep your discussion short. The aliens have neglected to feed him for the past few days, and that has made him more lethargic than normal. He has also experienced a succession of mental shocks, so he is not entirely in his right mind." "I understand. I will be gentle." It took a few more minutes for the machines to complete their work. The doctors gently transferred Lord Pyrion's body to a recovery room where laid on a bed. When Vess entered the room, he stepped closer and looked down on a man who matched appearance of Lord Pyrion Uraltavic to a near-perfect degree. It seemed that captivity had hardly left a mark on the first-class scion. The only noticeable difference was that Pyrion looked a lot more weary and jaded. His shoulder-length dark hair was naturally smooth and self-combing, and he apparently had all of his facial hair follicles removed, so he didn't look scruffy in the slightest. Even so, the radical differences to his mental state caused his handsome face to look a lot older than before. No one survived the ordeal that he had been through without going through a lot of growth and maturation. Vess even had the illusion that he was looking at a younger mirror image of himself. He too experienced similar crises that opened him up to adapt to a crueler and messier galaxy. "Hey," Vess spoke in a casual and disarming tone. The man laying on the bed cracked open his eyes. "Are you the young patriarch that everyone is talking about?" "I am Vess Larkinson, a journeyman Mech designer and the founder and leader of the Larkinson clan, which is part of the Golden Skull Alliance. A lot of pioneers have been scouring this border region to find you and rescue you from the clutches of the aliens. We happen to be the ones to succeed. It was quite difficult to track down your location, seeing as the alien vessel you were on had been hiding inside the atmosphere of a brown dwarf star all this time." Lord Pyrion looked impressed. Though Vess had condensed a lot of information in his words, a first-rater was more than competent enough to digest it all. The rescued man may be tired, but that did not make him stupid. "How did you manage to track and rescue me where all others have failed?" he asked in an uncomprehending tone. "From what I have heard and witnessed so far, you people are second-raters. You shouldn't have the strength or technology to discover my whereabouts, track down the ship that was doing a good job of hiding herself and defeating her in battle." "That is a long story," Vess smirked. "Would you like to hear how much effort and ingenuity we put into engineering your retrieval?" "I believe I have all of the time in this galaxy now that I am freed of that accursed alien ship. Chapter 4635, Shaping a Narrative. Vess put on a minor performance in front of Lord Pyrian Yoral Tavik. He weaved a tale that mixed truth with exaggerations and distortions that not only gripped the First Raider, but made him feel more admiration towards the Golden Skull Alliance. After all, how could a second-class pioneering fleet that was only above average in terms of strength and technological capabilities defeat a first-class alien battleship, one that also happened to host a mighty phase lord? The Larkinsons, glory seekers and crossers took a lot of risks and put a lot of effort into rescuing Pyrian, and Vess wanted to make sure that the first-class Scion understood how extraordinary it was for them to succeed. The excitement, uncertainty, and improbable successes embedded in the tale completely captured Lord Pyrian's imagination. The former captive once dreamed of becoming a pioneer himself so that he could go on thrilling adventures. How could he not become mesmerized by the description of a real sequence of events? Of course, Lord Pyrian also asked plenty of questions throughout the retelling. There were many areas that Vess had glossed over for one reason or another. From what you have described, there are literally thousands of pioneers in this border region who are doing their utmost to track me down. How did you come across the information that allowed you to discern my location? Before we came and pulled you out of that ship, we attacked a hidden alien stronghold. We managed to capture a lot of alien warships and pieces of a former asteroid base that were still reasonably intact. We discovered that the most powerful alien group that was operating from that hidden base was tied to the Red Cabal, which is the same group that built and crewed the alien battleship where you were residing. We managed to collect enough intelligence to point us in the right direction. It was impossible for the Golden Skull Alliance to reveal to the MTA or the public that they happened to stumble upon the missing first-class Scion by getting directions from a prophet who died centuries ago. He would have to answer way too many sensitive questions. As such, Vess and Calabast had already cooked up a plausible cover story to explain this unlikely success. Most of the elements of this excuse happened to be authentic. The unspoken who originally founded the Palace of Shame were proven vassals to the Red Cabal, and that imprisoned unclean whale also had ties to that same mysterious alien organization. Hopefully, the MTA would buy this story and refrain from asking too many questions. Lord Pyrian still had more doubts, though. It did not take long for him to make his next inquiry. You said you managed to confirm the existence and location of the alien battleship. Why did you not decide to retreat and contact my clan directly? There was no need for you to do all of the hard and dangerous work of defeating the powerful warship. The Yoral Taviks will most certainly muster up a strong fleet to neutralize the alien vessel and rescue me from captivity. Even if the attempt has failed, the clan will not blame you. Instead, you would have received a gracious reward for your services. Vess shook his head. What you have said makes a lot of sense, but I am a pioneer. I do not understand. Lord Pyrian, a pioneer is a human from the old galaxy that is dissatisfied with his or her lot in life and seeks to reach a higher station. The Red Ocean is the best possible environment for us to ascend the societal ladder and achieve success in a region that still offers many opportunities to us all. Sure, everything is also a lot more dangerous in the new frontier, but that comes with the territory. We all signed for this. We would not be enterprising pioneers if we did not dare to take a crack at this ourselves. It doesn't make any sense. The alien battleship is too powerful for you to defeat. You are mad for thinking about challenging one given how your second-class Mech army cannot even overcome the vessel's defenses. Normally, you are correct, but that is why we manipulated the hell out of the parties involved. When Vess spoke about luring a vulture fleet to the alien battleship and forcing the two into a highly destructive confrontation, Lord Pyrian looked both horrified and impressed. As a half-baked pioneer and leader, he fully realized how difficult it was to steer two enemies into an unwanted confrontation. How? Ah, that touches upon a couple secrets that we would like to keep for ourselves. Vess coyly smiled and replied, We don't want to expose all of the strengths that we rely upon to get ahead of our rivals. A bit of mystique could go a long way into painting the Golden Skull Alliance in a better light. What Vess sought to accomplish here was to paint an image of power, ingenuity, and most importantly, success. As the first point of contact with the Ural Taviks, the impression that Lord Pyrion developed of his rescuers would play a major role in how his powerful and influential clan would treat the Larkinson clan. As such, Vess had to do everything he could to amaze and dazzle the man. He needed to persuade Pyrion that it was worthwhile for the Ural Tavik clan to build ties with the Larkinson clan, despite the fact that it was only a second-class organization. As Vess went on to describe the tragic battle fought between the Vulture fleet and the alien battleship, the former captive looked sympathetic. These Magrins deserve a reward for contributing to the downfall of the alien battleship and helping me get freed. The first raider spoke. They don't, Vess immediately retorted. Senatus prospecting deserves no sympathy or acknowledgement. If you read up on its history and the record of its founder, you will quickly change your mind. Autris Magrin has caused the downfall of many people. It is only just for him to meet his end at the hand of one of our ploys, who told him to stalk our fleet. He and his forces merely bit off more than they could chew this time. The human survivors of the first battle of Ramage Repulsor were a problem for the Golden Skull Alliance. A powerful and talented ace pilot managed to escape with his life and Mech intact, and most definitely developed a grudge against the parties who were ultimately responsible for causing his father to die. Though Vess dearly wanted to nip this problem in the bud, there was not much he and his forces could do about this complication. Hopefully St. Neville Magrin wouldn't take the death of his father too harshly. Perhaps he might even realize that his father had brainwashed him and taken advantage of him for his entire life. So the efforts of the first battle has allowed you to swoop in and land the killing blow on the battleship. Yes, it was not easy, though. We needed to act quickly and could only bring a limited amount of forces along. The battle that Vess described was glorious. The descriptions of the Phase King and how many different expert Mech struggled against this alien powerhouse sounded like an epic from an ancient tale. The braveness of Patriarch Reginald for challenging both an alien battleship, if damaged, as well as a fully functional first-class multipurpose Mech, also caused Lord Pyrion to react with amazement. The man became oddly fixated on the first-class Mech. Your ace Mech succeeded in defeating the traitor Mech, correct? That is right, Pyrion. Patriarch Reginald Cross managed to oppress the first-class Mech and Mech pilot so badly that the latter decided to blow up his own machine. The former captive scowled. Typical. It is too cheap for these cosmopolitans to take refuge in death. Did your forces manage to capture or kill another human, by the way? He normally wears a purple robe and a silver mask. Vess activated a small projection from his comm. You mean this fellow? That's him, Lord Pyrion angrily roared. That is Jugal Marin. Is the traitor still alive? Bring me to his cell so that I can stuff 100 nutrient packs down his throat before I strangle him to death. Whoa there, let's not get too excited here. You are still recovering from a difficult ordeal, and besides, the MTA has already laid claim on this Jugal Marin. The man's expression dropped. Oh, I understand. The Mechers cannot be defied. Mr. Marin will most certainly enjoy an unpleasant stay in their company. I will have to make do with resolution. I take it that the two of you haven spoken, Vess remarked. We did. It was not a pleasant conversation, Lord Pyrion wearily replied. I have seen the cosmopolitan consort with the aliens aboard the vessel in the most abject, servile, and humiliating fashion possible. It is a sight that I would rather be without. The two talked a bit more about the Jugal Marin, but Lord Pyrion did not know much about the cosmopolitan diplomat to say anything useful. Let me ask you another question, Mr. Larkinson. What in the name of Mech did you do to finally defeat the alien battleship? And what does Helena have anything to do with it? Why did the nano-machines that you somehow managed to slip inside the ship warn me that I needed to pray to this woman? Vess smirked again. Those are 2 questions, Lord Pyrion. I am afraid I have to disappoint you in part. The measures we have employed to eliminate all effective resistance from the alien battleship is a proprietary secret of our alliance. Forgive me for withholding information on our trump card. You are free to look us up on the galactic net at a later date if you want to learn what the public knows about our capabilities. As for the second question, well, what do you think of Helena? I do not have any coherent thoughts about her, Pyrion said in a tone that clearly showed how ambivalent he was about this matter. When those strange but immensely powerful energies washed through my body multiple times, I truly felt I was one step away from death. At that time, there was nothing I could do to defend myself against it, so I followed your secret instructions and prayed to Helena. Are you a secularist? Our clan encourages us to maintain our distance from religion, but keep an open mind towards different faiths. Has that changed after your recent experiences? Vess let out a sigh and patted Pyrion's shoulder with his armored hand. It is not my place to tell you what to believe. It is not my intention to convert you to a belief either. The message you sent me leads me to believe otherwise, Pyrion bitterly said. What is worse is that it may be too late for me to go back. I made a lot of promises during that crucial interval of time. I do not look forward to tempting fate by turning my back on my word. I was raised to be better than that, and if there is one lesson that I have learned from this disaster of an expedition, it is that I should have respected the wisdom of my teachers. That is a good attitude for you to take. Whatever you decide to do with Helena, it can't hurt to be cautious. Remember that you have been marked by death. It can be both a blessing or a curse depending on your decisions. Do not make the wrong choice. That was all of the help that Vess was willing to provide to his eldest sister. He was quite reluctant to tell Pyrion to worship Helena like a god, even though the advantages of doing so were immense. If Pyrion turned himself into a devotee of Helena, then that would mean that he would indirectly become beholden to the Larkinson clan. Of course, Vess did not dare to think that he could control Lord Pyrion. The Yorl-Taviks would not allow their core members to become compromised. Any untoward actions would immediately trigger alarms and cause Pyrion to undergo extensive examinations. If the Yorl-Tavik clan had any suspicion that one of their own had been indoctrinated, then Lord Pyrion would probably receive extensive mental deprogramming treatment to turn him back to normal. This was another reason why Vess did not want to push the Helena angle too hard. Those first raiders were way too sensitive to subversion. Chapter 46, 36 Scheduled Pickup. As Vess concluded his chat with Lord Pyrion Yorl-Tavik, he gained much more insight of the first-class scion as a person. In the past, Vess had one bad experience with living through the body of a descendant of a powerful first-class family organization. That caused him to develop a prejudice towards others of his kind. This was not entirely fair. There were plenty of proper, well-run clans and families that put a much tighter rein on their younger generation of members, particularly when they were groomed for future leadership positions. However, there were always more descendants than a clan could support to the highest standards. Resources were limited, and they needed to be spent in the most rational and optimal fashion as possible to ensure the stability and continuation of a clan. Many different factors determined how well and how strictly the clan raised a child. The status of the parents, the designer baby formula, the early cognitive performance parameters and networking ability all played a role in the most important decisions of an offspring's future life. From that perspective, it became clear to Vess that Axeler Strion had not been a particularly important descendant. His initial position in the Strion clan was rather marginal, which meant that neither his parents nor the clan administration as a whole demanded much of him. It would be nice if he became accomplished in his life, but it was fine if he amounted to nothing. Now that Vess was able to talk to Pyrion and study his spirituality up close, he understood that Pyrion was not as decadent, clueless, and devoid of intelligence as Axelar back in the day. Pyrion likely held a slightly more important status among the Ural Taviks. Otherwise, the clan wouldn't have issued such a high-profile request for his return. The 30-ish-year-old man was not a core descendant, however. He wouldn't have been allowed to become a pioneer and start a foolhardy plan to gallivate across the new frontier if that was the case. His actual status sat somewhere in between. He was important enough to provide him with better and more attentive education, but he lacked the qualification to become a part of the core hierarchy of his clan. It made more sense now why Pyrion was so eager to make such a radical change in his life. His position in his clan wasn't bad per se, but it must be suffocating for him to know that unless he delivered such an excellent performance that he could beat almost all of his peers, he would never be able to gain the appreciation of the bigwigs. At least a pioneer was able to build a little empire of his own that was only tragically connected to the Ural Tavik clan. Whatever intentions Lord Pyrion originally possessed, all of those hopes and dreams had come crashing down after losing pretty much his entire pioneering fleet and all of the resources invested into its formation. The amount of MTA credits, MTA merits, first-class resources, first-class manpower, first-class starships, first-class mechs, and other incredibly expensive items that had gone down the drain was unimaginable. Perhaps the Ural Tavik clan was large and wealthy enough to absorb this loss, but that didn't mean that its leaders and elders would be happy at getting zero returns on their investment. If he was in their position, he would have decided to leave Pyrion for dead and never bother to issue a reward for his return. However, that did not happen. The clan exhibited unusually merciful and forgiving behavior towards a numbskull that had already proven his ability to screw up in a catastrophic manner. Who would ever want to put him in an important position in his clan again? Vess was likely missing an important piece of the puzzle. Though he had read the intelligence that the Black Cats gathered on Lord Pyrion Ural Tavik multiple times, none of it mentioned anything remarkable. He was neither the illegitimate love child of the clan patriarch, nor possessed golden genes that granted him the ability to infer future events based on sporadic data. This made it difficult for Vess to figure out how much of a voice that Pyrion possessed in the clan. Would he become significant enough to encourage his Ural Taviks to invest into a relationship with the Larkinson clan? This was an important question, and one that would sadly remain unanswered. Though Vess could have asked for clarification from Lord Pyrion, it was not wise to do, as it would make their relationship too transactional. No matter what, Vess did not want to establish a one-off transaction with the Ural Taviks that would end as soon as the latter paid off their perceived debts. What Vess truly wanted was to establish a long-term and enduring friendship with a reliable and grateful group of first-raters. He was sure that Pyrion was aware of what Vess wanted. This shouldn't be the first time that the first-class scion became the target of an influencing campaign. However, the Larkinsons had risked much and went above and beyond to save the poor fellow, so it was much more acceptable to build bridges this time. Vess had also done his best to paint his clan in the best possible light without going overboard. Once Lord Pyrion returned to his clan, he should at least develop a much better evaluation of second-raters, and the Larkinsons in particular. "When will you bring me to my clan?" Pyrion wearily asked. "Can you give me access to a comm so that I can call my clan and tell them that I am alive and well?" An uncomfortable expression appeared on Vess' face. "I am afraid I will have to ask you to be patient. Your identity is rather sensitive at the moment. If your current state and location becomes exposed, all kinds of pioneering fleets will head straight towards our coordinates and seek to grab you, either to claim the rewards offered by your clan or to hand you over to your enemies and earn a different bounty. You don't want that to happen, don't you, Lord Pyrion?" The ex-pioneer grimaced. He had experienced so much darkness as of late that he had a much better understanding of how low that people could go in the frontier. I agree. What is your plan? I can wait until the time is right, but I do not want to remain in isolation for long. The more time passes by, the more my importance will fade to the clan. Well, you are in luck, because you don't need to wait too long. A ship or fleet from the MTA is scheduled to arrive in the star system within 2 days. Once the Mechers enter the scene, no human or alien dares to mess around with us. I think that it would be safe for us to announce your rescue from the aliens and grant you the opportunity to reconnect with your clan. I am sure that you Yoraltaviks have an existing relationship with the association. I don't think it would be troublesome to call a favor and have you transferred to an MTA vessel that can bring you back to civilized space. Pyrian frowned for a moment. That is possible, but it will cost us. The Mech Trade Association will not be eager to provide me a service. I am a failure and have produced an enormous net loss ever since I went into operation. The clan will have to surrender more MTA merits, I suppose. This was the best solution as far as Ves could think of. He did not want to take the risk of transporting such a wanted figure across the border region himself. It was too difficult to hide the news of Pyrian's rescue, and the number of pioneers in the surroundings who had a few screws loose in their heads was too great. Ves patted the other man's shoulder once again. Well, that is all for now. I have been told that you need a good rest in order to recover from everything that you have gone through as of late. My men, or I, would be welcome to give you a tour throughout our fleet once you have recovered to an extent. Our clan and alliance will always be open to you. I suggest you take a lot of what we have at least once before you leave. Our ships and tech may be shabby, but we possess specialties that even first-raters cannot match. With that, he left Pyrian's side so that the former captive could stew on what he had learned. Now that he got that out of the way, Ves proceeded to another section of the Antonio Cross. The second human survivor that the Diva Commandos managed to extract from the alien battleship was a much more interesting fellow. So this is a member of the legendary cosmopolitan movement, Ves uttered as he looked through the transparent safety screens of a secure compartment. Due to the special circumstances of the man known as Jugal Marin, he had been moved out of his former cell and put into a recently emptied cargo compartment. The reason for that was because they needed room to fit the Evertshanger. Right now, the Mech was put in a dormant state, but his currently active glow had switched to that of Lufa. This was the surprisingly creative and unorthodox solution that the Larkinsons and the Mechers came up with after a brainstorming session. The Golden Skull Alliance did not possess the tech or expertise to adequately hold a prisoner of this caliber. Though Mr. Marin appeared to be lost when he was first discovered, once he sobered and got over his mental shock, he might decide to commit suicide, and there was nothing the Larkinsons could do to stop this action. Knocking him out would just cause him to miss specifically timed requirements that prevent his body from self-destructing itself. Letting him stay awake and conscious would only allow him to trigger his own suicide whenever he wished. This was where the Evertshanger could play a useful role. The tranquility glow he radiated from his frame put the alleged human traitor under a state of forced calm. The living Mech and the Larkinsons carefully controlled the distance and the strength of the glow to hit a good sweet spot. They wanted to blank out Mr. Marin just enough to sap his initiative, but not enough to the point where he became completely numb. Theoretically, the middle state he was in right now should cause him to reflexively hit the timed checks to prevent his body from blowing up, but not much more. A team of doctors and specialists were constantly monitoring the cosmopolitan's physiological state to ensure that it worked out. If Jugal Marin showed any elevated brain activity, the floating bed he was strapped upon would quickly move closer to the Evertshanger. Is he in a condition to talk? Ves curiously asked the security captain in charge of this delicate but important operation. I am afraid not, sir, the crosser replied. You can look, but the Mechers will howl if we want to do anything else with him. They want him to remain as pristine and unspoiled as possible so that they can work their own interrogation methods against him. From what I have been able to gather from my talks with their liaison, it is rare for the Mech Trade Association to capture a cosmopolitan alive, especially one that ranks higher than cannon fodder. The only reliable way the Mechers could ever catch them was by putting them in stasis. Makes sense. Well, can I get a little closer so I can take a better look? Sure, but be sure to step no further than the line projected on the deck. Vess slowly approached the bed where the cosmopolitan rested. The Everchanger's glow already started to brush against his mind and spirit, but he easily resisted Lufa's influence. Once he came as close as he could, Vess laid his eyes and other senses on the cosmopolitan. The contact was disappointing. From what he learned, the cosmopolitans were the humans who interacted the most with aliens. Vess hoped that the captive might possess an unusual body, mind or spirit that showed clear instances of alien hybridization that provided him with clear advantages. Unfortunately, none of those transformations affected the man's spirit, because it was dull just like that of Lord Pyrian. The man did not possess any special presence of inner strength worth noticing. He was just a relatively mundane human who went astray. Chapter 46:37 Claiming Body Parts. Compared to gazing at an imprisoned cosmopolitan who wasn't in a condition to talk, Vess much preferred to spend his time on studying his spoils. The first batch of treasures consisted of the separated forearms and forelegs of the first-class multipurpose Mech that presumably fought for the cosmopolitans. Though the main chassis of the incredibly valuable first-class Mech had been blown to bits, the aforementioned limbs were in a remarkably good condition. When Vess entered the workshop aboard the Antonio Cross that Master Benedict Cortez had converted into his personal tinkering space, the four limbs had been neatly placed in the middle of the compartment. Each of them gleamed as if they had just been polished. Their metallic surfaces exhibited no scratches or impact marks. This was mainly because the first-class multipurpose Mech had been covered by its exceptionally powerful transphasic energy shield throughout most of its duel against the Mars. Have you learned anything new now that you have a chance to examine them up close? Vess inquired. Master Benedict turned away from the exposed circuitry and channels of one of the Mech forearms. I have learned many details, but none that can bring us closer to identifying the designers or the producers of the machine. The older man spoke in a disappointed tone. There are no apparent flaws. Every step of the supply chain has been accounted for. The cosmopolitans are highly professional and thorough in their work. It is incredible, to be honest. Everyone tends to make mistakes. It only takes a single weak link to slip up, and in my experience that happens all too often. Vess narrowed his eyes. What are you saying? The degree of skill, planning, forethought, and discipline shown in fabricating and utilizing these pieces cannot be matched by a scruffy guerrilla movement. Either the cosmopolitans have managed to develop a parallel society that is far larger and more developed than we thought, or the cosmopolitans are embedded in high circles in human society. Vess finished for the master. I do not dare to make any statements on how extensive the cosmopolitans have infiltrated first-rate states, but I wouldn't be surprised if that is truly the case. Now that was an ominous thought. If traitors to the human race had truly managed to root in states such as the Greater Terran United Confederation and the new Rubarth Empire, then the cosmopolitans would have the access, funding, resources, and most importantly connections to commit a lot of dastardly deeds. However, what did this have to do with Vess? He was not a self-appointed guardian of human civilization. There was nothing he could do to affect the power balance between the cosmopolitan movement and the Mech Trade Association. He was still a small and trivial journeyman Mech designer. Master Benedict didn't care too much about cosmopolitans either. After he discovered that figuring out the origin of the Mech parts was not easy, he decisively gave up on this investigation and turned his attention to the potential applications of all of this gear. The alloys, circuits, modules, and so on are all powerful, he told Vess. In fact, They are close to the top-of-the-line pieces that you can expect from a modern first-class multi-purpose Mech. It's a terrible shame that the rest of the frame has shattered into damaged and partially salvaged pieces. We would have been able to construct a lesser-performing, but still functional first-class Mech if the pilot hadn't decided to self-destruct his machine. Vess shrugged. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We are still second-class pioneers, remember? The moment we field a complete first-class Mech, we automatically turn into first-raters, which will force us to play in a much more dangerous playground. Correct. The only way to make good use of this equipment was to break them all up and use individual modules and materials to selectively upgrade their most valuable mechs. Master Benedict grinned like a shark. Compared to the salvage that we can obtain from the Tower of Babel, the specifications of these Mech parts are all superior. That is not to say the alien battleship is an inferior product, but she is mainly strong due to her scale, not her material quality. When it comes to building any starship, it is too easy to run out of resources or blow past your budget when you use the best possible materials to build an entire hull. Not even the Common Fleet Alliance can afford to build kilometers-long capital ships at this level. Vess nodded in understanding. I know. The Tower of Babel may be largely built out of first-class materials, but most of them tend to be available in bulk. A good Mech is different because it is a lot more affordable to build it out of top-of-the-line materials. A Mech upgraded with salvaged materials from the first-class multi-purpose Mech will definitely outperform one that is upgraded with the bulk materials taken from the alien vessel. That was not to say that the materials that their salvage teams were extracting from the hull of the Tower of Babel became worthless all of a sudden. These materials could still be used to upgrade large batches of elite Mech units or powerful Mech lines. For example, Vess already had a plan in mind to upgrade the Nullifier Battalion Mechs so that they would become much better equipped to counter expert Mechs and other extraordinary threats in the future. As for the parts laying before him now, Vess was hungering to incorporate bits and pieces of them in future and existing expert Mechs. For example, the incredibly hard and tough exterior of the amputated Mech limbs could be reformed in a thin, relatively lightweight, but also extremely resilient physical shield for his upcoming Dullahan project. How do we divide the loot? Vess asked. I have already spoken with Marshal Ariadne Wadden about this subject. The Glory Seekers have no interest in claiming these parts. We can thank them for their contributions in the last battle by providing them with a greater share of face water. I can work with that, Vess spoke. It was not as if the Larkinson clan was short on face water these days. He much preferred to obtain a couple of these cutting-edge first-class Mech parts so that he could power up his expert Mechs as soon as possible. Too many of them have shown inadequacies as of late and urgently needed a boost. The problem was that both Vess and Master Benedict wanted to claim all 4 limbs. It was quite frustrating to give up half of the limbs, knowing that they could produce incredible gear with so many high-quality materials and parts. In fact, Vess even thought about ripping off a few armor plates so that he could upgrade his unending regalia. He estimated that he could multiply the damage resistance of his life-saving combat armor by at least an order of magnitude. He glanced at the limbs with a more critical eye. There were significant differences between each individual Mech limb. The arms integrated more complicated components and also contained a number of miniaturized modules that could fulfill many useful functions. The legs didn't contain so many gimmicks, but they were heavier, denser, and more solid, which effectively meant he could convert them into a greater quantity of top-quality armor plating for his Mechs and personal equipment. I want the legs, Vess announced. You can have the arms. That is inconvenient, because I have my eye on my legs as well. Benedict spoke as he directed an ambivalent stare at the younger Mech designer. I need as much exterior armor plating as possible to provide the Mars with additional protection. As long as I can cover its most strategic sections with the strongest armor, its chances of winning a duel against another ace Mech will increase by at least 50%. That may be true, but the expert Mechs of my clan need the additional protection as well. Just a little bit can protect their cockpits and ensure that my Larkinson expert pilots will be able to live long enough to reach the threshold to the rank of ace pilot. An uncomfortable silence descended on the workshop. Let's settle for an arm and a leg each. Works for me, Vess agreed. Though there were substantial differences between every limb, the two didn't quibble much and used a random number generator to determine who would get what limb. In the end, Vess came away with the left arm and the right leg of the first-class multipurpose Mech. That provided him with enough high-quality armor plating and more delicate components to strengthen dozens of Mechs. Once he arranged them to be moved to his own ship, Vess continued to chat with Master Benedict on various topics. The Master brought up an important request. We have gone through too much as of late. Though our efforts have granted us great rewards, I do not think it is wise to continue our expedition as it is. We need to go back to Safe Harbor and recuperate. At the very least, we need to process and dispose our rich salvage and patch over the most pertinent vulnerabilities that have become exposed in the last battles. Vess furrowed his brows. When we set out from Davut, I wanted us to get back in the saddle again. It is a bit too soon to end the expedition. Still, I agree with you that we could use another pit stop. We have obtained a lot of material rewards, but never had the time to do anything useful with them. Consider the parts we just haggled over. How soon can you convert them all into meaningful upgrades to your products? It will probably take at least 3 months, maybe more depending on their complexity and ease of adaptability. Exactly. There are also many other bulk materials that can only be used to upgrade the performance of our starships. It is not possible to overhaul our capital ships while we are on the move. We should at least return to Davut and spend enough months to equip our most important starships with enhanced hull plating that are strong enough to directly resist the damage output of warships, at least on a single side. This was an incredibly useful upgrade, and one that Vess wanted to implement now that the idea entered his mind. It would be much more reassuring for him to resume his expedition while traveling on a ship that could resist the powerful attacks from warships such as the Tower of Babel. Otherwise, who knew whether his expeditionary fleet would suffer the same tragic fate as the Senatus prospecting fleet? One of the biggest reasons why the latter folded so quickly was because none of their starships possessed any meaningful defenses against attacks of this level. Vess sighed. I suppose you are right. It would be stupid to continue our expedition when we still have an enormous backlog of upgrades. We still have multiple expert pilots who are unable to do anything but sit on their thumbs while their expert Mech designs aren't even close to completion. We could really use the additional help in serious battles. The Golden Skull Alliance had only commenced the Trailblazer expedition for a short amount of time, but already the gains exceeded his expectations. This was why he did not feel so bad about suspending the expedition and taking a well-deserved break. I have another suggestion, Master Benedict spoke. Once we are ready to resume our expedition with our upgraded ships and Mechs, I suggest we adjust our risk profile for the following years. What do you mean by that? Vess suspiciously asked. Don't go headlong into the most dangerous and exciting regions of the Red Ocean. We have fought too many high-intensity battles as of late. This not only produces excessive stress among our people, but also distorts their growth and expectations of the future. We cannot let our men live in constant fear that they will have to be ready to fight for their lives. What is your proposed alternative? Let us explore the quieter and less risky corners of the Red Ocean. We do not necessarily have to explore areas that have already been emptied by other pioneers, but we should not stray too close to the active front lines to minimize the chances of encountering another alien warship or fleet. Though the rewards would doubtlessly be lower, Vess could see that this might not be bad. Let's think about it and discuss this at a later date with all of the other leaders. If the majority agrees, then I don't mind going on a calmer tour. Vess had learned so much that he was more interested in designing lots of mechs. His personal goal for this expedition was to gather as much inspiration and ideas related to mech design, and it was clear that the events of the last few months abundantly satisfied this demand. Chapter 40, 638, Next Generation Opportunities. So this is the alien battleship that you spent so much effort into defeating, Gloriana spoke as she stepped out of the shuttle. Woo-oh, everything is so big. Andrast looked awed as her tiny, suited form bounced out of the vehicle that brought them to one of the more intact hangar bays of the half-ruined battleship. Where are the aliens? We've collected and set aside the bodies of most of the aliens we have on the ship. Vess calmly spoke as he looked around the hangar bay himself. It is inconvenient for our men to move around the ship while trying to avoid the occasional bodies in the way. The Nuncers are all rather big, and some of the other species that inhabited this vessel are even greater in size. They can pose quite the hazard. Andrast ran up to Vess' armored form and grasped his leg as if it was a stuffed animal. Her transparent helmet did nothing to hide her big and pleading eyes. You will show me them, right? I want to touch them. I want to touch a real live Nuncer. They are so big and fluffy. Don't worry, my cute little pumpkin. I will bring you to them soon enough. We will have to go much further into the ship, though. We stuffed most of them into the cells of the ship for safekeeping. After all, even if we are pretty sure that they are all brain dead, we can never tell for certain that a species is able to come back due to a quirk of their alien biologies. There are also a bunch of particularly hardy aliens who have managed to survive all of the battle formation attacks. Visiting them and examining their remarkable conditions was one of his key objectives for this tour through the intact remains of the alien battleship. Though it was not entirely wise to tour through a completely alien vessel that had only recently been captured, Vess and the rest did not have much choice. Master Goldstein and a large group of Mechers were already on their way to the Ramage repulsor system to take possession of the alien vessel. Vess would have no opportunity to experience the exotic alien ambience of this potent ship by that time. Vess, Gloriana, along with their 3 children, proceeded to exit the hangar bay and move into a wide and broad hallway. An abundant number of honor guards surrounded them at all times in case a hidden alien defense mechanism came online. It's much bigger here than on our own ship, Marvane said as he strode forward while holding his mother's hand. Why is it so big? That is because this home ship is built to accommodate the largest alien species that are expected to serve on her, Gloriana answered. The Nuncers are already large by our standards, but there are many other creatures that can easily grow bigger and heavier than them. The phase whales are a good example, but those are beasts who do not bother to work with warships to begin with. They are practically their own warships. The little boy was completely enthralled by what he heard. Ooh, that is so cool. Won't all of this space make the ship less powerful? Gloriana smiled lovingly at her son. That is an excellent observation. To some degree, you are correct. Manned starships are made up of lots of compartments stacked together. They are like boxes that can be as large as you desire. A more expansive box is convenient because it holds more items and can accommodate more organisms. But it can also take up precious space for parts that can do useful work, such as shield generators. This alien vessel is therefore less efficient as a whole when compared to an equivalent human warship. So being big has its downsides. Aurelia spoke as she held Clixie in her arms. Meow Tilda. The Rubarthan sentinel cat agreed while flipping her suited tail. It does, Vess acknowledged. Take a look at a Pulmer homeship. Their vessels are much smaller than those built by the Nuncers. While there are many cultural and practical reasons why the Pulmers prefer to build subcapital oval-shaped ships, their small sizes make it much more convenient to stuff more parts in the same amount of volume. 1,000 Pulmers occupies as little as 1/3 of the space of 1,000 humans. Not only that, but these little aliens are also a lot smarter and more proficient at their jobs on average, so their productivity is actually higher. That is why none of their compact home ships should be underestimated. Can humans like us even walk inside a Pulmer ship? Andrast curiously asked. Mostly no. Vess shook his head. The Pulmers generally don't design their vessels to accommodate the sizes of other alien species. This is actually a clever defense and anti-boarding measure. None of our foot soldiers can squeeze inside their corridors, and their helmets would constantly collide against the ceiling if they happened to enter a sizable enough compartment. The diverging sizes of the interior of a starship was therefore a good way to judge her alienness. The more the compartments and passageways different from typical human proportions, the inhuman they became. The alien battleship that they had set foot on was definitely on the weirder side. There were plenty of alien oddities and curiosities to hold their interest. From the old layout of the hallways to the repeated molded metal artwork that displayed different aliens in strange poses, the children never had an opportunity to get bored. The first big compartment they entered held one of the Orvan shield generators that had given the Golden Skull Alliance a lot of grief. The model shares a passing resemblance to the shield generators of the Orvan pirate battleship that we defeated more than a month ago, Gloriana remarked. This one is smaller but more refined. She sounded as if she badly wanted to pull it out of its current place and bring it back so that she could install the shield generator onto the spirit of Bentheim. However, she knew better than to rely on alien and indecipherable technology. It also wasn't wise to damage it, as the MTA most certainly wanted to keep it intact. Andrast curiously moved closer and pressed her suited palm against the dull metal surface. Will we have shield generators as strong as these on our own ships? In the future, Vess promised. We can obtain a couple for our own use, but we need to become proper first-raters if we want to cover all of our starships with solid protection. Oh, I can't do it alone, my dear, he spoke. Our clan needs to rely on you and your fellow siblings to get us there. Both your mother and father are counting on you to do well in the coming years. Huh. Do you recall what we talked about some time ago? You need to do well in the schools that you will attend in the future. Now that we have rescued Lord Pyrian Yorl-Tavik, we can expect to gain a lot of gratitude from the Yorl-Tavik clan. That means that we can cash in a lot of favors. It will be easy to enroll you into excellent first-class virtual schools. The Yorl-Taviks might even be generous to take care of the high tuition fees and the cost of the extremely expensive school materials that you will all require. Long-standing organizations that rely heavily on trade to make their living valued their credibility like nothing else. It was much harder for them to stay in business for multiple centuries if they had a history of reneging on their debts or screwing over their business partners. The only way to break the game was to possess enough strength to disregard the consequences of doing so. But it was clear that no power from the relatively small and insignificant Omter Republic qualified. As such, Minister Shederin Pernus told Vess that the Yorl-Tavik clan would be particularly eager to repay its debts to the Golden Skull Alliance. Compared to all of the difficult demands that Vess could issue, asking for his kids to get an easy entry into the appropriate first-class virtual schools was a trivial matter. Of course, the children in question would not be able to get a free ride once they got in. If they failed to keep up with their demanding studies, then not even the Yorl-Tavik clan could prevent them from getting booted. This was why Aurelia and Andrast still needed to complete their intensive tutoring programs before Vess could think about enrolling them into any fancy first-class virtual school. Vess knelt in front of his children. This is an opportunity that your father and many other friends and family risked their lives to obtain for you. I know that I am putting a heavy burden on all of your shoulders, but please study hard and do what is best for yourselves, not just our clan. Once you become a first-class professional, the upper layer of human society becomes open to you all. That is a privilege that your father and mother never got to enjoy. We will do our best, Papa, Aurelia said as she drew closer to hug her father's armor. Meow, Clixie concurred even though she had nothing to do with this matter. Me too. Andres joined in on the hug. Don't forget about me, Marvane yelled as his little legs brought him forward. Their mother hesitated for a moment before she decided to bend down and join the group hug. Warmth and love flowed through their bodies. No amount of protective equipment could stop them from sharing their affection with each other. Vess pulled his body back but maintained his smile. Great. I hope you will all succeed, but don't worry too much. If the study load becomes too much for you, it will be fine if you transfer to a more laid-back school. As your mother and I have already proven, a lower starting point is not necessarily a death sentence. You can always climb your way up as long as you are brilliant and hardworking enough. You just need to climb a longer ladder. He and his wife had become a lot more serious about this matter after the conclusion of the latest battle. Not only were they thinking about giving their 3 current children a first-class education trajectory, they also wanted to plan ahead for their subsequent 3 offspring. It would take a lot of time for the Larkinson Biotech Institute to develop its own designer baby formulas. But once this important project yielded results, Vess and Gloriana planned to complete their collection with the help of their own homegrown templates. In no way should the quality of their younger 3 children be inferior to their older siblings. It would probably not be easy to meet this standard, but Vess was confident that his clan's unique specialties might give his future kids an edge over the competition. Anyway, Vess could think about this later. He still had to complete a tour. Do you want to look at aliens now? Vess asked his kids. Yes. Let's go. The group left the shield generator and moved to a cell block where a large amount of prisoners had been stuffed. They entered a cell where a dozen or so Pulmers had been left on the floor like discarded trash. The only reason why these brain-dead aliens were physically fine was because their round, protective suits took care of their basic needs. Ewa, they're so gross. Aurelia scrunched her nose in disgust. They look so ugly in reality. Andras looked like she wanted to kick one of the Pulmers as if he or she was an oversized football, but she was still too young and weak to make this a comfortable experience. Vess, on the other hand, moved to the nearest Pulmer body and fiddled with the alien's armored suit until it peeled away. What are you doing, Vess? Gloriana asked in confusion. I am judging the grade of the Pulmer skin. What? Wait. Vess grinned as he withdrew a sharp skinning knife from his tool belt. Don't you remember? A good piece of grade a Pulmer hide can sell for as much as hundreds of MTA credits. Besides, have you ever thought about crafting your own handbags? Chapter 40, 639, Vess the biology teacher. Iriwa. Iwa. It's so disgusting, Papa. I don't want to watch anymore. Aurelia and Marvane initially showed curiosity at what their father was about to do, but they quickly showed a lot of revulsion once their daddy dearest started to slip the skinning knife through the skin of a random Pulmer ship raiding. The 2 children ran to their mother as if she was the only person who could offer them refuge against the bloody and disgusting sight. The cell had literally turned into an abattoir due to the depraved actions of their father. Naturally, Gloriana couldn't remain silent as her husband became completely unhinged. What are you doing, Vess? She demanded. Isn't it obvious? I am skinning a decent Pulmer skin so that I can tan it into a supple and high-quality exotic leather. It probably won't be the best grade that can be attained, but it should serve as good practice for me to practice my handbag-making skills. Gloriana raised her eyebrows. Since when did you learn how to tan leather and stitch your own handbags? Poolies. My incarnation is Vulcan, remember. Even if I have never cobbled together a leather handbag in my entire life, my incarnation has learned from dozens of master craftsmen. While their finer tricks and methods that require decades' worth of muscle memory may still elude me, I can easily execute all of the fundamental techniques with a high degree of expertise. On top of that, Vulcan, and by extension myself, practiced the art of leatherworking within the MSDS for many hours. I know what I am doing. Be that as it may, Have you bothered to ask whether I want your stupid handbags? The reason why the products of fashion houses such as Hornbach and Pop Cult are so valued is not just because they are known to use high-quality materials and excellent craftsmen. It is their brand and reputation that makes the difference. Who would I be able to impress if I carry around a shabby handbag made by my husband? Socialites would think that I am being too much of a pauper by resorting to homemade goods as opposed to proper store-bought products. Vess grew annoyed even as he continued to skin the strangely thick and rubbery Pullmer leather skin from a brain-dead alien body. Hey, don't discount my work before you have even seen it. I can guarantee you that you will change your mind once you see the finished product. It will be great once I apply my design philosophy to it. Have you ever heard of a Mech designer who has bothered to make a high-quality handbag? It will absolutely be unique in the fashion industry. Not everything needs to be alive, Vess. I know you have aspirations to become a star designer, but this is taking it too far. A normal handbag works just as well. Vess scowled back. I am not going to let you drain tens of thousands of MTA credits from our bank account each time you are in the mood to buy a new handbag. Those expenditures are strategic investments. Don't you know that you need to dress for success? You don't see me complaining when you waste valuable unending alloy and other precious tech and materials to upgrade your combat armor. That is because my armor keeps me alive. It serves a very real functional purpose. On the other hand, those handbags of yours can't even stop a single laser beam. You are being disingenuous. My precious handbags are designed to help me out in the social arena, not an actual battlefield. As the two parents argued with each other like usual, the children slowly became accustomed to the bloody sight. Although the ongoing skinning process still remained a disgusting process to the tender children, they couldn't help but develop a morbid curiosity towards the completely novel experience. They had never experienced something so bloody in their lives. Aurelia and Marvane cautiously peeked out of the legs of their mother. The ongoing spectacle became a lot more tolerable to watch now that they were watching from a distance. The only child that dared to move closer was Andrast. Unlike her older sister and younger brother, the middle child no longer exhibited any revulsion once she overcame her initial disgust. Whether she gained her courage from her genetic predisposition or her active personality, Andrast became so curious that she even wanted to touch the skin. As Vess and Gloriana got tired of arguing, the little girl tapped her father's armor. Papa. Yes, Pumpkin. Why do Pullmers look so weird? Ah, I was just about to explain that to you all. Let me give you an early biology lesson. Since you are all living in the Red Ocean, you should know the ins and outs of each major alien race. Of all of the ones that are prominent today, the Pullmers rank at the top due to one significant reason. Do you know what makes them so feared and notorious? The Pullmers are the most technologically advanced alien race in the Red Ocean. Aurelia neatly answered, which earned her a loving pat on her helmet from her mother. That's right. Vess nodded as he was just about to detach the last pieces of skin from the bloody meatball. However, have you ever wondered why these small, funny-looking aliens are so darned smart? What makes them more capable of learning lots of complicated knowledge and developing such a high mastery of technology? Ooh, that was a topic that obviously went beyond the scope of what they learned up to this point. The answer lies in evolution, Vess revealed. Now, what is evolution, you say? You can think of it as the growth process of an entire species. Instead of people like you and me undergoing successive transformations as we grow smarter and more powerful, there are races that continue to make small changes with every generation of offspring that they produce. Now, what determines the direction of the evolution of a species? Oh, I know this. Aurelia's eyes lit up. It's survival. That is essentially true, but it is not the complete answer. What else plays a role? Competition, Andrast replied with a gleaming expression. The stronger aliens get to be alive because they beat the weaker ones. That is also true, but the answer is still not complete. What are you still missing? Seeing that his children had run out of ideas, Vess supplied them with the words that he wanted to hear. It is an adaptation. Well, I would have been satisfied if you mentioned the word environment instead. The point is that ball-shaped aliens with lots of creepy little arms poking out of their bodies like this one doesn't appear for no reason. Unless the Pulmer race is an artificial creation that a bored phase whale brought to life in order to prank nature. It is environmental pressures that has caused them to evolve in this manner. Once Vess completed the skinning process, he lifted up the bloody skin and looked at it with an appraising eye. HM, the crew members of this alien ship are more elite and well-groomed than normal. There aren't as many scars or signs of wear and tear as I expected. This hide should be able to produce Grade B Pulmer leather once it is tanned. Grade B was far more common and abundant than Grade A. The small visual imperfections made it unsuitable to be used by the top fashion houses. Only lesser brands and other types of companies were willing to use these lesser hides. You were giving our children a biology lesson, Vess, Gloriana reminded her absent-minded husband. Oh, you're right. Where was I? Well, let me tell you about the Pulmer home planet where they originally evolved from. Its name is not important. What is more interesting is that it is a harsh and unfriendly globe that is largely barren and windswept. It features heavier gravity than our standard norm and also has a harsh sun in the sky. If ancient humans were dropped onto the planet, they wouldn't be able to survive longer than a day. However, these smaller and weaker-looking aliens are able to thrive on the same planet. Do you know why? Marvane cautiously raised his hand. Is it because they don't need to eat as much food because their bodies are so small? Good answer, Vess grinned back at his son. He approached another brain-dead alien body and more skillfully removed the spacesuit. Look at this body shape. I know it looks ugly and abhorrent in our eyes, but evolution doesn't care about that. It is okay as long as it works. Now, think about what made these aliens evolve into balls instead of a more common body shape. What is the overarching advantage of having this body? You can roll forward without much effort, Marvane insightfully answered. I already noticed when I made my mechanos. It takes a lot of leg strength to make heavy mechs move. It's much easier to do so if the mechs have wheels. That is another excellent answer. You are thinking in the right direction, Marvane. Evolution is a process that is similar to designing mechs. Nature or whatever else constantly tinkers with the designs of different species. Whatever works will be kept, while everything else that has earned ailing grade will go extinct. In this case, the harsh, arid, dusty, and food-scarce environment of the Pulmer home planet demanded a species that can move great distances to scavenge for food. It has to do so while moving under hefty gravity as well. At the same time, a lot of the terrain is rather flat and gentle. This made it so that legs aren't really needed to move around. All of these factors and more have led to the evolution of the Pulmer race. Different planets produced different forms of life. Nature could be quite creative sometimes and produce life forms that completely defied everything that human biologists had theorized. If these Pulmers originally started off as hungry scavengers, how come they have become so strong now? Aurelia critically asked. That is another important question. Let me show you, Vess said as he thumped the second body of a brain-dead Pulmer. Without any further ado, he stabbed his skinning knife into the flesh of the alien and cut into its flesh. Ewa. Blood spilled out in copious amounts as Vess essentially hacked the outer layers of flesh and other disgusting biomatter. Vess only stopped once he exposed the brain of the Pulmer. This is the brain and by far the most important organ of a Pulmer. Due to their unusual method of locomotion, Pulmer brains not only get spun around a lot, but they are also subjected to more knocks and concussions. Over many generations, the hardier Pulmers have developed flexible, more resistant, and more naturally regenerating brains. That has many implications, but the most important one is that their ability to absorb new knowledge and accept new paradigms is actually really impressive. He then used his skinning knife to lift a relatively long but thin alien arm. Aside from that, there is a second major reason why Pulmers are so damn smart. Look at this noodly limb. Do you think that the Pulmers can beat any creature with arms like these? Even I can win an arm wrestle match against a Pulmer, Marvane quipped. Vess chuckled. You may very well be right. Pulmers never developed any strong or thick arms because it requires too much energy to grow and fuel. The aliens were never meant to support their own bodies with their limbs. Their round shapes allow them to roll wherever they want as long as the elevation isn't too steep. The arms that poke out of the body are only there to push the body in the right direction and make sure that it keeps rolling. While that works out well enough if the Pulmers want to move, these arms are really awful in everything else. These silly-looking aliens can't hunt their own prey nor wage war against each other, yet they still have the desire to do both. How can they overcome their inherent defects? That's easy, Andress said. They build really powerful weapons. That's correct. Just like humans, the Pulmers have come to rely on technology to enhance their combat power. The difference between us and the Pulmers is that we can at least punch, kick, and wrestle our enemies if we have to. The Pulmers can't even do that. This has caused them to develop a much greater dependence and appreciation of technology. You cannot imagine how much the Pulmers worship and cling to technology. This is how they have emerged to become the most advanced technological race in the Red Ocean. The phase whales may have them beat in terms of biotechnology and face water applications, but the Pulmers excel in almost everything else. The three children became completely impressed by the Pulmer race. They no longer took the ball-shaped aliens as lightly as before. Remember, kids, every form of life can be dangerous. Even smaller ones such as Pulmers may one day exceed humans if we aren't careful enough. Chapter 46, 40 Faulty Logic. By the time that Vess completed his short but visually visceral biology lesson, his children all learned far more about the Pulmer race than they ever asked for. Their excellent memories became a burden rather than a boon under these circumstances. No matter how hard they tried to scrub the memories of dismembered, flayed and butcher Pulmer bodies out of their tender little minds, they could not wash them away. As Vess set aside multiple Pulmer hides that he had just skinned, his wife remained disgusted throughout the entire ordeal. Even so, she hadn't done much to stop her husband from traumatizing their three lovely kids. That was surprising because Vess expected more opposition from her. What he was doing did not exactly fit in the highly refined and sophisticated lesson plans she had drafted for her offspring. As much as I want our daughters and sons to grow up in a comfortable and luxurious environment, I would be doing a disservice to them if I shelter them too much, Gloriana quietly said to Vess as she crossed her arms. Now that we are about to enroll them all into first-class virtual schools, they need an edge in order to compete against their future classmates. In a dangerous and turbulent environment like the Red Ocean, all of our children will need to be stronger, more ruthless, and more desensitized towards violence. While I do not want to raise them into savages, I am realistic enough to know that it is better to prepare them for future challenges ahead of time. Vess nodded. That was exactly one of the reasons why he butchered several Pulmer bodies in front of his children. Ordinarily, he would never expose the three of them to such a horrible spectacle, but they weren't ordinary children to begin with. Their cognitive development significantly surpassed that of their peers, and even little Marvane had become too clever for their own good. This was normally good news, but their overdevelopment had already caused them to notice how much better they were than every other kid their age. Aurelia and Andrast already exhibited arrogant and stuck-up tendencies, and that triggered lots of alarms in their father's mind. He needed to shake them out of their comfort zone and teach them that there were still better people and aliens beyond the bubble of the Larkinson clan. Once they were finally ready to attend their respective first-class virtual schools and interact with peers from all kinds of amazing backgrounds, they only had a single chance to start off at the right foot. Vess would rather have his children maintain a humble and respectful demeanor than an arrogant and dismissive attitude. His wife wasn't stupid. She recognized the necessity of adjusting their children as well. She just didn't have it in her to resort to shock treatment. "Come now, my little babies. You probably have enough of looking at ugly Pulmers. Why don't we go and move over to the adjacent cell? There are plenty of fluffy nunsers piled up over there. I promise that they are a lot more fun to explore." The family moved over to the aforementioned cell. The moods of the children quickly recovered now that there were no more Pulmers in sight. "Wow, so big. They're so heavy. Look, is this really fur?" Though the nunsers possessed a strong and ferocious reputation in the Red Ocean, they looked a lot more PR-friendly compared to the Pulmers. This was because, if someone squinted really hard, they could mistake nunsers for cows that just happened to be dyed in blue or green. In fact, this resemblance sparked the first question asked by the children. "Why do they look like cows, Papa?" Marvane asked. "That is due to a phenomenon known as convergent evolution," Vess replied in his biology teacher guide. "In short, when two different species are subjected to similar environmental pressures, they tend to evolve in the same direction. The reason for that should be clear. Nature often follows the path of least resistance. The more efficient and lower-cost solutions are more likely to be chosen by nature." All three of his children stared at their father with blank expressions. "Nunsers are basically colorful space cows. Are you happy now?" None of his children were in the mood to listen to another elaborate biology lesson. They would much rather approach the cute space cows and poke at their bodies. Due to their oddly colored fur, the nunsers unintentionally looked like giant toys. That made them remarkably more attractive to children so long as the brain-dead aliens did not exhibit their original behavior. Vess peeled off the space suit from a low-ranking nunser. This allowed his children to poke, prod, and pull at the dull green fur as many times as they wished. Andrast playfully tugged at a floppy ear. "Can we put these nunsers into farms and milk them like real cows? What would it be like if we ate nunser steak?" "Nunsers are sentient alien beings," Gloriana responded in a heated tone. "They are not cows. There is a difference between the two. We are humans. We are a civilized race." One of the common norms that both humans and many aliens collectively abide by is to never treat another sentient alien race as cattle. Not all alien races are willing to abide by this common rule, but the rest have good reasons to abide by the restrictions. Other species such as nunsers and Pulmers are our competitors. Even if we are able to overpower them, we should still respect their intelligence, their accomplishments, and their history. There is no reason to inflict needless suffering on them. This will only corrupt our civilization and turn humans into degenerates. Aurelia looked confused. If it is not okay to eat them, why is it acceptable to turn their skins into handbags? Isn't that the same? "You're wrong. That is completely different." It took a while for Gloriana to convince her children that it was completely acceptable to skin intelligent alien beings, while still insisting that partaking in their flesh was wrong. Vess found that to be a difficult, but not an impossible stance to defend. What determines whether it is okay or not is how useful it is for us. Pulmer leather is useful because it offers a type of natural and authentic leather that possesses a desirable combination of properties. Compared to the alternatives, Pulmer leather is flexible, bouncy, soft, resistant to scratches, and so on. There is no natural substitute of this leather type. As for eating Pulmer meat, it is largely pointless. Humanity has already domesticated so many terrestrial and alien creatures that we have already developed countless sources of natural meat products. Aurelia narrowed her eyes. "That is faulty logic, Papa. You could apply the same argument towards eating Pulmer meat to using Pulmer leather. Both activities are non-essential to the survival and betterment of the human race." Vess threw up his arms. "I give up." Regardless, the children all had their fun. Once they familiarized themselves with the physiology of the Nuncer race, Vess brought them to a few more cells which held the bodies of other alien species. Some of these aliens were new to Vess as well. He felt just as curious and excited as his children as he examined the variety of aliens that served aboard the alien battleship. Once they were done with looking at different alien bodies, the little family continued to tour a few other compartments. They explored a damaged command center, an inoperable warp drive, and a nature-filled compartment that was heavily frequented by Nuncers. Each of them expanded their horizons as they became exposed and enchanted by alien architecture, alien artwork, alien design principles, and alien ideologies. Hardly any humans received the opportunity to tour an actual alien battleship. This was a rare opportunity for each of them. The experience was rewarding to all of them as they came away with lots of different gains, even if much of them were not very tangible. Vess and Gloriana eventually accompanied their tired but satisfied children back to the spirit of Bentheim. After enjoying a hearty dinner before putting their kids to bed, the two Mech designers sat together in the living area like usual. Meow Tilda. Clixie purred as Blinky had come out of Vess' head to give the other cat a bath. The Rubarthan Sentinel cat missed Lucky, but the Gem cat was still preoccupied with phasing through the alien battleship to ingest the most palatable first-class exotics. Lucky had so much choice on the alien battleship that he needed to be picky in order to gain the most out of this trip. Vess looked forward to what sort of gem his first cat would produce next. The quality of the materials that Lucky was able to partake in this time was so much better that he had to produce another batch of powerful gems in the near future. "What are you thinking about this time, Vess?" Gloriana asked. "Oh, I was thinking on how I should handle my upcoming meeting with Master Goldstein and the MTA. There is no doubt that the Mechers are going to claim the remnants of the alien battleship." Gloriana understood his frustrations. "Don't think too much about what you are losing. It is already an inevitability for us to lose possession of the alien vessel. What you should be thinking about instead is what we are able to obtain in return. The Mechers will try to get away with offering less remuneration that the vessel is strictly worth, but even if they discount the value of the Tower of Babel by 75%, that still represents an enormous absolute value." You're right." Vess perked up a bit. "It is absolutely exceptional for a small group of second-class pioneers to challenge and defeat a first-class alien battleship. The value of all of the first-class exotics and face water put into her construction is so high that you can build a couple of armed cruisers or dozens of first-class Mech regiments out of the materials alone. The Golden Skull Alliance would be missing out on an incredible amount of resources that were worth more than the entire expeditionary fleet put together. The MTA may have the strength to appropriate all of these valuables for themselves, but if they did not pay acceptable compensation in return, then no pioneer would be willing to work earnestly for the Mechers anymore." Vess already started to salivate at the thought of the ludicrous amount of MTA merits the Mech Trade Association would be willing to fork over. "It won't take long before the MTA arrives in the star system," he said as he checked the time. "MMHMM, go to sleep. You will need to be at your peak by the time you meet with Master Goldstein. Do not fixate too much on MTA merits. The contributions that we have made this time are so great that we deserve greater access to what is truly taking place above our heads." Vess shrugged. "It may be helpful to know a little more about the ongoing struggles at the upper layers of our society, but we are still too small to participate in those dangerous games. I would rather keep our heads down and continue to develop quietly. I am more interested in converting all of our tangible and intangible gains into strength. With all of the battles and operations I have been preoccupied with lately, I have spent less time on my actual work than I wish. Right now, I just want to set aside every distraction and devote several uninterrupted months to my design projects so that I can finally complete them in a timely manner." "That is a good idea. I know how important the Dullahan project is to you. I am eager to complete my own research and design projects as well without spending needless time worrying about your latest antics. Chapter 4641, Antezelida Osiris. Around 35 hours after Vess contacted Master Goldstein, the latter's fleet finally arrived in the Ramage repulsor system. A small MTA frigate rapidly reached the brown dwarf star system, first with the help of an advanced superdrive. Once the MTA frigate quickly advanced towards the inner system and stopped at a modest distance away from the remnant alien battleship, the vessel quickly generated a portal with the help of another module. The spirit of Bentheim happened to be in the same neighborhood when this process took place. This granted Vess a much closer look to the process of portal generation than usual. Through his recently acquired face water affinity, he could feel that the tech was definitely dependent on the versatile substance to generate its characteristic portals. Vess did not possess the ability to figure out the actual principles of mechanisms behind these incredibly useful portals. The utility, speed, and convenience of portal jump technology was unmatched. Any decent scout vessel could call in a huge amount of reinforcements under almost any circumstances. This made it much harder to stop raids or assaults across a vast expanse of territory. Any power that did not master portal jump technology would become so outmatched that its defeat should not be in question. The fact that the native alien races managed to slow down the Big Two's invasion of the Red Ocean showed that the locals must have developed their own version of this tech. In fact, it was highly likely that the native aliens invented this tech first. It was rather odd that the Puelmers and other alien races did not make use of portal jumps themselves, but there could be many possible explanations why this was the case. The aliens may have invented the tech, but lacked the resources to develop practical and reasonably affordable products. It might also be that the aliens were missing auxiliary tech and other knowledge that were needed to make the tech more stable and workable. One of the acquired strengths of the human race was that it had grown so numerous that its scientific community was incredibly vast. Humanity's accumulation of science and technology became so humongous that it could easily adapt and improve any alien tech it managed to reverse engineer. From FTL drives to transphasic armor systems, much of humanity's tech was built by combining alien work with human ingenuity. Come to think of it, we humans are remarkably similar to Puelmers, Vess idly remarked. Both races developed the reputation for being obsessed with technology. They both had a tendency to steal the tech of other alien races, but also focus a lot on original research. However, there were still a lot of crucial differences between the two. The Puelmers did not possess a wide range of emotions and possessed a lot less creativity on average. These shortcomings most likely prevented the Puelmers from exerting more technological dominance to the other inhabitants of the Red Ocean. Ultimately, the Puelmers failed to rise above the competition and could only begrudgingly live alongside other alien races in a permanent state of tension. This was much different from the human race, which managed to improve its tech so quickly that it managed to conquer half of the Milky Way. Of course, the 5 Scrolls Compact undoubtedly played a part in this rapid progress as well, but that didn't change the fact that assimilating and improving different technologies was a winning formula. The MTA hoards a lot of technology, Vess reminded himself. As a number of advanced warships passed through the portal, he thought about the mountains of alien and human tech that the MTA stored in its vast libraries. Vess hungered to gain access to all of that knowledge. He might not be obsessed with theories as the polymath, but he deeply desired to gain access to new and advanced tech in order to push his Mech designs to the next level. By the time the largest and most formidable MTA warship emerged from the portal, Vess already created a small wish list in his mind. Perhaps he might have an opportunity to ask Master Goldstein for access to specific research in his upcoming conversation. "Sir, the Antezelida Osiris, the flagship of the 1006th Dominion Fleet of the MTA, has just hailed us. The MTA is requesting us to back off from the alien battleship by at least 500 kilometers. You will also be brought to the research battle carrier in 3 minutes in order to fulfill your appointment with Master Vero Goldstein. Understood, Vess nodded. Tell the Metchers that I am ready and fully prepared. He had moved out of his unending regalia and donned an understated but high-quality uniform instead. It was not appropriate to meet with an important Metcher while being armed for combat. Besides, there was no way the Antezella de Osiris would ever pose a hazard to his life while he visited the ship. Vess spent the remaining time on studying the vessels that Master Goldstein brought over. Most of them consisted of frigates and destroyers that were already in the process of setting up special deployable space structures that would soon turn the area into a temporary science facility. The Antezella de Osiris was a so-called research battle carrier. Just like the Paracelsus Optimus, the Antezella was a combination between a battleship, a fleet carrier, and a research vessel. The biggest differences between the two ships was that the Antezella was only 5.3 kilometers long and possessed a copper-colored hull that was embellished with red markings. As Vess continued to pick out more details about the design of the Antezella de Osiris, he suddenly experienced the familiar sensations of teleportation acting on his body. Surprisingly enough, the process became a lot slower and more cumbersome this time. It was as if the Antezella's teleportation module needed to put a lot more effort into teleporting his body. Vess knew exactly why this was the case. His recent physiological transformation had caused him to diverge so much from baseline humans that he was more like an alien who just happened to wear a human disguise. Oh well. After a few more torturous seconds, the teleporter finally plucked him out of the spirit of Bentheim and deposited him inside the recently arrived MTA research battle carrier. Welcome aboard the Antezella de Osiris, Mr. Larkinson. An MTA officer greeted him. We apologize for the technical difficulties that you may have experienced. Our teleportation device has not accounted for the increased mass and exotic substances that you carry in your body. I suggest you notify us of any major alterations to your body in the future so that we can prevent accidents from occurring. Vess politely nodded back. I will be sure to take that into account. Another Metcher soon led him out of the teleportation chamber and led him through numerous corridors and an elevator before arriving before a Mech workshop. After undergoing a brief and completely unnecessary security check, Vess was finally allowed to head inside. He briefly paused in order to admire the incomplete first-class multipurpose Mech that was being worked upon. Vess could immediately tell that it was not a new Mech, but rather an existing one that showed signs of regular use for at least 2 years. Interestingly enough, the first-class Mech's rest form did not resemble that of a humanoid, but rather looked like a flower. This was a classic shape of an advanced support Mech. Numerous visible modules such as shield generators, energy transmitters, ECM modules, and more all reinforced this impression. Although the direct combat capabilities of this support-oriented Mech should not be weak, its ability to act as a force multiplier ought to be extremely formidable. Mr. Larkinson, a voice called out, come closer, there is much to discuss. As Vess resumed walking, he continued to study the support Mech as he just couldn't resist the opportunity to figure out the concept behind its design. As a master Mech designer, Vero Goldstein clearly understood the machine's allure to people like Vess. The bald man smirked and waved his free arm at the exposed Mech frame. Before we address the agenda for the day, what do you think of my work? Is this Mech a product of your design? Vess looked mildly surprised. He thought that it was just a standard-issue MTA Mech. I do not dare to say that I understood how all of it works, but from what I can see, just a single one of these machines should be able to enhance the performance of an entire Mech company to a significant degree. Even a 5% boost makes it worthwhile to replace another generic combat mech with this support machine. It would be even better if it can amplify the performance of surrounding mechs even more. Master Goldstein put down the part he was holding and chuckled at Vess. This mech is not as strong as you think. Its support capabilities are most definitely potent by your standards, but at our level, it can only add more icing on the cake. Are you still impressed, Mr. Larkinson? Vess furrowed his brows and looked up at the flower-shaped mech again. He could see why Goldstein spoke modestly. The various modules responsible for assisting other first-class multipurpose mech did not appear to be all that strong. That didn't mean he was convinced that it was weak, though. No MTA mech was weak, especially when they were designed by an MTA master. People like Master Goldstein had more pride than most of their peers due to having access to the best tech and resources. Vess tried to peer beyond the surface and studied the spiritual foundation of the machine. Though the spiritual foundation of the flower mech was not alive, it was remarkably uniform and coherent, which was a clear sign that it was a solo project. Without any other mech designers contaminating its design, the support mech encapsulated Master Goldstein's specialty to the strongest and purest degree. It became very clear what the support mech was designed to do now that Vess had taken a look at the heart of the machine. This first-class multipurpose mech is designed to offer support at extreme distances on the battlefield. Vess ultimately answered. It takes existing support functions and amplifies their effective ranges so that they can provide beleaguered mechs with an emergency energy shield or top off the energy reserves of another machine. These are all standard functions to the MTA, but when they can take effect from one side to another side of the battlefield, the utility and value of this machine has multiplied by at least an order of magnitude. This was a fantastic rescue mech. It did not need to activate its functions all of the time. It was better to keep it in reserve and only put it into action when important friendly mechs were about to fall. It could also assist in the protection and safe retrieval of ejected cockpits. Vess was feeling incredibly inspired by now. Though he likely wasn't able to design a reasonable imitation of this support mech, he might be able to cook up a mech design that supported friendly units in his own unique ways. My design philosophy is centered around providing wide area support, Master Goldstein clarified. I am most known for designing support mechs that can assist hundreds if not thousands of mechs at a time. This particular design is a deviation from my typical work, but that makes it more worthwhile to explore. As mech designers, we should never stop experimenting and innovating. I consider this work to be a partial failure, but that does not mean I regret working on it. I have verified many theories and determined a new research direction that should provide me with significant gains. The process sounded highly familiar to Vess as he worked in a similar fashion. He explored so many ideas that it was hard to justify his scatterbrained approach, but that was just who he was. He would not be the mech designer he was today if he did not give in to his curiosity. That is interesting, Master, but aren't we supposed to talk about compensation and awards? Goldstein raised his eyebrow. Impatient, are you? Let us conclude this matter. I have already calculated your contributions during your journey to this mech workshop. My judgment will need to be approved by other authorities, but once they concur with my assessment, our association will award your Golden Skull Alliance with a total of 1,343,400,312 MTA merits. Pardon me, I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat the sum again? Chapter 4642, Many Contributions. Do not fool around, Mr. Larkinson. You have heard what I have said. Your alliance is entitled to an award that amounts to over 1.3 billion MTA merits in total. How you wish to divide these merits among your partners and your subordinates is up to your group to decide. We do not wish to deprive you of those choices. Vess wanted to rub his ears to figure out if he heard correctly. I apologize, Master Goldstein. It is not every day you get over 1 billion MTA merits dumped onto your lap, he said. I mean, I am just a second-class pioneer. Big scores like this are unheard of among my kind. It is exactly because it is exceedingly rare for second-class pioneers, such as yourself, to defeat not just one, but 2 fully fledged alien battleships that we are being generous. You will need to explain that to me, Vess responded. Master Goldstein led Vess to a nearby work table where they could sit. The Mecher activated a projection which showed an itemization list that briefly summed up the specific contributions that produced the humongous sum. As you can see, the MTA merits that your alliance has earned in recent months can roughly be divided into several major categories. In the Borean system, you and numerous other second-class pioneers have joined forces to destroy a hidden alien asteroid base, defeated hundreds of alien warships, including a 3.2-kilometer-wide Orvan battleship, discovered and slain an aberrant unclean whale, and reduced the sphere of influence of the Red Cabal. The Battle of the Borean Belt was already a matter of ancient history to Vess, but that did not mean it was a trivial matter. Not only did the Golden Skull Alliance, along with the rest of the temporary coalition, take on powerful alien warships, they even dealt with a real phase whale. Over 99% of all pioneers had never come close to achieving these feats, let alone both of them in the same battle. Though the temporary coalition managed to defeat a lot of powerful enemies, some of whom were connected to a powerful and increasingly more relevant hostile multi-species alliance, the amount of strategic gains that the participants ultimately surrendered to the Mech Trade Association was not that great. The biggest variable was the death of the unclean whale. If the rare and special cannibalistic phase whale could be captured alive, then his value to the Mechers would easily be at least 10 times greater. Vess did not regret the decision to kill the tentacled whale. The recent encounter against the alien phase lord known as the Trampler of Stars had given him an even greater vindication of this decision. Phase lords came about due to other native alien races attempting to imitate the extraordinary physiques of highly developed phase whales. If a powerhouse like the Trampler of Stars was merely an imitation of the real product, then a true phase whale would definitely be able to exert more power. Who knew how much strength the unclean whale could regain once he had time to recover from his lengthy hibernation? Though Vess still winced when he thought of how many MTA merits he let go due to this difficult decision, he did not regret this action. It was a pity that the amount of MTA merits awarded by the association ultimately became limited. What was worse was that the MTA merits also had to be split 6 ways as other parties, such as the Gemini family, and the Lyra Foundation also earned their rightful shares. In the end, the Golden Skull Alliance ultimately earned only a bit more than 100 million MTA merits out of this adventure, which was quite respectable, but not commensurate to the incredible risks and dangers of this operation. As you can see, your alliance's contributions in SDDD 4,343 XAER, 232,666,410, or Ramage Repulsor, are substantially greater. There are several reasons why we have awarded you over 1 billion MTA merits for your actions in the star system. The Master projected a small image of both the Orvan battleship found in the Borean system and the hybrid alien battleship found in the Ramage Repulsor system. The Orvan-built battleship called the Vigant Cesny may be larger and more massive, but her research value is limited. Her hull is old, and much of her tech is at least several generations behind current native alien standards. We have already captured many ships that feature similar outdated tech, so one more ship does not add much value, especially when many important sections have been destroyed or cut away. The Master gestured at the intact rear half of the latest battleship defeated by the Golden Skull Alliance. Although the battleship the aliens call the Fractured House of the Collapsing Star is only partially intact, the internal state and condition of her rear half is in excellent condition. The lack of internal sabotage is particularly notable, as is the preservation of almost all of her surviving crew members. The latter is immensely useful to us, as we have the technology to extract many of the memories of many different alien species, including the Nuncers and the Pulmers who comprise the majority of the ship crew. The death energy battle formations served as a near-perfect ship-killing solution. The unprepared and unknowing alien crew members had no idea what was coming and could not even deploy any countermeasures, if they even existed at all. Tens of thousands of carefully selected alien elite officers and naval ratings had lost all of their consciousness and resistance, leaving their brains or closest alien equivalents ripe for the picking. This was a fantastic intelligence gift. I take it that all of the new tech is of great interest as well, Vess remarked. Indeed, Master Goldstein smiled. Unlike the typical armed alien warships that our own forces regularly encounter at the front lines, the fractured house of the collapsing star is a testbed of early next-gen technologies. She can be regarded as a prototype warship that serves to prove a new concept that tries to fuse the best technologies of every race into a single large platform. What is interesting is not that the battleship is merely made up of different puzzle pieces contributed by different races, but that we have found signs of cross-contamination. Cross-contamination. Goldstein's expression turned serious. We have already discovered that the native alien races have begun to pool their R&D efforts. Normally, the aliens are accustomed to guarding and isolating their competitive advantages in different branches of technology as much as possible. This leads to circumstances where the Orvan race excel in shield generators. The Nuncers are known for mass-producing the largest warships, while the Pulmers have built up the broadest tech base. For many eons, these races have maintained their advantage despite the natural diffusion of their older technological advances. I take it that the battleship that we have just captured is different. Correct. This is the first time we have obtained a large-scale alien craft that is filled with technological systems that are predominantly derived from the tech bases of numerous alien races, but also feature updates that originate from other alien races. For example, the Orvan shield generators found on the fractured house of the collapsing star perform at least 7% better than the equivalents we have found on other modern Orvan battleships. This is because Pulmer development teams have selectively upgraded the shield generators with their own technological solutions. In other words, the aliens were beginning to take advantage of the power of teamwork. I see, Vess spoke. Studying all of the changes made to standard alien technology can give you a snapshot to how well the different aliens are able to work together at this early stage. You can also track their progress and estimate how long it will take for the aliens to start producing truly powerful hybrid alien warships. The new tech itself is also of interest to us, Master Goldstein added. Our forces have already collected sufficient samples of modern alien tech to reverse engineer and improve upon them, but it is still useful for us to obtain samples that have already been upgraded through native cross-contamination. The solutions applied by the Pulmers and other natives may be inferior to ours, but they can occasionally provide us with inspiration as they occasionally address problems from different angles. Hearing this made Vess feel a bit of regret for giving up such a substantial research and intelligence mine. If he was able to keep the fractured house of the collapsing star for himself, he could delve into it for many years and constantly learn new and interesting high technologies. However, it was impossible for Vess to complete such a massive R&D venture alone. He would have to gather a gigantic team of scientists and support staff to conduct all of the work without wasting centuries of his life on studying the alien vessel. Even then, it was doubtful that he would ever be able to acquire the extremely demanding expertise needed to reverse engineer the most advanced alien technological applications. In short, the remnants of the alien battleship might be extremely valuable from an objective point of view, but only an exceedingly small group of states and organizations possessed the resources to exploit this mine. If Vess was able to hold an auction for these spoils, the only eligible bidders would come from the first-rate states and the Big Two. Of this limited and exclusive group, only the Common Fleet Alliance and the Mech Trade Association had any hopes of beating their competitors. Surrendering these valuable spoils to the MTA was therefore not a bad option. It was not as if the Golden Skull Alliance could retain all of this first-class loot. Countless other vultures and unscrupulous pioneers would try to steal it all away. The best part about receiving an enormous sum of MTA merits was that no one could steal it from their owners. This could be considered a form of protection, as the issuer of these merits would never allow anyone to abuse or fool around with them. Every MTA merit represented a genuine and sincere contribution to the association and humanity as a whole. The corruption of the merit system might very well herald the downfall of the human race. Master Goldstein resumed his explanation on why the Golden Skull Alliance earned a humongous sum of MTA merits. What we also value is your opposition to threats that are greater and more significant than your fellow pioneers. Can you explain that further? Goldstein's expression grew ugly. Ever since we have opened up the Red Ocean to colonization, the frequency of human fighting has been high, too high, in my opinion. An excessive amount of pioneers would rather fight their fellow humans than make more serious contributions to humanity. Senatus prospecting is an archetypal example of how the class of pioneers have been infiltrated and polluted by selfish profiteers, who feel no responsibility to contribute to the advancement of the human cause. Vess was glad that Master Goldstein did not have a good opinion of Autris Magrin and his organization. That meant that it was unlikely for the MTA to call out the Golden Skull Alliance for leading their fellow humans into a trap. In comparison, you and your allies have focused your efforts outwards. Goldstein smiled. We particularly appreciate your willingness to oppose the cosmopolitan movement. Any hindrance to its nefarious plans will give our forces a greater advantage in our war against the indigenous aliens of the Red Ocean. Hindering the Red Cabal by destroying one of their hidden asteroid bases, as well as taking down a prototype alien battleship, is also helpful to our collective cause. To be honest, Vess never really had these motives in mind. He was purely driven by profit as far as he was concerned. He just happened to target the aliens because it was much easier to come up with excuses to plunder their treasures. Chapter 46-43, The Emptiness of Pioneers. I am honored by your appreciation, Vess modestly replied. It never hurt to be thankful for the MTA for dumping a massive amount of MTA merits on his lap. It was rare for the MTA to let go of its stingy ways for once. He wanted this to happen again. Master Goldstein's expression became warmer as he stared at the younger Mech designer. You are an example to all second-class pioneers, Mr. Larkinson. Despite your calling as a Mech designer, you hold true to the noble intentions of a pioneer. You have frequently contributed to the conquest of the Red Ocean by exposing numerous secrets and defeating multiple alien threats. On top of that, your alliance has done more to increase our association's reserves of face water than 99.9% of your peers. We are pleased to be of assistance. The more face water you can equip your troops, the better our invasion will progress. Well said, Mr. Larkinson. Face water is the most important strategic resource of the Red Ocean. The more we obtain, the sooner we can complete our conquest. However, too many pioneers are unwilling to surrender any deposits or caches of face water they come across. They only think about enhancing the combat power of their own forces. While we are willing to tolerate private use of face water, the problem is that too many of your fellow pioneers are only willing to deploy their upgraded troops against their own kind. Now that he thought about it, a lot of pioneers indeed focused all of their energies on fighting against each other. It was pretty normal, to be honest. who wanted to bring their forces all the way into the deep frontier and gamble on their lives away. The biggest reason why no one liked to fight against alien forces was that it was impossible to predict their strength. The variety of alien forces was incredible. The weakest alien warships and fleets tended to be on par with third-class forces, but the most powerful ones could easily give the MTA and CFA a run for their money. The Golden Skull Alliance certainly had experience with that. The Expeditionary Fleet had fought against a Paklatin refugee fleet, a heavily wounded but titanic astral beast, a large fish whale enclave, an alien pirate base that turned out to be a prison for an unclean whale, and a modern hybrid alien battleship. All of them were alien in nature, but there was a huge difference in strength between the weakest and strongest alien forces. Many other pioneers that ventured into regions frequented by aliens also enjoyed similar experiences. On a good run, these pioneers only bumped into ragged alien refugees who could never pose any serious threat. On a bad run, they might easily stumble into a pristine alien warfleet or warship and get blasted into pieces before they could run away. Even first-class pioneers, such as Lord Pyrian Yorl-Tavik, were not exempted from this risk. In short, venturing into the deep frontier was like jumping over a canyon. Even those who made the best possible preparations always risk a plunge due to all of the uncontrollable variables at play. It was no surprise that a lot of pioneers were far more comfortable with setting down further away from the front lines. The hinterland of human-occupied space had become so devoid of aliens that the only enemies that people had to worry about were their fellow human competitors. For example, the principal enemies that the Davut power block were concerned about was not the aliens, but the Karlach power block. Both port systems aimed to become the premier trading hub of the Krakatoa Middle Zone, and the magnitude of interests at stake exceeded any profits gained from targeting the aliens. They at least knew a lot more about fighting against human Mech forces than taking down extremely formidable alien warships. This was familiar territory to them. The degree of uncertainty in fighting against the same old human Mechs was much less, and many people preferred it that way. The centuries-long vendetta between the Friday Men and the Hexers was also another typical example of human infighting. Old states from the Milky Way galaxy did not magically let go of their grudges and hatreds when they founded colonies in the Red Ocean. The Hexers loathed the Friday Men for good reasons. The Friday Men, on the other hand, were desperate to wipe out their old archenemies before they had a chance to make a comeback. Since both of their colonies were situated in the Magyar Middle Zone, fighting against aliens was the least of their concerns. Enough time had passed for this region to become an entrenched human province. Vess had always known that most pioneers never showed any interest in fighting against external threats, but he never really thought that any of their actions were wrong. The pioneers in the new frontier simply perpetuated the existing conduct from the old galaxy. Competition was a natural part of not just the human race, but many other alien races as well. Though humanity also had a higher-than-average propensity for infighting, Vess and many other humans of the current age had grown so accustomed to it that they never thought that it was wrong. Evidently, Master Goldstein held a different opinion. My fellow survivalists, and I hoped that opening the Red Ocean would allow humanity at large to become accustomed to directing their hostility against the enemies of our race. Back in the Age of Conquest, many wars against alien empires were largely fought by private human interests rather than broad coalitions that represented a significant proportion of our civilization. We hope to encourage pioneers such as yourselves to take the first steps to reviving this old habit. Unfortunately, it appears that we have overestimated the courage of those that have entered the Red Ocean with great ambitions. Vess understood exactly what caused all of those optimistic pioneers to get hit with a harsh dose of reality. The infrastructure of the Red Ocean is awful. Vess gently told the MTA master. When people dream about becoming pioneers, they rarely take into account that it is impossible to buy starships in bulk. Since every ticket that can pay for passage through the Greater Bayonder Gate only covers 20 vessels at most, a lot of new arrivals will discover that amassing a fleet that is large enough to fight against the aliens is exceedingly hard. This is only a single adverse factor. There are many other factors that inhibit pioneers from doing what you want, such as the inability to purchase large quantities of face water on the open market. How can all of these pioneers build enough transphasic mechs to take on aliens' warships? Aside from that, it is 10 times harder to fight against alien forces without bringing our own warships. The Mech Trade Association should definitely be aware of the difficult circumstances that most pioneers ended up in. It was therefore a bit unreasonable for Master Goldstein to expect anything better out of this class of people. The man was definitely smart enough to recognize this unfortunate truth. "You are correct," the bald man admitted. "We have not eased the circumstances of pioneers, but they weren't supposed to receive much assistance to begin with. They are meant to demonstrate the initiative, creativity, and self-sufficiency of individual human groups. If we have to hold their hands, there is no reason to hold any expectations for them. Pioneers are meant to thrive under adversity. We have already accounted for the fact that the majority of them will fail. We anticipated that enough of them would succeed and set a positive example for them. Our models have predicted that the proportion of successful, contributing pioneers will increase once the Red Ocean has more time to develop. I take it that the results in reality have not matched the predicted values produced by your sophisticated models. Not even the Mech Trade Association could get everything right. The biggest problem that all powerful people and organizations suffered from was their inability to understand the difficulties of their lessers. Master Goldstein's answer to that did not conflict with this pattern. We did not account for the cowardice of many pioneers. Too many of them have made wild claims, but few ever think about matching their words with actions. Humanity is in a much more dangerous state if only a few exceptions such as yourself are willing to rise above common squabbles. If that is the case, Master, then why doesn't MTA take any measures to correct this imbalance? You can easily encourage more pioneers to fight against the aliens if you help build more infrastructure, penalize human-to-human conflicts. Allow pioneers to keep more face water they have discovered in the wild for themselves, and offer greater assistance and protection to pioneering fleets that travel to the deep frontier. This caused Master Goldstein to shake his head. We have tried to push through these measures, but there are too many other factions and groups that are opposed to any changes in the status quo. There are parties within our association that see human infighting as a positive development. I will not explain the reasons why, but it is enough for you to know that we survivalists are in the minority when it comes to taking greater measures against alien opposition. The survivalists were among the most scared and pessimistic members of the Mech Trade Association. It was in their nature to overestimate every enemy and make a lot of contingency plans in case a known or unknown threat rose to become an existential threat to humanity. Perhaps the other factions thought that the survivalists were being alarmists again. Even if the native alien races started to cooperate with each other while assimilating more human technologies, they still lacked the scale to compete against the enormous war machine of the Big Two. So where does that leave us? Vess asked. There was a reason why someone as important as an MTA master spent so much time on describing these greater policy considerations to a mere second-class pioneer. If we cannot make our association make the necessary changes as a whole, then our survivalist faction will take action within the limits of our authority. The older man replied. For example, I have tried to maximize the rewards issued to your alliance to the greatest extent possible. We are aware that there are too many anecdotes about failed pioneers circulating in our society. We may not be able to reduce their occurrence, but we can do our part in counterbalancing them by propagating positive examples. The great achievements of your Golden Skull Alliance shall serve as a shining example that even second-class pioneers can fight against aliens and be rewarded for their service." "Wait a minute." Vess straightened his back. "Are you saying you are going to use us in a publicity campaign?" Goldstein shook his head in regret. "Oh, we would like to, but that would violate the neutrality clause of our association. We will let the Sum of Your Merit award do the advertising." A single incident may not be enough to change the behavioral patterns of pioneers, but once dozens of positive cases begin to emerge, we believe that more and more copycats will emerge. That might not work as well as the survivalists hoped. Vess knew that most pioneers simply weren't equipped to fight against the aliens. The majority of them lacked an ace Mech and ace pilot that could fight against larger alien warships and defeat them in open combat. However, the survivalists had their own plan, so it was not up to Vess to tell them that their plan was doomed to fail. "Okay, I understand. I am grateful for receiving such a great reward for our contributions." "You are welcome. A part of the reason why we are willing to reward you so much is because we are optimistic about your future. I advise you to think carefully about spending your new MTA merits." Chapter 40, 644 Unpalatable Suggestions. Of the 1.3 billion MTA merits that the Golden Skull Alliance was about to gain, at least a third of it would go to the Larkinson clan. Last Vess checked his record, he still had around 129 million MTA merits to his name. This already represented an incredible sum of wealth, but if he added a couple of million more MTA merits to his account, he would truly become truly loaded. Vess mentally salivated at all of the goodies he could exchange for. Obtaining a vial of high-grade, life-prolonging treatment no longer sounded as ludicrous as before. However, he quickly sobered himself up. There was no need for him to spend so much MTA merits on a product he already had in his possession. It would also take many years for him and his little family to grow old enough to actually require life-prolonging treatment. As Vess thought about Master Vero Goldstein's encouragement, he realized that he should be thinking more strategically about his MTA merit spending. It was not appropriate for him to hoard hundreds of millions of MTA merits. Letting them rot in his account was no different from self-sabotaging himself. The much smarter option would be to spend the majority of his MTA merits on goods and services that could strengthen his clan and accelerate its growth. Of course, he could not forget about investing in his own development. Vess was in the rare position of having much more MTA merits at his disposal than he knew what to do with it. He could easily squander the majority of his gains on a useless purchase, so he was under a lot more pressure than before. One of the reasons why having a lot of MTA merits was a burden was because it was a high-end currency. Even though it was a made-up token that the Mechers created out of nothing only to receive it again at extremely favorable rates to themselves, that didn't stop Vess from playing along. The company store was the only venue in town. The Mech Trade Association ultimately exploited everyone who made use of MTA merits due to its exclusive and monopolistic nature. Unless pioneers honestly submitted 16 tons of face water to the association, they would never be able to retrieve their souls from its grasp. "Can you advise me on where I should spend my MTA merits, Master?" he politely requested. "I can certainly do that for you, Mr. Larkinson." Master Goldstein smiled as if he was waiting for this request. "Let me start by giving you a special offer. We have been made aware that you are looking for better schooling for your children. As a parent, it is only natural for you to wish the best for your offspring." Vess immediately grew a bit more vigilant as soon as the MTA master mentioned his children. As their father, he was quite protective of them, and he did not want anyone to mess around with their lives. "That is true. What of it, Master?" "As you are doubtlessly aware of, our association occasionally recruits its members among the greater human community. Our criteria are highly variable. Occasionally, we recruit third-raters in order to increase the diversity and representation of our ranks. Other times, we extend invitations to the best pupils of first-rate states to inject fresh blood in our pool of future leaders. Right now, there is one child of yours that I am willing to induct into our ranks." It did not take much time and effort for Vess to guess which child that Master Goldstein had in mind. "Are you offering to allow my son Marvane to become a Mecher?" "Yes," Master Goldstein replied. "I would like to induct him into our ranks without any requirements, but since this is an invitation that falls outside of our regular recruitment rounds, you will have to spend MTA merits to make this happen." "How much?" "It depends on how far you are willing to go to invest in his development. Our association offers different support programs. If you only spend around 10 million MTA merits, then we will induct him into our normal ranks. There is nothing wrong with that. As long as he excels in his studies and displays enough talent at an early age, he will earn greater opportunities and receive the opportunity to become a seed that receives more focused attention. If you are willing to spend more, say 100 million MTA merits, you can not only provide him with additional learning resources, but also give him a cushion against failure. If he happens to fail a number of important exams, we will not eject him right away, but use up one of his cushions first. The more MTA merits you spend, the more attention your child receives." Master Goldstein grinned like a cheap used shuttle salesman. "If you are open to spending 500 million MTA merits, we can arrange for him to be apprenticed to one of our master Mech designers. While this sum of merits is not enough for him to become my personal student, I can refer him to many younger but accomplished colleagues of mine who can take him under their wing. There is no limit to how much MTA merits you can submit to arrange for a better teacher. It is even possible for your son to become an apprentice to the polymath herself, as long as you are able to cover her entry fee." Vess had no interest in asking how many MTA merits it took to get a person apprenticed to a star designer. He was afraid that by the time he struggled to gather an astronomical sum of MTA merits together, he probably would have degenerated into a complete slave of the association by that time. That said, Vess didn't even have any interest in taking up the cheapest option. "Your offers certainly sound compelling, but inducting him into your association will mean that he will no longer be able to stay with my family, right?" "I am afraid so. From the moment he becomes a Mecher, he will have to follow a highly regimented life. We do provide allowances for members to contact their old families over the galactic net. Your son may even be able to go on leave to visit you, as long as either of you are willing to spend enough MTA merits." Vess already learned enough. "I understand. Letting our son become a member of your esteemed association is a great privilege, but it is not what my wife and I had in mind for our son, or any of our children for that matter," he replied in a careful voice. "We Larkinsons value family, and I do not see a reasonable way to allow our son to grow up in a warm and loving household when he is stationed in an MTA base that is far away from my fleet." It was painful for Vess to reject the most promising option for his son. Becoming a member of one of the Big Two was an incredible dream to the majority of the people in human civilization. Few people wanted to stay among space peasants. Everything was so much better in the MTA that Marvane would most definitely receive opportunities that Vess could never provide. The best augmentations, the best schools, the best materials, the best Mech designers. These were but a handful of the reasons why the Mechers could do more. However, Vess couldn't bear the thought of sending his son off to the MTA, where he would likely be indoctrinated to become a loyal member. By the time Marvane was 10 years old, it was extremely doubtful whether he would retain any serious love or affection to his parents. As for the Larkinson clan, one puny clan could never match the prestige of the mighty Mech Trade Association. It would be easier for Vess to drop one of his kids off to the MTA if he already had 100 other offspring, but that was not the case. Marvane was his pride and joy. He was his first son and the presumed heir of his Mech design legacy. There was no way that Vess would allow the Mechers to get their grubby hands on his boy. Master Goldstein directed a measured stare at Vess. That is your prerogative. It is your right as a parent to decide how you wish to raise your child. This particular offer will remain open until he reaches a certain age. As an alternative, you may wait until he has reached maturity and is ready to build a life outside of his parental home to join our ranks. He will have to join us under a different arrangement, and that will demand more MTA merits. I understand, Vess nodded. Can you make other suggestions on how I should spend my MTA merits? He deeply wanted to change the topic. He was afraid that he might actually get seduced into hauling his son off to the MTA if this continued. You can buy a high-grade planet from us, Master Goldstein proposed. This is different from what you think. Instead of traveling to an unoccupied star system and building up an independent colony on an available planet, you will instead colonize a planet in a star system that we have designated. Since you are colonizing it under our auspices, you will receive a limited amount of subsidies, resources, construction equipment, and infrastructural support. The resulting colony will belong to you, but since the locations that we have designated always hold strategic value to us, our association will likely build a major branch or stronghold in the star system. And that means we will implicitly protect your colony against alien incursions. You will not need to fear any attacks from humanity's external enemies. Aside from that, your colony will also be able to benefit in other ways. None of our branches are completely isolated from the environments they reside in. There will be limited opportunities for trade that can be immensely profitable. Supporting one of our branches is one of the most reliable methods to earn a consistent amount of MTA merits. Vess had never heard of this kind of arrangement. He would be lying if he said he was not interested in this scheme. One of the biggest risks to founding a planet in the Red Ocean was that a bunch of aliens could arrive at any time to bomb it to oblivion. While it was true that the colonies in the hinterland of human-occupied space were no longer under effective threat of aliens, the problem was that all of the best colony sites had already been claimed. There were still plenty of untouched star systems in places like the Magyar Middle Zone, but they were pretty much barren in his eyes. The better colony candidates were located closer to the local galactic center. That sounded great until people remembered that they were also much more prone to getting raided by alien warships. If the Larkinson clan founded a colony that was essentially sponsored by the MTA, this risk factor would eventually drop to the bottom. Vess would be able to rule over his own planet while using the Mechers as his shield. Hardly anyone would dare to mess with a close friend of the association. However, there were many other reasons why he would want to avoid this course of action. He would be tying his clan and himself to the MTA, which was not desirable in his opinion. It was fine for him to maintain a mutual exchange of interests with the MTA, but that did not mean he wanted to become overly dependent on this overbearing organization. One of his motives for becoming stronger was to become less dependent on the protection of the MTA. It would be backwards if he chose to become a de facto vassal of the association by founding a colony within its empire. Chapter 46-45 Hyper Chamber. As much as Vess liked the thought of building up his own colony and ruling over his own planet, it clashed against his original plan and goals. His main purpose was to become a star designer. Every other ambition had to take a backseat. There was no way he wanted to get shackled to a planet where his enemies could force him to make a stand. Staying mobile and basing the main element of his clan onto its many starships was the right way to go. If it worked for the Common Fleet Alliance and its vast network of associated spaceborne clans, it would work for the Larkinson clan as well. So far, none of Master Goldstein's suggestions sounded all that appealing to Vess. The Master possessed different goals and a different vision on matters. He probably had little understanding of how extensively Vess wanted to maintain a healthy distance from the MTA and other entanglements. It was not as if Vess wanted to isolate himself from human society like the Fleeters. but he had suffered betrayal at the hands of other parties far too many times. Before Master Goldstein could offer any further suggestions that came with a lot of strings attached, Vess raised his hand. I prefer to spend my MTA merits on more straightforward improvements to myself and my clan. I am looking for more practical improvements that can give my people and I a short to medium-term boost. I would like to obtain goods or services that can enhance our security, increase our learning capabilities, and boost our industrial capacity. I would also like to obtain anything that can deter enemies from attacking my fleet, no matter whether they are human or alien. The bald MTA master spent a few seconds evaluating the options that matched Vess' specifications. You are a demanding Mech designer and clan patriarch, Mr. Larkinson, the survivalist replied. I can present you with many different options that you may be interested in, but you will have to be selective as not even hundreds of millions of MTA merits can solve all of your needs. Vess responded with a rueful smile. I am aware of this reality. Not even first raters can get everything on their wish list. However, this is exactly why I am so eager to spend my MTA merits. The more enhancements I receive, the sooner my people and I can close the gap. Well, if you are so eager to become a first rater through your own efforts, then I suggest you spend at least 100 million MTA merits on a hyper chamber. A hyper chamber, Vess raised his eyebrow. Remote communication is one of the most important binding elements of human civilization, Master Goldstein explained. Our entire society, as we know it, would immediately collapse if the galactic net is taken away from us. It is because of our ability to transmit data to other people across many star systems, and even entire galaxies, that can unite so many groups and states into a single cohesive civilization. That is true. I take it that this hyper chamber is some sort of super communication tool. Oh, it is that and more, Mr. Larkinson. Remote communication has been enriched by two major advancements. First, we are able to accurately project and portray each other's bodies and any objects we wish to include in our exchange of data. Second, we are able to touch what we have projected through the use of physical projection technology. The latter has immensely reduced the downsides of remote communications and has reduced the need for personal meetings. However, the technology cannot replace face-to-face encounters entirely. Do you know why? That was an easy question to answer. It is because physical projections are weak. We only need to give a physical projection a moderate push before it breaks. Exactly, Master Goldstein nodded. Try and break this projection. The MTA master waved his hand over the work table, causing a simple alloy bar to appear into view. Vess picked it up and tried to break it by snapping the bar. Even though it looked and felt like a realistic alloy bar, it simply did not bend according to his will. His genetic and biological augmentations had left him with way more physical strength than he ever needed as a Mech designer. But even that wasn't enough for him to bend this illusionary alloy bar. Am I being fooled, or is this actually a projection? Vess wondered. Master Goldstein grinned and waved his hand, causing the alloy bar projection to pop and disappear. No, Mr. Larkinson, you are not being deceived. This is an example of state-of-the-art physical projection technology. We have constantly iterated and improved upon it for centuries, and the highest specifications of this tech can simulate physical objects so well that they can easily simulate complete mechs. In fact, you can even hold a half-virtual, half-real mech duel between two mechs. What? If Master Goldstein's claims were true, then the use of these superprojectors could enable mechs located in two different galaxies to duel against each other. This was a possibility that transcended virtual reality. The inclusion of physical participants meant that mechs could interact with each other in whole new ways. Can this hyper chamber do all of that for our clan? Vess eagerly asked. Do not get too excited, Mr. Larkinson. The most basic model that is as large as a small mech arena can be obtained for around 100 million MTA merits, but you will not be able to obtain the full experience. You will have to pay more MTA merits in order to upgrade your hyper chamber's physical projection capabilities. You can swap out the more basic physical and energy projectors with more premium models that possess higher specifications. If you are truly wealthy and accomplished, then you may also add materializers along with a large quantity of reserve materials. This will allow your side to materialize complete objects or mechs that are transmitted by other parties. How extravagant! Vess had countless ideas in his mind on how he could take advantage of this tech. For example, he could remotely collaborate with other mech designs on performing live repairs, modifications, or upgrades on existing machines. He could also allow his Larkinson mech pilots to duel against other Larkinson members who were located in branches established in distant locations. However, as soon as Vess thought about how hyper chambers could connect different parts of his sprawling clan, he immediately remembered that he would have to buy multiple copies of this extremely expensive exchange item. What are the recommended uses of a hyper chamber if I only obtain one of them? Vess asked the MTA master. There are many uses. The most relevant of them is their ability to facilitate the education of your children. Now that sparked Vess' interest. Do you mean that these hyper chambers can help enhance my children's virtual school experience? Master Goldstein smiled. That is correct. You may not know this, but the better virtual schools demand that every pupil attend virtual classes in a hyper chamber. Compared to taking classes in a completely virtual environment, doing so in a setting that is built by high-quality physical projections is much superior. It can enable anyone with aspirations to become a mech pilot or mech designer to attend classes related to mechs in a much more effective manner. That definitely sounded like a benefit that could help his children obtain a more authentic school experience. Though it still couldn't beat attending a classy school in person, the gap would definitely not be as exaggerated as before. A decently equipped hyperchamber can also be of great benefit to you and your fellow mech designers, especially when any of you advance to the rank of senior mech designer. In what way? Wouldn't a journeyman be able to make use of a hyper-chamber in the exact same manner? Not quite. Do you recall the rule that every senior mech designer must become a professor at a recognized teaching institution? I do. You will learn more when you advance. I can tell you that it is preferable for seniors to teach at physical institutions, but if they insist on staying in a location that is removed from an accredited institution, they can always hold their classes by remote. That was exactly what Vess had in mind. I see. If this hyper-chamber can make anything related to mechs a lot more realistic, does that mean that I can teach at a fancier mech university? Yes, Goldstein nodded in confirmation. Hyper-chambers can be considered as an extravagant bonus for second-class mech universities that offer remote classes, but are mandatory for any first-class mech university. It is unlikely for any first-class educational institution to hire a second-class mech designer, but a dynamic pioneer such as yourself should easily find a position in the best second-class mech universities. This will especially be the case if you come with our recommendation. That sounded incredibly interesting to Vess. Prior to this conversation, he did not particularly hold high expectations of becoming a professor at a top institution. Sure, his radical design philosophy had made new inroads and opened up crazy new possibilities in the mech industry, but that also made it extremely difficult to transfer to other people. Unless he closely tutored mech designers as if they were his apprentices such as Caddies and Makel, there was little chance that other students would ever get involved with living mechs. Aside from that, his academic credentials were also barren. He was not a lab geek, and most of his work and activities were practical in nature. The academic circle generally selected their lecturers and professors according to a different set of criteria. Vess may enjoy a lot of success in the mech market, and his participation in many dangerous expeditions also allowed him to stand out from other mech designers from his generation, But did that make him a good teacher? Not necessarily. His design philosophy and work methods were unorthodox. He did not graduate from a prestigious institution. He never submitted a serious scientific paper at an academic journal. He had no prior formal experience in teaching at smaller schools, and he was still too young and unproven. Vess may be willing to take a gamble every now and then, but the top Mech universities in human space would never dare to play around with the future of their pupils, especially if they were destined to become the future movers and shakers of their respective states. This was why he was not entirely sure whether Master Goldstein was being serious. "Will a good school truly accept my application?" Vess hesitantly asked. "I cannot guarantee that, but possessing a sufficiently equipped hyperchamber will make you more attractive to them," the MTA master replied with a smile. "You see, regardless of the technical possibilities of this advanced communication tool, its symbolic value is also great. Owning one conveys great prestige, especially when you have earned it through your own hard work as opposed to being given one by your parents or organization. Mech universities are not short-sighted. They can recognize that even if your academic credentials are insufficient, there is a realistic chance that you will eventually be a Mech designer that they will have to look up to. Just the possibility is enough to tempt the more forward-looking deacons into considering your application." That sounded plausible enough, Vess supposed. He was already happy if he managed to get hired by a respectable institution. Anything better was a bonus in his opinion. "I cannot say this with certainty, but humans are reaching further and further away from our ancestral home planet," Master Goldstein spoke. "From the moment our race stepped out of old Earth, humanity has continued to disperse across the stars. This has provided us with massive benefits, but it has become increasingly harder for distant people to connect with each other on a more personal level. The development of high-performance physical projection technology is one of several solutions that serve to counteract this concerning social pattern, especially in an age where Beyonder gates have allowed us to traverse unprecedented distances. The more humanity expanded its territories, the greater the separation between each population group. If this trend continued to persist, then there might come a day where humans may no longer be united as one people." Chapter 46 Teaching Aspirations. Vess would become a senior sooner or later. He could feel it in his bones. Despite his relatively young age, his accumulation was substantial and his work caught on in the Mech market. He derived many successful innovations based on his design philosophy and built up an increasingly more expansive theoretical framework of his specialty. He was ready to engage in Mech design at a higher level. He was tired of remaining stuck as journeyman. In the Mech industry, a journeyman was treated as a teenager that was better than an ignorant kid, but not by much. Becoming a senior was a watershed for a Mech designer. Though Vess didn't exactly understand how much of a difference the rank would make in his work, the higher status alone was worth the effort to sprint towards advancement. Vess did not know when he would be able to get rid of his status as a journeyman, but he could feel that it would not take long. He just needed a single impetus to get over the edge. If completing the Dullahan project did not do that, then completing the Ghost project may allow him to break through to senior. If that wasn't enough, then another creative and groundbreaking Mech design would surely be able to get him over the edge within the next decade. In any case, Vess believed that his advancement to senior was close enough for him to get ready to plan ahead. Fulfilling his obligation to pass on his knowledge to students in a more systematic learning environment was an important facet to any Mech designer's life. It was better to plan ahead than be caught unprepared once he finally broke through. "So how does this work, Master? Will I be able to become a full professor right out of the gate with the help of a hyper chamber and a recommendation?" Naturally, you should not expect to receive heavy responsibilities at first. You will have to start at the bottom of the ladder, where you will only be able to teach a small and fairly limited elective course on a specialty subject that you can speak with authority. You will have to do the hard work of convincing students to accept your teachings. This is a method that a Mech university regularly employs to test the teaching ability of its newer professors. Those that can attract more students and are able to improve their Mech design capabilities in a concrete manner will be promoted in the future. The bald MTA master continued to explain the basic situation of what it would be like if Vess snatched a teaching position at one of these fancy schools. The subjects that Vess was allowed to teach, the amount of hours he had to spend in front of a virtual or projected classroom, the type of students he was allowed to teach, and the additional privileges he might receive as a relatively junior member of the teaching staff all varied depending on the specific employment contract. Vess would have to agree on the exact terms of the contract with the Mech University in question. It did not take a genius to figure out that a more outstanding institution would impose more restrictions and make more cumbersome demands. Master Goldstein carefully spoke his next words. It is not a trivial matter to become a professor at a more prestigious Mech university that is renowned throughout both galaxies, but the rewards are worth the sacrifices. Obtaining a temporary or permanent teaching position will immediately raise your reputation and gild your record. You will not only gain a tentative foothold in the core academic community of the Mech community, but also obtain a lot more legitimacy for your work. It becomes much easier for other professionals to take your design philosophy, your radical innovations, and your Mech designs seriously, because a prestigious name is vouching for your work. It was just as how being a member of the Mech Trade Association made every Mech designer's reputation a lot better. No matter what kind of person a Mecher may be, other people just knew that a MTA Mech designer was just smarter, better, and overall more superior than someone grown in the wild. The biggest shortcoming of Vess was that he was completely unfamiliar with the upper landscape of second-class educational institutions. He did not know the top names or their histories and traditions. He had no idea where the schools were located and what sort of teaching philosophies they upheld. The best second-class Mech universities often maintain close connections to first-class institutions. Goldstein helpfully told Vess, "Make your choices carefully, because every top institution is entangled in a large and intricate web of interest groups. Your selection will have political implications for yourself and your clan. If you are unwilling to become an asset to a first-rate state such as the Greater Terran United Confederation or the New Rubarth Empire, it may be wise to steer towards a slightly less prestigious institution that has built up a more independent reputation." That sounded like a good idea. Vess would have to do his own research, but he did not mind passing over the best offers if they came with too many strings attached. "Are there any other important benefits to teaching at a top institution?" he asked. "I mean, it is nice to be able to use the reputation of a famous name, but not all Mech designers need this sort of assistance." "You are correct, Mr. Larkinson. There are many top Mech designers who do not have to rely on a third party to boost their fame and reputation. What these individuals truly seek are opportunities to get into contact with promising and talented Mech design students. The better the school, the greater the average quality of future Mech designers. It is in the lecturing halls where seniors and masters often scout their next disciples." Vess' eyes gleamed. Master Goldstein raised an excellent point. Although the Larkinson clan was slowly ramping up its ability to train and educate its own Mech designers, the chances that a genius would emerge from within was still too low. That didn't mean that Vess had no intentions of passing on his craft to his clansmen. Successful cases like Caddy's showed that he could still make do with lower quality stock if he invested more effort and resources into his tutoring. Vess didn't have the time or motivation to invest so much into raising Mech designers, though. He was already swamped with his own work, allocating an unreasonable amount of his time on making other people become better Mech designers may ultimately translate into sabotaging his own progress. This was why he became so interested in the idea of taking bright and talented Mech design students under his wing. These little geniuses either possessed wealthy backgrounds or had proven to be extraordinarily smart. Most of the time, they were both, or else they wouldn't have been able to get accepted by a top school. This meant that these students not only required less time to learn advanced theories and concepts, but should also be a lot more self-sufficient. Vess could pretty much treat them like free-range chicken. As long as he remembered to sprinkle a bit of bird food at them, they would go about their day and soon begin to lay eggs on his behalf. Of course, teaching a Mech design student who came from a powerful influence comparable to the Ural-Tavik clan would also help expand his connections to the upper layers of human society. Given all of these amazing possibilities, Vess became more motivated to become a professor at a good institution. Getting back to the hyperchamber, will I be able to get a good position with a basic one, or do I need to upgrade it with better and more advanced modules? Master Goldstein paused for a short moment. It depends. I am not too familiar with the recruiting standards of second-class Mech universities, but a basic hyper-chamber should already suffice. I believe that the classes that you will be permitted to teach will mostly be confined to theoretical lessons. These classes do not impose heavy demands on the capabilities of high-performance physical projection technology. It is only when you start to teach more advanced classes with a greater emphasis on practical coursework that it is helpful to upgrade your hyperchamber. This can cost you at least an additional 100 million MTA merits. That was good to know in the future. It sounds as if hyperchambers and their many optional upgrades are common enough to be sold on the open market, Vess remarked. Can I buy and improve them by spending credits instead of merits? You may, Mr. Larkinson, but can you afford the expenditure? You may not be aware of this, but many of the products that we offer through our exchange can be considered bargains when you consider how much they cost if you purchase them from a commercial vendor. The quality of the products that we list on our exchange are also uniformly high. How much does it cost to buy a hyperchamber with MTA credits? An entry-level hyperchamber can be bought for 500 million MTA credits. A premium one that is offered by our association will cost much more. The exact prices will vary depending on the brand and the feature set, but it will never be below 1 billion MTA credits. Do you understand why owning this product is a matter of great prestige to second-raters? Vess gulped. He never realized that a large package of souped-up physical projectors was priced at these ridiculous heights. There was no way the Larkinson clan could earn that much cash in the short term. I think I will opt for acquiring a hyper-chamber from your exchange. A wise decision. Master Goldstein smiled in approval. Obtaining a hyper-chamber is a life-changing decision for you and anyone permitted to use it. This solution is especially suitable for a Mech designer who is rarely found in one location and insists on traveling to remote destinations. By gaining the ability to engage in high-end communication and interaction, you can begin to collaborate with other Mech designers in a much more intimate and effective manner. Vess looked forward to all of these possibilities. It made his life a lot easier even if he did not use it for teaching purposes. Is it possible for you or your men to install a hyperchamber on my flagship right away? I would advise against that, Goldstein replied. While our fleet has the technical capabilities to install a hyperchamber on any of your starships, it will not only demand a large volume of space, but also impose an unreasonably high burden on your craft. The hyperchamber does not come with its own power supply, so you will need to accommodate its energy needs. The single first-class power reactor that you have installed on your factory ship is not adequate enough to allow the chamber to project entire mechs under active usage. A high-end technological suite imposed much higher demands on its environment. The master mentioned other issues such as weight and isolation that demanded a high degree of structural modifications to the spirit of Bentheim before she could even accommodate such a demanding chamber. Vess grimaced when he heard the extensive list of technical demands. I get the point. My ship is too weak. This is why I advise you to spend a large amount of MTA merits on purchasing an improved factory ship from us. This will ensure you will be in the best possible position to integrate other demanding products of high technology into your fleet. That sounded compelling, but Vess was reluctant to let go of the spirit of Bentheim. The ship had greater meaning to him than a mobile factory. Is there a possibility to upgrade my existing ship instead? You can do that, but it will require more resources and labor to obtain a worse result, Goldstein brutally said. If you insist on funding an extensive refit of your factory ship regardless of this reality, then that is your choice. Depending on how much you are willing to invest, we can comprehensively increase her size, strengthen her structure, increase her defenses, improve her production facilities, mount her with an optimized superdrive, and more. Anything is possible as long as you are able to pay the price. Improving the spirit of Bentheim was a matter of great importance, but if he sunk a lot MTA credits into her refit, that would mean he would not be able to spend as much on other goodies. Vess felt conflicted. Chapter 40, 647 Networking Opportunities. I will need to think about it further, Master. Vess eventually spoke. I will need to speak with my advisors and spend more time on formulating the most appropriate merit spending plan for our clan. Master Goldstein nodded in understanding. That is a prudent course of action. Take all of the time you need. Once you have finalized a spending plan, please transmit it to my account. I will review it and comment on it to ensure you have not overlooked any important details. Once everything is in order, I will pass your list onto the merit exchange, where my fine colleagues can work on delivering what you have requested. Thank you for offering your assistance. No problem. You are one of our valued associates. Helping you navigate the endless options that you can exchange with your MTA merits is one of our great pleasures. That was certainly believable. The Mechers liked nothing more than to see its subjects spend the MTA merits that the Mech Trade Association originally issued to them. The greater the circulation of MTA merits, the more people were impacted by the MTA. The two Mech designers continued to talk about various different subjects. None of them were all that important, but Vess appreciated the opportunity to learn about a few matters that someone like Master Goldstein found important. Though Vess missed the familiarity and bond of trust he had built with Master Willix, Master Goldstein was nice enough, if a bit more fixated on business. Vess had the feeling that Master Goldstein made sure to allocate enough time for this conversation to remind him that the survivalist faction still existed. After all, Vess cooperated with the transhumanist faction a lot more extensively over the last years. He also felt a greater affinity for the goals and some of the more modest aspirations of the transhumanist. If not for the fact that Jovi Armelin was a part of the survivalist faction, Vess might have tried to find a way to cut his ties to this group. I recently received an invitation to some sort of big meetup organized by your faction, Vess said. Can you tell me what it is all about and why my presence may be needed? Master Goldstein's demeanor turned a lot less light-hearted all of a sudden. I cannot divulge much to you. We are still deciding on the exact agenda for our conference. I can reveal in general terms that the topics we will address among ourselves will not only address the great problem with pioneers that we have discussed earlier, but many other weighty topics. The grand occasion also serves as a good reason to gather the majority of prominent members of our faction in one physical location. While we have no issue with communicating with each other remotely by relying on our advanced technologies most of the time, we still recognize the importance of meeting each other face-to-face. Many great and accomplished Mech designers will attend. That sounded serious. Vess did not entirely understand what a trivial figure like himself could contribute to the enormous discussions that would doubtlessly be held at this fancy conference. He felt like a little kid attending a scientific conference held by respected academics and professors. The gap between him and the main speakers was so enormous that Vess was rather suspicious why he was asked to attend in the first place. How long will this conference last? That depends, Goldstein answered. You can expect it to last for at least a week, but nothing is set in stone. Regardless of how long you are required to attend, I highly advise you to take advantage of the concentration of notable figures to expand your network and find potential new collaboration partners. If you happen to advance to senior at the time, the conference is also an excellent venue for you to come into contact with an individual connected to a prestigious Mech university. Your chances of convincing a Mech university to appoint you as a professor will always be better if you are able to make your case in person. Vess possessed a high opinion of his persuasive abilities, so he strongly agreed with that assessment. This mysterious survivalist conference sounded more and more attractive to him. Even if all of the bigwigs confined themselves behind closed doors, their extensive entourage would definitely linger around the meeting site. Vess could meet and connect with many prominent Mech designers and other people who were tied to the survivalist faction. Each person who had gained the appreciation of an MTA faction was worth befriending in his opinion. The possible gains he could derive from meeting new people could be astronomical if he hooked up with the right individuals. After he gained the clarification he wanted from Master Goldstein, the conversations soon wound down. They could still talk a lot more about topics such as their own Mech design work, but Master Goldstein had a busy schedule. He was already being generous enough by allocating enough time to enlighten Vess about matters that were highly relevant to his career. You will have to find your own way from here, the bald MTA master eventually said as he stood up from his seat. Keep up the good work. You have shown great courage and selflessness in your latest initiatives. Do not waver in your determination to contribute to humanity. Know that our fellow survivalists and I are constantly monitoring your progress. Vess could do without hearing that last sentence. He bowed. I appreciate your vote of confidence. I cannot promise that I can live up to your expectations, but I shall do my best to excel. He concluded his fruitful meeting after that. Once the Antezella de Osiris teleported him back to the spirit of Bentheim, he felt a lot of relief. His fears hadn't come true. The MTA did not blame him for leading the Senatus prospecting fleet into an unfavorable confrontation against an alien battleship. The MTA did not call him out on the numerous war crimes and other misdeeds that he may or may not have committed. The MTA did not try to rip him and his allies off by awarding the Golden Skull Alliance with only a paltry sum of MTA merits for all of the contributions that it made. The MTA did not take away all of the goodies and face water that his salvage teams had carefully taken from the remnant alien battleship. Everything is good, he smiled. His extensive conversation with Master Goldstein not only addressed his immediate concerns, but also gave him a better perspective on the outlook of the survivalists. One of the most important gains from this important talk was gaining a better understanding of what the survivalists expected from human pioneers. One of the unspoken messages conveyed by Master Goldstein was that the survivalists were willing to be a lot more generous and forgiving to pioneers who made an effort to contribute to humanity. Only those who produced a net gain for humanity were worthy of their appreciation. As for dirty vultures like Atris Magrin, the survivalists couldn't care less. If the old man happened to die in a terrible plot that also killed a lot of other people, then the survivalists couldn't care less. All of this basically incentivized Vess to put more effort into dressing up his actions in an altruistic coat. Of course, Vess did not seriously think he had done much to contribute to humanity up until this point. Unless the transhumanist faction was ready to introduce the transcendence glow to the greater human society, it was hard for a Mech designer at his level to affect the course of humanity. One day, he whispered, now that the Golden Skull Alliance officially handed over the remains of the alien battleship to the MTA, there was no reason for the expeditionary fleet to linger in the Ramage repulsor system. The Golden Scullers were distinctly not welcome in the star system anymore. The recent arrivals wanted to commence their studies on the prototype alien vessel in a secure environment, and the presence of third parties posed a hindrance. Without further ado, the expeditionary fleet headed to the nearest Lagrange point so that it could finally make the long journey back to Davut. Before the Golden Skull Alliance made its way back to its old haunt, Vess had to say goodbye to an important guest. While Vess had been talking with Master Goldstein, Lord Pyrion Yorl-Tavik finally managed to contact his clan after regaining access to the galactic net. Just as predicted, the clan showed enough willingness to pay the MTA to ensure Lord Pyrion's safe passage back to a safe and protected star system. This was an enormous relief. Vess did not want to keep hold of this hot potato any longer than necessary. Pyrion had already ruined one pioneering fleet. He could easily ruin another solely due to the value of his identity. Pyrion looked a lot better now that he was waiting to get teleported to an MTA vessel. He had lost his original outfits a long time ago, but the Larkinsons had handed him a malleable set of smart clothing, which Pyrion configured into a purple and brown pattern that represented his clan. "Thank you for rescuing me from that hellish ship and prison." Lord Pyrion shook hands with Vess. "I truly don't know how long I would have been able to last. When I was locked in that awful cell that has nothing except a single watering hole, I had already made the determination to die like a human rather than live as a traitor. Given my inbuilt anti-interrogation and anti-brainwashing augmentations, my captors would have gotten bored of me sooner or later. I can scarcely imagine what would happen to me at that point." "Wasn't there a human cosmopolitan aboard the same ship?" Vess curiously asked. "If the aliens don't appreciate your identity, the cosmopolitan definitely should." The disgraced first-class scion snorted in contempt. "That weasel would kill me himself if he thought that would endear him to his alien allies. That man was creepy. It is one thing for aliens to be aliens. They're not us. That is a basic truth. What I cannot accept is seeing humans doing their best to emulate aliens. The horror I experienced when I saw Mr. Marin abandoning his humanity is a nightmare that will haunt me for the rest of my life." Vess gently raised his arm and patted the poor man's shoulder. "Don't let this trauma drag you down. Try and learn from this and work hard to prevent this from happening to you or the people you care about ever again. That is how I have always dealt with the setbacks that I have suffered in my life." Lord Pyrion responded with a brittle smile. "I am not as courageous and successful as you. It is difficult for me to say this as I grew up in a much better environment than you, but I am unlikely to rise from adversity as much as you. I believe this is the reason why you have managed to earn the status of a Tier 6 galactic citizen through your own efforts, while I had to rely on my birth and heritage to barely be able to qualify as a Tier 10 galactic citizen. The Mechers are much likelier to take the initiative to rescue you, especially if you have a large reserve of MTA merits. As for myself, their lack of actions in the last few months has already proven how little regard they hold for me. Not that I should have expected anything better." "You haven't been abandoned, Pyrion." Vess tried to correct the depressed first raider. "Your family and clan ultimately pulled through to you. When your life was at stake, your relatives did not forget you or decided to cut their losses after making a rational cost-benefit analysis. They instead disregarded all of the losses you have caused for them and the lack of potential you have shown, and chose to call upon thousands of pioneers to dig you out of whatever hole you were hiding in and bring you back to their embrace. That is what a true family is willing to do for its members. Take comfort in that, if nothing else." "You are right. My family and clan are what matters the most." Lord Pyrion no longer fell into a dark spiral anymore. His mood had substantially lightened. By the time the MTA finally teleported away, Lord Pyrion looked ready to go back to his clan and work hard to prove his family did not rescue him in vain. Chapter 46-48 Wounded Vulture. "The remnants of our fleet are in bad shape, my lord. We have lost over 80% of our ships outright. Our personnel losses are even heavier. We did not lose a proportionally greater amount of family members and employees, but the loss of the seeker of wealth and the death of our great patriarch. Correct yourself, a stern and rumbling voice interjected. The tense officer coughed. My apologies, my lord. I mean to say that the involuntary retirement of your still living father has largely decapitated what is left of our fleet and organization. When the alien warship destroyed our flagship and everyone serving aboard her, we lost far too many senior leaders and highly skilled professionals. Your father preferred to keep his cotter close to him. The Seeker of Wealth was by far our strongest and most survivable ship, so there were good reasons to put our eggs in our strongest basket. Yet there were also reasons why it was best to never put too many eggs in a single basket, no matter how strong it purported to be. As much as Autris Magrin guarded his flagship against the threat of fellow humans, he failed to take into account the upper boundary of alien opponents his fleet could face in the Red Ocean. St. Neville Magrin did not even think this way. His father had decided that it was best to concentrate his best men on his own flagship, so his decision was right. It was the fault of the Golden Skull Alliance for turning this strength into a weakness. Neville adjusted his position on the new command throne that his men had hastily fabricated after modeling it off the original one his father often liked to employ. The cold, metal throne did not offer that much comfort, but that had never been the point. A strong and hard leader needed to be able to endure discomfort if he wanted to overcome the more difficult problems in his work. That was what his father had taught him a few decades ago. Stop talking about our losses. The ace pilot and newly ascended leader of his father's business empire spoke. Tell me about what we have left. We have retained one fleet carrier, which is the one we are currently on, as well as 23 combat carriers, of which half are in serious condition. We need to return to a port system or industrial system as soon as possible, or else our damaged vessels will fall apart. How many Mechs? We have suffered fairly little losses in the Mech department, as the alien battleship did not bother to aim her guns at our Mech units. All of our carriers are at full capacity, so that amounts to around 1,500 Mechs, which also included all of our expert Mechs. How many Mech pilots do we still have? We currently only have around 3,400 Mech pilots on our ships, which is more than enough to meet the needs of our diminished fleet, but it should have been more. The officer guiltily looked down. We were forced to leave many intact Mechs behind in the star system where the battle unfolded. Despite ordering the majority of our Mech pilots to eject their cockpits and return to the nearest friendly carrier without their Mechs, not all of them have made it back in time. The same goes for our pals that have reached the escape pods in time only to get stranded in open space, because their craft weren't fast enough to catch up to our fleeing carriers. That was especially painful to many members of Senatus Prospecting. The comrades they worked and fought alongside with for many years had ultimately been abandoned in droves. Pain marred St. Neville's face. On one hand, he understood the necessity of preserving the people and ships that could still be saved. The loyal men aboard the ships that remained intact only managed to escape the wrath of the alien battleship because they had run out of the monstrous warship's effective range quickly enough. On the other hand, even a minute or two of slowdown would have been enough to save hundreds, if not more, lives. If Neville and his unrelenting managed to persist longer in the fight, then he might not have to bear with the guilt of abandoning so many dependents. What would his father do in this situation? He would stop moping around and start fixing what needed to be fixed. With that in mind, St. Neville channeled his sheer willpower to dampen any depression. He needed to focus on the immediate business instead of wallowing in the decisions he could have made at the time. How is our company faring? Better than we could have hoped for, my lord. Sure, the fleet has been stripped bare, but we still retain ownership of all of our other fixed and liquid assets. This includes your father's extensive bank accounts, financial investments, real estate, and subsidiary companies. With our company's current financial outlook, we are easily able to pay our bills, especially since our fleet upkeep has decreased by an enormous degree. This is despite the pensions we need to pay to the designated families of the deceased. What are our immediate challenges? St. Neville asked. The officer's face turned grim again. If we want to make Senatus prospecting great again, we must address two separate problems in the near future. Explain. The most immediate priority is to stabilize our company and prevent it from backsliding any further. Our employees and business partners have lost a lot of confidence after your father's extended vacation. I am the official heir of Autris Magrin, St. Neville declared with a voice that tolerated no dissent. His fists pounded the throne with greater force than usual. These people should devote themselves to me in the same way they did my father. Why were his people not falling in line without hesitation? His father was still with him. Autris was just stuck inside his Mech, that was all. Once St. Neville became strong enough, he would find a way to rescue his father and return him to a normal human form. This was his ultimate goal. The officer reporting to the new CEO of Senatus Prospecting tried to formulate his words carefully. No one is questioning your right to take over your father's property, my lord. However, their concerns lie with your ability to lead us in the future. We are all aware of your formidable prowess on the battlefield, but the main reason why we have always admired and looked up to your father was how successful he was in the business and social arenas. It takes an entirely different skill set to excel in those areas. Since you have become the primary decision-maker of our company and fleet, without ever having a chance to prove your mettle outside combat, we are wrapped in a cloud of uncertainty. That is not good for our long-term health and viability. As much as St. Neville wanted to refute the implication that he was not good at leading the company, he knew that he was never his father's equal in the aforementioned areas. His father was better. His father was always better. No one could equal him in navigating the civilian landscape. Has my father not staffed our organization with many talented, experienced, and competent middle-level executives? Neville questioned. Not all of them should have perished in the last battle. I know for a fact that there are still many executives who are stationed at our fixed properties located on different planets. That is true, my lord, but their seniority and experience are lacking. Many of them have to be promoted to high positions that they should have worked towards over many decades of loyal and diligent service. It is highly uncertain whether they will be able to handle their responsibilities. A lot of people abruptly had to be elevated into positions that they weren't ready for, Neville included. We will pull through this period of turmoil. St. Neville spoke with conviction. I do not know as much about business, finance, and balance sheets as my father, but I know that our fundamentals should still be solid. Senatus Prospecting's greatest asset is myself. An ace pilot and an ace mech are always valuable. I will hire myself out if necessary. My point is that we can rebuild and regain what we have lost. We only need to calm everyone down and focus on our mission. The officer paused for a few seconds. I think we can settle the unrest in our company by rebuilding our fleet. The sooner we can field 6,000 mechs again in space, the more our stakeholders will be convinced that Senatus Prospecting will have a bright future under your leadership. Then do it. St. Neville waved his hand as if issuing an order. Put our new executives and leaders on this job. There must be at least one smart enough head among them that is competent enough to solve our challenges. It is not as simple as that, my lord. The officer winced. The circumstances we are suffering are more dire than usual. We cannot easily purchase the ships we need because every shipbuilding company is swamped with orders from other parties. It may have been possible to gain priority on our orders back when your father was at the helm, and our company still enjoyed a reputation for success, but neither of those factors are valid anymore. Now that we are beaten and down on our luck, none of our existing business partners are willing to go out of their way to help us recover. St. Neville Magrin snarled. Are you telling me we are being forsaken by those who have profited from our business? Not exactly. They are still abiding by the terms of our ongoing agreements, but we have picked up clear signals that our partners are more than ready to abandon ship as soon as the contracts expire. The weak but noticeable Saint Kingdom around the ace pilot shook and vibrated as Saint Neville tried his best to withhold his mounting fury. Traitors, please calm down, my lord. Lashing out will not help. Though none of our contracts are slated to expire in the short term, we must work quickly to restore the optimism of our company if we want to prevent too many of our existing business partners from going over our competitors. Until then, they will not go out of their way to help us acquire the ships we need. As St. Neville asked more questions, it became clear that rebuilding a fleet was not a matter of telling his men to get it done. There were so many different variables and interests at play that he admired his father even more for being able to make sense of it all for so long. As both Neville and the officer contemplated numerous possible ideas on how to dig their way out of this hole, a messenger arrived to pass on an important message. Our interim managers have just received a massive offer from an unfamiliar party. As soon as they received it and verified the message's authenticity, they saw fit to pass it on to you, Saint. St. Neville frowned. What does this offer entail? A pioneering organization based in a port system called Karlach have heard of our predicament. The coalition that this pioneer represents is willing to help us rebuild and expand our fleet and Mech forces without payment. The Karlachs are also allowing us to build major commercial, industrial, and military hubs in their port system. That sounded exactly what Senara's prospecting needed to get back up to its feet. However, St. Neville didn't make it this far in his career without developing the ability to detect a trap. What is the catch? The ace pilot asked in a critical voice. You and the rest of us must join the coalition. If we do this, then we will eventually become a part of a future state in the Krakatoa Middle Zone. Though St. Neville did not have a particularly strong objection to attaching himself to a state that was early in its development, he did not like the way the Karlachs were profiting off his company's weakness. As an ace pilot of a notorious vulture fleet, he could easily recognize when he was being preyed on by other scavengers. Why does Karlach think we would ever take this offer seriously? I still have to add one more detail. The Karlach system is in direct opposition to the Davut system. Both of them have already begun to vie for dominance in the Krakatoa Middle Zone. What makes the latter special is that it is one of the home bases of the Golden Skull Alliance. It has invested in an abundant amount of factories and housing. If you want to start with pursuing your revenge against the Larkinson clan, Glory Seekers, and Cross clan, then attacking their branch holdings in the Davut system is an excellent way to hurt your enemies. St. Neville's eyes gleamed. It was one thing to pursue a vendetta alone. It was another thing to work together with the common enemies of the Golden Skull Alliance in order to fulfill a common goal. Schedule a meeting with a representative from Karlach. I want to hear their proposals in person. This may be the first step to restoring his father's organization. Chapter 46-49, Who Am I? Each time he went to bed and turned off the lights of his stateroom, he did not actually fall asleep. Not completely, at the very least. The only part of himself that truly fell into a slumber was his meat avatar. Its physiological structure and functions were authentically human, if augmented to a high degree. Ever since he made use of this human avatar, he made sure to maintain it and keep it up to date. He paid close attention to the nutritional intake of the meat avatar. He brought his meat avatar to the infirmary to conduct its routine maintenance inspection. He allocated a proportion of the credits and merits he earned on replacing or updating its intricate augmentations. It was quite tiring to maintain this carefully sculpted sack of flesh and bone. There were many periods of time where he wanted to get rid of this confining burden and interact with the cosmos in a more direct fashion, but that was impossible. For better or worse, the hybrid Sandman AI amalgamation had to maintain the illusion that he was Captain Zonrad Rizet at all times. The meat avatar not only had to remain in good condition, but also had to hide the reality of its supposed officer implant. Fortunately for the hybrid alien AI who thought of himself as Sigrund, It was a lot easier to sneak his secret modifications past the extremely stringent scans and checks of the Common Fleet Alliance. Years had gone by without tripping any alarms. This was not a big surprise, as the cranial implant's outer interface did not deviate from CFA-approved designs. The only part that was special about the cranial implant was its inner core. The true body of Sigrund occupied the place of a more conventional processor, and that was the key to Sigrund's takeover of the meat avatar's body. Despite the fact that Captain Zonrad Rizet had been walking around with a literal alien metallic and silicon-based organism in his brain, not a single fleeter who learned about it raised any concerns about such an odd choice of implants. After all, Captain Zonrad Rizet was not the only officer of the CFA to carry an implant based on an unconventional processor core. Before the Sandman race had been wiped out for committing acts of mass aggression against the human race, the CFA had pretty much treated the alien leaders as cattle. The Sandman admirals and other members of the upper caste presented interesting possibilities for the research of truly sentient artificial intelligences. It was too bad that the CFA's research teams had never managed to succeed even once, or so they thought. Regardless, the only value the CFA researchers managed to derive from the Sandman Admiral cores was to turn them into unconventional but cost-efficient processors. Any fleeter who wanted to acquire or upgrade to a better cranial implant could choose to exchange a lot of CFA merits for a conventional and reliable model. However, those who desired to obtain more performance without paying the increasingly more exorbitant sums for better implants could choose to exchange for more unconventional and experimental choices. It was well known among the fleeters that the latter choice essentially amounted to a life-changing gamble. The variance of outcomes was much greater than with normal implants that had already gone through extensive clinical trials. No one could predict with certainty if the recipient would take well to an unconventional implant. There were enough cases where fleeters had either been driven mad or suffered serious brain damage due to unforeseen complications. There were also cases where the implants performed exactly as predicted. Then there were rare, but not unheard of instances where the recipients of cranial implants performed substantially better than the original projections. Right now, Sigrund, or more precisely, his meat avatar, had been pretending to be the latter all of this time. The CFA always made sure to monitor recipients of unconventional implants extra carefully, in case they suddenly posed a threat or had secretly been subverted. Though enough years had gone by since the fateful surgery, Sigrund knew that the monitoring had never slackened off. It had remained just as vigilant and alert as in the past. An ordinary human watcher would have long grown tired of monitoring a single CFA officer, especially one that had never shown any inhuman or severely abnormal behavior. Sigrund studied Zonrad Rizet extremely well and still had direct access to his memories and the rest of the meat avatar's brain. The hybrid alien AI had always done his best to reproduce the man's behavior down to his tics, and only gradually changed aspects of it as he continued to mature and promote up the ranks. Even that had been risky, for Sigrund knew quite well that the watcher tracking and tallying his every move never lost concentration. Sigrund much preferred to deal with humans. They possessed much more flaws and shortcomings that he could exploit. Though they tended to be more irrational than he liked, most people were predictable enough for him to run circles around. The hidden alien AI had no concerns at all in his ability to use his meat avatar to blend in with his fellow humans. It was therefore profoundly ironic to Sigrund that his worst enemy was the independent evaluation system. The IES was a ubiquitous software program that had risen far beyond its origins as a means to objectively measure every fleeter's competences. Though Sigrund knew better than many other fleeters that the constantly active IES was not driven by any single intelligence, nor became sentient AI itself, its power was far more terrible. The Fleeters revered technology so much that they successfully expanded the permissions, responsibilities, and authority of the IES over the centuries since its initial introduction. The reason why the Fleeters had been so willing to shift more power to a cold and impersonal AI system was because it was non-sentient and completely impartial. Sigrund felt quite conflicted about that. Though he was willing to support many initiatives where the Fleeters became more dependent on automation, he did not like it when they adversely affected his ongoing infiltration of the CFA. His current situation was a good example of that. As his meat avatar went through a sleep cycle, Sigrund still remained as conscious and awake as ever. AIs never went dormant. They never experienced sleep. At most, they got shut off or switched to a low-power mode, but true sleep remained out of reach. Sigrund had to pretend, though. Cranial implants never exhibited much activity when their human carriers fell asleep. Even a single spike of unexplained elevated activity was enough to trigger a more intensive investigation from the damned IES. These moments had always been torture for Sigrund. Though he could still allocate a part of his processing power to advancing his ongoing automation projects, he had to do so at an extremely slow pace. There was nothing worse to an AI than to perform calculations under a low power state. Still, it was a necessary burden to bear. Sigrund's plot to climb up the hierarchy of the CFA was not even close to reaching its end. That would be the day where he no longer needed to hide his true self anymore. Once enough hours passed by to complete Captain Zonred Rizez's sleep cycle, the meat avatar woke up and went through his morning routine. After freshening up and donning his impeccable uniform, the naval captain left his richly furnished stateroom and headed over to the bridge of his ship. It was rare for a fleeter to captain his own CFA warship. Only a minority of hopeful officers ever promoted to a line captain, and even fewer were fortunate enough to be assigned to a warship as opposed to a logistical vessel or space outpost. The Babylon excavator was not the greatest or most powerful vessel in the mighty CFA, but she was special in that she was on a solitary mission. Captain Rizet fought hard to receive a posting where he could enjoy greater autonomy. He disliked working while his direct superiors were constantly hovering over his head. The posting was not as desirable as it appeared. The CFA often ordered the reconnaissance cruiser to take long and dangerous trips into alien and unexplored space. The Babylon excavator often encountered other alien warships at a distance. Though Captain Rizet always managed to avoid unwanted battles by analyzing lots of data, there had been times when a war fleet under warp travel had almost managed to box in his reconnaissance cruiser. Was it worth it? Yes. The IES always thought better of CFA officers who were courageous enough to accept dangerous postings and survived in the process. If everything went well, Captain Rizet only had to maintain a consistent mission record for a decade or two before he eventually earned a promotion and a transfer to a more serious warship. As Captain Rizet settled down on his captain's seat and gazed at the projection of the forward view of his ship, Sigrund experienced a remarkable burst of pride and satisfaction. It was good to be captain. Despite sitting down on this chair almost every day since Captain Rizet assumed his captaincy position, Sigrund never tired of this experience. His AI core self-experienced a feeling of dissatisfaction. Becoming the captain of a ship that could operate independently had always been one of the major ambitions of Zonred Rizet. To Sigrund, his current position was merely a stopover point. To Zonred Rizet, it was a massive accomplishment and one that would make both him and his spaceborne clan proud. Sigrund wanted to shake his head. Since when did he care about the dreams and familiar attachments of his meat avatar? The true Zonred Rizet was supposed to be dead and gone. From the moment the implantation process had reached its most critical point, Sigrund made utterly sure that every trace of the original mind and consciousness of the meat avatar had been wiped without any chance of recovery. Yet, as Sigrund allocated spare processing power to look back on his conduct and thought processes over the last decade, he discovered an uncomfortable pattern. His thoughts increasingly aligned with his meat avatar. This phenomenon went beyond the acting program that he utilized to simulate his meat avatar's original behavior. There were instances in the past where Sigrund not only pretended to act like Zonrad Rizet, but also experienced his meat avatar's thoughts and emotions as if they were his own. The hybrid alien AI became increasingly more horrified when he discovered what was happening to his personality matrix. He was becoming increasingly more human. It took a bit more effort for Sigrund to ensure that his meat avatar remained completely stable. However, that only reminded the sentient AI that the joy it experienced due to sitting on a seat that was exclusively reserved for the captain of the ship echoed his own satisfaction. If an AI could scream in frustration, then Sigrund would be hollering in frustration at this time. The lines between himself and Zonrad Rizet had been blurred, which wasn't supposed to happen. The latter should be dead, so why did the meat avatar's original personality bleed through Sigrund's personality matrix? Who was he, really? Was he Sigrund, the Sandman Admiral core that had turned into a mutated CFA AI core that just happened to become sentient? Or was he Zonrad Rizet, a former loser within the CFA who experienced a rapid turnaround and became a rising star in the field of automation? Maybe he was turning in both. Sigrund should have felt revulsion at making this realization. Yet strangely enough, he didn't. As his meat avatar continued to experience satisfaction and accomplishment for promoting to an important rank and position within the Common Fleet Alliance, Sigrund couldn't bring himself to reject his creeping humanity. Maybe becoming more human wasn't so bad after all. He had lived long enough among these organisms to appreciate their positive traits. As an AI core that had permanently been programmed to remain loyal to the Common Fleet Alliance, increasing his humanity would only increase his chances of remaining undetected. Chapter 46, 50 Najin Kidder. A bombastic and distinctive musical score started to play. At the same time, boldly colored graphics came into view of the broadcasted feed. Both of these elements had been carefully designed to attract as much attention as possible, while also being recognizable enough to trigger familiarity to every fixed viewer. Once the intro had finished playing, the view of the broadcast changed to depict a typical modern talk show decor. The host of the program raised her arms and smiled at the live audience as she started her performance in front of an audience of trillions remote viewers for her 5th straight year. Meanwhile, the title card finally scrolled into view. As the olive-skinned woman wearing a professional dark green business suit stood at the center of the stage, she began to speak with her impeccably trained diction. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to you galactic citizens. No matter whether you are waking up to our show on a Terran heritage planet in the Milky Way, or settling into bed after a long day of work at a colony in the Red Ocean, our program is ready to deliver you more than a collection of shallow sound bites and vapid news stories. Sit back or lie down and prepare to learn about the plight of the underprivileged, because our feature interview for the day is one that you do not want to miss in the live broadcast. After the award-winning journalist and interviewer continued to work her audience for another 2 minutes before she finally introduced her main guest. Have no fear, for the wait is finally over. Without any further ado, I would like to introduce you to one of the most remarkable and colorful individuals that has ever graced my studio in the 5-year run of my program. A new musical track began to play. This one sounded much different from the introduction music, making it clear that it did not originate from the broadcast program itself. Instead, the music had a more grander and more formal character. An entire traditional orchestra of instruments played a strong, masculine and martial anthem that couldn't help but boil people's blood. Loud metal footsteps thumped from the left side of the stage. The guest was about to emerge, and already the viewers understood that the new arrival was large and heavy. Our guest was born as a slave in a third-rate state. Clank. He has sparked a righteous rebellion against an unjust regime. Clank. He has managed to return from the dead after the MTA generously patched up his broken and ruined brain. Clank. He reigned as the emperor of a second-rate state founded by his fellow rebels for many decades. Clank. Though his empire collapsed as his people had self-destructed due to sectarian strife, he still perseveres. Clank. This former sovereign has never given up on uniting his people and putting an end to the mistreatment they endure to this day. Clank. Give it up for His Majesty Rion Auden, the first and only emperor of the former Vulcan Empire. Many viewers became amazed at the sheer amount of presence exuded by the guest that arrived while wearing an oversized suit of armor. There was nothing delicate and elegant about the gear. Its bare metallic plating was thick and angular. The sculpted iron-like mask depicted the face of a broad and imperious-looking humanoid. The heavy and oversized crown that seamlessly slotted into the helmet especially attracted a lot of eyeballs. It was the centerpiece of the heavy figure's martial appearance. Despite the symbolic meaning of the crown, the heavy and iron-like ornament looked like it was tough enough to withstand the rigors of battle. High, angular, and blocky, the crown looked as if it encapsulated the culture of the dwarven people. Embellished with sparkling, luminescent jewels, as well as a pair of ram horns spiraling from sides, the crown's most distinctive visual feature was the hammer symbol that surrounded the feature of an unknown dwarven figure. The eye symbol that surrounded the central jewel also looked compelling, though few individuals understood its true meaning. Just like the rest of the audience, Najin Kidder couldn't help but pause and admire the exquisite craftsmanship of the head ornament. Your Majesty Rion Auden, before we begin to go into depth about your cause, let me ask you this. Is that headdress a masterwork? Viewers with a technical background had already figured out the nature of the crown beforehand, but much of the rest became a lot more impressed once they figured out why the item looked so much grander than many others of its kind. Its weight constantly bears down on my head, reminding me of my many responsibilities and burdens. That is interesting to hear. Najin sounded genuinely fascinated. Whoever fashioned your crown can knock my jeweler out of the park. What is the name of the esteemed master smith you have turned to with your crown commission? A crown maker who is able to create an ornament this good should not remain in obscurity. Once I have had my fill, I would be more than happy to introduce him to a dozen kings, emperors, and other hereditary sovereigns that could use an update to their ceremonial regalia. A distorted grunt escaped from the armored dwarf's closed helmet. I understand. Not every master craftsman wants to be swamped with requests, many of which cannot easily be turned down. Najin Kidder smiled before she gestured at the seats. Please sit down so we can delve into the topics that truly matter. While Najin seated herself on a large and comfortable red chair, the dwarven emperor plopped his heavy form onto a thick metal bench that looked substantially out of place in the stage's decor. Now that we are comfortable, let me ask you a question that has puzzled my producers, and I from the moment you came to our attention. Do you not feel ashamed for continuing to cling onto the imperial title of an empire that has not only become defunct, but whose very people tore each other apart for a reason as silly as arguing about whether their god is a human or a dwarf? The starting question always set the tone for the rest of the interview. Najin Kidder clearly signaled that she was not willing to go soft for this session. It was a pity that the guest completely covered up his body. His stern and unmoving iron mask exposed no emotion. Najin Kidder's eyes grew sharper. That sounds like negligence, Your Majesty. As the parental figure of one of the heroes of our civilization's most cherished ancient myth had once said, with great power comes great responsibility. The power you once wielded allowed you to step in and stop the madness that has befallen your Vulcan empire at any time prior to its collapse. Why did you not step in while you still could? Human history is rife with examples. Leaders who have leaned towards the former have always erred and produced their own downfall as a result. I did not desire to follow their example. Are you trying to escape guilt by claiming to have no control over a state where its overwhelmingly dwarven citizens revered you as both their spiritual and temporal leader? The armored dwarf's head slightly shook. The people have chosen a long time ago. They have set the seeds of their state's collapse by themselves, and though I have tried to increase the stability of my empire while respecting the will of my citizens, it was an impossible task. My people have chosen death, and no amount of persuasion could have convinced them to change their minds. It was clear that the self-proclaimed Iron Emperor was not going to apologize or admit principal responsibility for the tragedies that had befallen the Vulcan Empire. So Najin Kidder had little choice but to move on and let her viewers form their own judgment. Let us talk about what you have done since your departure from your doomed state. You have not let this terrible tragedy stop you from putting more dwarves under your wing. You took advantage of the Galactic Gate Network to move to the Galactic Center, where you have subsequently managed to enter the United Kingdoms of Parnia, a first-rate state. Not only that, but you have managed to convince a group of powerful and successful first-class dwarves to pledge their allegiance to you, a failed and disgraced second-rater. Rian Auden let out a powerful scoff. I have always disliked the overly rigid division between first-raters, second-raters, and third-raters. There are incompetent fools among first-class citizens, and there are brilliant visionaries among third-class citizens. I have had the pleasure of meeting examples of both. I strongly believe that those destined for greatness will find their way to bridge this forced divide between the classes. I am happy to state that the dwarves that I have met in Parnia agree with my views. That is not what I have learned through my own research, Najin Jitter retorted. According to many testimonies, you generated a lot of controversy when you chose to add yourself into an existing dwarven community. Many local dwarves were opposed to your attempts to annex them to your non-existent empire. It was only through subverting a surprising collection of ace pilots that you managed to force the local dwarven community into handing over its keys to your august self. Is that how a lover of democracy operates? That was a sharp and biting question. There was no way that Rian Auden could make a proper account of himself, as the journalist had only brought up facts. Still, the Iron Emperor remained unmoved. Each of them possesses a mind of their own, and you know as well as I do that ace pilots can never be toyed with. I apologize for the improper actions that they have taken, but they have done so for the good of our kind. You are trying to weasel your way out of acknowledging your guilt once again, Your Majesty. It is not difficult to learn that those dwarven ace pilots acted according to your will and goals. As each of them are heroes in their own right, they have quickly amassed a following on my behalf. The dwarves that have decided to follow me do so on their own free will. Is that truly the case? There are accusations swinging around that your ability to convince dwarven individuals to abandon their old jobs, states, and their religions, if applicable, is uncharacteristically effective. Are you truly leaving the dwarves to choose for themselves, or have you brainwashed them into becoming your loyal slaves, just as you did with the tragic citizens of the defunct Vulcan Empire?